Chapter 1. Has she reborn? On the 4th day of the 12th lunar month, the north wind howled, snow blanketed the branches, and the world lay in a deep freeze. Within the Yangshin Palace, fragrant smoke curled gracefully in the air. The peat burned a vibrant red, and atop a Wangwali pedestal, a blue and white porcelain vase held a bouquet of freshly delivered early spring blossoms, creating an atmosphere of warmth and delicate fragrance. Emperor Lu Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back beneath the west window, admiring the snowy landscape outside. Flurries of snow fell like goose feathers, swirling into the room and settling upon the youthful, handsome visage of the emperor. "Your Majesty, be mindful. The wind might make you ill," came a sweet, melodious voice. A pair of delicate hands adorned with icy flowered jade bracelets lifted, attempting to close the window. "Do not shut it. I wish to gaze upon this snow scene," the emperor replied, his tone carrying a hint of stubbornness. The expression on Empress Lin Yanrong's face stiffened slightly before she smiled gently, obediently positioning herself beside Lu Hao without uttering another word. Lu Hao cast a sidelong glance at her, noting the soft and beautiful features that radiated submissiveness. A sense of discomfort stirred within him, yet he could not articulate it, merely pressing his lips into a thin line. Lin Yanrong, his empress consort, had entered the palace in the 5th year of the Qinyuan era. After her arrival, she displayed a gentle and virtuous demeanor, generous and magnanimous, reminiscent of the late empress, winning the admiration of the 6 palaces and capturing his favor. Ultimately, he had conferred upon her the title of empress the previous year. He was supposed to cherish her deeply. As Lu Hao gazed at the swirling snowflakes, his thoughts drifted to the cold palace. There resided a woman who had once been the object of his affection, his former favorite concubine, Meng Yan. That radiant woman had entered the prince's residence at the tender age of 16 to serve him, dedicating her prime years to him. She was spirited and outspoken, endearing herself to Lu Hao, and for a time, she was the foremost lady of the harem. Yet, after being elevated to the status of noble consort, she grew increasingly cruel, dominating the 6 palaces, wielding her exceptional medical skills to manipulate others, and even challenging the Dowager Empress. Her family committed treason, and after their downfall, Meng Yan attempted to conspire with the imperial guards, Lin Huaiyan, to poison the now virtuous empress, Lin Yanrong. Unable to endure her actions any longer, Lu Hao had no choice but to cast her into the cold palace as a warning to others. Even now, he knew he ought to despise her, to spurn her, to never wish to see her again in this lifetime. Yet on this snowy day, he found himself concerned about her well-being in the cold palace. It felt as if 2 entirely opposing thoughts were tugging at his heart. Fortuitous snow heralds a bountiful year. Such a heavy snowfall surely promises a prosperous season ahead. With abundant harvests and a peaceful nation, Your Majesty's remarkable talents will undoubtedly be appreciated by the people of the Great Zhou, Lin Yanrong observed, noticing the emperor's distracted gaze, her heart tightening slightly, yet maintaining a gentle smile. The harsh winter brings biting cold, and with the relentless winds and snow, I worry for the palace attendants. I have instructed the Ministry of Internal Affairs to increase the supply of charcoal throughout the palace, including in the cold palace, ensuring no one in the harem suffers from this bitter winter. It ought not to be this way. Lin Yanrong's expression remained composed, yet her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves. She had been crowned empress, and Meng Yan had been relegated to the cold palace. Lu Hao's heart should have belonged solely to her. How could he still be preoccupied with that wretched woman? Clearly, she was the protagonist of this narrative. Lin Yanrong had traversed into a palace intrigue romance novel titled The Tyrant's Favor, and with her extensive experience in reading various palace dramas, coupled with her powerful protagonist halo, she had smoothly navigated her way to the story's conclusion. The male lead, Lu Hao, had cherished her as a precious treasure, bestowing upon her the title of empress, while the primary female antagonist, noble consort Meng Yan, had been demoted to a commoner and confined to the cold palace. Now that the narrative had reached its end, the emperor's exclusive affection and the empress' glory were hers to enjoy. She was the rightful heroine. All of this should belong to her. However, what transpired after the conclusion of the novel remained shrouded in mystery. To heighten the story's conflict, the female antagonist, Meng Yan, held significant weight in Lu Hao's heart. Now that the narrative had concluded, Meng Yan was still alive, and judging by Lu Hao's demeanor, he appeared to harbor lingering sentiments for her. Lin Yanrong had finally ascended to the throne of empress. Reaching the story's conclusion, she could not allow any unforeseen circumstances to arise. As long as Meng Yan drew breath, she would be like a thorn in her side. After all, the author had left the subsequent events unwritten. Hearing the empress' gentle words, Lu Hao's previously pent-up emotions eased somewhat. Lin Yanrong possessed no extraordinary qualities, yet in terms of tenderness, thoughtfulness, and understanding, she was unparalleled within the harem. "Your Majesty, your kindness is much appreciated," she replied, concealing her bitterness. Ever since her coronation, Lu Hao had grown increasingly formal with her, no longer addressing her by her childhood name Ranjir, but rather with the cold title of Empress. "You flatter me. As the mistress of the 6 palaces, this is merely my duty," she said, her years of experience in the palace allowing her to respond fluently while her thoughts drifted back to the cold palace. She wondered if those servants were still managing their tasks adequately. Feeling a sudden chill, Lu Hao was about to return to the hall when he noticed a figure clad in red rushing through the heavy snowfall. "Rangan, why does this old fellow hurry so? What urgent matter could it be?" Rangan, his chief eunuch, had followed him from the prince's residence, serving him loyally for many years. Typically, he conducted himself with great composure, rarely displaying such urgency. Shaking off the snow from his garments at the palace entrance, Rangan entered, kneeling to pay his respects to the emperor and empress before reporting, "Your Majesty, I dare to intrude." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Empress Lin Yanrong, only to find her gazing elsewhere, her expression calm. A chill crept into his heart. In the cold palace, Meng Shuren has passed away. Lu Hao's heart twisted painfully, his expression darkening at once. When did this occur? Yana has always been in good health. Why did she suddenly succumb? In his urgency, the familiar term slipped from his lips. Rangan wiped the sweat from his brow. "Your Majesty." The servants tending to the cold palace reported that Meng Shuren has been in a state of hysteria since winter began, becoming increasingly unmanageable. Although we summoned the imperial physician, there was no remedy. You know how understaffed the cold palace is. Last night, it seems no one was watching, and Meng Shuren ran outside. This morning, when everyone rose, she was found lying in the snow, and upon assistance, it was determined she had passed. Before he could finish, the emperor's piercing gaze silenced him, and he continued to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "Your Majesty, grieve not. Meng has committed numerous transgressions. Surely, she has now realized the gravity of her actions and felt unworthy of life." Thus departing, Lin Yanrong said, suppressing her surging elation, smiling softly at Lu Hao. Surprisingly, Lu Hao's cold eyes bore into her, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through her fortitude. "Empress, I did not bestow death upon Meng. As Empress, it is your duty to oversee the 6 palaces." That succinct statement sent a chill down Lin Yanrong's spine. She yearned to conjure some evasive words, yet under Lu Hao's scrutiny, she found herself at a loss for speech. This was the first time Lu Hao had addressed her as the emperor, all for the sake of Meng Yan. Ultimately, the emperor swept away, personally instructing the Ministry of Internal Affairs regarding Meng's funeral arrangements. Meng Yan was posthumously honored as a noble consort, buried according to her rank. 5 years later, following the pacification of the southwestern territories, the emperor granted a general amnesty, posthumously elevating Meng Yan to the title of Ronde Consort. Another 10 years passed, and on the emperor's birthday, Meng Yan was honored as Yi Jing Ronde Empress. In the winter of the 30th year of the Qinyuan era, Empress Lin Yanrong passed away, interred alone in the eastern tombs of the capital. It was widely believed that Emperor Lu Hao was deeply enamored with his Empress Lin Yanrong, resulting in his neglect of the harem. Additionally, it was rumored that Empress Lin bore no children, prompting the emperor to select a descendant from the royal family as the crown prince, ensuring the continuation of the great Zhou lineage. Yet, Only Lin Yanrong understood the reality. Since Meng Yan's death, her life in the harem had been a shadow of its former self. She was the empress, revered by all, yet utterly devoid of the emperor's affection. Indeed, Lu Hao had neglected the 6 palaces, but he had equally forsaken her, the empress. Lin Yanrong could never fathom why. After merely dealing with a discarded woman from the cold palace, a mere character from a novel, she had provoked such deep ire from the emperor. Did that woman truly hold such a significant place in Lu Hao's heart? No one knew that after decades in the palace, she had never received the emperor's favor, remaining a virgin empress until her death. Time rewound to the 5th year of the Qinyuan era, when the formidable, villainous Meng Yan, whom Lin Yanrong had resented all her life, slowly opened her eyes within the Changchun Palace. Had she truly been reborn? Chapter 2. He is undeserving. A bunch of useless fools, not a single one with any real skills. The princess has been unconscious for hours and still shows no signs of waking. When the emperor inquires later, you shall answer for yourselves. The sharp voice pierced Meng Yan's eardrums, causing a throbbing pain in her head. Ruizhu, she murmured weakly, pressing her palms against her temples. Such a thunderous voice could only belong to her maid, Ruizhu, who had served her faithfully for many years. Your Highness, you are awake. A round-faced palace maid, clad in silk embroidered with Suzhou patterns, parted the curtains, her face alight with joy as she rushed to the bedside, exclaiming, Your Highness, you have finally awakened. You fainted in the Yangxin Palace, and the servants were terrified. The emperor has been quite anxious, sending people to inquire several times. Ruizhu had been by Meng Yan's side since childhood, the most senior among her attendants, fiercely loyal. Yet, she had one flaw. Her loud voice and fiery temper often gave Meng Yan headaches. This maid had been executed by the Ministry of Punishment when Meng Yan was cast into the cold palace. How was it that she was now before her? Meng Yan gazed at Rui's face and, after a moment of silence, hoarsely inquired, What has become of me? Upon hearing her mistress' question, Ruizhu hurriedly recounted the events in a flurry of words. As Rui's loud voice filled the air, Meng Yan's eyes wandered around the room, taking in the opulent curtains of azure silk, the intricately carved yellow, sandalwood bed adorned with peony motifs, the gilded cloud-patterned redwood wardrobe, and the dressing table inlaid with rubies and small-leaf red sandalwood. Each exquisite item was a remnant of her life as a favored concubine. Had she truly been reborn? Meng Yan felt a dull ache at her temples, as memories of her past life flickered before her like a revolving lantern. Having perished once, she finally comprehended that she was merely a supporting character in a story titled The Tyrant's Affection. In the narrative, she was the legitimate daughter of the Yiyang Marquis, who entered the crown prince's residence as a concubine at the age of 16 and was elevated to favored concubine at 18 upon his ascension. Her unwavering love for the male lead, Emperor Lu Hao, was profound, and her family was influential, having contributed significantly to the nation. The emperor held both her and her family in high regard. Yet, all of this had merely served to embellish the story of the true heroine, Lin Yanrong. Since Lin Yanrong's entry into the palace, she had gradually captured Lu Hao's heart, becoming his cherished one. Meanwhile, Meng Yan's jealousy had flared, and she had relentlessly attempted to sabotage Lin Yanrong using every means at her disposal, relying on her exceptional medical skills to dominate the harem. Ultimately, however, she faced a dismal defeat, being demoted to a commoner and exiled to the cold palace, where she tragically froze to death in the snow. Her family, too, had suffered due to their association with a rebellion, losing their titles and being exiled. The once mighty Meng family had met with a calamitous downfall. It is all that little vixen's fault. She hasn't even begun to serve the emperor yet that shameless seductress has already ensnared him, disrupting the established order. As the favored concubine, it is my duty to rectify the palace's affairs, so I shall go to the Yangxin Palace and present my grievances. The emperor even quarreled with me over that little fox. I was so furious that I fainted and had to be carried back by the palace maids, which terrified them to no end. Ruizhu helped Meng Yan to sit up and brought her a bowl of bird's nest and snow pear soup, tending to her while indignantly recounting the events. If the emperor were truly oblivious, how could she have bewitched him? With a calm exhale, Meng Yan swallowed a spoonful of the soup, its smooth richness sliding down her throat, a taste of the highest luxury. Ah, how long had it been since she savored such a delicacy? Your Highness? Ruizhu looked on with suspicion, as this calm utterance starkly contrasted with her mistress' usual temperament, as if she had transformed into a different person. In the past, Meng Yan would have likely jumped out of bed to confront the emperor in the Yangxin palace, possibly even sending someone to summon him, insisting he rectify the situation with that little hussy. Meng Yan discerned Rui's thoughts and smiled without responding. Perhaps it was due to having died once that her perspective had become much clearer. After all, he was merely a man since he was destined to belong to another. Why should she remain infatuated with him? Moreover, in that story, Lu Hao and Lin Yinrong were fated to be together. Why should she sacrifice her own life for such a narrative? Preserving her position as favored concubine and her family's standing as the Yang Marquis was far more appealing. Why not relish in the splendor and wealth? Let Lu Hao love whomever he wished. She would no longer compete for his affections with Lin Yinrong. Let them enjoy their eternal bond while she leisurely observed from the sidelines as a contented favored concubine. Overthinking only leads to aging. Lu Hao was unworthy of such contemplation. After swallowing the last spoonful of bird's nest, Meng Yan commanded, "Send someone to the Yangxin palace to inform the emperor that Meng Yan acknowledges her errors, and that the matter of the selection of consorts is to be determined by him. I shall no longer interfere." In her previous life, her disputes with Lu Hao had stemmed from this very issue. Lu Hao had chanced upon Lin Yinrong in the Haitang garden and, smitten at first sight, disregarded palace regulations, favoring her before officially bestowing her title. Afterwards, he sought to elevate her further. Consumed by jealousy and anger, she had stormed into the Yangxin palace, engaging in a furious confrontation with Lu Hao. Yet, in her previous life, she had not fainted. This time, fainting was a fortuitous opportunity. She would seize it to make amends. Though she no longer cared for Lu Hao, she was determined to safeguard her position as favored concubine. Ruizhu was left dumbfounded. This was a stark departure from the favored concubine's usual temperament. Seeing Rui's bewildered expression, Meng Yan added with a smile, "Also send someone to the Naiwafu to inform them that I am unwell and to hang my green tag." Ruizhu was even more astonished. Hanging the green tag signified that she would not attend to the emperor. In the past, the favored concubine would never have consented to such a thing. It was common knowledge that Meng Yan, the favored concubine of Changchun Palace, delighted in rivalry, fiercely claiming the emperor's affection, and even during the emperor's tenure, she had dared to summon him. "Your Highness, what are you? Go." Meng Yan had only just awakened, feeling quite fatigued and unwilling to engage further, so she reclined back onto the bed. Seeing her mistress resolve, Ruizhu had no choice but to obey. Just as she was about to depart, she suddenly recalled something. "Your Highness, the imperial physician is still waiting outside. How shall I dismiss him? Tell them they have worked hard and present them with a red envelope as thanks." Such courtesy was a stark contrast to her mistress' usual demeanor, yet Ruizhu had grown accustomed to it. In the courtyard of Changchun Palace, two imperial physicians knelt at the foot of the steps, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their legs trembling. The favored concubine was deeply favored by the emperor, the foremost figure in the harem. Proud and tempestuous, everyone was aware of her notorious temper. To treat her was tantamount to risking their lives. A single mistake could lead to punishment. Having heard the commotion inside, they wondered how she would respond upon waking. If the favored concubine remained unconscious, they would worry. If she awoke, their anxiety would only deepen. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps echoed, and Rui's booming voice rang out once more. "The favored concubine has spoken. The two of you have worked hard, and shall be rewarded." As soon as the words fell, the two imperial physicians were rendered speechless, bowing their heads in a flurry. "Thank you, favored concubine." Had the favored concubine truly changed her disposition? Why was she so gentle and kind today? Ruizhu had no time to ponder their thoughts. Having presented the red envelopes, she hurried off to relay the message to the Yangxin Palace. Within the Yangxin Palace, the young Emperor Lu Hao sat upon his golden Nema dragon throne, idly playing with a string of sandalwood bracelets as he listened to Rui's report. The favored concubine says she acknowledges her mistakes and hopes for the emperor's forgiveness. Regarding the matter of the selection of consorts, she requests the emperor to decide. A cloud of displeasure darkened the emperor's handsome features, his fingers spinning the bracelet beads furiously. Only moments ago, Rangan had reported that the favored concubine had feigned illness, instructing the Naiwafu to hang the green tag, and now her maid had come to convey her message. Yin, was she attempting to provoke him? Chapter 3. The Emperor's Cold Shoulder. Did your master truly say such a thing? Rui Zhu knelt on the ground, her heart filled with trepidation. Startled by the Emperor's sudden voice, she hurriedly replied, "In response to your Majesty's words, this servant would never dare to deceive." Humph. Lu Haozhi, who had just awakened from his midday slumber, was somewhat irritable, and upon hearing such words, his mood soured further from a young age. He had been designated as the crown prince, assisted in ascending to the throne at 18, and by 19 had executed the regent to reclaim power, pacifying the realm and governing with a light touch. He was undoubtedly the favored child of destiny. How could such a formidable man endure the petulance of a concubine? Moreover, he had been exceedingly tolerant of Meng Yan in the past, since she had entered his service at 16. Her attentiveness in his daily life was commendable. She was beautiful, lively, and devoted to him, having been a long-standing presence in the prince's residence, and he held a genuine fondness for her, often bestowing upon her great favor. However, ever since she ascended to the rank of imperial consort, her arrogance had grown, and she became increasingly unruly, bullying other concubines. He had merely shared a cup of tea with a young lady in Haitang Garden and exchanged a few casual words, though not entirely proper. Who would dare to admonish him? The emperor? Yet, she dared to do so. Just as he was about to summon lunch, she burst in, raising her voice at him and demanding the dismissal of the young lady, creating quite a scene. Suddenly, she fainted, and he had no choice but to send someone to escort her back to Changchun Palace. After such an uproar, Lu Haozhi found no pleasure in his meal, which he consumed without appetite, and, filled with vexation, retired to rest. Could such a willful and overbearing woman truly lower herself to admit her faults? He was skeptical. With a cold laugh, Lu Haozhi declared, "If that is the case, I shall not dwell on it further. Since the imperial consort has awakened, I shall pay her a visit." He was curious to see what tricks Meng Yan was up to this time. Rui Zhu, unsure of the emperor's intentions, assumed it was merely to show affection towards her master, and in her surprise, she hurriedly bowed in respect. Thus, the emperor's entourage was summoned, and the grand procession made its way towards Changchun Palace. In the main chamber of Changchun Palace, the recently revived Meng Yan was animatedly discussing food with her maid. Clear stewed deer meat, drunken shrimp balls, crab roe tofu, basket perch, 8 treasure duck, and don't forget to instruct the small kitchen to prepare the rose-flavored golden cakes as well. Meng Yan rattled off a long list of dishes, including sweet soups and pastries. As the imperial consort, she enjoyed the luxury of a dedicated kitchen in Changchun Palace, freeing her from the need to consume the daily fare from the imperial kitchen. Having suffered in the cold palace in her previous life, subsisting on mere scraps, she was now indulging her cravings. Now reborn, she had no interest in the gossip surrounding Lu Haozhi and Lin Yinrong or the fierce court struggles. Her priority was to savor several hearty meals. Lady Yin Xiang, a maid kneeling by her bedside, urged with a hint of exasperation, "You've just awakened. The imperial physician advised you to rest and maintain a light diet due to your recent fright. Perhaps you should refrain from indulging in such rich foods. What has happened to the imperial consort? In the past, she was mindful of her figure and reluctant to eat more than a morsel. Today, she seemed possessed by a gluttonous spirit. I am well aware of my own condition," Meng Yan retorted with a sidelong glance, stretching languidly. Her maternal grandfather was a renowned physician of the Great Zhou, known as the Sage of Medicine, who had even saved the late emperor. Having inherited his medical prowess, she understood her own health well enough without needing a pulse diagnosis. The talk of being frightened was merely a convenient excuse for the inept court physicians who lacked the skill to treat her. "How is the imperial consort's health? If you are truly unwell, you ought to inform me, so that I need not worry. A cool male voice interjected as a figure clad in a dark silk robe embroidered with golden dragons entered the room. Yun Xiang quickly knelt, bowing her head. This servant pays her respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. The newcomer was none other than the reigning emperor of the Great Zhou, Lu Haozhi, the very husband of Meng Yan in both this life and the last. The male protagonist of her story. Upon seeing him, Meng Yan was momentarily taken aback. Since being cast into the cold palace and meeting her end in the snow, it had been years since she last laid eyes on Lu Haozhi. Now reunited, he seemed almost unfamiliar. The Lu Haozhi before her was tall and broad-shouldered, with sword-like brows and ink-black hair. His piercing black eyes glimmered with the sharpness of an eagle, and beneath his high nose, his thin lips were pressed tightly together, exuding the natural majesty of an emperor, a truly rare and handsome figure. In Oh Wonder the narrative had orchestrated her deep and unwavering love for this man, provoking envy and strife among the other concubines. Yet, upon seeing Lu Haozhi again, Meng Yan felt only indifference, as clear as snow. She neither hated him nor resented him, feeling as if he were a stranger. Reflecting on her past life, where she had been driven by the plot to love him fervently, Meng Yan found it somewhat amusing. Her gaze, akin to that of a stranger, tugged at Lu Haozhi's heart, causing him to furrow his brows, his tone growing colder. What is this? Has the imperial consort forgotten the etiquette in her illness? You cannot even muster a word upon seeing me. Where has your usual eloquence gone? In the past, Meng Yan would have been fervent and flattering when never in his presence, never revealing such coldness. Cough, cough. Just as Meng Yan was about to respond, she was suddenly choked by her own saliva and fell into a fit of violent coughing, causing her already pale face to grow even more ashen. Yun Xiang, flustered, abandoned her decorum, scrambling to the side to fetch a cup of tea for Meng Yan and gently patting her back. Seeing this, Lu Haozhi softened his tone. Is the imperial consort truly unwell? After sipping a few mouthfuls of tea, Meng Yan gradually subdued her cough, her mind racing with thoughts that could tea this moment. Lu Haozhi had not yet developed the deep resentment he would later harbor towards her. She was still the favored consort in his heart, and a few lingering feelings remained. She needed to seize this opportunity to alter his growing impression of her as increasingly arrogant, paving the way for her future plans. This fainting spell was indeed a splendid opportunity. Lowering her gaze, she spoke softly, "Your Majesty, this humble servant's health is poor. I seem to have caught a seasonal ailment and will require some time to recuperate. I fear that if I were to pass my illness on to your Majesty, it would be a grave offense." Her words were spoken with great caution, and her voice, still hoarse from coughing, carried an almost fragile quality. Seeing her in such a feeble state, Lu Haozhi's heart softened, and he lowered himself, sitting at her bedside. "Since the imperial consort is unwell, I shall remain here to keep you company," he then added. "Rongin, fetch that stack of memorials from my desk." "Absolutely not." Before Rongin could respond, Meng Yan blurted out, "What? Does the imperial consort wish to dismiss me?" Lu Haozhi's brows knitted once more. After all, Meng Yan had been by his side for many years. She was his imperial consort. He did not wish to create discord over a mere young lady, and since she had yielded, he sought a way to defuse the tension. Yet, Meng Yan was attempting to send him away. Chapter 4. I am not interested. Only at this moment did Meng Yan realize the extent of her aversion towards this man. She did not wish to see his face. As long as he was present, she felt entirely uneasy. Under the emperor's piercing gaze, Meng Yan lowered her head and smiled faintly, speaking in a soft tone, "Your Majesty, as I am ill, I cannot serve you properly while you are here, and it troubles my heart. Moreover, should I inadvertently pass my illness on to you, it would be an unforgivable fault on my part." These words were not spoken lightly. Meng Yan had always been straightforward, disdainful of such feigned delicacy. This was a tactic she had learned from Lin Yanrong in her past life. Yet, she had to admit that these strategies were indeed effective against men, though she had scolded Lu Haozhi for being foolish in the past. Compared to her own impetuousness, this gentle and tactful approach could truly soothe a man's anger and earn his affection. He was the emperor of the Great Zhou, the one who held the power over her and her family's fates. Inciting his wrath would yield no favorable outcome. Currently, Lin Yanrong was still a young lady, and the plot of the story had not yet fully unfolded. She needed to seize this opportunity, at least to prevent Lu Haozhi from completely despising her. So as not to repeat the mistakes of her past life, as expected, Lu Haozhi's simmering anger began to dissipate upon hearing her words. After sitting for a moment, he rose and said, "Very well. Since the imperial consort is so considerate of me, I shall heed your wishes. I will return to Yangxin Palace. Should anything arise, send someone to inform me." Seeing him about to leave, Meng Yan suppressed her excitement. Lowering her head and responding obediently, "This humble servant thanks your majesty for your understanding and bids you farewell." Lu Haozhi strode out of the main hall, where the servants knelt in the courtyard. "Take good care of your master. If anything were to happen to the consort, I shall not be lenient." Casting a fleeting glance over the throng below, he turned his gaze back towards the Changchun Palace, where the chambers lay deep and silent, pressing down upon him a sense of peculiar unease. As Lu Haozhi exited the grand doors of the palace and ascended his litter, he noticed his chief eunuch, Rongin, staring vacantly at the crimson gate of Changchun Palace. "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to leave? Tomorrow, I shall assign you to serve in Changchun Palace," he remarked, having faced a rebuff from Meng Yan. Lu Haozhi was filled with ire, but had no outlet for it, and so it naturally fell upon the head of the attendant at his side. Rong Un, an old hand who had served the crown prince, had diligently attended to Lu Haozhi for over a decade. Upon Lu Haozhi's ascension to the throne, he was appointed as the chief eunuch. This old fellow had accompanied Lu Haozhi through thick and thin and was well aware of the recent events. Upon hearing the emperor's coldly tinged words, Rongin shivered, understanding that the emperor had likely suffered a slight at the hands of the imperial concubine and was seeking a target for his suppressed wrath. He quickly moved forward, bowing deeply and offering a conciliatory smile. "Your Majesty, I perceive that the imperial concubine seems somewhat different from her usual self." As he spoke, Rong cautiously stole a glance at Lu Haozhi's expression. Sure enough, Lu Haozhi let out a cold snort. "What? Has she changed her temperament due to this illness?" "Not at all," Rongin hastily replied, bowing and scraping. "I have observed that the imperial concubine has become increasingly gentle and considerate towards your majesty of late. It seems that the arrival of new court ladies has stirred her emotions. Are you suggesting that the imperial concubine fears being overshadowed by newcomers?" "Your majesty, your insight is truly remarkable. It is indeed so." "Such pettiness, as if I cannot see through her little schemes." Lu Haozhi sighed deeply, leaning back against the litter as the soft sunlight bathed his handsome visage, a subtle smile tugging at his pale lips. He knew well that Meng Yan's heart was wholly tied to him. How could she truly wish to cast him aside? Meanwhile, within Changchun Palace, Meng Yan remained blissfully unaware of Lu Haozhi's self-satisfied musings. With the troublesome presence gone, she felt a sense of clarity. "Rue Zhu. Check on the small kitchen. Is the 8-treasure duck ready?" Since awakening, her mind had been solely preoccupied with food. The 2 spoonfuls of bird's nest porridge were hardly sufficient, and she found herself truly hungry now. Before Rue Zhu could respond, Yin Xiang sighed, "Your Highness, it has hardly been half an hour since you gave the order. How could it possibly be ready so soon?" She truly did not understand what had come over the imperial concubine today. First, she had instructed to hang her green head plate, then appeared displeased when the emperor arrived, hastily sending people away. Now, scarcely had the emperor departed when she was already clamoring for food. If it weren't for the fact that it was Meng Yan, who had served her since childhood, she might have thought the imperial concubine had been replaced. Rue Zhu and Yin Xiang were both loyal maids brought from Meng Yan's family. Trustworthy companions, in her past life. Despite being forsaken by all, these two had never betrayed her. Alas, due to her downfall, Lin Yanrong had used their weaknesses against her, secretly inciting the punishment department to inflict torture upon them. Unable to endure the pain, both perished tragically in this life. She vowed never to let it happen again. Meng Yan silently swore in her heart that they were her people, and she would never allow anyone to mistreat them again. Although they were characters from a story, was she not living within this narrative herself? Lost in thought, Meng Yan leaned against a soft pillow and smiled at Yin Xiang. "Look at you, still so young, yet already acting like an old nag." Yin Xiang and Rui Zhu were momentarily taken aback, having forgotten how long it had been since the imperial concubine had spoken so playfully with them. Ever since entering the palace, Meng Yan's temper had grown increasingly volatile. Whenever she learned that the emperor had visited other chambers, she would erupt in furious rants. It was clear to them that the imperial concubine held deep affection for the emperor. This was precisely why the once bright and cheerful Meng Yan had reduced herself to such a state, her demeanor now unrecognizable, dragging those around her into the mire of her despair. They had overheard many whispers in the palace, labeling the imperial concubine as overbearing and proud, with a narrow heart. While they understood that their mistress was not as they claimed, witnessing Meng Yan's daily behavior left them powerless to argue. Now, seeing the imperial concubine once again indulge in playful banter, Yin Xiang could not help but rub her eyes in disbelief. Meng Yan, noticing her peculiar behavior, asked, "What is wrong? Why are you crying?" Yin Xiang, both laughing and crying, replied, "Your Highness is jesting with me. It brings me joy." Observing her expression, Meng Yan let out a soft sigh, reflecting on how absurd her past actions had been. A mere jest had brought such delight to this girl. It was truly not worth it to have disturbed the peace of those who genuinely cared for her over a mere man. Rui Zhu playfully nudged Yin Xiang, chiding, "The emperor has just left, and you are already wailing? Don't let others think that the emperor is at odds with the imperial concubine. We shall be in trouble." Looking at the scene before her, Rui Zhu could not help but conclude that the imperial concubine was indeed the emperor's cherished one. The moment she awoke, the emperor had come to visit her. And no matter how charming the new arrivals might be, they could not capture the emperor's heart. Her words were merely an attempt to flatter Meng Yan, reflecting on her past sentiments. However, Meng Yan merely smiled at the two and firmly stated, "You two must remember, do not speak of these things carelessly. Should anyone in Changchun Palace utter such words, I shall have their tongues cut out. As for this favor, let those who desire it take it. I truly do not covet it." Within Equine Palace, a beautiful lady reclined on the fragrant bamboo couch. Listening to the reports of the eunuchs below, she remarked coolly, "So, Meng Guifei has grown wise?" The eunuch reporting the matter, with a round and chubby face devoid of wrinkles, resembled a smooth, white pancake that a sly smile spread across his lips, revealing his obsequious nature. As it stands, this is indeed the case. Meng Guifei awoke, and shortly thereafter, the emperor visited her, but he hardly stayed for a cup of tea before he returned to Yangxin Palace. Those outside are speculating that the imperial concubine has suddenly changed her temperament, desire to entice, yet restrain. The lady picked a plump, preserved plum from a golden crystal dish and placed it in her mouth. Wiping her hands with a handkerchief offered by a maid, she continued, "Meng Yan's fainting spell seems to have made her more astute, realizing that excessive pride leads to downfall." Yet, as these words left her lips, a cold smile crept upon her otherwise gentle and beautiful face. People seldom change their nature. I refuse to believe that she can truly alter her temperament. The eunuch cautiously inquired, "What does your ladyship mean?" Straightening her posture, the lady smiled, "We have shared many years together. Naturally, I shall visit her while she is ill. Bai Ling, I recall that the old ginseng from Jilin is still in the storeroom. Please bring it along. I believe the precious imperial concubine will appreciate it." The maid, Bai Ling, displayed a look of concern, softly advising, "Your ladyship, that old ginseng was sent by the emperor last year, intended to replenish your strength. Changchun Palace has no shortage of fine goods. Why must you?" The lady shot her a glance and smiled slightly. "The performance must be convincing. After all, I am the first virtuous consort in this harem." Now go to as they reached the entrance of Changchun Palace. Meng Yan was enjoying a bowl of chicken porridge in her inner chamber. According to her wishes, the 8 treasure duck would take longer to prepare, while meat porridge could be served quickly. Yin Xiang, unable to resist her, fetched a bowl from the small kitchen. Thankfully, the small kitchen had everything prepared at all times, ready to serve at a moment's notice. Meng Yan devoured 2 bowls of meat porridge, still yearning for more. Fearing she might upset her stomach, Yin Xiang desperately tried to dissuade her from having a 3rd bowl. Just as the two were in a heated debate, a voice from outside announced, "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has come to visit and is waiting at the gate." Meng Yan took the handkerchief from Rui Zhu and wiped her mouth, somewhat irritated. "What does she want?" The messenger replied, "She claims to be here to inquire after your health. Inquire after my health. Surely she is here to see my misfortune." The Empress Dowager, Liang Qingbi, was also an old acquaintance from the Crown Prince's days. Slightly older than Meng Yan and often treating her as an elder sister. In the stories, she was depicted as gentle, humble, and accommodating, enduring the bullying of Meng Yan, and even assisting the main character, Lin Yanrong and Lu Haozhi, earning the title of the first virtuous consort of the Zhou dynasty. In the tale's conclusion, Meng Yan met with a dismal fate while Lin Yanrong ascended to the role of empress, allowing the Empress Dowager to live a secure life, referring to Lin Yanrong as her sister and reveling in wealth and honor. It was laughable how Lin Yanrong professed her deep feelings for Lu Haozhi, yet cohabited with another woman, sharing a husband as if they were true sisters, without a hint of shame. "Your Highness?" Yun Xiang, seeing her lost in thought, gently reminded her. Meng Yan had been lost in a torrent of thoughts, eventually snapping back to reality and responding nonchalantly. "Then please have her wait in the side hall. I shall tidy myself and join her shortly." Having dismissed the messenger, Riju busied herself with arranging Meng Yan's hair while murmuring, "This imperial noble consort, arriving neither early nor late, chose precisely the moment after the emperor had departed to make her entrance. It is quite evident that she is here to gather intelligence. In my humble opinion, it would be better for the lady to avoid her. After all, she is unwell, and it is only natural for one in such a state to not receive visitors." Gazing at her radiant visage in the mirror, Meng Yan picked up a box of goose egg powder, intentionally applying it to render her face pallid. With a soft chuckle, she mused, "If I refuse to see her at this moment and word spreads, it will undoubtedly cause a stir. People will say, 'Look, the noble consort has been given the cold shoulder by the imperial noble consort.' I refuse to play the villain." Ruizhu couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, shaking her head, for it had been a long while since she had heard such playful banter from a lady. Following Meng Yan's wishes, Ruizhu styled her hair into a drooping bun and dressed her in a smoke-colored, chest-high skirt. Upon glancing in the mirror, she indeed appeared as a delicate, ailing beauty. Satisfied with her reflection, Meng Yan proceeded to the side hall. In the side hall, the imperial noble consort, Liang Qingbi, sat gracefully. The tea prepared by the palace made wafting fragrant steam, yet she had no inclination to partake. She had anticipated that, given Meng Yan's fiery temperament, she would surely be reluctant to see her at this time. If she were to be truly snubbed, it would provide ample opportunity for her to craft a narrative. Her surprise, not only did Meng Yan invite her in, but the palace attendants also treated her with utmost respect, a stark contrast to their usual haughty demeanor. Little did she know that upon waking, Meng Yan had issued a strict decree to regulate the actions and words of the Longchun Palace servants, warning that any further displays of arrogance would be met with severe punishment. Meng Yan had always enforced her commands in Longchun Palace, and none dared to disobey her. Thus, in a mere half-day, the atmosphere of Longchun Palace had transformed entirely. Delicate, apricot-colored nails tapped lightly on the armrest of her chair, and Liang Qingbi felt an increasing sense of unease. This strange sensation was inexplicable to her. "Your imperial noble consort has awaited you for long," a clear female voice announced as Meng Yan entered from behind the hall. Liang Qingbi rose, intending to respond, but upon seeing Meng Yan, her eyes widened in astonishment. How could she appear in such a manner today? Before her stood Meng Yan, with her hair styled in a drooping bun, devoid of any adornments save for a single jade butterfly hairpin, which, although exquisite, seemed rather understated. She wore only a smoke-colored, chest-high skirt, draped with a thin, autumn-hued veil. Her once vibrant face appeared ghastly pale, devoid of color, evoking the image of a fragile beauty on the brink of collapse. Liang Qingbi, well acquainted with Meng Yan's spirited nature, knew that she would never allow herself to appear diminished in front of others. Regardless of her health, Meng Yan had always favored opulent and flamboyant attire, adorned with heavy makeup and jingling jewels, creating a grand spectacle in any setting. To see her transformed into such a delicate, ethereal figure was truly astonishing. This illness had indeed brought forth an unexpected change. Yet, Liang Qingbi, seasoned in the intrigues of the court and possessing considerable cunning, masked her surprise with an expression of feigned concern and sympathy. Stepping forward to grasp Meng Yan's hand, "Oh, my dear sister, how could you have fallen into such a state after just a few days apart? You must take great care of yourself. After all, we are sisters who emerged from the same hidden palace. Throughout these years, we have served the emperor together, and this bond is invaluable." As she spoke, Liang Chengbi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she discreetly wiped them with her sleeve. "Who is your sister?" Meng Yan thought, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes in silent disdain. Liang Chengbi had always delighted in such grandstanding and pretense since their days in the hidden palace, perpetually adopting a sorrowful demeanor as if the world owed her a debt. Despite her youth, she dressed in a manner reminiscent of a grieving widow, seemingly inviting misfortune upon herself. During their time in the hidden palace, when the crown princess was unwell, the secondary consorts often had to manage the household affairs. On one occasion, when it was Meng Yan's turn to oversee the finances, she discovered that Liang Chengbi had misappropriated public funds to reward her own servants. Thus, she had used the emperor's money for her own favors. It was no wonder that at that time, everyone in the household referred to her as a benevolent figure. When this matter fell into Meng Yan's hands, her straightforward nature and intolerance for injustice led to a direct confrontation with Liang Chengbi, resulting in a scandal that even the crown prince, Haozhi, had to address. Meng Yan laid out her case clearly, but Liang Chengbi resorted to tears and elaborate tales of hardship, evading accountability for her actions. At that time, Haozhi, preoccupied with the political strife in the court, had little time to deal with domestic disputes, and thus the matter was left unresolved. Meng Yan regarded her actions as merely fulfilling her duties and did not dwell on them. However, she later learned from maid in the study that Liang Chengbi had been subtly maligning her character to Haozhi. Unable to contain her frustration, Meng Yan sought Liang Chengbi to demand an explanation. In front of a room full of servants, Liang Chengbi reverted to her usual act of crying and whining, portraying herself as the victim of Meng Yan's supposed oppression. From that point onward, the two harbored animosity towards one another. Whenever they crossed paths, Meng Yan would not extend any goodwill, yet somehow, this only resulted in her being labeled as the bully of the imperial noble consort. Such a duplicitous character was able to attain the title of virtuous consort in the tales. A fact that left Meng Yan incredulous. What a blind author. She scoffed internally while maintaining a facade of gentle smiles, reciprocating Liang Chengbi's handclasp. "I'm immensely grateful for your visit, dear sister. How could I possibly hold any grievances against you? Your words suggest that I am narrow-minded. Was it not simply a performance? Who could not feign sincerity?" Meng Yan coughed delicately twice, offering a soft smile. "It is unfortunate that your visit coincided with the emperor's departure. Had you arrived a bit earlier, you might have had the chance to see him, thus demonstrating to all that our sisterly bond is indeed deep, contrary to the rumors circulating outside." This unexpected turn of events caught Liang Chengbi off guard. She had anticipated that Meng Yan would erupt in anger and cast her out. Such a scene would only tarnish Meng Yan's reputation further, to show her astonishment. However, Meng Yan did not take the bait, but instead engaged her warmly. The words she spoke suggested that her true intent was not merely to inquire about Meng Yan's health, but rather to seek an audience with the emperor. Liang Chengbi's expression stiffened, and she discreetly glanced around the hall. Finding the faces of the attendants revealing subtle disdain, in the case of other consorts, they might have dismissed the servants' opinions or retaliated against them. Yet Liang Chengbi could not afford to do so. After all, she was the virtuous consort, and her title held more weight than any other. Thus, she was compelled to endure. This was the first time she had felt diminished in front of Meng Yan. With a beaming smile, Meng Yan affectionately guided her to a chair, calling for the palace maids to bring fresh tea and refreshments. Leaning slightly, she reclined against a soft cushion, her frail figure and pale complexion presenting a picture of delicate vulnerability to those observing. In this manner, Liang Chengbi appeared utterly oblivious to the implications of her visit. Here was a woman so ill, yet she still sought an audience, not out of genuine concern for her well-being, but rather to catch a glimpse of the emperor. Even the attendants accompanying Liang Chengbi began to share in the sentiment of disbelief. "Your words, dear sister, truly reflect the external misunderstandings that arise from petty courtiers who sow discord. In truth, we share the finest friendship, Liang Chengbi replied, accepting a colorful porcelain teacup from a maid and taking a delicate sip to mask her intentions. She could not leave without achieving her goal, even if it meant enduring discomfort. This was the essence of digging oneself deeper into a pit. Meng Yan smiled silently, watching her intently, aware that a grand performance lay ahead. It was this very performance that would ignite a conflict between her and the narrative's heroine, Lin Yanrong, deepening Lin Yanrong's enmity towards her. However, Meng Yan had resolved not to fall into such traps again. Dear sister, I have a difficult matter I wish to discuss with you today. After a few sips of tea, Liang Qingbi set down her cup and broached the subject, stating, although you are unwell and I should not trouble you further, this matter concerns the harmonious coexistence of the 6 palaces, and I cannot act unilaterally. Before the late empress passed away, she urged us to unite as sisters and manage the inner court with diligence. If I were to err in any way, would it not be a disservice to her dying wish? Upon hearing these words, Meng Yan's lips curved into a subtle smile. The late empress had bestowed great kindness upon her family, and Liang Qingbi's invocation of her memory seemed a ploy to avoid accountability and shift the blame. Dear sister, do not worry. Even in my current state, I am more than capable of fulfilling my duties. Even if I were bedridden, I would not fail to attend if you require my presence. Meng Yan replied, knowing full well what Liang Qingbi intended to discuss. She had no intention of declining. Liang Qingbi, believing her words had struck a chord, felt confident that Meng Yan was already ensnared in her trap. It concerns the recent selection of new maidens to enter the palace. As for the arrangements, what shall we do about the Lin family? Though she bears the title of a distinguished lady, she finds herself in a precarious position, neither beneath the emperor nor above him. Thus, she seeks your opinion. Dear sister, as these words fell from her lips, Liang Qingbi fixed her gaze upon Meng Yan's eyes, the smile at the corner of her mouth deepening with intrigue. She patiently awaited Meng Yan's response. Chapter 7 in this palace, which woman does not serve men with her beauty? Liang Qingbi's words were entirely anticipated by Meng Yan. According to the narratives penned in the novels, Meng Yan harbored profound affections for Lu Hao, to the point of madness, and a jealousy that knew no bounds. A mere flicker of provocation would send her into a tempest of rage, stripping her of all reason. The texts even referred to her, through the whispers of palace maids and eunuchs, as a vessel of jealousy, a cauldron of spite. Empress Meng, with her impetuous temperament, was ill-equipped for the burdens she bore, her arrogance rendering her title ill-fitting. This sentiment echoed in Lu Hao's judgment of her after a quarrel with Lin Yanrong, marking a pivotal moment in her life when all affection from Lu Hao turned to disdain. Meng Yan scoffed inwardly. Was she truly to relinquish her beloved man, allowing him to frolic with another woman, merely to be deemed virtuous and magnanimous? What absurd logic was this? Take Lin Yanrong, for instance. Upon entering the palace, she employed every stratagem to capture the emperor's favor, even going so far as to imprison a maid for receiving praise from him. The author of that tale did not characterize her as a vessel of jealousy, but rather extolled her shrewdness and decisiveness in dealing with potential traitors in her midst. The narrative was clearly biased in favor of Lin Yanrong, crafted to elevate her status in Lu Hao's heart. Yet, Meng Yan had awakened to the truth. Let those who wish to indulge in jealousy do so. But she would not partake. Sister, your concern for me is indeed touching. The emperor has explicitly entrusted you with all matters regarding the selection of maidens. Such trivialities should be managed by you alone. There is no need to consult me. Meng Yan replied with grace, her words impeccably measured. Liang Qingbi felt a jolt of surprise. Why was Meng Yan behaving so unpredictably today? Based on her previous knowledge of Meng Yan, she should be consumed by jealousy, seeking to cast Lin Yanrong aside in a fit of rage, thus inviting the emperor's ire, which would inevitably destabilize Meng Yan's favored position. Liang Qingbi had calculated her moves well. Yet Meng Yan defied her expectations by remaining composed. With a slight shift in her gaze, Liang Qingbi continued, Sister, there is no need for such modesty. The emperor is concerned for your well-being, which is why he has entrusted this matter to me. However, you are known for your decisiveness. Everyone in the palace acknowledges your capability. Even the Empress Dowager praises your steadfastness. Lin Zion has already garnered the Emperor's favor. While it may seem unorthodox, we must consider the Emperor's sentiments. If we place her too high, it may incite jealousy among other maidens, leading to conflict. Conversely, if we place her too low, the Emperor may not be pleased that I am truly a loss, so I came to seek your guidance. She deliberately expressed her thoughts plainly, aiming to incite Meng Yan's fury. Liang Qingbi doubted that Meng Yan would remain indifferent after such provocation. Sure enough, Meng Yan lowered her gaze, absently twisting the pearl bracelet on her wrist, and replied coolly, "Sister speaks wisely. This matter could have significant repercussions. If mishandled, it may breed resentment among the 6 palaces. As such, let us place Lin Zion in the Yongshou Palace." Her words nearly caused Liang Qingbi to choke on her tea. Yongshou Palace. That was the closest residence to the Yangxin Hall, where the emperor would surely be pleased. Did Meng Yan not understand the implications? She smiled at Liang Qingbi. Sister, placing her in Yongshou Palace would surely delight the emperor. However, one must remember that the palace suffered a devastating fire during the reign of the late emperor, only recently restored. While this location may seem advantageous, it is unlikely anyone would raise concerns. Liang Qingbi was momentarily rendered speechless, her face a mask of shock. Meng Yan observed her reaction with hidden amusement. Liang Qingbi had attempted to sow discord, to lead her into a trap, but Meng Yan was far from oblivious. According to the narrative, she should have been seething with rage, promptly banishing Lin Yanrong to the desolate corners of the palace, an act that would surely provoke the emperor's displeasure and incite Lin Yanrong's animosity towards her. In Lin Yanrong's moment of vulnerability, Liang Qingbi would extend her hand, and they would become close allies. Meng Yan, the empress, would be cast as the quintessential villain. Yet in her previous life, it was she who had taken the initiative to exile Lin Yanrong without Liang Qingbi's meddling. Reflecting on her past, Meng Yan sighed internally. Her intelligence had been erratic, soaring, and plummeting. When the narrative required her to be the antagonist, she was cunning and resourceful. But when it came time for her to be humiliated, she became foolish, riddled with flaws, a mere puppet for others to toy with it. As the legitimate daughter of the Yang Marquis, raised in a household of affluence and refinement, how could she be so easily ensnared by such elementary tricks? Liang Qingbi had exhausted her strategies, and Meng Yan's responses had exceeded her expectations, leaving her flustered. Yet, Meng Yan pressed on with a smile. "What is it, dear sister? Do you find my suggestion unsatisfactory? Is it perhaps that you believe Lin Zion's proximity to the emperor in Yongshou Palace is too close for comfort?" This question left Liang Qingbi in a bind. She had not intended for these newcomers to rise so swiftly, overshadowing her as the empress. However, for the sake of her long-held reputation as a virtuous empress, she could not act overtly against them. Instead, she had hoped to use Meng Yan to suppress the newcomers and then emerge as the benevolent figure herself, thereby tarnishing Meng Yan's reputation in the palace and the emperor's eyes, a scheme that would serve 3 purposes. To her surprise, Meng Yan did not follow her script of banishing Lin Yanrong, but rather placed her in the coveted Yongshou Palace, a decision that put Liang Qingbi in a precarious position. Meng Yan regarded her coolly. In this life, she was indifferent to whether Lin Yanrong gained favor, but it was Liang Qingbi's concern that truly mattered. This hot potato had now been handed back to Liang Qingbi. With a look of distress plastered across her face, Liang Qingbi forced a smile. "Sister, your foresight is commendable. How could I disagree? You seem unwell, so I shall not impose further. I take my leave now." As Liang Qingbi hurriedly departed, Meng Yan was filled with amusement. Once Liang Qingbi had left, she returned to her inner chamber and instructed Reju to prepare water to wash away the thick powder from her face. While attending to her, Reju murmured, "My lady, do you truly intend to let Lin Zion reside in Yongshou Palace? That place is highly coveted, with many concubines eyeing it enviously." Meng Yan cleansed her face and seated herself before the vanity. Gazing into the mirror that reflected her exquisite visage, the mirror revealed a delicate oval face, skin as smooth and white as a freshly shelled egg, with ruby-red lips that seemed to beckon for attention. Even without makeup, her beauty was strikingly enchanting. Her appearance could only be described as breathtaking, one of the most beautiful women of the great Zhou dynasty, as the text proclaimed. Lin Yanrong, the so-called heroine, was but a modest beauty, far inferior to Meng Yan, yet she ultimately captured Lu Hao's heart and derided Meng Yan for relying on her looks. Which woman in the palace did not rely on her beauty? Lu Hao was truly blind to his own folly, succumbing to Lin Yanrong's charms while neglecting the treasure before him. As the moonlight cast its glow, Meng Yan applied perfume nonchalantly. Otherwise, what should I do? If the emperor has set his heart, it matters not where she resides. Why should I play the villain? Ruizhu seemed poised to say more, but Meng Yan shot her a glance and calmly declared, "Inform all within the palace that once the new maidens arrive, they are to remain composed. Should any disturbances arise, I shall not shield them." Having left Changchun Palace, Liang Chengbi redirected her steps towards Yangxin Hall. Upon entering the Emperor Lu Hao's presence and completing her salutations, she eagerly proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I suspect that the Empress is not ill, but rather possessed." Chapter 8. Lu Hao was taken aback by her assertion. Possessed? His clear, resonant voice questioned, as he regarded Liang Chengbi with skepticism. Recently, the southwestern regions of the Great Zhou had been restless, with several tribes stirring unrest, hinting at the potential for renewed conflict. The dispatch of troops and provisions, alongside the need to pacify local powers, had consumed much of his attention. Since his dramatic rise to prominence following the execution of the regent, he had not encountered such a troublesome affair, and the court was keenly observing how this young emperor would navigate the situation. Thus, he had little time to devote to palace matters. Liang Qingbi's request for an audience, had it not been for her insistence on a matter of importance, would have been denied. Yet, the urgent matter she presented was that Meng Yan was supposedly possessed. Had the empress lost her senses, spouting nonsense in broad daylight? Lu Hao's expression was cold as he dismissed the remark and resumed his examination of the memorials, which likely contained the petty squabbles and jealousies of the women in the imperial harem. Liang Chengbi gazed at Lu Hao's handsome profile, her eyes betraying a hint of enchantment. He possessed broad shoulders and a slender waist, his striking features complemented by an aura of regal authority, making him a rare and exquisite figure in this world. Liang Chengbi had once believed herself fortunate to become a consort in the prince's residence. Yet Lu Hao treated her with a chilling indifference. Despite her efforts to navigate the intricate web of court politics and to earn the title of the virtuous consort, even enduring the demise of the late empress, she was merely elevated to the status of imperial noble consort. The glamorous and captivating Meng Yan drew Lu Hao's attention far more than she ever could. A pang of bitterness filled Liang Qingbi's heart as she twisted the handkerchief in her hands, biting her lip before speaking. "Your Majesty, I am aware that my words may sound absurd. However, the sudden change in temperament of the noble consort seems rather unusual. The tale of malevolent spirits has been told since ancient times. Should such a thing occur within the palace, it would surely bode ill for the realm." Without waiting for Lu Hao to respond, she hurriedly recounted her recent encounter with Meng Yan, embellishing the details. With the arrival of new consorts imminent, this was an opportune moment, and she was determined to seize it. The specter of witchcraft was a grave taboo within the palace. If she could frame Meng Yan with such accusations, it would be most advantageous. Even if she could not entirely topple Meng Yan, by the time she regained her footing, the newcomers would have firmly established themselves, and it would no longer be her solitary domain. Thus, she could gradually deal with Meng Yan at her leisure. Listening to Liang Qingbi's account, Lu Hao furrowed his brow slightly. He did not believe in the notion of possession by malevolent spirits. Yet he had witnessed Meng Yan bedridden, her voice barely above a whisper, only to see her strategizing alongside Liang Chengbi regarding the placement of the young maidens. Such vitality hardly suggested illness. Could it be that Meng Yan was feigning sickness? How clever she had become, adding new tricks to her repertoire beyond mere pouting and tantrums. A smirk tugged at the corners of Lu Hao's lips, a hint of wicked charm gracing his stern visage. Liang Chengbi could hardly tear her gaze away, lamenting that this smile was not meant for her. If the noble consort exhibits any peculiarities, I must take heed, he declared. Rong-en, summon physician Xiaohou. Let us go and see the noble consort. Rong-en, the chief eunuch stationed outside, jolted at the command, Physician Xiahou had been specially granted to the crown prince by the late emperor, renowned for his exceptional medical skills, with rumors that he could revive the dead. Since his entry into the palace, he had tended solely to the late emperor and now only served Lu Hao. The fact that Lu Hao wished to summon this esteemed physician for the noble consort highlighted her significance in his eyes. Roman hastily complied and ran to convey the message. As the emperor's order was relayed, Lu Hao rose and strode outside, not casting a single glance back at Liang Chengbi. She watched the imposing figure of the man before her, her emotions complex, and followed suit. The group proceeded grandly to the Changchun Palace, where Lu Hao dismounted and entered with purposeful strides. Just then, Yun Xiang, carrying water, spotted the emperor and knelt in a flurry of panic. Liu Hao observed the palace maid's flustered demeanor, his suspicion growing. "What has befallen the noble consort?" he inquired. Yun Xiang stammered, "The noble consort, the noble consort." Seeing this, Lu Hao became increasingly convinced that Meng Yan was up to some scheme behind his back. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeve and entered the hall without waiting for an announcement, making his way directly to Meng Yan's inner chamber. Upon entering, he found Meng Yan lying in bed, her maid Zhu gently wiping her forehead with a silk handkerchief. Startled by the emperor's arrival, Ruizhu dropped the handkerchief and quickly knelt in greeting. Liu Hao approached the bedside and gazed at Meng Yan. She reclined against a soft goose-feather pillow, her dark hair cascading down, her oval face pale as wax, resembling a withered leaf lying on the bed. In the blink of an eye, she appeared even more ill. Lu Hao felt a sharp pang in his chest, his brow furrowing once more. Meng Yan looked at him, offering a weak smile. "Your Majesty, I am unable to rise to pay my respects. I hope you will forgive me." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Liang Chengbi, secretly amused at the rapidity with which the so-called virtuous noble consort had moved to inform the emperor, thanks to the narrative crafted in that wretched book, which portrayed her as a nefarious villainess. Liang Chengbi had been described as almost omnipotent in the early chapters. She had a vast network of informants, and news from the Yangxin Hall reached her promptly. Thus, the performance unfolding in the Changchun Palace was a well-coordinated act. Liang Chengbi claimed she was possessed. Meng Yan couldn't help but admire her creativity. Observing Meng Yan's pitiable appearance, Lu Hao's doubts lessened significantly, his expression softening. "That I have heard that your condition has worsened. I have been deeply concerned, hence my visit. Furthermore, I have brought physician Xiahou to check your pulse." Liang Chengbi, standing behind Lu Hao, quickly interjected with a smile. "Sister, the emperor truly cares for you. Physician Xiahou attends solely to him. There is no one else in the harem who could warrant his attention." From the moment they entered, Meng Yan had noticed the figure standing by the door. Clad in a long, dark green silk robe embroidered with auspicious clouds and white herons, he held the rank of a sixth-grade official in the medical field. Such a position was considered prestigious at a young age. He had achieved the rank of chief physician, indicating considerable talent. Meng Yan recognized him as Zaihayu, a descendant of the renowned Zaiha family, famed for its medical expertise in the Dezhou dynasty. If her maternal grandfather, Ning Zhonghuai, was known as the king of medicine, then Xiaohu's grandfather was revered as the saint of medicine. It was said, in the north, there is the Ning family. In the south, the Xiahou. With the support of these two families, the king of hell shall not come near. According to the plot, Xiaohu would later befriend the protagonist Lin Yanrong, becoming an essential ally in her ascent within the harem. In her rivalry with Lin Yanrong over medical matters, he often played a significant role, even orchestrating many of Lin Yanrong's schemes. As of now, Lin Yanrong had yet to enter the palace, and Meng Yan wondered what Xiaohu's disposition toward her might be. Given his close ties to Lu Hao, "Physician Xiahou, please examine the noble consort," Lu Hao instructed. "Yes, your Majesty," came Xiaohu's pleasant voice. Xiaohu approached and knelt beside the bed, while Ruizhu placed a handkerchief on Meng Yan's wrist for him to check her pulse. Meng Yan felt a surge of anxiety. After receiving the news, she had selected several cooling herbs from the Changchun Palace's stock and mixed them to create a concoction that would present her pulse as troubled. Ordinary medications would not yield such swift results, but Meng Yan possessed a unique talent. She was born with a spirit healer's lineage, able to amplify the effects of medicine through sheer will. Such a gift was rare in the world. Her grandfather had once remarked that she was an exceptional candidate for the medical field, and being a consort was a waste of her talents. However, she was not genuinely ill, and her fabricated symptoms could easily deceive ordinary physicians. Would this esteemed descendant of the Xiaohou family, renowned in the medical world, be fooled as well? She never anticipated that Lu Hao would value her so highly as to summon a physician who exclusively served the emperor to tend to her. Chapter 9. This man must be doing this on purpose. Meng Yan felt the 3 firm fingers resting on her wrist, their warmth seeping through the silk handkerchief. She glanced up at him and saw a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, with his head bowed in respectful demeanor. Xiaohou Yu remained silent, and Meng Yan's heart raced. She knew that Lu Hao would not be swayed by notions of possession. But feigning illness was a grave offense against the emperor. When she dared to look up, she saw Lu Hao's expression grim, betraying no hint of emotion, while the imperial noble consort Liang Chengbi stood behind him, her lips curling into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile of triumph. With a single glance, Meng Yan lowered her gaze once more. Whether she could navigate this predicament depended entirely on Xiaohou Yu's assessment. Moments later, Xiaohou Yu withdrew his hand and suddenly lifted his gaze, offering her a gentle smile. His face, as fair as jade and remarkably handsome, radiated a charm akin to moonlight, leaving Meng Yan feeling inexplicably unsettled. The smile vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, and he rose to bow before Lu Hao. Your Majesty, the noble consort is afflicted by ailments stemming from overwork, compounded by a chill. However, in my humble opinion, her sudden deterioration must be due to some distressing matter today, which has weighed heavily on her mind. This revelation lifted the burden from Meng Yan's heart. Xiaohou Yu's medical expertise and unwavering loyalty meant that Lu Hao would trust his words without question. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao was immediately engulfed by guilt for doubting Meng Yan. Indeed, she was unwell, and yet he had harbored suspicions against her. It was clear that Meng Yan had always been devoted to him. How could she possibly feign illness to deceive him? Pretending to be ill would prevent her from attending to his needs, offering her no advantage whatsoever. Without regard for Liang Chengbi's watchful gaze, he strode purposefully to the bedside, looking down at Meng Yan with concern. Why have you neglected your health so? What trivial matters could weigh upon your mind to the point of ruining your well-being? Meng Yan remained silent, but subtly shifted her position. Ruizhu fell to her knees, her face etched with sorrow as she lamented, Your Majesty, our noble consort was perfectly fine resting in the palace, until the imperial noble consort suddenly appeared. The maidservants initially urged the empress to prioritize her health, yet she insisted that the imperial noble consort had come with good intentions to inquire about her well-being, and thus she could not disregard the proprieties. After the imperial noble consort arrived and lingered for quite some time, she insisted on discussing the arrangement for the selection of ladies to enter the palace with the empress, feeling the weight of responsibility. The empress could not refuse and offered her counsel to the imperial noble consort. Ever since the latter departed, the empress's condition has only worsened. If the emperor had not come, the maidservants would have sought the imperial physician. The maidservant lamented her failure to attend to the imperial consort properly and implored the emperor for forgiveness. Meng Yan listened intently, secretly praising the maidservant for her eloquence. Indeed, she was a loyal confidant who had served by her side for many years, adeptly performing her role with grace while portraying the empress as a figure of self-sacrifice. Although the criticism was veiled, it subtly pointed towards Liang Chengbi, who was visibly agitated, her complexion shifting between hues of green and white as she retorted, Your Majesty, do not heed this maid's nonsensical words. I merely exchanged a few pleasantries with my dear sister, the consort. How could that possibly exacerbate her condition? She is clearly attempting to frame me. In her fervor to explain herself to the emperor, she disregarded her usual gentle demeanor. Ruizhu dared not retort, bowing repeatedly in apology. Lu Hao's striking visage bore an icy demeanor, his gaze as cold as steel, sending shivers down Liang Chengbi's spine. Before he could speak, he felt a gentle tug at his sleeve. Turning, he beheld a pair of delicate, ivory hands grasping his garment. Meng Yan, with her enchanting, doe-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears, Spoke softly, Your Majesty. My dear sister, the imperial noble consort, is merely overwhelmed with palace affairs and may have neglected some details. Ultimately, it is my frail health that bears the blame. Please do not hold her accountable. The words stirred a bittersweet ache within Meng Yan herself. Yet, she was acutely aware that Lu Hao was susceptible to such emotional appeals. In her previous life, Lin Yanrong had employed similar tactics to bewilder him. However, Lu Hao found her behavior perplexing, as it starkly contrasted with Meng Yan's former disposition. In previous instances, she would have feigned illness to exact retribution upon Liang Qingbi. The notion of being bewitched was one the erudite emperor would never accept, leading him to conclude that Meng Yan had indeed undergone a significant transformation, likely due to the considerable blow she suffered from the matter of Lin's election. Meng Yan had always been competitive and held a strong sense of pride. Yet her current demeanor of subservience pained Lu Hao's heart. The more she acquiesced, the more his ire towards Liang Qingbi intensified. He had not forgotten her earlier complaints about Meng Yan being bewitched. Casting a sidelong glance at Liang Qingbi, a cold smile graced his lips. The imperial noble consort must have been overwhelmed by the recent complexities of court affairs, leading her to lose her bearings. I appointed you to assist in managing the 6 palaces, expecting you to care for them. Such trivial matters should not have required the attention of a sickly person. Imperial noble consort, I fear you are ill-suited for this responsibility. This was the harshest reprimand Lu Hao had ever delivered to Liang Qingbi since her arrival at the crown prince's residence. She was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for a response. Meng Yan raised an eyebrow as she observed the rapid decline of Liang Qingbi's virtuous image. Lu Hao's frosty voice rang out again. From this day forth, you shall relinquish your duties in overseeing the 6 palaces to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. You are confined to your quarters for 1 month to reflect on your actions and to read a few enlightening books to clear your mind of those nonsensical thoughts. This decree took everyone by surprise, including Meng Yan. In her previous life, Liang Qingbi had been almost untouchable amidst the palace's tumultuous intrigues, retaining authority over the harem. Meng Yan had assumed that Lu Hao held her in high esteem. To her astonishment, at the very onset of this life, her significant power had been stripped away by Lu Hao's own words. Had her performance today truly wielded such influence? Liang Qingbi's complexion drained of color. Her knees buckled as she knelt on the ground, pitifully crying out, Your Majesty. Lu Hao had never held any affection for her, and without her authoritative power, what remained for her? How had it come to this? Previously, Meng Yan had caused quite the uproar over Lin's selection, believing that even without the bewitchment, the emperor would not treat her kindly. Ironically, it was she who had fallen into a trap of her own making. Lu Hao was evidently vexed, refusing to spare her another glance as he waved his hand, signaling for the attendants to escort her away. Realizing the futility of her situation, Liang Qingbi clenched her teeth in rage and departed with barely concealed hatred. Once the imperial noble consort had exited, the previously silent Haozhi stepped forward and respectfully addressed Lu Hao. Your Majesty, I dare to offer my humble counsel. I recently inquired with the palace maids and learned that the imperial consort has been consuming a substantial amount of rich foods. In my opinion, she requires careful nurturing. Her diet should consist of lighter fare, avoiding greasy foods such as fish and meat to prevent further harm to her health. Meng Yan's fury surged upon hearing this. How dare Haozhi deny her the pleasure of meat? After enduring meals of pickled vegetables in the cold palace during her previous life, she had longed to indulge in hearty meals upon her return. Yet this Haozhi wished for her to return to a diet of pickled vegetables. She glared at him, only to find that Haozhi had raised his handsome face, a faint smile playing on his lips. His gaze sparkling mischievously. He was doing this on purpose. This man must have realized something. Chapter 10. Her beauty outshines the capital regardless of Meng Yan's grievances. She could not express her dissatisfaction in the emperor's presence. She could only grit her teeth in silence, attempting to pierce Haozhi with a fierce glare. Haozhi, undeterred, completed his report to the emperor before relaying the dietary guidelines for Reiju's care, writing out a prescription before taking his leave. Once everyone had departed, only Lu Hao and Meng Yan remained in the room, an awkward silence enveloping them. The exquisite incense burner exhaled wisps of fragrant smoke, and the sweet scent of the perfume lingered in the air. It had been a long time since Meng Yan had found herself alone with Lu Hao since her fall from grace. She scarcely knew how to engage with him. Lu Hao sat close, and she could feel the warmth radiating from his body, the mature scent of a man mingling with the delicate fragrance. Enveloping her, feeling somewhat uneasy, Meng Yan shifted slightly away. Lu Hao lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the woman before him. She kept her head bowed, avoiding his gaze, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall, enveloping her delicate form. Though she appeared haggard from illness and had no makeup on, her exquisite features shone through, accentuating her inherent allure. Draped in a pale moon-white garment that, while loose, still hinted at her voluptuous silhouette and slender waist. She was truly breathtaking. The eldest daughter of the Yang Marquis, she was renowned throughout the capital, with countless suitors vying for her affection. Lu Hao, the crown prince, had glimpsed her several times at court banquets. Her vibrant charm and vivacious spirit had captivated him from the very first encounter. Regrettably, as a royal, he had no authority over his own marriage. The selection of the crown princess and all the concubines in his household had been decreed by the late emperor. None had captured his heart. When her name was presented to him, Lu Hao had been overjoyed. Since her arrival at the estate, he had showered her with his exclusive favor, disregarding all others. Subsequently, he ascended to the throne and conferred upon her the title of consort. Yet, she had grown increasingly arrogant and reckless, and the number of those who brought complaints against her had swelled. Meng Yan never defended herself. She merely engaged in endless quarrels with him. Consequently, his disdain for her had deepened over time. Even after her fainting episode, he had suspected she was merely feigning illness for attention. However, gazing at her frail form in her current state of weakness, and recalling her submissive demeanor before Liang Qingbi, Lu Hao felt a pang of discomfort in his chest, and his animosity towards Meng Yan waned slightly. Recently, with ongoing matters from the previous court, I have been preoccupied, unaware that you have fallen ill. As he spoke, Lu Hao grasped Meng Yan's hand. Her small hand, delicate and smooth, remained as he remembered, soft as though devoid of bone. He applied gentle pressure, squeezing her hand ever so slightly. She was taken aback, pulling her hand away before she could consider her actions. Had the emperor taken ill today? Your Majesty, with the pressing affairs of state, my mere ailment is hardly worthy of your concern. Hearing her measured, courteous words, and noticing the hasty withdrawal of her hand, Lu Hao felt a sense of disappointment. The Meng Yan before him seemed to epitomize the virtues of a gentle and obedient woman. Yet her aloofness and emotional distance left him feeling unsettled. In the past, whenever they were together, she would naturally lean towards him, cooing and engaging him in conversation. He never needed to strive to find topics. She always had an abundance of words to share. Could it be that the incident with Lin had impacted her so deeply? Had it truly altered her character? If that were the case, it could only mean her feelings for him ran profound. With this thought, Lu Hao's heart softened further. Unbeknownst to Meng Yan, she remained oblivious to his internal musings. Had she been aware, she would have rolled her eyes in disdain, mocking Lu Hao for his shamelessness. Previously, while in the garden, I merely exchanged a few idle words with Lin, nothing more. Lu Hao cleared his throat, somewhat awkwardly broaching the topic. Meng Yan found herself at a loss. Puzzled as to why he was bringing this up, she distinctly remembered that whether in her past life or before awakening in this reincarnation, whenever she engaged in a debate with him, he would exclaim in exasperation that her affairs were none of her concern. She slightly turned her head to glance at him, only to find a look of embarrassment on Lu Haoji's face. His ears even tinged with a hint of red. How extraordinary! Perhaps this youthful prodigy, the Emperor of Dezhou, was testing her. Meng Yan raised her delicate brows and replied with an even more gentle smile. Your Majesty, how can you say such things? It was all my fault before. As your consort, I should not have been so ignorant of etiquette. I have realized my mistakes and shall not err again. It seems that Lin Shi has been chosen to enter the imperial harem. It is merely a matter of time. Nothing significant. I have advised her imperial noble consort to place Lin Shi in Yongshou Palace. Since Lu Haozhi favored virtuous women, she would play the role of a virtuous consort. there was nothing to lose. Hearing her words, Lu Haozhi felt increasingly uneasy. Was she merely pretending, or had she truly come to not care? My beloved consort, regardless of the circumstances, you shall always be my esteemed consort. The endearing title sent a shiver down Meng Yan's spine. What on earth was wrong with Lu Haozhi? With suspicion, she raised her gaze, only to find that his deep, dark eyes held none of the familiar disdain she had come to expect. She felt momentarily disoriented, taking some time to regain her composure. According to the storyline, she was indeed Lin Yinrong's first favored concubine in the harem, as the favored one. She had once been cherished by Lu Haozhi. The tales were limited in their descriptions. Yet she, Meng Yan, was a living person. Her life was complete. In the past, she and Lu Haozhi had shared tranquil days, watching the blossoms of spring and the moons of autumn, quietly listening to the summer rains and winter snows. However, those times were so distant that she could scarcely remember them. But what of it? Meng Yan thought indifferently. After all, he was the male lead of that story, and his heart undoubtedly belonged to Lin Yinrong. Their past affections were merely embellishments. Furthermore, even if she were still a favored consort, Lu Haozhi still suspected her of feigning illness to deceive the emperor, although she indeed was pretending. Indeed, he was the male protagonist, and she was the villainous female counterpart. He had no reason to trust her. It was of no consequence. She was disinclined to ponder Lu Haozhi's thoughts, and would instead obediently play the role of a good-natured and virtuous consort. Relishing in the wealth and splendor, good people live long lives, as evidenced by the conclusion of Liang Chengbi's tale. Right? With such thoughts, Meng Yan disregarded Lu Haozhi and lay down on the bed, pulling the quilt over her face, softly stating, "I am tired, and your majesty has state affairs to attend to. I dare not linger." Tio Lu Haozhi, her actions appeared as a display of childishness. "If you are indeed tired, I shall return to the Yangxin Palace for now and visit you another day." He chuckled lightly before rising to leave. However, as he reached the door, he suddenly recalled something, instructing the maid Ruizhu, "Ensure that your mistress takes her medicine on time. If she refuses, report to me at the Yangxin Palace." Hearing this, Meng Yan inwardly lamented. Though she hailed from family of physicians, she had always harbored a deep aversion to bitter medicine. This time, she was merely pretending to be ill, yet Lu Haozhi insisted she take medicine. Forbidden from consuming meat, she was compelled to ingest medicine. Was she suffering a loss or a gain this time? After this commotion, the Changchun Palace experienced a day of tranquility. Indeed, Meng Yan's remaining meals were replaced by the imperial tea kitchen with plain porridge and simple dishes, and even her palace's small kitchen was ordered by Lu Haozhi to refrain from preparing lavish meals. Worried that the favored consort might suffer from their negligence, by evening, Ruizhu brought the prepared medicinal soup. As Meng Yan inhaled the aroma of the soup, she realized it was not a remedy for her weakness, but rather a concoction meant to warm the womb, invigorate the blood, and enhance her complexion. However, harboring resentment towards Xiaoyu for depriving her of good food, she did not even glance at the bowl of medicine before pouring it into the pot of orchids in her chamber. None other than Ruizhu knew of this. As her trusted maid, she was aware of Meng Yan's pretense and would not betray her secret. That night, as Meng Yan slept soundly, she was suddenly awakened by the piercing cries of a child. Chapter 11. The little noble in the palace. In her dreams, the sharp cries jolted Meng Yan awake. Groggy, she broke out in a cold sweat and called out, "Ruizhu!" It was Ruizhu's turn to watch over the night, and she raised the curtains with a concerned gaze, asking, "Your Highness, do you feel unwell?" Meng Yan shook her head and inquired, "Who is crying?" After pondering for a moment, Ruizhu replied, "It seems to be the Princess Hien next door. I heard from Mei Pin that the princess has not been well these past few days." The Princess Hien? Meng Yan, still half asleep, struggled to grasp the situation, but suddenly smacked her palm against her forehead. How could she have forgotten this? The Princess Hien was indeed a little noble in the palace. Her father was Lu Haozhi's biological brother, Prince Yi. When Lu Haozhi executed the regent, Prince Yi had contributed significantly. Yet during the campaign, he fell victim to a poisoned arrow and succumbed. Grieving for her husband, Prince Yi's wife tragically ended her own life, leaving behind only a little girl named Doko Lu Haozhi. Remembering his father's kindness, naturally favored this young niece, bestowing upon her the title of Princess Heian when she was merely 3 years old and bringing her into the palace for nurturing. Such a precious child should have enjoyed a life of luxury and care within the palace. However, with no empress present and the dowager empress residing at Dingwa Temple for prolonged prayers, the only high-ranking consorts were the imperial noble consort Liang Chengbi and consort Meng Yan. Before Lu Haozhi could voice his thoughts, Liang Chengbi had already expressed her concerns about managing the 6 palaces, claiming she lacked the experience and energy to care for the princess, leading Lu Haozhi to place the princess in Changchun Palace. Given Meng Yan's previous temperament, she had little patience for raising a child who was not her own, thus entrusting Princess Heian to the subservient Mei Pin. Mei Pin, having been without favor for years, merely survived in the palace under the protection of Changchun Palace, outwardly obedient to Meng Yan, while secretly harboring different intentions. Princess Heian, not being the emperor's daughter, held a noble status but an uncertain future. Moreover, the little girl had likely suffered some trauma due to her family's tragic fate, rendering her unable to speak and incapable of expressing her grievances, leading Mei Pin to mistreat her in private. Meng Yan recalled that according to the storyline, Lin Yanrong had accidentally discovered the mistreatment of Princess Heian, bringing it to the emperor's attention. Naturally, Lu Haozhi had been furious, confining himself for 3 months, while the little princess was taken under Lin Yanrong's care. Yet, Mei Pin, who had been the one to care for the princess, faced no significant punishment. Lin Yanrong even pleaded on her behalf, claiming that Mei Pin had been coerced by the consort's oppressive influence. Now reflecting on this, it seemed those two truly had no collusion. Perhaps Lin Yanrong's discovery of the princess's mistreatment had its own underlying reasons. How absurd it was that in the previous life, under the constraints of the storyline, her intellect had once again sunk to a low point, oblivious to everything. The wretched book had scolded her mercilessly, accusing her of lacking humanity, even inflicting harm upon child. What did that have to do with her? She could hardly claim to have treated Princess Heian well, but she had never cared for her even for a day. It was Mei Pin who was the actual foster mother, yet she suffered no consequences. Was it merely because she was the villainous female counterpart that all blame was cast upon her? In the quiet of the long night, the sharp cries of the little princess pierced the stillness like a steel blade, sending shivers down Meng Yan's spine. She sat up, gently massaging her temples, and instructed, "Ruizhu, go to Mei Pin's quarters and bring Princess Heian here." Ruizhu, taken aback, recalled that her mistress had always been impatient with the entanglements of children, but realizing that Meng Yan's demeanor had changed significantly today, she refrained from questioning further and complied. Meng Yan donned a robe and stepped out of bed, her embroidered slippers padding softly as she approached the window. Pushing it open, she gazed out at the night, which was as cool as water, the bright moon hanging high, and the stars scattered across the sky like a river, invigorating her spirit. Though the future remained uncertain, she believed that with careful planning and execution, she would undoubtedly carve out a life distinctly her own, destined to be the female counterpart. Nonsense. She refused to believe in such a fate. Sounds of commotion emerged from Mei Pin's quarters, and soon Meng Yan heard the cries of the little girl drawing closer. She promptly closed the window and returned to her bedside. Shortly after, Ruizhu entered, cradling the little princess. Princess Heian continued to wail in Ruizhu's arms, wrapped only in a somewhat worn blanket. Upon seeing this, Meng Yan could not help but exclaim, in this chilly, early spring night, "Why is the princess not wrapped more warmly?" Ruizhu pouted. The little princess was left over there, sleeping with only this old blanket at night. When I arrived, Mei Pin rushed over, attempting to stop me. Meng Yan took the child from her arms. Noticing that the little girl was crying hoarsely, her small face flushed red, nearly on the verge of fainting, that a pang of concern struck her, and she reached out to touch the child's forehead, finding it burning hot. Indeed, Princess Heian had developed a fever to such an extent, and yet Mei Pin had shown no care. The child's cries echoed throughout the night, and as she remained inactive, her reputation would surely suffer in the morning. Had anything like this happened in her previous life? Before entering the palace, the events surrounding Lin Yanrong are described in a rather vague manner within the scripts. She can only rely on the hazy memories of her past life, which are not entirely clear. It seems that at this moment, she is attending to the emperor in the Yangxin Palace. and thus remains oblivious to this matter. Meng Yan reflects on this. She checks the child's pulse and, upon examination, discovers that the little princess has indeed caught a chill. Naturally, in the early spring nights, how could such a small child avoid becoming cold under merely a woolen blanket? Meng Yan ponders how to treat the child, mentioning a few medicinal ingredients and instructing Ruizhu to prepare them. Well-versed in medical practices, she has always had a variety of herbs on hand in the Longshun Palace storeroom. And Ruizhu, having grown up alongside her, has absorbed some knowledge of medicine and pharmacology. In just a brief moment, Ruizhu has prepared the medicinal soup and brought it to her. Meng Yan cradles the bowl of soup, her eyes gently closing as wisps of white steam rise from it. Seeing this, Ruizhu cannot help but caution, "Your Highness, please reconsider. This is the second time today. I fear it may be detrimental to your health." Meng Yan's skill in this craft is indeed taxing on her vitality and energy, making it unwise to overuse. During the day, the urgency of the situation left her with no alternative, but now, for the sake of the child, must she resort to it once more? Opening her eyes, Meng Yan's countenance reveals some fatigue. She shakes her head, knowing that the child is burning up too severely. Without employing some extraordinary measures, it may leave lasting effects. She recalls that in her past life, Princess Yan was not particularly robust in health. Slowly, she allows the medicine to cool before administering it to the little princess. After taking the medicine, the unusual flush on Princess Yan's face gradually diminishes, and she drifts into a peaceful sleep. Meng Yan checks her pulse once more and, seeing the coldness within her body recede, finally feels at ease. She sits beside the bed, gazing at the slumbering child, with her round, apple-like face, plump little arms resembling lotus stems, and her small mouth occasionally bubbling with froth, resembling a porcelain doll, evoking a soft tenderness within Meng Yan's heart. In her previous life, she had once been pregnant but lost the child amidst the palace intrigues. Despite her exquisite medical skills, she was unable to save her own offspring. And since then, she has grown increasingly distraught. Lin Yinrong claimed that such a malicious woman as she did not deserve to have children. Thus the heavens punished her by reclaiming her child. Was she truly malevolent? Aside from competing for affections and vying for men with Lin Yinrong, what other wrongs had she committed? Meng Yan pondered, realizing that this matter no longer caused her heartache, merely a sense of regret. She gently caresses the little princess's forehead, perhaps sensing the warmth of her palm. The little girl reveals a sweet smile in her dreams. Meng Yan kept vigil over Princess Yan throughout the night. Ruizhu urged her to rest while she took over, but Meng Yan refused. Perhaps it was an attempt to make amends for the regrets in her heart, always wishing to do something for the child she could not keep. Until the first light of dawn, fatigue finally overcame her, and she succumbed to slumber at the bedside. When Haozhi entered, he beheld this scene. Early that morning, he had been informed by a concubine that Princess Yan had cried out in distress throughout the night. Unattended, the only surviving heir of his late brother, the late Prince Yi, who had died in battle. Haozhi regarded this little niece as his own. Upon hearing the news, he immediately made his way to the Changchun Palace. He understood well that Meng Yan was impulsive and lacked the patience for child-rearing, yet there were no suitable concubines in the palace to act as the princess's wet nurse. Moreover, having previously shown great favor towards Meng Yan, he had high hopes for her, which is why he entrusted Princess Yan to her care. Yet now, such an incident had transpired, leaving Haozhi not only disappointed but also simmering with anger. However, upon stepping into the inner chamber, he found the little princess peacefully asleep on the bed, her complexion pale yet rosy, appearing quite content, showing no signs of mistreatment. Meanwhile, Meng Yan lay beside her, clad only in a thin gauze garment. Deeply asleep, the soft morning light streamed in, casting a gentle glow upon her, as if she radiated maternal warmth. The room was enveloped in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Haozhi stood in place, speechless for a long while. Ruizhu, observing the emperor's expression, whispered, "Last night, the princess suffered a severe fever in Sichuan." Upon learning of this, the empress ordered that the little princess be brought here and personally prepared the medicine, watching over her throughout the night. Only when the princess's fever subsided did she finally sleep soundly. The empress has been unwell herself, and I feared for her health, urging her to rest while I would keep watch. However, she said the princess, being so young, was truly pitiable without her mother to care for her, and she could not bear to leave her unattended, having served beside Meng Yan for many years. Ruizhu had become quite astute, ensuring that the empress's efforts were not in vain. She cleverly refrained from mentioning Mei Pin's name, but alluded to Let Sixuan, avoiding any direct accusations while further highlighting Meng Yan's innocence. Observing the scene before him and hearing the maid's report, all of Lu Haozhi's initial anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of compassion. He stepped forward, bent down, and gently lifted Meng Yan, carrying her out of the room. The attendants waiting outside were taken aback to see the emperor personally carrying the empress, particularly the chief eunuch Rong, who had served Lu Haozhi for many years, had never witnessed such a display of deference towards a concubine. Lu Haozhi had always held himself aloof and proud. Even when the empress was favored, she had never been treated in this manner. Reflecting on the previous day's decree appointing Dr. Xiaohou to treat the empress, and now carrying her as if she were a treasured possession, it was evident how deeply she was regarded in the emperor's eyes. Rumors circulating in the palace that the empress had fallen out of favor due to the incident with Lin Xiaoni were clearly unfounded. Xiaohou was also waiting outside, and upon seeing Lu Haozhi carry Meng Yan, a flicker of surprise crossed his face before he quickly regained his composure. Lu Haozhi entered the Sierra room with Meng Yan, carefully placing her on the bed and pulling the silk quilt over her. Meng Yan was in a deep sleep, entirely unaware, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly, lending her an adorable charm. Lu Haozhi's gaze darkened momentarily. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead before quietly stepping out. Once outside, he instructed the maid to take good care of the empress and ordered Xiaohou to attend to Princess Yan. Xiaohou complied and entered the inner chamber, kneeling by the bed to check the little princess's pulse. Upon feeling the pulse, he furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, "She truly does not take care of herself." "Your Highness, is there anything unusual?" Lu Haozhi asked upon noticing Xiaohou's expression. Xiaohou rose and bowed respectfully, reporting, "Your Majesty, the princess has caught a chill and has been unwell for some time. So her illness has manifested quite severely. If not treated promptly, it may lead to lasting complications." As he spoke, Lu Haozhi's handsome features darkened, his expression clouded with impending storm. Observing the emperor's demeanor, Xiaohou smiled gently and reassured, "Your Majesty need not worry. Last night, the empress treated her properly, and the little princess has since stabilized. With a few more days of care, she should be fine." Only then did Lu Haozhi's expression return to calm. He glanced to Xiaohou and admonished, "You should take better care of yourself. Go back and get treatment for that cough." Xiaohou smiled wryly, nodding repeatedly, knowing well the consequences of teasing the emperor. As they spoke, a voice from within the room suddenly called out, "The empress has awakened." At the sound, Lu Haozhi quickly made his way back inside. Xiaohou paused in surprise, taking a step forward before abruptly retreating, his clear eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. That was not a place for him to intrude. Meng Yan, having slept deeply after a long night, finally awoke, startled to find herself in bed, noticing the absence of the little princess and anxiously preparing to get up and search. "Duku, where has Duku gone?" It was only one night, yet the little girl seemed to have taken root in her heart, leaving her restless with concern. Ruizhu quickly stopped her. "Your Highness, do not worry. The princess is sleeping soundly in the room. The emperor has arrived." Just as she finished speaking, Lu Haozhi entered. "Why, beloved, I have instructed Xiaohou to treat the princess. There is no need for you to fret." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Meng Yan's bare feet. In her haste to find the princess, she had jumped down barefoot, her small feet appearing as if sculpted from white jade, delicate and charming. Lu Haozhi's gaze darkened slightly, his throat involuntarily tightening. Unaware of his scrutiny, Meng Yan returned to the bed, pulling the quilt to cover her lovely form. Lu Haozhi found it somewhat amusing. What was the matter with him? Meng Yan had been his consort for several years. Yet in recent days, he found himself increasingly captivated by her beauty. Perhaps it was simply that too much time had passed without any indulgence. Why, beloved? Meng Yan squinted her eyes. Consort, beloved, Yenner. Lu Haozhi's myriad of endearments for her seemed to leap in leaps and bounds. Regardless, it was a relief that he no longer harbored any ill feelings towards her. After all, her life and well-being were in his hands, and I did not realize Your Majesty had arrived. I hope you will forgive my oversight, Meng Yan said without lifting her head. Haozhi approached and sat by the bed, softly saying, "You are still unwell. Let others handle these matters. Why must you exhaust yourself?" Meng Yan rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, isn't that a given? Let the maidens attend to her. Otherwise, she would surely be accused of negligence. I have been rather inattentive towards Princess Hien in the past. It is truly heart-wrenching that she lost her parents at such a tender age. When I gaze upon her, she resembles my own child. Is it not natural for a mother to care for her offspring? This sentiment is not insincere. She pondered numerous times last night that had her own child been safely born, they too would have grown up as healthily as the little princess. Meng Yan mused, subtly shifting closer, as Haozhi had been increasingly peculiar these past few days. Why does he insist on being near her? As the male protagonist, what business does he have with her, the female supporting character? Just then, a eunuch announced from outside, "Your Majesty, consort may request an audience." Meng Yan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, the one bringing the ointment has arrived." Chapter 13. The unfortunate consort Mei Haozhi, lost in what he believed to be a tender moment, was rather displeased by this interruption and casually declared, "Do not admit her." Meng Yan's thoughts stirred, and with a gentle smile, she replied, "Your Majesty, I entrusted Princess Hien's care to consort Mei. Now that something has befallen the princess, we ought to hear what she has to say to that moment." Haozhi, caught in his own enthusiasm, was inclined to listen to whatever she had to say. After a brief contemplation, he nodded, "Very well." Thus, he permitted the audience. Shortly thereafter, the sound of soft footsteps was heard, and a delicate woman clad in apricot-white palace attire entered with her head bowed. Meng Yan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing this woman who had betrayed her in a previous life. Consort Mei possessed an oval face, her lustrous hair neatly styled into a round bun, adorned with a single white jade plum blossom hairpin. This very pin had been a gift from Meng Yan on her birthday. Her fair complexion and petite figure were accentuated by an apricot-white fitted gown embroidered with plum blossoms, perfectly befitting her title. Dressed thus, she appeared to be a fragile and gentle beauty. Who could have imagined that such a woman harbored a heart as venomous as a viper and was treacherous to boot? Feigning loyalty while secretly tormenting the young, colluding with Lin Yenrong to betray her. How utterly blind had she been in her past life not to see through this charade? Consort Mei, of humble origins, though she had secured a place during the grand selection, was relegated to serving in the crown prince's study. Haozhi had never regarded her with any seriousness. She had sought an avenue to rise by aligning herself with Meng Yan, thus attaining the title of Consort Mei. Such an inconspicuous figure could stir up such tumult within the Changchun palace. Timidly, Consort Mei approached, performed a deep bow to both Haozhi and Meng Yan, and stood to the side, speaking softly, "Your Majesty, I retired early last night and was unaware that the princess had fallen ill. The noble consort sent someone to take the princess away without informing me. It was only upon rising this morning that I learned of the matter. It is entirely my oversight that the princess disturbed the noble consort's rest. I humbly ask for your punishment." "Ah, indeed, she is quite the adept performer," Meng Yan thought, wanting to applaud her in secret. The princess fell ill in the dead of night, and naturally, she would not have known. Forcing the princess away was merely a ploy to curry favor with the emperor. To claim the princess disturbed her rest while conveniently omitting any mention of the emperor, she spoke pitifully, almost revealing to Haozhi how she had bullied both her and Princess Hien. Meng Yan chuckled softly, refraining from immediate response, casting a glance at Haozhi. This blind man must surely be taken in by her act, but she felt no fear, for she had her own words to say. However, to her surprise, Haozhi did not, as she anticipated, turn his suspicion towards her. Instead, he glared at the prostrated consort Mei with a fierce countenance. "You claim the princess fell ill in the night, and thus you are unaware?" Consort Mei hurriedly nodded. "Indeed, Your Majesty. This morning, I heard from the servants that the princess had a fever at the midnight hour. Fortunately, the noble consort acted swiftly and did not delay in addressing the princess's ailment. Meng Yan chuckled softly. Was she implying that her influence was so profound that she was privy to all nighttime occurrences? Yet, since Lu Haozhi did not question her, she chose to remain silent. Lu Haozhi scoffed, "Your words are most insincere." The princess was stricken with high fever, her cries echoing throughout the palace. Everyone was aware. You were nearby yet remained ignorant, only to wake and hear it from the servants? Furthermore, the physician Xiao has just reported to me that the princess has been suffering from chills for several days, unattended, leading to this sudden illness. As her foster mother, how could you be so oblivious? Consort Mei, do you take me for a fool, allowing you to deceive me so easily? Indeed, you are quite the fool, albeit for once, you have shown some wit. Meng Yan silently mused. His words were sharp and unyielding, causing Consort Mei's face to drain of color as she knelt, tears streaming down her cheeks. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I truly had no knowledge. The noble consort sent someone in the dead of night without informing me. Normally, the servants would mention that the princess was in good health. Surely, the people around me must have been acting on the noble consort's orders. Fool! Meng Yan, understanding that the tide had turned, lowered her gaze, no longer needing to speak. Consort Mei's ruse was far inferior to Lin Yanrong's. Your nonsensical rambling knows no bounds. Lu Haozhi's gaze was frigid, causing Consort Mei to tremble in fear. You dare to claim that the noble consort is snatching children? Had she not intervened last night, the princess might have perished by now. You have no evidence to support your baseless accusations against a high-ranking consort, and your mistreatment of the princess reveals the true malignity of your heart. The palace is a place of harmony. How can someone like you be allowed to remain? With that, he pondered for a moment before issuing a decree. Consort Mei Zhang, your actions are absurd, and your heart is wicked. You are unworthy of being a palace consort. From this day forth, you are to be demoted to a commoner and cast into the cold palace. In an instant, Consort Mei's fate was sealed, and she collapsed to the ground, being dragged away by several eunuchs. Meng Yan was somewhat astonished. Her nail in the Changchun Palace had been so easily uprooted, she had initially thought it would take extra effort to topple Consort Mei. How did this plot deviate so significantly from her memories? Although the events preceding Lin Yanrong's entry into the palace were depicted rather vaguely in the text, Consort may have been safe until the end, even referred to as a sister by Lin Yanrong. Now, one of her good sisters had vanished, and with Lin Yanrong's entrance into the palace, who could say what further troubles might arise? How absurd that Consort Mei, who had never enjoyed a day of favor, was so swiftly cast into the cold palace. After Lu Haozhi had dealt with Consort Mei, he turned back only to find Meng Yan with her mouth agape. An expression of utter astonishment on her face, he could not help but chuckle, finding her sudden display of surprise rather endearing. Realizing his gaze was upon her, Meng Yan snapped back to attention. Given Lu Haozhi's dismissal of Consort Mei, should she not also make a show of her own? Your Majesty, while it is true that this matter rests solely upon Consort Mei as the head of the Changchun Palace, my ignorance of the princess's daily circumstances indicates a lapse in my duties. I humbly request your judgment. Her words, though not entirely perfunctory, stem from genuine remorse at witnessing the little princess's suffering from illness the previous night. Yet to Lu Haozhi, this display only served to enhance her image of grace and virtue. Consort Mei, with her venomous heart, has mistreated the princess. What fault lies with you? How rare it is indeed, Meng Yan thought, that Lu Haozhi, who usually sees through the veils of deceit, could be so easily blinded today that in her heart, Meng Yan understood that as the emperor of the great Zhou, who had ascended the throne merely 2 years prior and had executed the regent, consolidating power and ushering in the prosperous era described in the text, Lu Haozhi could not truly be a fool to be manipulated. It was merely a matter of whose favor he chose to bestow. At present, he treated her with apparent kindness, but once the destined maiden arrived, all would revert to the status quo, no doubt, albeit she could not be bothered to contemplate Lu Haozhi's thoughts, as long as she could live in peace and affluence. Though they were alone in a chamber, their thoughts diverged completely. After a while, Rongin arrived to report that the Minister of Revenue had urgent matters to discuss and requested Lu Haozhi's presence. No sooner had Lu Haozhi departed than Ruizhu came to announce, "Your Highness, Physician Xiahou is outside, requesting to take your pulse." "Xiahou Yu?" Meng Yan recollected him, feeling a surge of indignation. Chapter 14. The Unbeknownst Past? It was all this Xiahou Yu's doing that had caused her to subsist solely on plain congee yesterday. Under Lu Haozhi's orders, the imperial kitchen would no longer prepare meat dishes for Changchun Palace. And even the small kitchen within had been commanded to refrain from preparing extravagant meals, lest they risk harming the princess and lose their heads as a result. Other than the bowl of yellow sprout chicken congee she had consumed upon awakening, Meng Yan had subsisted solely on rice porridge throughout the day. The very culprit preventing her from indulging was none other than Xiahou Yu, and now he dared to come see her. "Begone! This palace is not ill. I can cure myself," without a second thought. Meng Yan waved her hand, intending to dismiss Xiahou Yu. Ruizhu looked troubled and stammered, "Your Highness, Physician Xiahou also mentioned that should you refuse to see him, he would have no choice but to report the matter truthfully to His Majesty." Meng Yan's small face contorted with displeasure, a breath of indignation swelling in her chest. This Xiahou Yu is truly audacious. But how could he possibly anticipate her refusal to see him? Recalling his ambiguous smile from yesterday and that prescription for her recovery, Meng Yan steadied her thoughts and nodded. "If he insists on seeing me, then let him come in." Ruizhu agreed to convey the message, and shortly thereafter, the sound of steady footsteps echoed through the room as the gentle, jade-like man entered. Xiahou Yu approached with measured steps, lifting his robe with grace as he performed an elaborate bow towards Meng Yan. Meng Yan regarded him with a cold gaze and remarked indifferently, "Xiahou the imperial physician, how grand your airs are. I have no desire to see you, yet you insist on reporting to me." Xiahou Yu's fair and handsome face bore a smile that was both refined and innocuous. "Your Highness, you have misunderstood me. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Should your Highness choose to disregard your health, I would have no recourse but to inform His Majesty." His words were difficult to contest. Meng Yan clenched her jaw, turning her face away, wishing to avoid his presence. This Xiahou Yu had always been a thorn in her side in her past life, and now he had returned to trouble her anew. Were their fates truly at odds? Yet, at that moment, she found herself with little choice, merely wishing for a swift examination so she could send him on his way. Ruizhu placed a soft pillow and laid a handkerchief over her wrist. Xiahou Yu observed the delicate wrist adorned with a string of pearl bracelets, accentuating the smooth, lush skin beneath. He raised his hand to touch it. Meng Yan turned her eyes skyward, wishing to see nothing of him. After a pause, Xiahou Yu withdrew his hand and softly inquired, "Your Highness, might you have neglected to take the medicine I prepared for you yesterday?" Meng Yan was aware of his exceptional medical skills, likely rivaling those of her maternal grandfather, and chose to concede. "What if I did? Does my consumption of medicine require your permission?" Xiahou Yu's smile remained undiminished as he met Meng Yan's gaze with his own, his eyes shimmering with a subtle light. "If your Highness insists on this course of action, I shall have no choice but to report to His Majesty that your health is untroubled." He did not comprehend why Meng Yan felt the need to feign illness. Yet one thing was certain: she did not wish for her ruse to be unveiled. Meng Yan inhaled sharply, glaring at Xiahou Yu. "You dare to threaten me?" Xiahou Yu smiled gently. "I would never presume to do such a thing. I am merely concerned for your well-being." With that, he spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. "Your Highness, to use your spiritual pulse twice in one day may deplete your vitality. My prescription is most beneficial for nourishing the body, restoring balance, and, with prolonged use, it can enhance beauty and prolong life. You are well-versed in medical knowledge. How can you refuse to take it? Take your medicine. I fear I might be poisoned into paralysis." In her previous life, Meng Yan had dealt with Xiahou Yu for years and was well aware of his cunning nature. In her past, she had no grievances against him, yet he had persistently supported Lin Yanrong, creating endless troubles for her. She could not believe that in this lifetime, he would suddenly experience a change of heart and offer her his benevolence. "Speak plainly. What are your true intentions? Or do you have some request of me?" Meng Yan, disliking circumlocution, preferred to address such a clever man directly. "Indeed, in your eyes, I am merely a petty individual," Xiahou Yu replied. his expression dimming slightly, revealing a hint of sadness. Meng Yan found this peculiar. Despite ruminating in her mind, she could recall little about Xiaoyu. Could it be that there existed a past between them that even she was unaware of? Xiaoyu's fleeting expression of sorrow vanished as he calmly continued. A few days ago, Your Highness fainted in the Yangxin Palace. My young apprentice accompanied physician Zhang to treat you. The apprentice, being inexperienced, mistakenly prepared the wrong medicine in haste. You did not blame him and even rewarded him with silver. This kindness has left a lasting impression on my apprentice and me. His tone was flat and unembellished, devoid of any trace of gratitude. Meng Yan furrowed her brow. She was not foolish enough to overlook his insincerity. However, since he was unwilling to elaborate, she saw no need to press further. Inquire further would yield nothing of substance. Xiaoyu knelt before her, stating, I dare to request that Your Highness take care of your health. If my prescription differs in merit, Your Highness, with your medical expertise, ought to be able to discern it. Meng Yan found it strange that Xiaoyu was so insistent that she consume his medicine. She had indeed examined the concoction presented to her the previous night and recognized it as a nourishing formula. But whether she chose to take it or not was of no concern to him. Yet, seeing the hopeful expression on Xiaoyu's face, Meng Yan, not being heartless, could not utter a refusal. Since you were so earnest, I shall acquiesce. She finally relented. Xiaoyu's face lit up with a smile. Your Highness is willing to take the medicine. I shall rest easy that I will prepare it once. With that, he bowed once more and departed. As she witnessed his swift change of demeanor, Meng Yan felt a twinge of regret for having agreed so readily. She reassured herself that her understanding of medicine would prevent any foul play on his part. Once outside, Xiaoyu glanced back with a faint sigh. She truly remembered nothing. Upon returning to the Imperial Medical Institute, Xiaoyu selected the herbs himself and personally oversaw the preparation of the medicine. This action astonished everyone in the institute, who did not know that Xiaoyu was the emperor's personal physician, a man of immense status, incomparable to ordinary physicians. In the past, even when the emperor fell ill, it was never his task to brew the medicine. When had anyone witnessed him personally doing so, his young apprentice approached cautiously, suggesting, Master, be careful not to soil your robes with the smoke and ash. Allow me to assist. Xiaoyu smiled gently as he watched the concoction bubble in the pot. There is no need. This is for the favored concubine. I must oversee it myself. The others listened intently, their eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that the favored concubine was of greater importance than the emperor? They soon realized. Indeed, the favored concubine was truly cherished. Meanwhile, Meng Yan remained oblivious to the minor commotion her presence had stirred in the Imperial Medical Institute. She dressed and returned to her inner chamber. Upon entering, Yunxiang greeted her with a beaming smile. Your Highness, the princess has awakened. Meng Yan paused, glancing towards the bed. Indeed, the little girl who had been brought to her last night in a feverish stupor was now sitting up. Gazing at her with bright, watery eyes, the young girl, after a moment's hesitation, suddenly struggled out from under the covers, using her hands and feet to crawl towards Meng Yan. Just as the little princess neared the edge of the bed, Meng Yan snapped out of her daze and hurried forward to embrace her. The little princess nestled into Meng Yan's arms, her delicate hands clutching at her clothing, looking up with a beaming smile. Yunxiang remarked with a smile, the little princess just woke up and ignored everyone else, but she leapt towards you, Your Highness, showing her gratitude. Meng Yan, cradling the child, sat at the edge of the bed and gently stroked the little girl's head. Chuckling softly, you truly know how to charm others. What does such a tiny child understand? Besides, after burning with fever last night, what could she possibly remember? Yunxiang responded with a smile. Your Highness may not realize, but children have a remarkable memory for the scent of adults. The little princess remembers the warmth of your care throughout the night. Meng Yan remained non-committal, recognizing that the palace attendants often favored flattery. She looked down at the child in her arms. The little princess had a head of shiny black hair and a cherubic face, and when she smiled, 2 dimples appeared. Though still young, one could already discern the makings of beauty. What a delightful child she was! Why had she been so indifferent in her past life? After much contemplation, Meng Yan surmised it was perhaps due to her never having been a mother. Coupled with the influences of the stories she had read, that left her devoid of any maternal instincts. Having lost a child previously, her heart now ached with the thought of the little princess's frail appearance. Meng Yan felt a pang of sorrow as she recalled the girl as high fever and the way she had cried out in distress. Neglected by all, she tightened her embrace around the little one, vowing that no matter what her own future held, she would not allow this child to suffer any further. She would cherish Duku as if she were her own daughter, nurturing her to grow strong and healthy. In her past life, Lin Yanrong had garnered much praise for her efforts in raising the little princess, even receiving commendations from the Empress Dowager, who was usually dismissive of the concubines in the palace, recognizing her as virtuous and exemplary. Yet, did Lin Yanrong truly care for Duku? Meng Yan scoffed inwardly, recalling vividly how, at the age of 7, during a severe drought that plagued the Great Zhou, Lin Yanrong had proposed to the emperor to betroth the 7-year-old princess Hian to the prince of the Garong tribe to secure peace. Even if the princess was still a child, establishing such an engagement was not uncommon. Historically, the fates of princesses married off in alliances have been tragic. Duku, being the descendant of a loyal minister and having lost her parents at a young age, deserved to be well cared for. How could Lin Yanrong bear to send her off? As a princess, Duku was a precious flower nurtured by the kingdom, and in times of crisis, she should have been the one to stand up. Lin Yanrong's lofty rhetoric about righteousness was hypocritical. Where was her own bravery? It was merely a calculated move for her own advancement, all while others bore the burden of the empire. Meng Yan reflected that Lin Yanrong had likely viewed Duku as a mere stepping stone in her quest for favor, never truly loving her. The tales of her cleverness and capability were nothing more than the manifestations of her selfishness and cruelty. Meng Yan met her untimely demise in the cold palace, unaware of whether Duku would truly venture to marry the ghostly Rong in the future. Yet, in this life, she was resolutely determined to prevent the child from embarking on such a path of no return. With this thought, she tightened her embrace around Duku, the 4-year-old child's petite frame radiating warmth like a little furnace, soothing Meng Yan's heart. Suddenly, the little girl stirred, lifting her tiny head to gaze intently at Meng Yan. She raised her small hand and gently touched her face, uttering a sweet mother in a soft, glutinous voice that melted Meng Yan's heart like spring water. Duku, from now on, I shall be your mother, Meng Yan said, her face aglow with maternal affection as she looked into the inky depths of the child's eyes. After a moment, a thought crossed her mind, piquing her curiosity. Wasn't the princess mute? How could she still call me mother? When Yinxiang heard her inquiry, a look of reluctance appeared on her face. Your Highness, you may not be aware, but I heard from the princess's wet nurse that when the Yiqin Wang Fei committed suicide, the little princess was right beside her. Since then, apart from that one word, she has not spoken a single coherent sentence. The imperial physician said it was due to the princess's heart being traumatized, and perhaps as she grows older, she may recover. Understanding dawned upon Meng Yan, and her heart ached even more. She recalled checking Duku's pulse yesterday. Aside from the chill, no other ailments were detected. It seemed, indeed, that Duku suffered from heartache, a malady that was notoriously difficult to cure, requiring a gradual process of healing. At that moment, Meng Yan ordered that the princess's former clothing and belongings be moved from Liji Xian to the main hall of Changshan Palace. With Mei Pin being deposed, Liji Xian had become vacant, and all those who had served her were sent back to the Internal Affairs Bureau. Rui Zhu, who was overseeing the arrangements outside, soon returned to report. Your Highness, those who previously attended the princess are kneeling outside, awaiting your orders. Meng Yan, holding a bowl of fragrant taro porridge, was feeding Duku when she casually remarked, Give each of them 20 lashes and send them back to the Internal Affairs Bureau. Rui Zhu was taken aback, but never questioned the orders of her mistress, promptly turning to leave. Moments later, a chorus of wails and cries echoed from outside, with some even shouting for the imperial concubine's mercy. Meng Yan, unfazed, continued to concentrate on feeding Duku, the porridge imbued with the sweetness of milk. Delighted the little girl, who clapped her hands and babbled happily, yet could form no complete sentences beyond that one word, mother. Yinxiang, standing nearby, could not help but softly interject, Your Highness, let those ruffians shout and scream outside. If word spreads, it may tarnish your reputation. Let it spread. Then am I to fear such things? Meng Yan replied coolly, having finished feeding the porridge. She wiped Doko's mouth with a cloth and added, I want the entire palace to know what fate befalls those who bully Doko. Even with Mei Pin suppressing them, they are still connected to Princess and should have done their utmost to protect her. Such useless servants, do I need to employ them again? In this life, she truly wished to avoid trouble, but that did not mean she would continually retreat and endure, especially as she now had to raise Doko. If she did not act, others might think Meng Guifei was timid, and that Changchun Palace was a place where anyone could trample upon her, with the arrival of new people in the palace imminent. This matter held particular significance. As she contemplated the arrival of newcomers, a thought stirred within Meng Yan. What if she took some measures now to prevent Lin Yinrong from entering the palace? But just as the thought arose, she dismissed it. After all, Lin Yinrong was the destined heroine of this narrative, and reckless actions might lead to unpredictable consequences that could prove detrimental to her. In her previous life, any encounter with Lin Yinrong had invariably brought misfortune upon her. Enough of that. I shall keep my distance from her and seek peace, Meng Yan mused, instructing Rui Zhu to relay a message to the Internal Affairs Bureau to assign a few suitable attendants for Doko. In Kuan Palace, Liang Chengbi sat in despondency upon the imperial concubine's chair, her face ashen and her teeth clenched, muttering, Meng Yan, that wretched woman, I will surely settle this score with you. At this moment, Liang Chengbi had shed her previous gentle and refined demeanor, revealing a state of pure hysteria. Just then, a young palace maid brought in a cup of jade, in her fury. Liang Chengbi, disregarding the temperature, took a large gulp, only to scald her tongue on the freshly brewed tea. With a furious splutter, she hurled the teacup at the young maid, dousing her in tea from head to toe. You insolent servant, how dare you bring such scalding tea to me? You think I am in a fallen state and are purposefully trying to harm me. Liang Chengbi, filled with rage, found herself at a loss. Her unaccustomed defeat leaving her disoriented. The young maid, merely 14 years old and having only served in the palace for a little over 6 months, had always heard of the imperial concubine as kindness and grace. Now, faced with this furious woman, she was left utterly terrified, forgetting even to plead for mercy. The scalding tea reddened her face, and she did not know how to evade it. Seeing her state only fueled Liang Chengbi's anger further. And she shouted, I see this servant clearly as a spy sent from Changchun Palace. Get rid of her at once. This matter hardly merits your wrath. Your Highness, be mindful of your health. Liang Chengbi's trusted maid, Chun Qing, brought a basin of cold water for her to rinse her mouth, all the while urging her to calm down and gesturing for the young maid to leave. After rinsing her mouth, Liang Chengbi's anger subsided somewhat, yet she still seethed. Why did you let that servant go? She clearly meant to harm me. Your Highness, Chun Qing said, kneeling at her feet with a smile. She is but a small child, hardly worthy of such great ire. Even if you find her bothersome, there is no need to deal with her personally. A mere word to someone else would suffice. If word gets out, it would ruin the good reputation you have painstakingly built. Should it reach the Emperor's ears, it would only provide amusement for those in Changchun Palace. The mention of Changchun Palace reignited Liang Chengbi's fury. That wretched Meng Yan dares to scheme against me. Ever since childhood, I have been beneath her, and now that we are in the palace, I must endure her superiority once more. How can I bear this humiliation? Liang Chengbi, the daughter of the right minister, and Meng Yan, the legitimate daughter of the Yang Marquis, were both daughters of prominent families within the capital. From a young age, Liang Chengbi had heard of Meng Yan's name. Praised by all for her beauty and intelligence, standing as a paragon among the young ladies of the capital. Even her own mother would speak of Meng Yan with admiration, sighing at her own daughter's shortcomings. Liang Chengbi understood that, in terms of looks, she was merely average. She could hardly compare to the stunning beauties or even the more ordinary pretty girls. Realizing her lack of beauty, she diligently honed her skills, hoping to earn a reputation as a talented lady. Initially, everything seemed to be going well. Her skills in flower arranging and playing the pipa garnered her much acclaim, even from the retired palace tutor hired for her. However, during the Queen Mother's 50th birthday celebration, Meng Yan performed a self-composed, guzheng piece that captivated the audience, overshadowing all others, including Liang Qingbi, who had previously played the pipa. That was the first time Liang Qingbi laid eyes on Meng Yan. At just 14, Meng Yan, adorned with a white jade crown and clad in a brocade gown adorned with butterflies, radiated beauty that outshone the rest on that day, amidst a gathering of noble ladies dressed in gold and silver. Meng Yan stood out like a crane among chickens. The Queen Mother personally gifted her a jade ruby, hinting that it was a pity that the selection for the crown princess had already been decided. Was she implying that, had it not been for that, Meng Yan could have been the crown princess? Even at that time, the crown prince, Lu Haozhi, looked upon Meng Yan with a gaze filled with admiration. This was undoubtedly a dagger to Liang Qingbi's heart. Although Lu Haozhi had previously praised her pipa playing, he was now completely entranced by Meng Yan. Since childhood, her parents had instilled in her the belief that she would one day marry the crown prince. Liang Qingbi had secretly harbored feelings for Lu Haozhi and had worked tirelessly to win his favor, only for a single birthday banquet to render all her efforts in vain. After the selection, they both retained their titles and entered the crown prince's residence together. Yet, Lu Haozhi showered his affections solely upon Meng Yan, leaving Liang Qingbi in the shadows, ignored. Filled with resentment and jealousy, Liang Qingbi's temperament grew increasingly erratic. Her trusted maid, Chun Qing, who accompanied her from her family, tried to console her, saying, "My lady, do not be swayed by Meng Yan's fleeting glory and youth. She will surely become arrogant. Simply maintain your virtuous demeanor, and in time, the crown prince will recognize your worth." Thus, Liang Qingbi diligently cultivated her feminine virtues, presenting herself as a paragon of virtue while secretly plotting against Meng Yan, ultimately earning the title of a virtuous imperial concubine. However, aside from her trusted confidants, no one was aware that the seemingly gentle and graceful Empress Dowager harbored a tempestuous temperament beneath her composed exterior. After Lu Hao ascended to the throne, he conferred upon himself the title of Empress Dowager, relegating Meng Yan to merely a concubine. Liang Qingbi believed she had finally turned her fortunes around, only to find Meng Yan unexpectedly thwarting her plans regarding the selection of maidens. As if she had suddenly awakened from a stupor, causing Liang to stumble greatly. The reason she dared to report to the emperor that Meng Yan was bewitched was due to her observation of Meng Yan's increasingly erratic and nonsensical behavior, which had also led to Lu Hao's growing disdain for her. Such is the nature of human sentiment. Once prejudice takes root, it becomes fertile ground for manipulation. Yet who could have anticipated that Meng Yan would undergo such a drastic change? Her intellect seemingly sharpened, leading to Liang being placed under the emperor's explicit order of house arrest. This was a humiliation she had never before endured since becoming Empress Dowager. Liang Qingbi even harbored suspicions that Meng Yan had feigned her previous demeanor in order to bait her. Chun Qing, how many days until the new maidens enter the palace? Liang Qingbi, a seasoned figure in the court, calmed her temper after a brief outburst and pondered the matter. Chun Qing smiled gently and replied, "Your Highness, the newly selected maidens will enter the palace in 10 days. Leaning back slightly, Liang Qingbi smiled knowingly, instructing her to proceed with the plans already laid out, that I refuse to believe that Meng Yan can remain unperturbed. Chun Qing acknowledged her command and, seeing that there were no further instructions, prepared to take her leave. Just as she reached the door, Liang Qingbi called out to her, "That insolent maid who previously offended me knows how to be dealt with. Does she not?" Chun Qing paused in surprise, letting out a quiet sigh before gently agreeing to take care of it. Liang Qingbi's eyes sparkled with amusement as her delicate hands lightly caressed the armrest. "Meng Yan, you cannot always have the upper hand over me, that I in the Changchun Palace." Meng Yan was tending to Duku as they admired the flowers in the corridor, with the spring breeze growing warmer. The peach and apricot trees in the courtyard were in full bloom, their petals a delightful mixture of pink and white, exuding a vibrant fragrance. Duku, having caught a slight chill, had been under Meng Yan's expert care for several days and was now fully recovered. Her spirit renewed, displaying the innocent exuberance of a young girl. She darted about, picking flowers and chasing birds, her laughter echoing joyfully. Meng Yan sat on a yellowwood lounge chair brought by the palace attendants. smiling as she watched the lively scene. The sunlight bathed the surroundings in warmth, and the sight of the spirited little girl enjoying the simple pleasures of life made Meng Yan reflect. Is this not far more satisfying than the convoluted struggles for favor depicted in books? Why had she not realized this earlier? Just as she contemplated calling Dukkha back to wipe her face, a servant announced, "Your Highness, the chief eunuch of the Internal Affairs Bureau, Kong Fuge, requests an audience." Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This was quite unusual. The Internal Affairs Bureau typically only heeded the orders of the Equine Palace. "Why they come to her today?" Ruizhu interjected, "Your Highness, has not the Empress Dowager been placed under house arrest? You are currently the highest-ranking lady in the palace. Perhaps you should hear what he has to say." Meng Yan nodded in agreement to meet him. Moments later, Kong Fuge, his rotund figure hastily waddling, appeared before Meng Yan. He knelt and greeted her with a beaming smile. This humble servant pays his respects to the esteemed concubine regarding the arrangements for the new maidens entering the palace. "I seek your guidance." Initially taken aback, Meng Yan quickly deduced the situation. With Liang Chengbi under house arrest and the concubines leaderless, no one was managing these affairs. They sought her assistance to handle the details, hoping to avoid blame for any ensuing disputes. Furthermore, the Internal Affairs Bureau had always operated under the authority of the Equine Palace. Although she was a concubine, they would not dare to act recklessly. Especially with the current discord among the palace's ladies, that it was no secret that the Internal Affairs Bureau was likely eager to curry favor now that the Empress Dowager had fallen from grace. Meng Yan, possessing a straightforward disposition, had little patience for such underhanded dealings. She scrutinized Kong Fuge, unable to suppress a chuckle at his appearance. His corpulent form was nearly bursting from his silk attire, and despite it being early March, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Most of the chief eunuchs in the palace were similarly overindulgent, while their underlings resembled gaunt shadows of themselves. Meng Yan, indifferent to the inner workings of such matters, lazily remarked, "What could there possibly be? Hasn't the Empress Dowager already managed everything satisfactorily? Why come to me now?" Kong Fugue's fleshy lips twitched into a smile. "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager had mentioned discussing the accommodations for the new maidens with you. But alas, no confirmation came before that unfortunate matter arose in the Equine Palace. We were left in a state of confusion, too afraid to act on our own." Meng Yan chuckled. The Internal Affairs Bureau has always handled matters well. When has it ever crossed the threshold of Changchun Palace? Now, for such trivialities, you still seek my counsel? What merit do I possess to critique your handling of affairs, Kong Gonggong? Her demeanor was languid, the sunlight casting a natural allure about her, leaving even Kong Fuge, a eunuch, momentarily speechless. Internally, he mused, no wonder the emperor was so entranced by the Empress Dowager. Yet upon hearing Meng Yan's final remark, Kong Fugue broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this concubine bore a grudge against him. He hastily crawled to her feet, laughing nervously. This lowly servant is of humble status. Despite holding the title of chief eunuch in the Internal Affairs Bureau, I am merely a servant to the ladies of the palace. Such significant matters are beyond my authority, and I beg for your compassion. Esteemed concubine. Meng Yan dismissed him, summoning Dukkha to her side. She took a handkerchief to dab the sweat from the child's brow and offered her a piece of almond candy from a crystal dish. Smiling as she watched the girl savor the sweetness, this scene, reminiscent of a tender mother doting on her daughter, left the surrounding palace attendants in awe. Has the concubine truly changed her demeanor? They wondered, in the past, such actions would have been a ploy to curry favor with the emperor, yet now, it seemed irrelevant whether he came or not. The atmosphere in Changchun Palace had grown significantly more tranquil, and the attendants served with renewed diligence. After tending to Dukkha for a while, Meng Yan suddenly remembered something and turned to Kong Fuge. As for others, let matters proceed as the Empress Dowager wishes. But what arrangements have been made for Lin Yanrong and Bai Yusin among the newly selected maidens? Kong Fugue, kneeling painfully, promptly replied, Your Highness, these two maidens are residing in Jingfu Palace. He finished with a beaming smile. Anticipating praise. The decision to place Lin Yanrong, there was his own initiative, but who in the palace did not know that Meng Yan was prone to jealousy and possessiveness over the emperor? He could hardly believe that she had genuinely transformed. To his surprise, Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, coolly stating, "So you have disregarded my previous instructions, then? It seems my words have gone unheeded by the Internal Affairs Bureau." She had earlier instructed Liang Chengbi to place Lin Yanrong in Yongshou Palace. Yet now she had been relocated to the remote Jingfu Palace. Should the protagonist discover this, she would likely assume Meng Yan was secretly undermining her. Kong Fugue, quick-witted, realized he had misstepped in his flattery. He immediately began to prostrate himself, his forehead striking the ground with loud thuds, pleading, "I dare not presume to act independently in such significant matters. I beseech you, forgive my presumptuousness." Meng Yan allowed him to continue until his forehead was nearly bruised before finally saying, "Enough, prostrations cost nothing. Return and ensure Lin Yanrong is settled in Yongshou Palace, as I previously instructed. The maiden by Yusin will reside here in Changchun Palace." Kong Fugue was taken aback. While it was reasonable for Lin Yanrong to be placed in Yongshou Palace, given her prior favor with the emperor, he had assumed Meng Yan's motives were to curry favor. However, Bai Yusin was merely the daughter of a fifth-rank cavalry general, her father of lowly status, and she was seen as unremarkable, merely selected to fill the ranks by the Empress Dowager. What could Meng Yan possibly gain by elevating her? Yet, given Meng Yan's formidable reputation, he dared not question further, bowing his head and hastily departing to carry out her orders. This encounter yielded no substantial gains for him, only a reprimand. After Kong Fugue left, Ruizhu poured Meng Yan a fresh cup of tea and inquired, "Your Highness, forgive my ignorance, but what makes this Bai Yusin stand out?" Meng Yan smiled faintly. "Consider it that I have a connection with her." As she spoke, a breeze suddenly stirred in the courtyard, prompting her to rise and escort Duke back inside. Bai Yusin, in truth, was but a minor character within the pages of a book, yet she was a person who valued gratitude and reciprocity. In a previous life, she had inadvertently learned of the difficulties Bai encountered in the winter, when the Ministry of Internal Affairs had deprived her of the coal needed for warmth. On a whim, she had commanded the ministry to replenish the supply of coal in her chambers. Bai, ever grateful, remained indebted to her, and when her own fortunes waned, it was only Bai who came to visit her in the cold palace. Perhaps the author of that tale had crafted this character merely to bear witness to her tragic fate. Nevertheless, her disposition was far preferable to those who wielded sweet words while harboring malice. In this palace, having an additional friend was akin to securing another avenue of survival. From that day forth, no matter how trivial the matters at hand, the Ministry of Internal Affairs would invariably come to the Changchun Palace for instructions. Much to Meng Yan's exasperation, she merely wished to live peacefully alongside Duku, enjoying her blessings without any desire for the authority to oversee palace affairs. However, to outsiders, Meng Guofei held a position of great esteem and was deeply favored by the emperor, rendering it impossible for her to evade such perceptions. Fortunately, palace regulations and precedents governed these matters, allowing for a methodical progression. Meng Yan, disinterested in power, inadvertently allowed the entire court to feel more at ease than when Liang Chengbi was in charge. A couple of days later, rumors began to circulate within the harem, with everyone whispering that Lin Yanrong, among the newly selected maidens, had already garnered the emperor's favor even before entering the palace. And her future was undoubtedly bright. This gossip spread like wildfire, quickly filling every palace. Simultaneously, it reached the Yangxin Hall and Changchun Palace. Chapter 18, Did he wish to sleep here? Recently, the southwestern region of the Great Zhou was once again engulfed in conflict. In light of the protracted warfare, Liu Hao, striving to appease the southwestern factions, devoted himself wholeheartedly to his duties, neglecting rest and sustenance as he met daily with the cabinet ministers in the study. The trivial matters of the harem had long been cast aside in his mind. As night fell and the ministers finally departed, Liu Hao felt a twinge of weariness and stretched his back. The chief eunuch, Rong Yin, entered quietly. Holding a tray, he gently placed a bowl of ginseng soup before the emperor and remarked softly, "Your Majesty, it is late. Please take care of your health," with a furtive glance at the emperor's expression. And seeing no sign of displeasure, he added with a smile, "This bowl of ginseng soup was personally prepared by the empress. Your Majesty should enjoy it while it is warm. The empress has sent word that with the dry weather lately and your busy schedule, you must take care of your health. She is quite concerned for your Majesty's well-being." Upon seeing the bowl of ginseng soup, Lu Hao immediately surmised that it was yet another offering of goodwill from one of the palace consorts. He initially thought it might be Meng Yan and smiled, preparing to tease her, having not visited her in several days. Surely she would be growing impatient. However, when he heard Rong mention it was from Liang Qingbi, his interest swiftly dissipated. Rong, and has the Equine Palace been spending lavishly on you these past few days? With that rather unremarkable remark, Lu Hao strode away without casting another glance at the ginseng soup. Rong, drenched in cold sweat, couldn't help but wipe his forehead. Hastily following after him, it seemed the emperor was quite displeased with the empress this time. Perhaps it would be wise to return the funds from the Equine Palace. He certainly lacked the influence to speak on her behalf. If he mishandled this, he might find himself in trouble. Having followed the emperor from his days as crown prince to his current reign, Rong was aware that while he occasionally leveraged his position to curry favor with the consorts, he still knew who truly held power. As Lu Hao approached the entrance of the Yangxin Hall, a gust of night wind swept over him, invigorating his senses that it was the season of spring, with a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of unknown flowers, intoxicating to the soul. He gazed upward at the clear night sky, the moon hanging high, and within the silence of the Forbidden City, Lu Hao suddenly felt a hint of loneliness. In the past, when his duties had consumed him, Meng Yan would invariably come to visit, bringing her handmade medicinal dishes, and would linger for hours before departing. Perhaps she would even urge him to spend the night with her. That time, he had found her chatter tiresome. Yet now, without her warm presence, he felt oddly unaccustomed. Well, she is unwell. It is only logical she does not come. What time is it? Your Majesty, it is already 2/4 past the hour of the dog. Lu Hao pondered for a moment, pinching the bridge of his nose, then commanded, "Go to Changchun Palace and see how she fares. There is no need for a grand procession. Let us go quietly." With that, he descended the steps ahead of Rong and, taken aback for a moment, hurried to follow, inwardly grumbling that the emperor seemed to be in high spirits today, seeking out the empress when she had not come to him. Usually, he found her presence burdensome. The two of them walked in silence along the palace path, the moonlight casting long shadows beneath them. They arrived quietly outside Changchun Palace, where the guard were preparing to unlock the gate. Upon seeing the emperor's arrival, they hurriedly knelt in reverence, eager to announce him. Yet Lu Hao waved his hand, signaling them to refrain, saying, "I merely wish to see what the empress is doing." With that, he stepped inside. Lu Hao had thought that given his absence, and with new maidens about to enter the palace, Meng Yan would surely be fretting over him, losing her appetite and growing thinner. However, as he neared the inner chamber, he was greeted by the sounds of laughter and chatter from within. Meng Yan had already tidied herself, wearing a pale pink silk nightgown, seated on the bed with Duku in her arms, teaching her to say, "Come, tell mother, my name is Duku." Duku, with her hair down, was wrapped in bright red silk clothing, looking up with a grin, yet still only managing to utter the single word, "Mother." Meng Yan sighed, gently stroking her little head. She had been teaching her for 2 days now, and Duku, aside from calling her mother, had yet to say anything else. She had even taken Duku's pulse, and it seemed all was well. This heartache had no remedy since ancient times. Never mind, there is still plenty of time ahead. I shall persevere, and I refuse to believe that with daily effort, Duku will remain silent. Lu Hao stood quietly outside the curtain. Observing this scene, he had never seen Meng Yan in such a light. She was gentle and kind, her words soft as those of a loving mother. Had he not known beforehand, he might have truly believed that Duku was her own flesh and blood. This harmonious and warm moment melted the heart of the great Zhou emperor, who typically wielded immense power and engaged in relentless political maneuvering. Indeed, he had not misjudged her. Lu Hao cleared his throat softly, lifting the curtain to enter. Why has he come again? Does he not find it bothersome? Meng Yan felt a twinge of confusion in her heart, hastily rising from the bed to perform her courtesy. Your servant did not know the emperor had arrived. Lu Hao stepped forward, supporting her as he smiled. Recently, I have been preoccupied with state affairs, unable to attend to the harem, yet I have been concerned about your health. Now that matters have settled, I came to see you. As he spoke, he pulled her down to sit beside him on the edge of the bed. Meng Yan gently tugged at her hand, attempting to free herself from Lu Hao's grasp. But finding his hold firm, she resigned herself to it. She lowered her head and smiled lightly. Your Majesty is the ruler of a nation, burdened with countless affairs. How could you concern yourself with a mere illness of mine? This was her heartfelt truth. If Lu Hao thought less of her, it would indeed be for the best. However, to Lu Hao, her words only served to reinforce her thoughtfulness and maturity. Yenner has grown considerably composed. I have been in the palace for several years now, and with new maidens soon to enter. If I do not make progress, I shall surely become a source of amusement for them in the future. Meng Yan spoke dismissively, yet within her heart, she wailed in despair. She was so fatigued and weary, longing only to sleep with Dooku. Why was Lu Hao still lingering? Had he come in the middle of the night to engage in idle chatter? Dooku, still so young, could not endure the late hours, and had already leaned against Meng Yan, dozing off, her little head bobbing. Suddenly, Meng Yan had an idea and quickly said, Your Majesty, Dooku is tired. I shall not keep you. Before she could finish, Ruizhu approached with a smile, saying, Your Majesty, Your Highness, I shall take the little princess to rest. Meng Yan's eyes widened, desperately trying to convey her disapproval to her clever maid with a glance. Yet, Ruizhu seemed oblivious, striding forward to scoop up Dooku. Unfortunately, Lu Hao nodded approvingly. Go ahead, and take good care of her. With the Emperor's words, Meng Yan found herself powerless to protest, and she could only watch as Dooku was carried away by Ruizhu. Inside the room, only the two of them remained. What did Lu Hao intend to do? Surely, he did not wish to spend the night here. Chapter 19. He actually asked her for a child as the thought burrowed its way from the depths of her heart. Meng Yan felt a chill racing up her spine. Memories of how she had once guarded the deep palace, waiting in anguish for his arrival every night, resurfaced. In the beginning, Haozhi would still come. But as the story progressed, he vanished from Changchun Palace, and the disdain in his gaze grew with each passing day. At that time, Meng Yan continued to deceive herself, clinging to the hope that Haozhi would still cherish their past affection, believing he would not truly despise her, as she desperately sought his favor and affection. The tattered book mocked her, saying she was overestimating her worth, foolishly dreaming of capturing the heart of an emperor and vying for something that did not belong to her. Very well, if it did not belong to her, then she would not covet it any longer. She no longer wished to be entangled in a web of desire with Haozhi, lest she provoke the true destined one when she arrived and find herself in an unpleasant situation. Haozhi belonged to Lin Yanrong. She was acutely aware of this. Meng Yan wondered what had possessed Haozhi tonight, or if it was merely a fleeting whim. She lowered her head, pondering how to send him away. Of course, perhaps it was all just her overly sentimental imagination. Haozhi might not have any intention at all. After all, she was still unwell, was she not? She remained silent, her hair cascading down her temples, falling into Haozhi's view, appearing gentle and serene. The dim light in the room flickered, casting shadows upon Meng Yan. Beneath her sheer nightgown, her ample bosom and delicate waist were subtly revealed, her skin as fine as white jade. Alluring and captivating, enchanting Haozhi's heart, he remained oblivious to the turmoil in Meng Yan's mind. She was his concubine, sharing his bed and indulging in intimacy with him was only natural that Yenner looks much improved. I still trust the medical skills of Dr. Xiaoho, he remarked. Her complexion was rosy, her cheeks full, no longer bearing the pallor of illness. Although he felt somewhat regretful that she had not devoted herself to him, seeing her health on the mend brought him joy. This was no credit to Dr. Xiaoho. It was entirely due to her feigned illness. Meng Yan thought bitterly, yet her face bore a humble and obedient smile. Those who served by the Emperor's side undoubtedly possessed exceptional skills. Such trivial tricks of hers were nothing in comparison. As she spoke, she subtly shifted her body, attempting to create distance between herself and Haozhi. Unaware of her intention, Haozhi extended his long arm and pulled her into his embrace. Meng Yan froze, engulfed by the aroma of dragon's blood incense and the scent of a mature man. His broad chest and strong arms radiated a man's power, making her acutely aware that she could not resist. However, the memories of their past intimacy felt too distant, She had long forgotten how to engage in such a union. And the Lu Haozhi before her now seemed no different from a stranger. She did not raise her gaze, her eyes lingering on the clouds embroidered on his robe. Through the fabric, she could feel his warmth and hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. "Yinner, do you like cardamom?" His voice emerged, slightly husky. "Cardamom is lovely and delicate." "Naturally, I adore it," she replied. Why did he suddenly ask her this? Since my ascension to the throne, it has been 5 years, yet I have not sired a single heir. The ministers in court urge me daily to produce offspring. For the sake of the great Zhou dynasty, I must indeed consider such matters. Meng Yan was rendered speechless. Did Lu Haozhi imply that? Yenner, would you be pleased to have a child of our own? The buzzing in her ears intensified. Was Lu Haozhi truly asking her for a child? But Lu Haozhi, without allowing her to respond, grasped her delicate chin and lifted it. His dark, profound eyes filled with unmistakable desire. He lowered his head and captured her soft, sweet lips in a kiss, before he could become lost in the moment. A searing pain shot through his lips. Lu Haozhi suddenly pulled away, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. He released her. Meng Yan scrambled to the corner of the bed, curling up defensively. "Meng Yan, you are exceedingly bold to bite me," Lu Haozhi exclaimed, both astonished and furious. Disbelief etched across his handsome face. "Oh no, this is terrible." Meng Yan's heart raced in panic. Angering the emperor was indeed a grave mistake. But having bitten him, what could she do? It was not as if she had intended to. He had suddenly lunged at her like a rogue, and she had reacted instinctively, in a moment of desperation. She pinched her thigh hard, forcing 2 tears to spill forth, her voice trembling with a hint of grievance. "Your Majesty, I am still unwell. It seems this ailment may be contagious. I feared I might pass it to you. And in my moment of panic, I acted rashly. I hope your Majesty will forgive me." Lu Haozhi squinted at her, his gaze fixed on the small figure huddled in the corner, watching her performance. Did Meng Yan truly believe him to be a fool, allowing her to deceive him? Her refusal was already so clear, yet he remained oblivious? In just a few days, she appeared so vibrant, indicating that her illness was hardly serious. Yet she hastily hung up the green token. Today, he had finally found a moment to visit her. Only to be bitten, he was the emperor, the sovereign of the realm, having toiled all day with state affairs. Yet he came to keep her company only to be met with her disdainful mockery. Did she truly believe he could not live without her? For a long time, Lu Haozhi remained silent. The room steeped in an almost suffocating stillness. Meng Yan felt a cold sweat trickle down her forehead and onto her chest. If it is indeed a contagious illness, how can you still dare to hold cardamom? After a prolonged silence, he uttered, "Then you dare to embrace cardamom." With that, Lu Haozhi swept away in a flurry of silken robes. Once he departed, Meng Yan collapsed onto the bed. Utterly drained, he clearly did not believe her. If he chose not to trust her, so be it. Surely he would not punish her for such a trivial matter. In the future, there would be many times when he would doubt her. When he mentioned having a child of their own, her reason slipped away in an instant. She had not been without their child. The day she miscarried was the same day she was stripped of her title as favored consort. Meng Yan understood that these were merely the machinations of fate, yet she could not help but harbor resentment towards him. "Lu Haozhi, we shall part ways here." A single tear rolled down her cheek. Landing on the pillowcase, in a fit of rage, Lu Haozhi returned to the Yangxin palace. The head eunuch, Su Dongying, was waiting outside the hall. Upon seeing the emperor's return, he hurriedly knelt with a tray full of green tokens. "Your Majesty, please review the tokens." Lu Haozhi raised his foot and kicked the tray to the ground. "Get out!" Rong and quickly gestured for Su Dongying to leave, entering to serve the emperor, from the looks of it. The emperor had been driven from the bed by the favored consort, which explained his furious outburst. The innocent bystanders, like them, were caught in the crossfire of the consort's schemes. Rong entered to find the emperor seated on the dragon chair, one hand supporting his forehead, repeatedly rubbing it as if in deep distress. "Rong," he said after a while, "what trick is the favored consort up to this time? What benefit does it bring her to enrage me? Is she not always most concerned with my favor?" Suddenly, a spark of realization struck Rong, and she replied, "Your Majesty, there have been recent rumors in the palace regarding that Lin lady." Have you heard about it? Chapter 20. He did not believe she would not come to him, Lin Lady. Haozhi mused, recalling the name only after a moment. Is she the one I encountered in the imperial garden the day before the selection began? Rongin smiled and replied, the lady's surname is Lin, given name Yenrong. He pondered silently, realizing that the name of Lin Yenrong had not left a significant impression on him, indicating that she held little weight in his heart. Yet, even before entering the palace, she had already stirred up quite a commotion. The future of this Lin lady would hardly be smooth sailing. Was she not the daughter of the Prince of Nanping? As he repeated the name, Haozhi vaguely recalled the scene from the imperial garden. Fresh from court and burdened by concerns of war, he had sought solace in the garden in early spring. As nature awakened, he had encountered a slender young woman dressed in a gown of azure, holding a branch of apricot blossoms, standing amidst the sparse shadows of the apricot trees, accustomed to the vibrant hues of the palace. The sight of such a fresh and lovely figure was akin to a gentle breeze from the south, refreshing and invigorating. The young woman appeared entirely unaware of his identity, not adhering to the usual formalities expected of palace women. Instead, she gazed at him with watery eyes and inquired who he was. Haozhi understood that with the selection drawing near, a group of candidates was being instructed in proper etiquette, and she was likely among them. This lady was quite cautious, evading his inquiries and refusing to reveal her identity until Rongin arrived, at which point she seemed to awaken from a dream and knelt to confess her name. Only then did Haozhi learn that her name was Lin Yenrong, the daughter of the Prince of Nanping. The origins of Lin Yenrong were, in fact, somewhat awkward. Her father, the Duke of Nanping, was in truth the crown prince of the former dynasty. The ineptitude of the last emperor, coupled with rampant corruption among officials and a series of natural disasters, left the populace in dire straits. The founder of the great Zhou dynasty took up arms, overthrowing the previous regime and establishing a new order, thereby consigning the former crown prince to the status of a prisoner. In a display of benevolence, the late emperor granted the deposed crown prince the title of Duke of Nanping, relocating his family to the southwestern region, where they wielded no real power, merely enjoying the comforts of a noble life. To demonstrate loyalty, the Duke of Nanping's household sent their daughters to the palace for selection year after year, signifying their submission. The imperial family of the great Zhou accepted these offerings to pacify potential dissent, and currently, there resides an elderly imperial concubine within the palace who hails from this very household. When Haozhi learned that the young woman before him was from this lineage, he considered the tense situation at the southwestern border and deemed it prudent to maintain internal stability. Thus, he chose not to pursue her apparent breach of etiquette, engaging her in casual conversation before taking his leave. Subsequently, the selection of candidates was overseen by the Empress Dowager and the noble consort Xuana, with Haozhi refraining from interference. It turned out that this young lady had indeed been retained on the list. Reflecting on earlier events, Haozhi casually inquired, is she not merely a candidate yet to enter the palace? What connection does she have with the palace's gossip? Rongin, observing the emperor's expression, cautiously replied, Your Majesty, in recent days, I have heard whispers among the palace staff that this Lin Sun had already garnered favor before the selection, and it is certain she will ascend to greater heights in the future. Absurd, Haozhi interjected, his voice laced with irritation before Rongin could finish. Rongin quickly knelt, chastising himself. I deserve punishment for allowing such vile talk to reach your ears. Your Majesty, Haozhi's gaze darkened as he pressed further. How long have these rumors been circulating? Why was I unaware of them? Rongin responded, since the selection, there have been murmurs, but they have intensified in recent days. Your Majesty, you are preoccupied with state affairs and have no time for idle chatter. The imperial consort seems incapable of managing the palace, allowing such baseless tales to proliferate, turning the wooden prayer beads in his hand. Haozhi's expression was grave as he mused. The Duke of Nanping's ambitions are evidently growing. The saying, where there is smoke, there is fire, rang true, having grown up within the imperial palace. He was well aware of the intrigues that unfolded in the harem. He could hardly believe that these rumors merely sprang from thin air. Had Lin Sun already begun to build her own momentum before even entering the palace? Though she was but a candidate awaiting her title, She had the backing of the Duke of Nanping's household and an elderly imperial aunt within the palace, making such maneuverings far from difficult. On that day, amidst the shadows of the apricot blossoms, he had seen her poised and graceful, seemingly knowledgeable and gentle. Yet beneath that exterior lay a mind teeming with schemes. The rank of this candidate had yet to be conferred. Surely the list could be discarded? His cold remark sent a chill down Rongyan's spine. Did the emperor intend to prevent Lin Yanrong from entering the palace? If that were to happen, Lin Yanrong's prospects would be utterly ruined. To be left on the list and then dismissed would cast her name into infamy, making her undesirable for future marriage to Rongyan. Recalling the instructions from the elder ladies of the palace, mustered the courage to advise. Your Majesty, forgive my boldness, but this Lin Sun was personally chosen by the Empress Dowager, and the noble consort Xuanhe has also expressed her favor. Lu Haozhi's brows furrowed slightly. The noble consort Xuanhe was Lin Yanrong's aunt, and the Empress Dowager shared a long-standing friendship with the elderly imperial concubine. During the late emperor's reign, they had weathered many storms together, and even in his youth, Lu Haozhi had received their care. To outright reject Lin Yanrong would not only damage the dignity of these two esteemed ladies, but would also disregard the Empress Dowager's intent in retaining Lin's name, which was likely an act of benevolence and appeasement. After weighing these considerations, Lu Haozhi finally spoke. Very well, we shall temporarily set this matter aside. I am aware of what must be done. Tomorrow, you are to visit the Ministry of Punishments and instruct the supervising eunuchs to punish those who spread such malicious rumors within the palace. Henceforth, if I hear even a whisper of such matters again, they shall be wary for their heads. The emperor's words carried a weight that could lead to severe consequences, and Rongyan hastily acquiesced. Feeling a sense of relief, Lin Yanrong would likely be spared. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager and the consort would not let him off easily. Yet Lu Haozhi abruptly kicked him, exclaiming, "What of the imperial consort? Why are you dragging in unrelated matters?" Rongyan, with a contrived smile, replied, "Your Majesty, if such rumors have reached the Yangxin Hall, they likely have also found their way to the Changchun Palace. Women are often embroiled in jealousy and rivalry, and the imperial consort has always been quite invested in your affairs." Upon hearing such talk, would she not become furious? If she is yet to storm into the Yangxin Hall, it would indeed be remarkable. Is that truly the case? Lu Haozhi pondered, recalling Meng Yan's temperament, finding it not entirely implausible. She is certainly quick to anger. I thought she had been more composed of late, yet she has reverted to her old ways. Does she truly believe that I must cater to her whims? If she is displeased, must I be the one to appease her? I shall leave her to stew for a while. I do not believe she will not come to me. Chapter 21. A shift in narrative as the ranks of the newly selected candidates were established. Meng Yan sat her chamber, tending to Duku's hair. Although Duku was young, her hair was remarkably beautiful, dark, thick, and as smooth as satin when held in hand. Meng Yan fashioned 2 delicate buns for her and adorned them with a peach blossom silk flower sent by the Bureau of Royal Crafts. The little girl sat motionless, and Meng Yan reveled in the joy of dressing her daughter. The daughter of the Duke of Nanping, Lin Yanrong, is elevated to the 6th rank of the imperial consort. Upon hearing this decree recited by Ruju, Meng Yan paused momentarily. The 6th rank? Could it be an error? How can she merely be a consort? I distinctly recall that Lin Yanrong was granted the title of noble consort after that breathtaking encounter in the imperial garden, a title personally conferred by Lu Haozhi himself. What has transpired? Lin Yanrong's rank has diminished, and her title has vanished. Your Highness, this is an official decree from the Ministry of Ceremony, clearly inscribed in black and white. How could I possibly be mistaken? Ruizhu replied with a hint of exasperation, finding it increasingly difficult to comprehend her mistress's demeanor. Last night, the emperor made time amidst his busy schedule to visit and even intended to stay. You should have seized the opportunity to cultivate your relationship, especially with a newcomer about to enter the palace. Yet instead of doing so, Meng Yan had not only dismissed the emperor, but had also angered him. Recalling the sight of the emperor leaving in a huff, Ruizhu felt her heart race with fear. When she entered the room, she found Meng Yan sitting in silence, her arms wrapped around her knees, refusing to speak despite Ruizhu's inquiries. Later, Meng Yan remained by the little princess's side, watching over her throughout the night. Ruizhu had initially thought something significant had transpired, but upon waking the next morning, Meng Yan seemed unperturbed, resuming her routine of grooming and serving meals, engaging in cheerful banter with the little princess. Has your highness truly grown indifferent to the emperor? Meng Yan hesitated for a moment before regaining her composure and picking up a mirror to inspect herself. Duku, do you think I look beautiful? Duku clapped her hands, giggling with delight. Seeing her mistress's carefree demeanor, Rueju grew anxious and stepped forward, saying, Your Highness, I have learned that the emperor has no other engagements after court today and is likely to visit the Chang'an Pavilion for music. Rueju believed that the emperor's visit last night indicated he still held her in high regard. If Meng Yan were to play the guzheng at the pavilion, perhaps serendipity would intervene, leading to a change in their circumstances. Meng Yan shot a glance at her clever maid, wondering if she had become overly astute. Yesterday, she had taken the liberty of carrying Duku away, and now she was proposing such a plan. Indeed, had she been the person from the stories of old, she would have been thrilled and readily complied. However, she was no longer that person. Are the arrangements for the newcomers settled? Some of the palace quarters have long been unoccupied and are in disrepair. Instruct the Ministry of Internal Affairs to ensure everything is tidy and adequately supplied. They must not feel slighted upon their arrival. Although she may have angered Lu Haozhi the previous day, she had no intention of vying for favor. Yet she still needed to maintain the demeanor befitting a virtuous consort to ensure her own peace in the days to come. Your Highness, are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? Meng Yan regarded Rueju with a frosty gaze. Rueju felt a chill run down her spine and immediately knelt. I dare not. Good, as long as you are cautious and meticulous. Do not forget your own advantages. Meng Yan straightened her posture, observing her maid quietly. Rueju knelt with her head bowed, silent and seemingly pitiful. After all, she was her maid from the previous life, loyal and devoted. Her suggestions stemmed from her understanding of Meng Yan's temperament, always considering her well-being. Feeling her heart soften, Meng Yan approached and helped her up to, I understand that all you do is for my sake. Yet, you must realize that no flower blooms forever, and no person remains favored indefinitely. With newcomers arriving, it would be unwise for me to act impulsively now, as it would provide fodder for gossip and only further irritate the emperor. Moreover, among them, should there be one who rises to prominence, it would bring me trouble. Rueju sniffled softly, her voice laced with a hint of sobs, and the maid could hardly believe it. How could those young girls ever think they could ascend to the heights of the empress? Surely the emperor's heart belonged solely to the empress. Meng Yan could only smile helplessly. The character from the book she once identified with had been equally confident, only to become a laughingstock in Lin Yanrong's words. After all, she was not the protagonist. Recently, rumors in the palace suggested that Lin's maid, who had not yet been selected, would surely rise to prominence after gaining favor, and this incited the maid's indignation. How could the emperor possibly? Meng Yan fell silent, realizing that Rueju was upset over this matter. This incident had also occurred in her previous life, albeit after Lin Yanrong had entered the palace. She had listened to the rampant rumors, her fury igniting, prompting her to confront Lin Yanrong directly. This scene had been witnessed by Lu Haozhi, leading to her receiving a reprimand from the emperor for her jealousy and impulsiveness, which only served to highlight Lin Yanrong's fragility and vulnerability. She couldn't help but wonder why this event had unfolded so much earlier in this life. Lin Yanrong had yet to enter the palace. Such rumors could hardly benefit her. However, recalling this matter, she began to understand why Lin Yanrong's status was not as elevated as it had been in her previous life, with gossip swirling and everyone speculating. How could Lu Haozhi remain oblivious? A man of his temperament could hardly tolerate such slander, especially considering Lin Yanrong's already sensitive background, making her an easy target for such rumors. Meng Yan chuckled, pinching Rueju's nose. If I am not angry, why should you be? Such occurrences will only multiply in the future. If you allow yourself to be vexed by each one, you'll soon find yourself in a state of despair. And then I shall be left without a capable maid. She added with a playful tone, Now, go wash your face. You look like a painted cat. Instantly, Rueju broke into a smile, but observing her mistress's carefree demeanor, the anxiety that had clouded her heart lifted as well. Meng Yan approached the door, gazing out at the azure sky, her fair visage adorned with a gentle smile. since it did not belong to her. She would not covet it. She had no interest in Haozhi's thoughts. Though he might have been displeased with her the previous night, he would soon be captivated by Lin Yanrong, no longer concerning himself with her. She felt no apprehension that this would bring her misfortune to in this life. She would not compete with Lin Yanrong for the emperor's favor, nor would Lin Yanrong have the chance to harm her. This time around, she vowed not to commit any errors. She was determined to see her life through to a successful conclusion. After the eunuch conveyed the imperial edict at the relay station, Lin Yanrong's graceful and delicate features nearly crumbled at the revelation. The rank of a 6th grade? What is the meaning of this? Why does my status differ so drastically from what was written in the book? Is the eunuch truly a 6th grade? Lin Yanrong inquired cautiously. The eunuch, clearly irked, responded with a thinly veiled mockery. What does Lin mean? Do you jest, thinking that merely meeting the emperor before the selection would grant you an outstanding position in the palace? The world is not so easily navigated. The rank bestowed by the emperor suggested that Lin Yanrong held no more significance in his eyes than an ordinary person, and thus deserved no special reverence. With a forced smile, the eunuch continued, "Oh, my lady, are you jesting with me? This is the emperor's decree. How could I dare misread it? If I were to err, I might as well be courting death." Lin Yanrong, quick-witted, realized her mistake and smiled apologetically. "I was merely inquiring. Please do not take offense." With a discreet glance at her maid, Haozhi, who accompanied her to the capital, she discreetly retrieved a silver piece from her sleeve and offered it with both hands. "Eunuch, our lady wishes to treat you to a cup of tea." The eunuch accepted the silver, weighing it in his hand, and upon finding it satisfactory, beamed with a grin. "Thank you for your generous gift. My lady, I must now hurry to convey the edict elsewhere, so I shall take my leave." Once the eunuch departed, Lin Yanrong collapsed onto a chair, her delicate face clouded with gloom, enveloped in silence. Why do all the palace denizens wear such power-hungry visages? Even the matrons who teach etiquette are like this, as is this eunuch. Upon seeing silver, they beam like flowers. Haozhi closed the door. Muttering her grievances, "We shall see more of such faces in the future. We have only just begun." Lin Yanrong spoke absent-mindedly, her mind in disarray. According to the plot, her initial title upon entering the palace should have been that of a pure noble woman. Yet now, not only had she lost her title, but her rank had plummeted from a 5th-grade noble to a mere 6th grade. What on earth had gone awry? She had originally been an orphan, born into poverty with an unremarkable appearance, educated at a mediocre university, and subsequently employed as a clerk in a company. With no particular hobbies, she had spent over 20 years without close friends and had never been in a romantic relationship, though she harbored a secret affection for the company president. During the annual company banquet, she accidentally discovered her crush in an intimate embrace with the most popular and beautiful secretary, consumed by jealousy. She attempted to push the secretary off the rooftop while she was alone, but fate intervened, and she stumbled over a wire, falling herself. When she awoke, she found herself transmigrated into the very palace intrigue novel she had just finished reading, becoming Lin Yanrong, the protagonist within. Initially, she felt no fear at this twist of fate. Rather, she was elated. Her previous life had been bleak, and now, to be the heroine of a sweet romance and palace intrigue tale, it felt as if fortune had finally smiled upon her. She understood that as the protagonist, she would enter the palace, when the emperor Haozhi's favor, and ascend to the position of empress, becoming the ultimate victor in the story. Upon her arrival, she was merely a lowly concubine of the South Ping Duke's mansion, her mother having long since fallen from grace and her father neglecting her entirely. The daughter sent for selection had been her legitimate sister, though she knew that ultimately, the good fortune would still fall to her as per the plot. The transmigrated Lin Yanrong could hardly wait. Utilizing her knowledge of the narrative and her years of experience with palace novels, she orchestrated a scheme to lure her sister and her childhood sweetheart into a secluded room, leading to a scandal that rocked the Duke's mansion. The Duke was furious and imprisoned her sister, leaving no eligible daughters for selection. Thus, all expectations fell upon Lin Yanrong alone. According to the book, her sister would later marry a duke and become a duchess. But Lin Yanrong's actions ensured that all connections and resources of the Duke's mansion would belong solely to her. She did not fret over the slight deviation from the plot, believing her glorious life would unfold in the palace. After being selected, she had preemptively befriended Liang Chengbi, a pivotal ally in the novel, and, under the Empress's protection, staged a chance encounter with the Emperor in the Imperial Garden in the original story. Lin Yanrong had genuinely been lost. This time, it was all intentional. However, when she first laid eyes on Lu Haozhi, she was taken aback. The Emperor, with his celestial features, bore a striking resemblance to the president she had once adored. Her heart soared. She viewed this journey as fate granting her a dream come true. Everything unfolded according to her plans, smoothly progressing without punishment from the Emperor, who even inquired about her name. With this serendipitous encounter, her path in the palace seemed promising. Yet, why did her conferred rank differ so drastically from a book? Congratulations, my lady. You have been honored with the title of, though this rank may not be high. It surpasses that of the Bai family selected daughter, who was merely named a consort. Haozhi, oblivious to her mistress's turmoil, bowed and congratulated Lin Yanrong with a beaming face. What is there to celebrate about being a 6th grade? Lin Yanrong replied, her face pale, biting her lip in distress over the sudden twist in the narrative. What had gone amiss? Noticing the shift in her tone, Haozhi quickly adjusted her demeanor and whispered, My lady, be cautious. The walls have ears. Though you are but a now, you are still young and vibrant. If you gain the Emperor's favor, your future is bright. Besides, there is still the old matriarch to consider. Even for her sake, the Emperor would not dare treat you poorly. Old matriarch? Yes. And there's that aunt, the imperial concubine. Lin Yanrong whispered to Haozhi, cautioning her to relay messages discreetly, emphasizing the importance of maintaining secrecy. Haozhi felt conflicted, but nodded in agreement, not daring to defy her mistress's wishes. The old matriarch status was indeed prestigious. Yet to avoid suspicion, the South Ping Duke's mansion had seldom maintained contact with the palace. Ironically, Lin Yanrong, since entering the capital, had frequently made her presence known, as if eager for everyone to remember she was related to her aunt. Seated at her vanity, Lin Yanrong gazed into the mirror, taking in her reflection. Though her appearance was not extraordinary, it possessed a delicate charm. Her slender frame and tearful eyes naturally evoked a protective instinct in men, making her seem more appealing than her former self. As for her rival, the Empress Meng Yan, even if she was depicted as a beauty in the book, she would ultimately be destined to become Lin Yanrong's defeated foe. Lin Yanrong surmised that the imperial concubine, Xuanhe, might not hold her in high regard. It was unwise to initiate frequent contact before formally entering the palace. However, how could she resign herself to being demoted from a noblewoman to a mere? She could not accept it. After approximately an hour had passed, a gentle knock echoed from outside. Haozhi opened the door and stepped out, returning shortly after to lower her voice and inform Lin Yanrong, My lady. The old matriarch has sent word that the palace has been rather tumultuous of late. The Empress Dowager has been placed under house arrest, seemingly due to some connection with concubine Meng. It is advised that you endure this situation for a while longer, and refrain from making any sudden appearances, lest you attract unwanted trouble. Meng Yan, so this matter is indeed related to her. Upon hearing the name of concubine Meng, Lin Yanrong felt a sense of relief that it was likely that the jealous character from the book, Meng Yan, had stirred up this chaos out of her own spite. This is for the best. According to the storyline, every instance of her opposing me only serves to diminish Lu Haozhi's impression of her and to elevate my own innocence and vulnerability. Having encountered the apricot blossoms in the Imperial Garden, Lin Yanrong was confident that Lu Haozhi had formed a favorable impression of her. Meng Yan's attempts to suppress my status would only incite Lu Haozhi's disdain for her even more. These minor upheavals would not derail my future prospects. There is no need to panic that a self-satisfied smile graced Lin Yanrong's face as she delicately raised a cup of now lukewarm tea. Taking a sip, the tea was coarse and bitter, a testament to the inferior leaves typically stocked in this inn. Once she ascended to the position of a noble consort in the palace, she would no longer have to endure such poor quality tea. Having stumbled upon such fortuitous circumstances, she was determined to seize the opportunity. Haozhi, observing the situation carefully, cautiously murmured, My lady, the old matriarch also mentioned that. If there is nothing urgent, You should refrain from frequent visits to Ningxiu Palace. As you are new here, it is wise to avoid any suspicion and consider the reputation of the Wang family. How tiresome! What a loquacious old fool she is, speaking such irritating advice. Just because she has served as a dowager for decades, receiving deference as a revered ancestor from the Namping prince's household. Does she presume to dictate my actions? Humph! Once I rise to prominence, I shall see who in this manner will still regard her with any respect. An old crone who refuses to retire gracefully should simply enjoy her twilight years in peace. For now, I remain dependent on her protection. Thus I shall not reveal my discontent. Lin Yinrong lowered her gaze, acknowledging her aunt's words. Indeed, I have been rash. Upon hearing this, Haozhi felt a weight lift from her heart. Recently, her mistress had grown increasingly resolute, far from the timid figure who once allowed others to manipulate her. Haozhi had genuinely feared that her mistress might act impulsively and disregard her counsel. Lin Yinrong rose and approached the window, pushing it open to gaze towards the forbidden city. The sky was clear and vast, wild geese soared high, and the distant imperial city stood grand and magnificent, seemingly heralding her bright future. Recalling Lu Haozhi's godlike visage in the imperial garden, a blush crept across Lin Yinrong's cheeks as she softly murmured, "Your Majesty, wait for me. Meng Yan, enjoy your fleeting moments of favor while you can. Soon, he shall belong solely to me." After storming out of Changchun Palace in a fit of anger, Lu Haozhi busied himself with court affairs, reviewing memorials. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would visit Chang'an Pavilion to listen to music or stroll through the imperial garden. The once neglected concubines of the harem, seeing the Empress Dowager placed under house arrest and concubine Meng at odds with the emperor, believed they had found an opportunity. They adorned themselves in flamboyant attire, gathering in twos and threes to roam these areas, hoping for a chance encounter with the emperor, yearning for his favor. Indeed, a few even went so far as to spend lavishly in order to bribe the palace eunuchs for information about the emperor's whereabouts. Eagerly awaiting his arrival, Lu Haozhi was well aware of their schemes, but found no desire to expose them. He indulged them, enjoying the garden and music alongside them, while deliberately instructing others to relay this information to Changchun Palace. His underlying intention was to provoke Meng Yan into action. Would she remain passive upon hearing such news? Surely, she would come rushing in to plead and coax him, seeking reconciliation. Once she acknowledged her faults and yielded, he would find a way to step down gracefully, and they could restore their previous intimacy. Lu Haozhi had devised his plans well, yet to his frustration, the news seemed to vanish without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea. Changchun Palace remained undisturbed. Not only did Meng Yan not respond, even her handmaidens were absent. Filled with a mix of anger and helplessness, Lu Haozhi could hardly confront Meng Yan about her lack of jealousy. As the emperor, should he really encourage his concubines to vie for his affection? Certainly not. Thus, he was left to endure in silence. The discomfort of this situation was indeed quite unbearable, as the emperor, who wielded power over the entire court, could only glare at his own favored concubine. Consequently, the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty found his temper growing increasingly volatile with each passing day. Zhang Huainan, that old fool, had the audacity to submit a memorial accusing the minister of war of impropriety. Was he simply bored and seeking trouble? As a dignified censor, must he meddle in the private affairs of those who take concubines? Lin Yongxin had lost his sight, it seemed, as he managed to write 3 misspelled words in a single memorial. Did he steal his title as a martial scholar? Memorials fluttered like snowflakes, being tossed out of the Yongxin Hall, accompanied by the emperor's furious rebukes. Rong and, along with his apprentice Xiao Tang, stood guard outside, overhearing the commotion and exchanging glances of disbelief. Master Zhang Huainan is a censor, whose livelihood relies on accusations. After half a lifetime in office, when has he not accused someone? Lin Yongxin, with his martial background, was promoted by the late emperor to uplift the lower ranks. Does the emperor not understand how much knowledge a martial scholar possesses? Unable to contain himself, Xiao Tang whispered to his master, "Master, what has gotten into the emperor these past few days?" Rongin, well aware of the source of the emperor's frustration, kicked Xiao Tang lightly. "You insolent child. Discussing the emperor behind his back, do you wish to court death?" Hurry to Changchun Palace and summon the Empress Dowager. If this continues, both their heads may soon be in jeopardy. Xiaotang, quick on the uptake, dashed off towards Changchun Palace. Meng Yan had been living comfortably in Changchun Palace of late. With Lu Haozhi not bothering her and no pressing troubles in the palace, it was a peaceful time. She spent her days leisurely, teasing birds one day and admiring flowers the next. When boredom struck, she would lead her maidens to gather balsam flowers to make rouge, enjoying a carefree existence. As for the rumors circulating in the palace, she paid them no mind, not letting a single thought trouble her. Previously, Ruizhu had inquired nightly whether the emperor had summoned anyone, reporting good news to Meng Yan. However, seeing her indifference, she ceased her inquiries. Xiaotang rushed to Changchun Palace and, after being announced, entered to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Upon entering the inner court, he found Meng Yan dressed in simple attire, seated at a round table made of Wangwali wood, diligently grinding herbs with a pestle. Xiaotang knelt before her, saying, "This servant pays respects to the Empress Dowager." Without raising her gaze from the mortar, Meng Yan inquired, "What did your master send you for?" Xiaotang chuckled. "It seems there is nothing that can escape your notice, your majesty. The emperor is currently in a fit of rage at Yangxin Hall, and my master requests your presence." Meng Yan initially contemplated refusing, but then remembered a matter of importance. Setting down her pestle and rising, "I must indeed make an appearance." She instructed her attendants to prepare the ceremonial procession. Xiaotang sighed in relief, glancing at the array of jars and flowers on the table, and quietly asked his fellow maid, Yun Xiang, "What is the Empress Dowager concocting?" Yun Xiang replied, "The Empress Dowager mentioned that the bath beans sent by the Naiwafu are not suitable for children, so she's preparing some for the little princess herself." Xiaotang was taken aback, realizing that while the emperor was consumed with anger over Meng Yan, she was busily toiling away on such trifles. After donning her finery, Meng Yan took a palanquin to Yangxin Hall. Upon her arrival outside the hall, Rong and hurried to greet her, performing the customary bow and then announcing her presence. Lu Haozhi's previously darkened expression brightened slightly at the sight of her, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards, yet he feigned annoyance as he remarked, "I'm busy with state affairs, and she still comes to disturb me." "Very well, let her in." Roman could not help but mutter to himself. Clearly, he misses her terribly, yet he still insists on saying such things. But who are we to question the emperor? He holds the highest authority. Moments later, the familiar graceful figure entered the hall. After exchanging pleasantries and bowing, Meng Yan smiled and spoke clearly. "Your Majesty, new selections of maidens are to enter the palace soon. I dare to plead for the Empress Dowager and ask for her house arrest to be lifted." In an instant, Lu Haozhi thought he had misheard. Meng Yan had come to plead for Liang Chengbi. When had their relationship become so amicable? Perhaps she was merely seeking an opportunity to soften him up before making her true request. He recalled their previous discord, and knowing her pride, Lu Haozhi felt his composure returning as he casually asked, "How curious. You wish to plead for the Empress Dowager. Do you believe my decision was unjust?" Meng Yan lowered her gaze with a gentle smile, her tone soft. "Your Majesty, how could I dare? I merely believe that the Empress Dowager, out of concern for me, acted impulsively in a moment of panic, resulting in such an absurd act. After a period of house arrest, she must surely recognize her error. In the present day, the newly selected beauties are on the verge of entering the palace. Yet the imperial noble consort remains confined, fearing it may tarnish her sister's reputation in the days to come. Furthermore, I must confess that I am ill-equipped to manage palace affairs. To attempt it would likely result in a farcical situation. It would be far more prudent for the imperial noble consort to take charge herself." Such words she spoke were indeed virtuous and impeccable, leaving no room for criticism from Lu Haozhi, who surely could find no fault in her. Indeed, Lu Haozhi found no grounds for reproach. He only felt a slight itch in his back molars. The imperial consort at present is truly virtuous, aware of the need to intercede on behalf of others. He lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. The exquisite by Luo Chun tea was refreshing, causing his brows to relax. And he continued, "Since the imperial consort is so understanding and reasonable, I, too, cannot disregard it." As he spoke, he called out, "Rongin, Send someone to Ikuin Palace to convey my decree. I hereby lift her confinement, on the condition that she speaks and acts with caution henceforth. It is not a matter of great significance, merely a gesture to honor her request. Rongan, complying with the command, felt a sense of wonder. It seemed as though the sun had risen in the west today. With the imperial consort advocating for another concubine, no less the one she had previously clashed with the most, I express my gratitude to His Majesty on behalf of the imperial consort. Meng Yan pronounced with grace. Your Majesty is preoccupied with state affairs, and I shall not impose further. Thus I take my leave. With a respectful curtsy, she prepared to depart. Haozhi felt a vain throb on his forehead. Was she intending to leave just like that? Meng Yan. Haozhi called her by her given name without hesitation. Meng Yan was somewhat taken aback, raising her gaze to the emperor since their acquaintance. He had only ever referred to her as Yinner when pleased, and as the imperial consort when displeased. Only when thoroughly provoked would he call her by both name and title. Yet, had she not been sufficiently compliant during this period? She had scarcely stepped outside the gates of Changchun Palace. What had she done to provoke him? Surely he could not still be holding a grudge over the incident when she had bitten him. Such pettiness was unbecoming of an emperor. Meng Yan felt as though Haozhi had become increasingly difficult to please. Cautiously, she inquired, Your Majesty, is there anything else you require? Haozhi's brows knitted tightly. After a moment, he coolly remarked, I am busily engaged in state matters. And yet you, as the imperial consort, fail to come forth to attend to me. If I were to scrutinize this matter, I might well hold you accountable for an unvirtuous offense. Come here and prepare ink for me. Had all the palace maids and eunuchs in attendance perished? The thought crossed Meng Yan's mind at Haozhi's words out of course. He was the emperor, and with an imperial command. She, as the imperial consort, had no choice but to comply. Bowing her head in acquiescence, Meng Yan gracefully approached the imperial desk, taking a silver spoon and ladling a measure of clear water from the basin into the inkstone. Gently rolling up her sleeves as she grasped the soot ink stick, meticulously grinding in a short while, the ink began to flow smoothly. Having served Haozhi for half her life, she was well acquainted with his tastes and preferences, fully aware of how to achieve the perfect balance in the ink's consistency. This task was second nature to her, allowing her to avoid any further provocations from him. Haozhi was indeed pleased. Dipping his brush into the ink and resuming his examination of the memorials, with Meng Yan by his side, the turbulence in his previously agitated heart gradually settled into tranquility as they engaged in their respective tasks, one reviewing documents, the other preparing ink and tea. Though they exchanged no words, a serene harmony enveloped them. Once the final memorial was reviewed, Haozhi stretched his back and squinted at Meng Yan, who stood attentively beside him. Today she had styled her hair in a simple cloud bun, adorned with minimal jewelry, a single ebony orchid with cascading pearls, and a blossom of apricot flower, further accentuating her dark hair, which flowed like silk. Her complexion bore a subtle touch of powder, a hint of natural blush illuminating her fair skin. Clad in a smoke-hued, chest-length skirt, her delicate curves were elegantly outlined on one side of her chest. She had artfully affixed a golden incense pouch, which swayed with her every movement, kindling one's imagination. Meng Yan possessed beauty that could rival nations, yet she had previously favored ostentatious adornments, while she had always been stunning. Such embellishments occasionally overwhelmed her natural allure. Today, however, in her unpretentious attire, she exuded an effortless charm, revealing a rare touch of languid seduction. The fragrance wafting from the incense pouch, sometimes rich and other times faint, lingered sweetly like that of a young maiden, stirring Haozhi's heart. Was this intentional on her part? Undoubtedly, she had deliberately chosen this unusual attire, using her intercession for Liang Chengbi as an excuse to entice him. Ah, he knew it well. How could Meng Yan not care for his affections? This little woman was clearly playing a game of cat and mouse. Unbeknownst to Meng Yan, who was preoccupied with thoughts of Dooku waiting for her meal. The time was slipping away, and with no further matters at hand, she boldly stated, Your Majesty, Princess and is still awaiting my return to dine together. I must take my leave. Having spoken, she curtsied, awaiting the emperor's permission to depart. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Meng Yan felt her calves growing weary. Just as she pondered this, a sudden force yanked her as she found herself tumbling into Lu Haozhi's embrace. Without a moment's thought, she struggled, only to be firmly ensnared by his strong arms, seated upon his lap and held tightly within his grasp. Meng Yan felt a surge of panic. Lu Haozhi's behavior was increasingly perplexing. "Your Majesty, this is not in accordance with propriety." Before she could finish, a hand gripped the back of her neck, compelling her to meet his gaze. Lu Haozhi's handsome face loomed close, his brow furrowed with a stormy intensity. He held her with an unfamiliar strength, nearly stealing her breath away. This time, was there any escape for her? "Meng Yan, there is a limit to the game of cat and mouse." Lu Haozhi leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. Meng Yan found herself utterly immobilized. With the man so prepared, what could she do? In the throes of his fervent desire, she felt lightheaded and disoriented. In the final moments, a sharp pain pierced her neck. "This is your punishment for daring to bite me last time." His heated breath washed over her delicate neck, his voice laced with a low, mocking laughter. Lu Haozhi had bitten her. He truly bore a grudge, this petty man. Without further words, Lu Haozhi lifted her effortlessly, striding into the depths of the heavy curtains. Chapter 25. She bit him. Meng Yan's heart raced, a tinge of bitterness mingling with her fear. On Lu Haozhi's face, she recognized the familiar expression of yearning, one she had long tried to forget. In a previous life, it was under such a gaze that she had intertwined with him. Lost in a tempest of passion, she did not wish to become ensnared again. Yet could she refuse? As the imperial consort, serving the emperor was her duty. "Mother!" A soft, childlike voice suddenly rang out as a small figure dashed in from outside. Colliding with Lu Haozhi's legs, Lu Haozhi paused, looking down to see Deku's big, glistening eyes gazing up at him with an expression of concern, her tiny hands clutching his pant leg, as if to say, "Do not bully my mother." "Oh dear, Your Highness, you must not enter." Several palace maids and eunuchs trailed after Deku, witnessing the scene and immediately falling silent, kneeling in submission. Upon seeing Deku's arrival, Meng Yan felt a mixture of surprise and joy. This was her opportunity to escape. "Your Majesty, please set me down. It would not be proper for the child to witness this." Alas, this was surely the end. He would accomplish nothing today. Lu Haozhi was filled with frustration, but before the child, he had no choice but to release Meng Yan. Meng Yan gathered her hair, pulling Deku close, and smiled. "Did you come to find your mother?" Deku beamed, nodding her head, then hiding behind Meng Yan, peeking shyly at Lu Haozhi. Lu Haozhi felt a puzzling sensation. What was this child's intention? He was her uncle. After all, even if she had a different mother now, he had been the one to find her, that he should be displeased. Yet here she was, making a sour face. Meng Yan comforted the little princess and turned to Lu Haozhi. "Your Majesty, I have been dining with the little princess these past few days, and she has grown accustomed to my presence. I humbly request permission to return to Changchun Palace to care for her." What choice did Lu Haozhi have? Would he wrestle with a child for her mother? Reluctantly, he nodded in acquiescence. "Very well. Take the princess back." Meng Yan and the little princess performed their curtsies and then departed from Yangxin Palace. As they exited, a gentle breeze welcomed them, dispelling the heat that enveloped her. Reju, who had been waiting outside, hurried forward, her eyes widening in surprise at the red mark on her mistress's neck, stifling a giggle. Having accompanied Meng Yan from her family home, she was well aware of the significance of such a mark. She had known all along that the emperor's affections for the imperial consort remained steadfast. It was merely unfortunate that the little princess had arrived at an opportune moment, interrupting their intimate moment. Meng Yan inquired, "What happened? Why did the princess suddenly rush into Yangxin Palace?" As Reju helped her don her cloak, she explained, "According to the wet nurse, when it was time for the meal, the little princess refused to eat, insisting on finding her mother. The attendants, fearing for the princess's well-being, brought her here. Initially, they planned to wait outside for you, but the little princess spotted you inside and dashed in while everyone was distracted. Her small stature and quick legs made her impossible to catch. Originally, Meng Yan was currently attending to Doku's health, having prescribed several remedies that must only be taken after meals. She had issued a strict order that the princess must not be delayed in taking her medicine. The serving maidens, fearing repercussions from the noble consort for any failure in administering the princess's medication, dutifully brought the princess to the Yangxin Hall. Upon hearing this prior context, Meng Yan chose not to pursue the matter further, and together with Dou Ko, they ascended the palanquin to return to the Changchun Palace. Along the way, Rui Zhu could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered, "Your Highness, why have you chosen to plead on behalf of the Empress Dowager at this moment? She has enjoyed her position of favor for so many years. Now that the Emperor has finally imposed a punishment, why not allow her to suffer a little longer and see if she retains her arrogance in the future?" "You are still as stubborn as ever," Meng Yan replied, gently stroking Dou Ko's head with a faint smile. The newly selected concubines were about to enter the palace, and without her presence, this grand performance would undoubtedly lose much of its luster. At this critical juncture, if Liang Chengbi were to be confined, she would instantly become the prime target for those newcomers. While the others posed little threat, the original protagonist from a book, Lin Yanrong, was not an easy character to deal with. Meng Yan reflected that she did not wish to provoke her directly. It would be prudent to use Liang Chengbi as a shield as for whether these two would become loving sisters or bitter enemies in this lifetime. That was of no concern to her. After leaving the Yangxin Hall, Lu Haozhi, who was brimming with pent-up frustration, sought to vent his anger on the eunuchs who had failed to stop the princess. Each received a beating, with none escaping unscathed, not even the chief eunuch. And there were also those foolish enough to suggest to the emperor that he select a beautiful maid from among those serving him to assist him, which earned them 50 strokes of the cane before they were discarded to the everlasting alley for punishment. That evening, as Roland lay on the bed nursing his sore backside, he lamented, "Perhaps it would have been better if the noble consort had not come. The emperor's temper has only grown fiercer." Liang Chengbi, initially delighted to hear from the eunuchs that the emperor had lifted her confinement, soon grew suspicious upon learning that Meng Yan had specifically interceded on her behalf. What could have prompted Meng Yan to be so benevolent? What is her true intention? She wondered, reclining against a soft goose-down pillow with a snow-white kitten in her arms. A young woman in a purple silk gown smilingly replied, "My lady, matters in the palace have always been managed by you. Without your oversight, chaos would surely ensue. Can the noble consort truly handle such affairs? She must realize her own limitations. Rather than risk incurring the emperor's wrath, it is wiser for her to seek mercy and appear as the good person." This woman, Zhao Fangchun, in her 20s and possessing striking beauty, had been selected as a side consort for the crown prince during the previous emperor's reign, but had never enjoyed his favor. The narrative had arranged this to highlight Meng Yan's jealousy and her monopolization of the male lead. Lu Haozhi, hence, with Meng Yan basking in exclusive favor, these neglected concubines naturally banded together against her. Zhao Fangchun, of lower birth and often overlooked by the emperor, had no choice but to ally with Liang Chengbi to gain a title. However, Liang Chengbi shook her head and replied solemnly, "I believe that the current Meng Guifei is not as easy to deal with as before." After pondering this for a moment, unable to arrive at a clear conclusion, she instructed, "With the new consorts entering the palace soon, we must be vigilant to avoid any disturbances. Since the Yongshou Palace has been graciously offered by the noble consort, we must give our utmost effort to honor her intentions." Acknowledging the command, Liang Chengbi smiled slightly at Zhao Fangchun. "Zhao Guren, the newly selected Lin Changzai, is quite a remarkable individual. It is best to foster a good relationship with her." Zhao Fangchun, understanding the underlying meaning, quickly responded with a smile, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I am fully aware." 5 days later, the new consorts officially entered the palace on the 7th day of the 3rd month, deemed auspicious for marriages and new beginnings. The day began with splendid weather. However, within moments, ominous clouds gathered in the western sky, shrouding the sun, and soon the ground was swept with sand and stones as rain began to pour. Having completed her morning meal and styled Dou Ko's hair, Meng Yan sat in the main room, engrossed in account books, while Dou Ko, seated opposite her, played quietly with a puzzle, not causing any disturbance. Hearing a commotion outside, Meng Yan opened the window to peer out, only to find a world engulfed in mist, with all scenery obscured behind the curtain of rain. Today marked the auspicious arrival of the new consorts, yet such heavy rain fell. She wondered if anyone had gotten soaked. As she admired the rainfall, Meng Yan casually remarked, "What a pity for the newcomers." Rui Zhu, lighting a fragrant incense to dispel the dampness within the room, replied, "Your Highness is truly compassionate, still concerned for their well-being. Among them, who knows how many harbor ill intentions?" Meng Yan smiled softly, her radiant face exuding tranquility. Reflecting on her past life, she found it amusing how restless and anxious she had been at this time. While now, liberated from concerns over Lu Haozhi's affections, she could leisurely enjoy the rain. Did it rain on this day during my previous life? I vaguely remember it being a bright, sunny day. In the book. To elevate Lin Yinrong's stature, the weather was vividly described. Sunshine, chirping magpies, and soaring wild geese. What had changed? As Yin Xiang went to the Internal Affairs Bureau to collect colored threads, she unfortunately encountered this downpour. As she and her maidservants chatted idly, Yin Xiang returned, drenched from the rain, and upon entering, reported, "I have brought back the colored threads," but the servants at the Respectful Affairs room were in utter chaos, only focused on the arrangements for the new consorts. Not a single competent individual was present. It was only after I expressed my displeasure, citing Your Highness's urgent need for the threads, that someone finally assisted me. Today is indeed a significant matter, so they are understandably busy, Meng Yan replied with a gentle smile, observing the droplets cascading from Yin Xiang's hair. You have worked hard to make this trip. Please have the small kitchen prepare some ginger soup for you to enjoy later. Everyone in the palace should have a bowl to ward off the cold. Yin Xiang expressed her gratitude, noting that the noble consort had become much more affable, often wearing a smile throughout the day and rarely punishing the servants. She truly embodied grace and charm. While both she and Rui Zhu hailed from the Yang Marquis' household and had served Meng Yan since childhood with unwavering loyalty, they could not deny that they preferred the current demeanor of the noble consort. The talk of the palace now depicted her as generous and gentle, with many vying to enter her service. Rui Zhu chimed in excitedly. Your reputation brings us honor too. Meng Yan, listening to their praises, merely smiled in silence. As the saying goes, constant drops of water wear away stone. Over time, she would undoubtedly escape the tragic fate of the female antagonist. Let me share a piece of news to amuse you, Yin Xiang said, sensing Meng Yan's good spirits. I left the Respectful Affairs room. I overheard two little eunuchs from the Yongshou Palace discussing how, just before Lin Changzai entered the palace, the weather was still fine. Yet, as she stepped onto the long street, two crows perched on a tree began cawing loudly, and dark clouds rolled in, bringing forth the rain. Your Highness, is this not amusing? Meng Yan raised her elegantly arched brows in surprise. Such a turn of events. How curious that this lifetime differs so greatly from what was described in the book. Yet, she did not dwell on this minor occurrence. Believing that Lin Yinrong's position would not shift due to such trifles, do not speak of such things again, lest you inadvertently let slip your thoughts within the palace. Should these words reach the ears of someone with ill intent, it may invite unnecessary trouble, she advised, noting her two capable maidens attentively nodding in agreement, since Meng Yan had taken charge of the palace. The demeanor of the maids and eunuchs in the Changchun Palace had become markedly more reserved and humble, no longer the brash and confrontational individuals of her previous life. She then inquired, when is Baida Ren expected to arrive at the Changchun Palace? Why have we not seen her yet? Rui Zhu replied with a smile, Your Highness, have you forgotten? Baida Ren holds a lower rank and will not enter the palace until afternoon. The current batch of newcomers consists only of those ranked above Changzai. Meng Yan was momentarily taken aback. These matters felt like distant memories, slipping from her grasp. The selection of the 5 years of Qianyuan had yielded 6 chosen maidens. Apart from the leading lady, Lin Yinrong, and the agreeable Bai Yusin, there was 1 noblewoman and 1 constant companion, along with 2 agreeable figures, Song Xie, Han Xiaomei, Lu Miaoi, and Shun Jiaohui. Among these individuals, some had early on become adversaries of Lin Yinrong, while others forged bonds of sisterhood with her, and some merely played minor roles. Meng Yan resolved to distance herself from everyone except for Bai Yusin, with whom she shared a past connection, allowing the others to perform their theatrical roles unimpeded. Upon learning of her residence in Yongshou Palace, Lin Yinrong felt a mix of joy and surprise. She was pleased to discover from her reading that this palace was the closest to the Yangxin Hall, providing ample opportunity to cultivate proximity to the emperor. Moreover, it was written that in the future, she would be granted favor and bestowed with this palace by the Emperor Liu Hao as a sign of his affection. However, how could this event have transpired so prematurely? At this moment, she should have been relegated to Jingfu Palace by the imperial consort Meng. This sudden twist in the narrative left her feeling anxious and unsettled. Could it be that her earlier performance in the imperial garden had left such a profound impression on Emperor Liu Hao, prompting him to designate this place for her residence ahead of time? Indeed, it must be so. After all, who else would grant her such a splendid abode? Recalling that fleeting glance, the tall and handsome figure of Liu Hao, Lin Yinrong felt a sweetness bloom in her heart. She did not mind being favored earlier than depicted in the book. Yet as she stepped onto the main street, the favorable weather the plot had arranged suddenly ceased. Crows cawed from the trees. Dark clouds drifted overhead, and soon a fierce storm broke loose. In an instant, both Lin Yinrong and her maidservant were drenched, the water streaming down their pant legs. Haozhi hurriedly fetched a raincoat and hat for her mistress. When they overheard the leading eunuch muttering ahead, "What a rarity! The weather was fine this morning, and now it rains at T.S. Not even summer. T.O. encounter crows in broad daylight. How unlucky!" Lin Yinrong's countenance darkened immediately. Was this eunuch speaking in riddles? Chapter 27. This must be her gift to him. The eunuch continued to lead the way, his chatter ceaseless, though his voice was low enough for Lin Yinrong to hear distinctly. Throughout her life, even after her transmigration into this narrative, she had encountered many such insincere faces, and being inherently suspicious, she assumed he was hinting at something. Lin Yinrong despised and feared being looked down upon by others. After all, both her past experiences and the memories of this body were steeped in humble timidity. She exchanged a glance with Haozhi, who understood the unspoken cue. Though somewhat reluctant, Haozhi produced a silver coin from her sleeve, stepped forward, and presented it to the eunuch. With the wind and rain being so fierce, it must have been arduous for you, esteemed eunuch. Our young mistress invites you for a drink. The young eunuch, taken aback, quickly accepted the coin, his face adorned with a forced smile. Your kindness is truly overwhelming. Young mistress, such matters are merely my duty. How could I accept? His words were respectful, yet his heart held a measure of disdain. In the palace, power dynamics were always at play. Who would casually offer silver for a few bland remarks? This only served to diminish their standing further. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of Liu Hao, who had just emerged from court and was taking a leisurely stroll in the imperial garden when a downpour struck, leading him to hastily return and fortuitously encounter Lin Yinrong entering the palace. While being near Yangxin Hall had its advantages, it also meant that even trivial matters could catch the emperor's attention. Liu Hao stood beneath an umbrella, hands clasped behind his back, silently observing the actions of the master and servant. Today marked their entry into the palace. After a moment, he inquired indifferently. The attendant holding the umbrella, Rong Un, promptly replied, "In response to your majesty, indeed, the imperial consort has arranged for Lin Changzai to reside in Yongshou Palace, and she is en route there now. Unfortunately, the weather has turned unkind, and she appears quite pitiful." Drenched through as he spoke, he scrutinized the emperor's expression closely. Lin Changzai's unique background and the earlier incident in the imperial garden made Rong Un uncertain of the emperor's sentiments. Believing that a few kind words would not go amiss, Liu Hao remained silent, his face devoid of emotion. Lin Yinrong, soaked to the skin, wore a pale white embroidered gown that clung to her slender frame, rendering her even more delicate than when he had seen her in the garden. Her face was ashen, exuding an air of vulnerability. However, her demeanor belied her appearance, revealing a shrewd and calculating nature incongruous with her fragile exterior. This stark contrast left Liu Hao with an inexplicable sense of unease. The rumors circulating had nearly pinpointed the involvement of the Shinsing department, but the source of the gossip had yet to be confirmed. Although there was no evidence linking these rumors to the Nanping Duke's residence, the emperor's instinct suggested that this woman could not be entirely innocent of the matter. Yet, Liu Hao felt a voice within his mind urging him to cast aside all doubts and resentment toward her. Liu Hao was uncomfortable. This conflicted with his true nature. Seeing the emperor remain silent, yet unwilling to depart, Rong tentatively suggested, "Your Majesty, Lin Changzai has just entered the palace and has been caught in the rain without any means of protection. She may fall ill. Perhaps I should send an umbrella to her?" This was a subtle attempt to gauge the emperor's disposition. Liu Hao withdrew his gaze, resolutely deciding to disregard this inexplicable woman for the time being. "Do not concern yourself with her. I shall visit Changchun Palace and see what the imperial consort is up to." With that, he turned and strode toward Changchun Palace, eager to see Meng Yan and dispel that strange voice in his mind. As the emperor was about to step into the downpour, Rong hastily followed, holding the umbrella. The emperor's icy demeanor indicated that Lin Changzai, drenched in rain, was of no concern to him. In his heart, she held not the slightest worth. Unbeknownst to Lin Yanrong, who was unaware of the events unfolding behind her, the rain poured heavily, the slick roads made treacherous, and her delicate embroidered shoes were ill-suited for such conditions. She and Haozhi stumbled their way to Yongshou Palace, finally reaching their destination after much difficulty. The leading eunuch announced their arrival and took his leave, leaving the two of them to enter. Yongshou Palace was grand, comprising 5 main halls with eastern and western annexes, its yellow glazed roof and intricately designed windows exuding magnificence. Although Lin Yanrong had previously read about Yongshou Palace, experiencing it firsthand left her in awe. As a mere Changzai, she could not aspire to the rank of a palace mistress. Thus, despite being the sole resident of Yongshou Palace at present, she could only occupy the eastern annex. Upon reaching the corridor of the eastern annex, the head maid and eunuchs greeted them, ushering them inside. Inside, a throng of servants knelt, having anticipated a grand spectacle given Lin Yanrong's esteemed position and the rumors of her past entanglements with the emperor. However, the sight before them, both mistress and servants drenched like drowned rats, water dripping from their hair and clothing, left everyone momentarily speechless. Fortunately, the head maid, Yin Xiao, remained composed and quickly ushered them into the inner chamber, where they were dried and provided with fresh garments, while someone was dispatched to prepare ginger soup. Once settled, Lin Yanrong emerged to sit in the main hall, delivering some obligatory pleasantries. "From now on, you shall follow me with unwavering loyalty. That would be most commendable. Should any treachery arise, I shall not show mercy." She believed her words were appropriately measured and would surely instill fear among her subordinates, as the book had portrayed. Yet, she forgot that the Lin Yanrong in the narrative had entered Jingfu Palace on a fair-weather day, fully composed. Now, having made a fool of herself before her servants, her words carried far less weight. Amusement flickered in the hearts of those present, though their faces remained stoic. Lin Yanrong then instructed Haozhi to distribute rewards. However, Haozhi internally lamented, although the Nanping Duke's residence was indeed a duke's household, it was vastly different from the true noble houses, lacking land and relying solely on the court's stipend to support its members. During her selection in the capital, the old duke had provided only a limited sum for expenses, having explicitly instructed her to be frugal. Now, however, her mistress was insistent on maintaining appearances, lavishly rewarding others on the day of her entry into the palace. She found herself with little silver remaining that, if this continued, how would they ever manage in the days to come? However, Haozhi was merely a maidservant, bound to obey orders. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly produced a meager sum of silver to offer as a reward. As the onlookers gazed at the scant silver coins and the pretentious demeanor of the esteemed official, a sense of skepticism stirred within them. Lin Yanrong surveyed the crowd and inquired each person's name. Finding that the head maid, Yin Xiao, and the chief eunuch, Yu Baojiu, aligned with the descriptions in the text, which brought her a measure of reassurance, Liu Haozhi made his way to the Changchun Palace. Observing the bustling activity of maids and eunuchs coming and going, curiosity piqued, he wondered what Meng Yan was up to. Suddenly, he spotted a maid carrying a pot of gold-edged black orchids, which filled him with a flicker of joy. The gold-edged black orchid was quite rare and difficult to come by, and even within the palace's floral department, only a few could be cultivated and yeared. He had a fondness for orchids, and Meng Yan, being aware of it, must have exerted considerable effort to procure such a gift for him. Chapter 28. Transference of anger wrong and had served him for many years, almost like a worm in his stomach. And upon seeing the emperor's expression, he grasped the situation. He beckoned the maid to approach. You, yes you, come here. I have something to inquire. The young maid, cradling the orchid, approached with a bow. What is your command? My lord, Rongin, while observing the emperor's countenance, asked, were you delivering this pot of orchids? He understood what the emperor wished to hear, yet could not lower himself to inquire directly, for that would be beneath his dignity. Thus, such matters naturally fell to those in servitude. Rongin had mastered the art of navigating such delicate situations. Haozhi, standing silently behind, wore a slight smirk as he awaited the maid's response. To his surprise, she replied, my lord, this pot of orchids was entrusted by our noble lady to be placed in Lexixuan. This revelation astonished both Lu Haozhi and Rong, and quickly asked, Lexixuan? Surely you did not miss here. That place has been uninhabited. Why would one send anything there? The maid chuckled. You jest, my lord. The noble consort herself instructed me. How could I possibly have misunderstood? Today, a new lady has entered the palace, and our lady has arranged for by Daying to reside in Lexixuan. This morning, she recalled that the Hofu had previously sent this pot of gold-edged black orchids, requesting it be delivered to Lexixuan to enhance by Daying's elegance. Upon hearing this, Roman immediately sensed trouble. In recent days, the noble consort had been increasingly neglectful of the emperor, her green card hanging without mention, and her presence absent from the Yangshin Hall. Even he, as a servant, could feel her coldness. How could the emperor remain oblivious? This incident would surely shatter the emperor's expectations and could lead to unforeseen consequences, since the noble consort has dispatched you on this errand. Why are you still standing here idly? Hurry along. With that, he urged the young maid away. Watching her enter Lexixuan, he cautiously suggested to Lu Haozhi, Your Majesty, considering the inclement weather, it would be wise to enter soon to avoid jeopardizing your health. Lu Haozhi remained in the courtyard, observing the comings and goings of palace attendants, his silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. One could fathom the tumultuous thoughts swirling within the heart of this sovereign of the great Zhou. As raindrops fell from the eaves, March had arrived, and the chill of autumn lingered. The noble consort was indeed virtuous. Thus he felt it unwise to intrude upon her labors. Let her be busy. I shall return to the Yangshin Hall. With that, Lu Haozhi departed from Changchun Palace once more to A.S. She reveled in her games of allure. He found no reason to press his affection upon her. In this vast harem, all concubines were ultimately his women. At this moment, Meng Yan donned a silver fox fur vest, guiding the little girl Duku as she meticulously practiced her writing. The 4-year-old had begun her education. Though Duku remained speechless, Meng Yan intended to teach her reading and writing first. Coming from royal lineage, Duku was not like the daughters of common folk. Meng Yan was determined that her child would not languish in ignorance, lacking the knowledge expected of one of noble birth. In her previous life, Lin Yanrong had been indifferent to the upbringing of Princess and content that the child's chubby demeanor pleased the emperor. After all, she had always envisioned bearing her own offspring and did not wish this unrelated child to eclipse her own flesh and blood. Lu Haozhi had once broached the topic, but Lin Yanrong had feigned innocence, and since Duku could not speak, the matter had faded into obscurity. Did I end this life? Since Duku had acknowledged her as a mother, Meng Yan was unwilling to allow her to remain willfully ignorant. She was halfway through writing a character. Ruizhu hurriedly approached, whispering, Your Highness, I just heard from the courtyard that the emperor has arrived. However, for some reason, he did not enter, nor did he send anyone to announce his presence. He stood for a while before leaving. Meng Yan paused her writing and inquired, What was the matter? Ruizhu shook her head, relaying that there seemed to be no reason, as the emperor had merely stood in the courtyard for a brief moment, saying nothing. Only Rong had engaged in light conversation with Qiuyu, who had delivered the orchids. Meng Yan furrowed her brow, pondering the implications. In her previous life, she had done little besides sulking in Changchun Palace, and now she was merely minding her own business while teaching Duku. What could have provoked the emperor? However, she quickly recalled that today marked the formal entry of Lin Yanrong into the palace. If something untoward had occurred, she risked remaining unaware and being used as a pawn in this unfolding drama. Thus, she instructed Ruizhu with a few directives, to which Ruizhu nodded and hurried away. Meng Yan continued to guide Dooku in her writing, noticing the little girl growing weary. She set down the brush, kneaded Dooku's fingers, and instructed a maid to bring a bowl of almond pudding. Dooku, sharing her mother's taste for sweets, quickly devoured the bowl of pudding, her mouth smeared with sugary residue. Meng Yan, observing her child's delight, felt warmth in her heart as she smiled and took a handkerchief from a maid to wipe Dooku's face. Like a tea that moment. Ruizhu returned with news. Your Highness, I heard from the sweeping eunuchs on Chong Street that Lin Chongzai was caught in the rain upon entering the palace, and the emperor happened to see her. Though he did not speak, he stood there for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan's previously furrowed brows unfurled into a relaxed expression that so Lu Haozhi is displeased that she failed to care for his beloved confidant. Hence his visit to demand an explanation. It was indeed true that although Liang Chengbi had been pardoned, the authority over the 6 palaces had not yet been restored. Currently, Meng Yan presided over the harem, and Lin Yanrong's entry had been marred by such unfortunate circumstances, all while Lu Haozhi observed. The male lead's ire would naturally shift toward the female supporting character when the female lead faced misfortune, a scenario with which she was all too familiar. A smile danced upon Meng Yan's lips, yet she did not dwell upon the matter. Ruizhu, noticing her mistress's radiant smile and lack of concern, voiced her discontent. Your Highness, Lin Chongzai truly exhibits a beguiling demeanor. She has just entered the palace and is already feigning distress to catch the emperor's eye. She is not without attendants. How could they allow her to become drenched? It is evident that she intended this. Whether Lin Yanrong acted with intent, Meng Yan could not ascertain, but given the disposition she had displayed in her previous life, it was certainly plausible. While she was indifferent to Lin Yanrong's attempts to win the emperor's favor, she, as the overseeing consort, must address the situation to prevent Lu Haozhi's negative impression of her from deepening. Her enchanting eyes glimmered as she spoke. Send someone to the Imperial Medical Institute to instruct them to prepare warm medicinal soup for the new entrants to ward off any chill, ensuring they do not fall ill. Ruizhu, seeing her mistress not only unperturbed but also considerate of the newcomers, felt it was an unworthy endeavor and, with a reluctant sigh, hurried off to fulfill the task. When the imperial edict reached the Imperial Medical Institute, Xiaoyu was in the midst of drafting a medical report. Upon hearing the news, his slender fingers, which held the rabbit hair brush, paused momentarily, allowing a drop of ink to splatter onto the page. Chapter 29. He yearns to approach her. Xiaoyu set down his brush, observing the bustling physicians who were busy preparing soups and medicines, as if speaking to himself. The noble consort truly cares for these newcomers to the palace. Nearby, one of his disciples, engaged in sorting medicinal herbs, casually remarked, Indeed, it is said throughout the palace that the noble consort has undergone a transformation. She is now gentle and kind, treating the lower ranks with great care. Everyone is eager to squeeze into Changchun Palace to serve there. It is widely believed that serving under the noble consort is far more comfortable than under the Empress Dowager, as long as the duties are fulfilled and the rules are not breached. The noble consort does not pry too deeply. Unlike the Empress Dowager, who must scrutinize every detail and tightly control everything, it is rumored that if she remains confined for a few more months, it would be for the better. The glimmer flickered in Xiaoyu's elongated eyes as he raised his hand and playfully patted his disciple on the back of the neck. You have grown bold, daring to speak of Our Lady behind her back. Should your neck meet a blade, I possess no skill to restore it. The voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The young apprentice felt a chill at his neck, but he understood that his master would not genuinely betray him. He merely stuck out his tongue in jest. Summer's status was far from that of an ordinary physician. He was not easily commanded by any lord. The task of preparing a warming decoction for the new young master did not fall upon their shoulders. Instead, he instructed his apprentice to tidy up the writing instruments, then rose to adjust his attire. With the sudden onset of the storm, and the favored consort still unwell, fearing she might catch a chill, I shall make a visit to the Changchun Palace to check her pulse. The young apprentice was taken aback. His master had never shown impatience in dealing with the inner palace. Numerous concubines had spent lavish amounts of silver, seeking his remedies for beauty, yet he had always dismissed their requests. Recently, however, it was peculiar to see his master visiting the Changchun Palace with increasing frequency. It was unclear what misstep his master had made with the favored consort, for on 9 out of 10 occasions she would greet him with a scowl, yet his master seemed to relish the challenge in his idle moments. He even contemplated concocting elixirs to nourish women's vitality, sending them to the Changchun Palace. The affairs of the world are indeed strange, leaving one at a loss for reason. Donning a conical hat and a raincoat, Summer led his young apprentice toward the Changchun Palace. Upon arrival, he requested a palace made to announce their presence. Meng Yan was idly watching the rain when she heard of Summer's visit. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. She had not summoned him, and though she had felt a minor ailment in recent days, she could easily treat herself. She contemplated refusing him entry, but then reconsidered. This man was cunning as a fox, full of tricks, and a trusted confidant of Lu Haozhi. With Lin Yinrong having entered the palace today, it would be prudent to avoid any complications, so she nodded in consent. After a brief moment, the tall figure of the man stepped into the room. Summer approached, bowing from a distance of 3 steps. "Your humble servant, Summer, pays his respects to the favored consort. May the consort enjoy peace and health." The damp chill of the rain mingled with a faint scent of herbs, washing over Meng Yan, prompting her to slightly turn her head. "Summer physician, please rise. I have not summoned you. What brings you here? The Imperial Medical Bureau is bustling, yet you seem rather at leisure." Upon seeing the man's composed and handsome visage, Meng Yan could not help but retort that it was all his fault. She had been subsisting on plain porridge and simple dishes for many days, and when her cravings became unbearable, she would sneak bites of the meat buns filled with cardamom. Meng Yan felt as if she had become akin to a nun. "The Emperor's grace permits me only to serve the Emperor and the consort. Compared to other physicians, I do indeed enjoy a more leisurely existence." Summer discerned the sarcasm in her words, but accepted it without protest, his narrow eyes sweeping over Meng Yan. She styled her hair simply, with a single wisp of ebony cascading down her chest. Secured only by a pearl hairpin, devoid of any extravagant adornments, exuding an air of casual elegance, clad in a silver fox fur vest, a water-red floral long-sleeve blouse, and an apricot pink embroidered skirt. Her ordinary attire accentuated her charm and playfulness. In the past, Summer had seen her from afar, adorned with jewels and silks, exuding an imposing presence. Though splendid, it was also painfully ostentatious, in her domineering manner of dealing with the concubines and palace maids. Using unscrupulous means to vie for favor had left him with a distaste, even wishing to avoid any further news concerning her. Until that day, when she was falsely accused of witchcraft by the Empress Dowager, and the Emperor commanded him to diagnose her, he realized that her life within the palace was far from easy. Though seemingly favored, the Emperor did not wholly trust her, despite her high status. She was subject to the jealousy and schemes of others. Later, upon witnessing her sacrifice for the little princess's treatment, he recognized the resemblance to a shadow buried in his memory. Today, as new concubines entered the palace, she, as the Emperor's favored consort, was still concerned about those who would vie for her husband. Surely, her heart was laden with bitterness. He wished to draw closer to her, to protect her, yet each time he encountered her fierce demeanor, he found himself unable to resist teasing her. Meng Yan, exasperated by the man's audacity, contemplated reprimanding him with the authority of a consort. However, he was a trusted confidant of Lu Haozhi, and there was little she could do. Having grown accustomed to Summer's insufferable demeanor, she finally asked, "What brings you to see me today?" "With the storm suddenly upon us, I am concerned that the consort may have caught a chill, and thus I have come to check your pulse." Summer lowered his head, speaking with apparent sincerity. "I am well, and I have been taking the medicine you prescribed as usual." Meng Yan scoffed softly. She genuinely could not comprehend this man's intentions. She clearly had no ailment, yet he persisted in his frequent visits to the Changchun Palace, unaffected by her scornful remarks. "Your Highness must not shy away from seeking medical advice. It is best for me to take a look." Summer remained neither servile nor obstinate, refusing to yield even a fraction. Ew. Meng Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. She had never encountered such an unabashed man. In this tempestuous weather, would it not be better for him to return to the Imperial Medical Bureau and rest? Yet he insisted on braving the rain to face her cold demeanor. You are well aware that I do not. Know what? Know that the consort is feigning illness. Summer suddenly lifted his gaze, his star-like eyes locking onto Meng Yan's, speaking in a hushed tone meant for their ears alone. Meng Yan's delicate face flushed with indignation. She bit her lower lip, rendered speechless. This Summer was indeed audacious, daring to threaten her repeatedly. She felt a surge of anger, but then she remembered something, and it could be worth discussing with him. Chapter 30. Poison. She had been tending to Dooku's health for some time. The little girl's spirit had improved day by day, recovering from the chill, yet she remained unable to speak. Meng Yan did not wish for Dooku to remain mute for life. Though she hailed from a family of physicians, her experiences in the palace were limited. Summer, being of noble lineage and the most skilled physician of the current dynasty, might possess different methods. With this thought, she calmed her mind, no longer wishing to spar with him. Since Summer Physician is willing to extend his goodwill, I shall graciously accept your offer. She glanced at Ruiju, who understood her intent and fetched a soft pillow to place beneath her wrist, covering it with a handkerchief. Summer perceived the barbed nature of her words, yet maintained his composure, smiling serenely as he raised his hand to take her pulse. Beneath the silken handkerchief, her slender wrist hinted at the softness of her skin. Summer noted her steady pulse and abundant vitality, his lips curving into a subtle smile. She was indeed compliant, taking her medicine as prescribed. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, looking down as he spoke. Your Highness appears to be in better condition than before, but having lost much vitality recently, further nourishment is necessary. I shall prepare another prescription for you shortly. Please continue with the regimen. Meng Yan understood that his prescriptions were all aimed at nourishing her energy and vitality, beneficial and harmless, yet she truly detested the bitter concoctions, involuntarily rolling her eyes. In Summer's eyes, her graceful eye roll was utterly enchanting, that he chuckled softly, remaining silent. There's another matter I would like to trouble Summer Physician with. Meng Yan hesitated slightly, but finally spoke. Summer was a crucial supporting character in this narrative, also a reliable ally of the female protagonist Lin Yinrong, and the story subtly hinted at his affections for her, though she did not quite understand his intentions for frequently visiting the Changchun Palace. As the primary antagonist destined to be defeated, she dared not expect his assistance. It would be a blessing if he did not oppose her. However, this matter concerned Dooku, not herself, so he might not be averse to helping. Summer raised an eyebrow. What does the consort wish to convey? It was rare for her to take the initiative to seek his help. Meng Yan replied. Dooku has not been able to speak. I assume you are aware of this, that I am concerned that, as she grows, she cannot remain mute forever, so I wish to request Summer Physician to examine her. Your Highness is also a skilled healer. Why rely on me? Summer's eyes sparkled with interest, his smile warm. Meng Yan observed his expression, bit her lip, and reluctantly replied, I admit my skills do not match yours. I implore Summer Physician to assist. How could she not seek the help of someone of his stature, granted by the Emperor to treat her? She couldn't afford to be obstinate regarding Dooku's health, despite her reluctance to lower herself. For Dooku's sake, she endured. Summer smiled gently. Your Highness thinks highly of me. I shall comply with your request. This petty man was clearly waiting for her to say this. Meng Yan felt a knot of anger in her heart. Yet she chose to ignore him. She gestured to Yang Xiang to bring over Doko. Moments later, Doko was brought in by the wet nurse. Xiaoyu made a slight bow towards her and proceeded to take her pulse. Examining her tongue and pupils for quite some time, as he conducted the examination, he scrutinized Doko closely. The little girl appeared serene and well-behaved, not making a sound, which caused him to nod silently in approval. Regarding the matter of Princess Hien, he had heard of it before and felt a deep sense of sympathy for the girl's plight. Previously, he had heard rumors from the inner palace that the Emperor had entrusted Princess Hien to the care of the imperial concubine, who was more concerned with vying for favor than caring for the child, leaving her in the hands of consort Mei, while neglecting her own responsibilities. Xiaoyu was quite disdainful of such behavior. But having witnessed her willingness to injure herself to save the little princess before, and now pleading for help, it became evident that the palace rumors were not always reliable. After his examination, Xiaoyu spoke. The little princess suffers from a deep-seated heart ailment, likely a result of the turmoil at the Prince Yi's residence, which must have been too much for her. The princess's hearing is intact, and she refers to the empress as mother, indicating her vocal cords are unharmed. It is simply that she does not wish to speak. Meng Yan found this quite intriguing. She was aware that Doko's emotional distress was connected to the Prince Yi's residence, but she had never considered that it was due to her own reluctance to speak. Haozhi is indeed quite skilled that I can prescribe some calming medication for the little princess, he offered. However, Meng Yan interrupted him before he could finish, stating, "This calming medicine has been prescribed for the princess before, but it has proven ineffective." Haozhi smiled gently. "There is no need for your highness to be overly anxious, as long as the princess receives sincere care from those around her. This ailment may very well improve with time." Meng Yan felt a tinge of melancholy. She wished to teach Doko to speak and see her improve day by day, but according to Haozhi, it appeared that patience was required. She gently stroked Doko's head and smiled softly. "Very well. I can wait." Observing her gentle and enchanting smile, akin to a nurturing mother, Haozhi found himself momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, the wind and rain outside began to subside, and Haozhi felt it inappropriate to linger any longer in the Changshan Palace, leaving behind the medicine as he took his leave. As he stepped out of the main hall, a group of young palace maids crowded in the corridor, secretly watching him and giggling, their faces flushed with excitement. Haozhi had seen such scenes many times before. He ignored them and steadily walked away from the Changshan Palace. Inside, Meng Yan sat and, upon hearing the commotion outside, inquired, "What are they making such a fuss about? What joyous event has them laughing so heartily?" Ruizhu approached her with a cup of ginseng tea, smiling as she replied, "Your Highness may not know this, but Dr. Xiaoho has become quite the popular figure in the palace. His medical skills are exceptional and valued by the emperor, and he is rather handsome, causing many palace maids to dream of marrying him. Some even say, should they not become his primary wife, they would gladly settle for being a concubine. I have also heard an old tale from the palace." She continued that when Princess Zhaoyang was yet unmarried, she once sent a hand-stitched sachet as a token to the imperial hospital. "Your Highness, can you guess how Dr. Xiaoho dealt with it?" Meng Yan had not heard of this incident before. Her thoughts turned, and she smiled faintly. He must have declined it. Of course, if he were truly in love with Princess Zhaoyang, he would not remain single to this day. Nor would there be the subsequent story with Lin Yanrong. Ruizhu laughed. It is not surprising that he refused. Instead, he promptly returned the sachet to the emperor, informing him. The emperor was furious and had the princess married off to General Wei Yuan, stationed far at the border, within half a year. Meng Yan was quite astonished. Princess Zhaoyang was indeed Lu Haozhi's sister. Though not born of the same mother, their sibling bond was still strong. The princess's marriage had indeed been rushed, but she had no idea there was such a backstory behind it. It made sense, after all, for a princess to fall for a physician and privately pledge her heart. It was not a matter of great honor, and the royal family would naturally keep it under wraps. Ruizhu added, recently, it seems that in an effort to treat your highness, Dr. Xiaoho has been quite diligent in coming to Changshan Palace. I have noticed that the girls in the palace are quite smitten at ITS, not just our palace maids. Even those working in other places have been finding reasons to come by these past few days. Meng Yan looked at Ruizhu and smiled. "And what about you? You are quite the young lady now. Have you taken a liking to him? If you have such inclinations, I shall assist you in making a match." Ruizhu's face instantly turned bright red, and she stamped her foot. "Your Highness, you are jesting. I shall remain by your side and never marry." Meng Yan chuckled lightly. It was merely a jest. She would not allow her people to become entangled in the ambiguous relationship between Xiaoho and Lin Yanrong. However, she resolved that in this lifetime, she would ensure that Ruizhu and Yang Xiang, who had faithfully served her in her previous life, yet met with unfortunate ends, would find good fates, as the two of them joked. Yang Xiang hurried in from outside, her face filled with alarm. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Lin Changzai has collapsed from poisoning." Chapter 31. Seeking justice. Meng Yan was taken aback. This incident had never occurred in her previous life or in the book. She asked in a serious tone, "What happened?" "Speak carefully." Yang Xiang, having rushed in, looked pale beads of sweat on her forehead, and after catching her breath, she explained, "I had just gone to the imperial hospital to fetch medicine when I saw a panicked aunt running in, shouting, 'Something's wrong. Our little master has collapsed from poisoning.'" The imperial hospital was thrown into chaos, and the deputy physician sent a doctor over on my way back. I overheard many palace maids and eunuchs discussing that Lin Chongzai had fainted after drinking the ginger soup gifted by your highness. Ruizhu immediately erupted in anger. "This is utter nonsense. Your highness only worried that she might catch a cold from the rain and kindly instructed the imperial hospital to prepare ginger soup for her. How could it be poisoned? This is truly like a dog biting Lu Dongbin." Unable to recognize a good-hearted person, Meng Yan furrowed her brows in contemplation. The palace was rife with rumors that Lin Yanrong had been poisoned after consuming the ginger soup she had provided. The blame was clearly directed at her. It seemed that since there had been no rain in the book, she had not given this bowl of ginger soup, and thus this incident would not have occurred. Even if the plot had deviated, it appeared that fate had no intention of letting her, the female supporting character, off the hook. Meng Yan sighed inwardly. Rising to command, "Prepare my attire. I shall visit Yongshou Palace." Ruizhu and Yangxiang hastily attended to her. Ruizhu, unable to contain her frustration, said, "She's just a newly entered Chongzai. What significance does this hold? It does not warrant troubling your highness to go. It's raining outside. The ground is muddy and slippery. It would suffice for me to go in your stead." Meng Yan gazed at her reflection in the mirror and calmly replied, "A newly entered little master has encountered such a grave incident. And they're all saying she was poisoned after drinking the ginger soup I gifted her. How can I not go? If I do not, shall I wait for them to accuse me?" She changed into a deep blue silk palace gown, adorned with a crown of 5 phoenixes, exuding both restraint and elegance, and accompanied by her trusted palace maid, set out in a sedan chair towards Yongshou Palace. In the imperial pool of the Yangxin Hall, white mist rose, shrouding a figure half hidden beneath the vapor. Haozhi soaked in the hot spring, the warm water enveloping his muscular physique, droplets cascading down his sun-kissed skin. Though he was a sovereign of peace, the Daizhou dynasty was founded on martial prowess, and the royal family had always revered martial strength. Haozhi had trained in combat since childhood under fierce generals. And even as emperor, he maintained a daily training regimen, resulting in his robust physique befitting a warrior. His ink-black hair flowed freely in the water as he leaned against the stone wall of the pool, lazily holding a crystal cup filled with deep red wine. After being caught in the heavy rain and harboring a bellyful of anger from the Changchun Palace, he had ordered a soak in the hot spring to dissipate some of his frustrations. Thinking of Meng Yan, Lu Haozhi exhaled softly. His handsome features cold and distant, he swirled the wine in his cup, the aroma wafting through the air, and drank it all in one gulp. Did she truly believe she could manipulate the great emperor of the Zhou at her whim? Ah, how overly confident she was! Yes, she was his favored concubine, but it was only as long as he chose to cherish her. Pandering to him was her duty, should she persist in her pretentious ways. He would not hesitate to neglect Changchun Palace for a while, allowing her to awaken from her delusions. After all, she was merely a woman. Lu Haozhi tossed the cup aside and splashed water on his face. "Your Majesty," a voice called from behind the jade screen. Lu Haozhi felt a twinge of impatience. He rarely enjoyed such tranquil moments, only to be interrupted by trivial matters. However, Roman had served by his side for many years. If he were here now, it must not be without reason. "Speak." "The imperial concubine has sent word that Lin Chongzai from Yongshou Palace has been poisoned." Lin Chongzai? Poisoned? The frail figure of Lin Yanrong immediately flashed in his mind. Lu Haozhi frowned and inquired, "What happened? How could she have been poisoned for no reason?" Roman replied, "Your Majesty, the imperial concubine did not provide many details. She only requested Your Majesty to come at once." Though Lu Haozhi had not paid much attention to Lin Yanrong, something compelled him to visit Yongshou Palace. Recalling the Prince Nanping's residence and Lin Yanrong's aunt, the Dowager Taifei Xuanhe, coupled with the fact that she had encountered such a predicament so soon after entering the palace, he felt it was only proper for him, as emperor, to make an appearance. Just as he was about to rise, he heard Roman add, "The imperial concubine did mention that Lin Chongzai had consumed the ginger soup gifted by the imperial concubine, which is why she collapsed from poisoning. Meng Yan. As Meng Yan rode in her palanquin, she arrived at the Yongshou Palace just as the emperor's grand procession reached its destination. Upon catching sight of Lu Haozhi, a sigh involuntarily escaped her lips. Indeed, such was the privilege of the leading lady. Even a mere attendant who had only just entered the palace and had yet to serve the emperor could elicit a personal visit from him. The protagonists were evidently beginning to gravitate towards one another, suppressing her tumultuous emotions. Meng Yan bowed respectfully towards the imperial carriage, proclaiming, "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. May you enjoy eternal blessings and peace." Lu Haozhi dismounted from the palanquin, his expression as cold as ice. Completely disregarding her presence, he strode into the Yongshou Palace, casting a distant remark of "be at ease." Raising an eyebrow, Meng Yan rose to follow, maintaining a measured distance behind Lu Haozhi. Noting his frigid demeanor, a far cry from the warmth and intimacy of previous days, she could not help but scoff inwardly, as expected, the moment Lin Yanrong made her entrance. This so-called favored concubine had been reduced to mere flotsam in Lu Haozhi's eyes. Fortunately, she remained clear-headed, no longer harboring any expectations of Lu Haozhi. Otherwise, she would surely be driven to despair. What is happening? Does the noble concubine know? The unassuming tone carried a hint of indifference to, is it already time to seek accountability? Meng Yan thought mockingly, yet her expression remained unchanged. "Your Majesty, I was merely reading in the palace when I heard reports from below that Lin Changzai had fainted. I was filled with concern and hurried over. I have yet to ascertain the situation within." She deliberately omitted any mention of poisoning, reserving that detail for later. Lu Haozhi remained silent, and Meng Yan's gaze fell upon a string of Nanma beads adorning his wrist. Swaying gently as he walked, she pondered what thoughts occupied the mind of this male protagonist at present. All she hoped was to navigate this incident safely, without inciting any adverse feelings from Lu Haozhi. As for the fiery romance blossoming between him and Lin Yanrong, she had no interest. Upon entering Yongshou Palace, she was greeted by a scene of desolation. Palace maids knelt in a sea of tears. The display seemed excessively theatrical. Meng Yan could not help but scoff inwardly, wondering if anyone would mistake Lin Yanrong for having passed away. The imperial noble consort, Liang Qingbi, emerged to greet them, her eyes swollen and resembling overripe peaches. After paying her respects to the emperor, she exchanged a sisterly salute with Meng Yan before standing quietly to the side. Lu Haozhi inquired, "What on earth is going on?" Liang Qingbi replied with utmost deference, "Your Majesty, I was just in Yiquan Palace reviewing the accounts when I received word that Lin Changzai was in distress. I was deeply anxious and hastened over to inquire with those attending her." At this point, the palace maid who had been speaking cast a glance at Meng Yan and whispered, "It is said that the noble consort's sister had gifted her a bowl of ginger soup. Lin Changzai consumed it, and within half an hour, she succumbed to poisoning and fainted." Chapter 32. The worthless maid indeed. It seems one can be at ease in the palace while calamities rain down from above. Liang Qingbi must be impatient, as Lin Yanrong's entrance into the palace was marred by a smear of dirt upon her own head. Naturally, after suffering a significant setback herself, she was eager to reclaim her standing. "Ginger soup?" A cool voice laced with intrigue echoed in her ears. Meng Yan allowed herself a faint smile, harboring no illusions that the male protagonist, Lu Haozhi, would unconditionally believe her. She had already devised a strategy for this situation. Meng Yan refrained from engaging with the topic further, choosing instead to direct her attention toward the palace maid dressed in the garb of a matron. "Have the imperial physician been summoned?" "You foolish lot, kneeling here and weeping, who is attending to her inside?" Yin Xiao, the head maid in charge of Yongshou Palace, found herself momentarily flustered at the sudden inquiry from the noble consort. Stammering, she replied, "Your Highness, we have indeed summoned the imperial physician. The young lady's accompanying maid, Haozhi, is attending to her inside." Meng Yan pressed on, "And where is the physician?" As her words fell, a middle-aged man clad in the attire of the Imperial Medical Institution stepped forth from behind the curtain. Bowing in respect, "I am Zhang Yuangui, here to pay my respects to your Majesty, the noble consort, and the concubine." Meng Yan was already aware of this individual, known for his prudence and detachment from palace intrigues. This time, it seemed, he was merely a victim of circumstance. It is Dr. Zhang, a seasoned member of the Imperial Medical Institution, renowned for his medical skills. Surely, there can be no missteps on his part. Is Lin Changzai's condition truly critical? Though she feigned concern for Lin Yanrong's health, her demeanor radiated an air of indifference towards the lower-ranking concubine. This only served to cast a shadow on Liang Chengbi's eagerness to lay blame. Liang Chengbi, no fool herself, understood the intent behind Meng Yan's actions, that a mix of emotions flickered across her face, and she silently chastised herself for acting too hastily, stealing a glance at Lu Haozhi. Yet he was preoccupied, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Yan, as if lost in contemplation. Lin Changzai's symptoms stemmed from an accidental ingestion of the thunder vine, resulting in her vomiting blood. I've already taken measures to induce vomiting and administered a detoxifying soup. She is now out of danger. With a few days of recuperation, she shall surely be well again. Meng Yan feigned a sigh of relief, turning to Lu Haozhi with a smile. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Lin Changzai is favored by the heavens, and with Your Majesty's protection, she has escaped peril. As she spoke, she bowed deeply, and Ruizhu, her clever maid, quickly followed suit, exclaiming, Congratulations, Your Majesty. The other palace maids, caught up in the moment, clumsily echoed the sentiment. Liang Chengbi, feeling begrudging yet unable to defy the situation, reluctantly went along with a tea. Lu Haozhi regarded the gentle and obedient Meng Yan before him, momentarily at a loss for words. She appeared to embody the essence of a virtuous and generous individual, genuinely concerned for Lin Yanrong's well-being. Yet, could this truly be the case? Given her previous temperament and the whispers circulating, she was certainly capable of orchestrating such a scheme. The news of Lin Changzai's recovery was indeed a cause for celebration. However, what of the ginger soup, and what role did the noble consort play in this affair? Meng Yan felt a subtle tightening in her chest, raising her gaze only to meet Lu Haozhi's stern countenance. An inward smile flickered within her. Just as she had anticipated, the first suspicion to arise in Lu Haozhi's mind regarding Lin Yanrong's predicament was directed towards her. Had it not been so in her previous life? Regardless of the facts or the myriad of inconsistencies, Lu Haozhi had always placed unwavering trust in Lin Yanrong while casting doubt upon her. Naturally, the male protagonist would favor the leading lady. Why would he extend any goodwill towards her, the supporting character? Fortunately, she no longer held any expectations of this man. With her gaze slightly lowered, Meng Yan replied coolly, Today, the new ladies entered the palace just as a torrential downpour began. I heard that some of my sisters were caught unawares and were drenched. Although it is already March, I remain concerned that someone might catch a chill, hindering their ability to serve Your Majesty. Thus, I instructed the Imperial Medical Institution to prepare ginger soup and distributed a bowl to each palace. As for Lin Changzai's accidental ingestion of the thunder vine, I truly cannot see how it could be connected to the ginger soup. I'm utterly unaware of such matters. Her words were artfully crafted, highlighting her benevolence towards the harem while deftly extricating herself from any blame to claim ignorance of the thunder vine or the ginger soup, which was concocted by the Imperial Medical Institution, would be a stretch. Lu Haozhi's expression darkened, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Just as a stalemate ensued, a palace maid suddenly rushed out from within, dropping to her knees before the emperor with tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty, please seek justice for my young mistress. She only just entered the palace today and is still unfamiliar with everything. The Imperial Medical Institution unexpectedly delivered a bowl of ginger soup. My young mistress has never been fond of such spicy substances, yet the visitors insisted it was the noble consort's decree, urging her not to disappoint the noble consort's goodwill, though she was reluctant. She dared not defy the noble consort's wishes and reluctantly consumed it. Not half an hour later, she succumbed to poisoning and fainted. Your Majesty, our young mistress has been wronged. What a worthless maid. Meng Yan couldn't help but silently commend her for so effortlessly painting Lin Yanrong's pitiful demeanor alongside her own haughty and domineering attitude. She scrutinized the maid for a moment, noting her delicate oval face, gracefully arched eyebrows, and slender eyes that possessed a certain charm. Upon closer inspection, she appeared even more striking than her mistress, Lin Yinrong. Meng Yan recognized this maid. She was Lin Yinrong's attendant, named Haozhi, and was known for her unwavering loyalty. In her previous life, Lin Yinrong, fearing her own beauty would attract the emperor's attention, had concocted an excuse to send her to the Ministry of Justice. Leaving her fate uncertain in this life, she had boldly emerged to defend her mistress. Having shared a long acquaintance, Meng Yan felt no anger, only a sense of absurdity. Without glancing at Haozhi, she focused on the kneeling Haozhi, speaking in a dulcet tone. If your young mistress dislikes spicy food, then there was no need for her to force herself to consume the ginger soup. If a cow refuses to drink water, can anyone force its head down? At that moment, Haozhi was merely a novice in the palace. Unable to withstand the noble consort's pressure, her hands trembled slightly, and biting her lip, she replied softly, "The visitors arrived with great fervor, and the noble consort wields significant power, and my young mistress has just entered the palace. How could she dare defy the noble consort's command?" This statement was laughable. Meng Yan let out a light chuckle before retorting coldly, "Your Majesty is present, yet you rush out crying and wailing before receiving his summons. With such a lack of decorum and respect for your superiors, it is truly hard to believe that Lin Changzai lacks the courage to refuse a bowl of ginger soup. If your mistress is weak, then what of you, this audacious and devoted maid? What were you doing at that time?" Chapter 33. Meng Yan had spent half her life as a favored concubine, mastering the art of exuding an imposing aura. Moreover, she had not yet fallen from grace. She remained the beloved consort reigning over the 6 palaces. The cause of Lin Yinrong's poisoning, whether it was a self-scripted drama or a genuine conspiracy, remained unclear to her. However, she was determined to seize upon the indiscretion of this ill-mannered maidservant to tarnish Lin Yinrong's pitiful image in the emperor's eyes, lest Haozhi, under the influence of Lin Yinrong's protagonist halo, lose his reason and unjustly punish her. Haozhi, unaccustomed to such pressure, found herself breathless and trembling on the ground. Liang Chengbi, observing the scene, felt a sense of foreboding. She stepped forward with a smile, saying, "This maidservant is a gift from Lin Changzai and must be new to the palace, still unacquainted with the proper decorum. In the future, a matron can guide her." Her ability to speak on the matter showed her loyalty. Revealing her straightforward nature, Meng Yan cast a slow glance at Liang Chengbi. Her 2 sentences had deftly obscured the maidservant's disrespectful outburst, recasting it as a display of loyalty. "My dear sister, the imperial noble consort truly possesses a heart of compassion. If this maid is indeed Lin Changzai's entourage, she should have been instructed on the palace's rules before her arrival. Yet, here she stands in such a manner. The person sent to teach her proper conduct ought to be summoned to the Ministry of Justice to answer for their dereliction of duty." This statement struck at the imperial noble consort. Given that she had overseen nearly every aspect of a new selection of maidens entering the palace, Meng Yan fixed her gaze on Liang Chengbi's face, articulating, "Your master has yet to gain favor. And yet the servants below exhibit such audacity. Once Lin Changzai rises to power, won't the harem become their dominion? I wonder to whom do they owe this audacity?" Her sharp words were directed at Haozhi, who had always known her temperament. Her actions would not raise any eyebrows. Haozhi's expression remained impassive. Betraying no emotion, he turned and sat down on a nearby yellow chair, silent. Meng Yan understood his implication. Yet Lin Yinrong's poisoning was a reality. Setting aside other matters, she resolved to clarify the specifics surrounding the poisoning. Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, but soon smiled subtly. She had not anticipated that merely exploiting this maidservant's rudeness would suffice to bury the issue. Her aim was to irritate Liang Chengbi and the audacious Lin Yinrong. Since Haozhi showed no inclination to intervene, she had her own strategies to employ as a supporting character. Relying on a male lead to deliver justice in every instance would be tantamount to hastening her demise. Liang Chengbi's expression brightened upon hearing the emperor's voice. She approached Haozhi and gently reassured, "You need not be afraid. Simply recount the events as they transpired. With His Majesty's backing, justice will surely be served for your master." What a splendid performer! Meng Yan nearly applauded her. Seeing the emperor's attention and feeling the imperial noble consort support, Haozhi felt emboldened and quickly stated, "Yes, your majesty, noble consort, as I previously mentioned, our master has never favored ginger soup. Today she was forced to drink it. Less than half an hour after consuming it, she collapsed from poisoning. The noble consort is correct. It was indeed my disrespect, but I was merely anxious for my master, and I hope for your pardon." After speaking, she bowed 3 times to Meng Yan. Observing coldly, Meng Yan noted that Haozhi, though still inexperienced, exhibited a clever adaptability that hinted at her potential. She first bowed to Haozhi, saying, "Your Majesty, I have inquiries for this maidservant." Haozhi glanced at her, his gaze inscrutable, and nodded slightly. "Proceed." His tone was devoid of emotion, revealing no hint of his thoughts. Meng Yan then addressed Haozhi. "You claim your master was coerced into drinking the ginger soup, yet you also assert that the person who delivered it spoke of the imperial decree. From whence did this person come? What is their name? What do they look like?" Haozhi hesitated, then replied, "The messenger claimed to be from the Imperial Medical Bureau. I do not know their name, but as for their appearance, they were neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. That was mere drivel." Such a description could apply to hundreds of individuals within the palace. The identity of Lin Yanrong's poisoner remained a mystery, yet it was clear that they intended to frame Meng Yan. Meng Yan smiled faintly, instructing that the ginger soup had been her spontaneous decision, an event not documented in the annals. Thus, Lin Yanrong's poisoning must have been equally impulsive. They could not have arranged such a comprehensive scheme in haste. Indeed, as she pressed on this detail, Haozhi's responses became increasingly evasive. Since the individual spoke in such a rude and terrible manner, how could you forget their appearance? Meng Yan casually remarked, then followed up with, "How did you ascertain that Lin Changzai was poisoned?" Haozhi stammered, "It was the physician." Meng Yan ignored her, abruptly turning to the attending Dr. Zhang. "Dr. Zhang, when someone from Yongshou Palace approached the Imperial Medical Bureau, what was said?" Dr. Zhang, having served in the palace for many years and witnessed numerous power struggles, understood the underlying dynamics. Replying to the noble consort, someone from Yongshou Palace reported that Lin Changzai had suddenly been poisoned, prompting the deputy director to send me here to assist. A deeper smile graced Meng Yan's lips as she asked Haozhi again, "The physician has yet to arrive. Your master merely coughed up blood and fainted. How do you know this is poison?" Haozhi's gaze flickered, unable to meet Meng Yan's eyes, and she muttered, "It was clear from her appearance." "Nonsense!" Meng Yan scolded sharply. Consumption of foreign substances, esophageal injury, or sudden illness could all produce such symptoms. Without the physician's arrival, how could Yongshou Palace hastily conclude that Lin Changzai was poisoned? When one summons a doctor, do they not describe the symptoms first, rather than jumping to conclusions? Is it possible that you already knew Lin Changzai would surely be poisoned? A barrage of questions left Haozhi pale, speechless, tears welling in her eyes, unable to utter a single word. Originally, Lin Yanrong had conspired with her, intending that once the emperor arrived, she would dramatically plead her case, showcasing her utmost vulnerability, leading the emperor to feel pity and order an investigation. But where could they investigate this faceless case? Lei Gong Tung was a commonplace herb, readily available. The bowl of ginger soup had already been consumed, leaving no evidence. Ultimately, this case would dissipate into nothingness, and Lin Yanrong merely sought to cast Meng Yan in a malicious light to avenge her own thwarted aspirations. As for Meng Yan, her master had clearly labeled her a jealous and foolish woman, rendering her unworthy of concern. Yet, the Meng noble consort before her was sharp and astute, her thoughts clear and incisive, far from the foolish persona they had ascribed to her. Chapter 34. Slapping the insolent servant, Meng Yan looked down upon Haozhi, akin to observing an ant. With such limited capabilities, she dared to slander her. Her master was the protagonist, while she was not. How had she repeatedly stumbled at the hands of these two in her past life? It could only be said that the flawed plot of that book had profoundly influenced her. Meng Yan then addressed Dr. Zhang. "Dr. Zhang, please clarify to His Majesty what ingredients were used in the ginger soup prepared by the Imperial Medical Bureau." Haozhi, perplexed, remarked, "Ginger soup consists merely of ginger and brown sugar. Could there be anything else?" Dr. Zhang respectfully replied, "To your Majesty, The noble consort instructed the Imperial Medical Bureau to prepare ginger soup, which, aside from brown sugar and ginger slices, also included 4 medicinal herbs: chai hu, guai fong fong, and shiexai. The noble consort is well-versed in pharmacology, and these 4 herbs are all known for dispelling wind and cold, significantly enhancing the soup's efficacy. Lu Haozhi raised an eyebrow in surprise and glanced at Meng Yan, only to find her composed and unruffled. Could she truly be so invested in the affairs of these newly entered consorts? Liang Chengbi, witnessing the situation spiral further beyond her control, could no longer contain herself and interjected, "What of it? What relevance does this have to Lin Chongzai's poisoning?" Meng Yan's smile deepened as she turned to Haozhi again. When the ginger soup was delivered, was there anything unusual about it? Haozhi hurriedly replied, "Nothing unusual. It was simply a bowl of ginger soup." She understood the implications. If the ginger soup had been problematic upon delivery, Lin Yanrong would not have consumed it. Would that not be absurd? Meng Yan then instructed Dr. Zhang, "Dr. Zhang, please elucidate the matter thoroughly to His Majesty and the noble consort." Dr. Zhang acknowledged, "Yes, Your Majesty, noble consort. The lei gong tongue used in the palace has been processed. When mixed with chai hu and guai it produces a large quantity of foul-smelling black foam that I believe no one could drink such a concoction." Upon hearing this, Liang Chengbi immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, shutting her eyes and falling silent. Haozhi, catching on to the implications, nervously exclaimed, "Indeed, but that lei gong tongue may not have been from the palace. Perhaps it was obtained from some other source." Silence. Before she could finish her sentence, Meng Yan's sharp gaze interrupted her. Though her action was somewhat severe, allowing a lowly maidservant to speak out of turn and disrespect her would only invite others to perceive Meng Yan as weak and easily bullied. If Changchun Palace had truly fallen from grace, everyone would soon seek to climb over her. Once again, this Haozhi is Lin Yanrong's trusted maid, her status far exceeding that of an ordinary palace maid. Given the gravity of the situation, she too wishes to discern Lu Haozhi's true attitude. With this thought in mind, she discreetly casts a glance towards him, only to find that Lu Haozhi is gazing back at her, his eyes heavy and contemplative. Meng Yan's heart trembles slightly, and she hastily averts her gaze. Rui Zhu steps forward, rolling up her sleeves, and strikes Haozhi across the face 4 or 5 times. The sharp sounds echo, causing everyone to wince in discomfort. Haozhi's face contorts, her lips swollen and bleeding, her hairpin dislodged, rendering her disheveled. Although she had served in the inner chamber since childhood, she had never endured such humiliation, and she cannot help but sob quietly, in the presence of her master. However, there is no room for such displays of weakness. Rui Zhu glares at her and harshly reprimands. Terrified by the beating, Haozhi dares not cry out. Her hands tightly covering her mouth, Lu Haozhi observed silently throughout the ordeal, never uttering a word. Meng Yan approaches him, bows, and says, "Your Majesty, I have inquired about everything. As for the rights and wrongs, I implore Your Majesty to make a decision. Since I am involved in this matter, it would be inappropriate for me to comment further to avoid suspicion. I shall return to the palace first." With that, she leaves without waiting for Lu Haozhi's response, leaving the remaining individuals in the room exchanging glances in bewilderment. Liang Chengbi watches Meng Yan depart, her heart filled with both anger and urgency. Yet she finds herself at a loss for words. After all the commotion, she claims to avoid suspicion, yet the fade she maintains is remarkable. Stealing a glance at Lu Haozhi, she finds the emperor's expression cold and silent. "Your Majesty, regarding the matter at hand, this palace maid has demonstrated a lack of decorum, as she is a companion to Lin Chongzai. Let's spare her this time, and instead send her to the Xinqing Bureau for 20 lashes." Lu Haozhi does not look at her, nor waits for her to finish speaking before he delivers his judgment upon Haozhi. Liang Chengbi bites her lip and attempts to reason with him. "Your Majesty, it is truly distressing for Lin Chongzai to endure such treatment upon entering the palace. Others may not be aware of her temperament, and might have overlooked their duties. Why not let this maid redeem herself through service? We can record the punishment now, and if she performs well, we may cease further punishment. That if she fails in her duties, we can address it later." she is willing to wager, hoping to discern Lin Yanrong's standing in Lu Haozhi's heart. After all, Lin Yanrong had established a connection with the emperor during her selection, and he would likely regard her with favor. Above all, she cannot allow Meng Yan to bask in triumph. Unexpectedly, Lu Haozhi glances at her and remarks, "The Empress Dowager now seems to be increasingly adept at managing affairs. You wish to intercede on behalf of a mere servant?" Liang Chengbi's complexion pales, and she falls silent, watching helplessly as Haozhi is dragged away by two eunuchs. Haozhi, already frightened into silence, forgets even to plead for mercy. Lu Haozhi brushes off his garments, rises, and states calmly, "Ensure that she is attended to carefully. As for the matters below, I shall instruct the Naiwafu to investigate. I have other affairs to attend to and shall return to the palace." Seeing the emperor preparing to leave, Liang Qingbi hastily follows a few steps. "Your Majesty, it is truly pitiful for Lin Chongzai to have suffered so. Will you not go in to see her?" At that moment, a voice from within exclaims joyfully, "The young master has awakened." Lu Haozhi halts, gazing towards the heavy curtains. Liang Qingbi, encouraged by this, believes that Lu Haozhi indeed holds Lin Yanrong in high regard. However, to her surprise, he strides towards the exit and tosses back a parting remark. She has already violated palace rules during her selection. Must she now transgress a second time? Just instruct the attendants to serve her diligently. I am not a physician. Liang Chengbi, feeling helpless, can only bow in resignation. As Lu Haozhi exits the Yongshou Palace and ascends his palanquin, he instructs to return to the Yangxin Palace. Rome and follows closely. Noticing the emperor's displeasure and refraining from speaking, maintaining a heavy silence. Once they traverse the long street, Lu Haozhi suddenly speaks, a mere Chongzai, yet she has stirred up so much trouble. It is evident she is not a source of peace. Inform the Naiwafu to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. I require a satisfactory explanation. Rongin quickly acknowledges the command. Lu Haozhi gazes skyward. The rain has ceased, leaving the sky a clear azure. Suddenly, he recalls Meng Yan's enchanting visage. Throughout this incident, she has neither sought his intercession nor offered him a glance. In the past, she would have playfully insisted that he take her side. Yet today, she decisively resolved the matter on her own. What has become of her? Chapter 35. She no longer relies on him. She no longer sees him as her sky, her sole pillar of support. She has become capable, needing him no longer. Contemplating this, Lu Haozhi feels a weight in his chest, accompanied by a nameless sense of loss to owe him. Meng Yan is merely a favored concubine in the harem, a truth he repeatedly reassures himself of. The emperor may indulge in affection, but he cannot afford to be emotionally entangled. In the past, her beauty, temperament, and talents consistently pleased him, earning her his utmost favor. However, she has since grown insatiable, becoming arrogant in her privilege, even harboring a subtle desire to occupy his heart, which has irked him greatly as the sovereign. Now, however, she appears to have taken on a virtuous demeanor. Even considering the well-being of the newly entered concubines, he has heard the recent rumors of her generosity and grace, and her presence in the Yangxin Palace has become increasingly scarce. In this manner, Meng Yan seems to embody the essence of a wise consort. Yet, such a transformation in her disturbs Lu Haozhi. The absence of her melodious voice in the Yangxin Palace renders the space hollow and desolate. What is the noble consort currently engaged in? The cool words, tinged with uncertainty, fall from above. Rongin starts at the inquiry. Realizing it is a positive sign, he fears the emperor's silence more than anything. One wrong word could lead to a harsh punishment. He recognizes that the emperor is indeed concerned for the consort, having left abruptly this morning, yet still thinking of her, which is why he now inquires. Rongin quickly dons a smile. Your Majesty, I have heard that the noble consort is presently occupied with teaching the young princess. Each day, she remains in the palace, instructing her in writing. Those from the Changchun Palace say the consort is quite devoted to the young princess, even sharing her bed each night, refusing the company of others. If the consort is absent, the princess cannot eat or sleep. Having said this, he cautiously glances at the emperor's expression, knowing that the emperor holds a fondness for the young princess. Rongin believes that by elaborating, he will surely please him. To his surprise, however, Lu Haozhi's countenance reveals no trace of joy, but rather a shadow of displeasure. While he is pleased that Meng Yan cares for Duku, he feels a twinge of discomfort at the thought of her dedicating her entire attention to the child. As the sovereign of the great Zhou, a man of stature, must he truly acknowledge jealousy over a mere child? The princess has her wet nurse and palace maids attending to her. As she matures, she will also require a governess to teach her manners and etiquette. How can she continue to cling to the noble consort? Roman listens intently, his ears perked. What does the emperor mean? Is there a hint of jealousy in his words? After all, it is merely the princess and not some rogue man. Why would the emperor feel threatened? Roman realizes he has witnessed something rare in his lifetime. Dare I ask, Your Majesty, where shall we go now? The noble consort has likely returned to the Changchun Palace by now. Back to the Yangxin Palace. Lu Haozhi's expression darkens as he reclines against the back, determined not to visit her himself. As the emperor departs, Liang Chengbi's expression immediately sours. She stands in place, stunned for a moment, before turning to the inner chamber to see Lin Yanrong. Lin Yanrong lies on a bed made of boxwood, draped in a dark purple canopy embroidered with butterflies, her pale face barely visible. Upon seeing Liang Chengbi enter, she struggles to sit up. Liang Chengbi quickly approaches, urging, "Sister, please lie down. There is no need for formalities at this hour." Lin Yanrong's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she chokes out, "Thanks to the Empress Dowager's care. Otherwise, I fear I would have already returned to the netherworld." Observing her innocent and pitiful visage, Liang Chengbi inwardly muses that were it not for her prior knowledge, she might have genuinely believed Lin Yanrong to be a delicate and vulnerable girl. Taking a seat at the bedside, she inquires with genuine concern, "Sister, do you feel any better? What has transpired? Can you share with me?" Lin Yanrong lowers her tear-stained gaze and softly replies, "I am unsure. But after consuming the ginger soup sent by the imperial hospital, I have been in this state. The pain feels like fire from my throat to my stomach. I took the medicine from Dr. Zhang, and I feel somewhat better now." Liang Chengbi contemplates this. Given the severity of the situation, Lin Yanrong still withholds the truth, indicating a lack of trust in her. This thought stirs slight displeasure within her. Yet she maintains a kind demeanor. "Sister, do not worry. Take good care of yourself. The emperor is aware of this matter and has instructed the Naiwafu to investigate thoroughly. You will receive an explanation." With a smile, she adds, "The emperor truly cares for you. Upon hearing of the incident, he arrived immediately. Who else in the harem could it be but you? He is yet to visit you in your chambers, which shows he harbors special feelings for you. Yes, soon as my sister awoke, the emperor wished to enter. However, since she had yet to serve him in the bedchamber, it would contravene palace regulations. So she departed first. My sister need not worry. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Once she has served him, there will be many occasions to meet the emperor." Such words were utterly insincere, and Liang Chengbi felt waves of nausea. She was truly unwilling to relinquish Lu Haozhi to Lin Yanrong, but alone she could not contend with Meng Yan. Thus, among the throng of newcomers, she chose Lin Yanrong. Although this woman's beauty paled in comparison to Meng Yan's, she was backed by the Empress Dowager and the noble consort, and possessed ambition, having sought connections during the selection process to reach out to her. The two thus found common ground. Observing Lin Yanrong's expression closely, Liang Chengbi noticed a faint blush rising on her cheeks. "Your Highness is jesting with Yanrong." Yanrong, with her willow-like figure, is fortunate to have been selected as a consort for the emperor. How could she dare to contemplate anything beyond that? In truth, Lin Yanrong was overjoyed, but she maintained a facade of modesty. The very fact that she could attract Lu Haozhi's attention was a testament to her place in his heart. After all, how many among the new consorts could claim to have seen the emperor? She had indeed emerged at the forefront. What did it matter if he punished Haozhi? That was merely to appease the noble consort Meng Yan. Just moments ago, as she listened outside to Meng Yan commanding that Haozhi be struck, she felt no urgency at all. The more Meng Yan behaved in such a manner, the more she revealed her arrogance and cruelty, which only served to heighten Lu Haozhi's disdain for her. Being drenched in rain upon entering the palace and receiving a tonic from the noble consort were events not chronicled in any book. Initially, she felt some trepidation, but suddenly devised this scheme of self-sacrifice. After all, she was the protagonist of this narrative, and no matter how the plot twisted and turned, everything ultimately revolved around her, though she had endured some hardships. Winning Lu Haozhi's affections and simultaneously tarnishing Meng Yan's image in his eyes was indeed a feat of dual accomplishment. Indeed, Lu Haozhi cared for her. His heart must surely belong to her. A hint of a self-satisfied smile graced Lin Yinrong's lips as for the investigation. She paid it no mind. All physical evidence had been obliterated, and the noble consort would ensure that all traces were concealed. What more could be uncovered? As Meng Yan returned to Changchun Palace, the guards reported, "Your Highness, Bai Dang has entered the palace." Chapter 36. The servant who defied punishment Meng Yan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood that Bai Yusin had arrived. "Understood," she replied softly, stepping over the threshold. And indeed, she saw a new palace made standing before the entrance to Lizhishuan, likely one of Bai Yusin's dowries. Upon noticing her entry, the maid promptly turned and entered the inner chamber. In a short while, a graceful beauty emerged from within, elegantly approaching and bowing to Meng Yan. "I am Bai Shi's servant, paying my respects to the noble consort. May your highness enjoy eternal prosperity and peace." Observing her respectful demeanor and complete adherence to etiquette, Meng Yan smiled and personally assisted her to her feet. Sister need not be overly formal. Henceforth, residing in the palace, we are all family. Bai Yusin, seeing the noble consort extend her hand, dared not truly take her support, rising instead with a shy smile. "Your highness is too gracious. I am but a lowly servant, unworthy to be called sister." Meng Yan scrutinized her closely. Bai Yusin possessed an oval face, of average height, neither plump nor slender, with fair skin. Her features were not particularly striking, but she had a modest beauty. When she smiled, shallow dimples graced her cheeks. Today, she wore a moon-white silk robe embroidered with orchids, cinched at the waist with a cerulean skirt of flowing waves, her hair styled in a common cloud-like bun adorned with a few silk flowers. And beneath her ears dangled a pair of bright jade earrings, which added a touch of brilliance. Such attire was exceedingly demure and composed, exuding a sense of modesty and restraint, yet failing to reveal the ambition of a newly selected consort yearning for ascendance. Meng Yan recalled how, in her previous life, Bai Yusin had remained inconspicuous, never enjoying favor, and had not even been reported to have served in the emperor's bedchamber. Her green tag seemingly remained unaltered, ultimately attaining only a consort's rank through years of service. The book spoke little of her. Had it not been for that instance where she had assisted with silver and charcoal, and the plot where she visited the cold palace, she might well have been rendered nameless, merely a background character in the tale. Such fateful twists were indeed remarkable. Although the author intended to undermine her, it inadvertently forged their connection. Bai Yusin stood there with perfect poise, allowing Meng Yan to scrutinize her without flinching, her face adorned with a fitting smile, betraying no hint of discomfort. Meng Yan, with her forthright nature, found her demeanor endearing and felt an inexplicable fondness for her. What does it matter if one is of lowly status? Once in the palace, we are all consorts. You have only just arrived. There is plenty of time ahead. Such remarks are merely irritating. After some pleasantries, Meng Yan invited Bai Yusin to the main hall for further conversation. Bai Yusin, not one to decline, accepted with a gentle smile and willingly followed. Upon entering the main hall, they took their respective seats, and palace maids served fragrant tea and pastries. Meng Yan inquired about Bai Yusin's origins, her age, and her family. Bai Yusin answered each question in turn. "Your Highness, my family hails from Suzhou, but my father has held official positions, often residing in Fujian and Zhejiang. I am 16 this year, and my parents are both alive, with a pair of younger siblings. My sister is 14 and will soon come of age, while my younger brother has just begun his studies." Meng Yan had long known of her humble background, yet seeing her newly entered into the resplendent and ornate Changchun Palace, she showed no signs of discomfort. Her eloquence and propriety suggested she was someone of merit. This struck Meng Yan as somewhat curious. Why had such a person remained nameless in the palace during her past life? But then she remembered that she too had been constrained by the narrative, squandering her youth in obscurity. For others, being nameless was hardly unusual, especially since that wretched book revolved solely around Lin Yanrong. Since you have entered Changchun Palace, settle in with peace of mind, Meng Yan said, lifting her teacup to take a sip. After a bustling morning, she truly felt parched. If you find yourself lacking in anything, or if anyone beneath you is neglectful, do not hesitate to inform me. Bai Yusin quickly smiled. Your Highness is too kind. I'm truly unworthy of such consideration. As a newcomer to the palace, I know little of its workings. However, since this forbidden city is the most esteemed place in the realm, I trust that all will be reasonable. Oh. Meng Yan waved her hand with a laugh. You know not the ways of the palace. The inhabitants are most fond of stepping on the lowly to elevate themselves, particularly that group from the Internal Affairs Court, who possess no regard for others. Seeing you young and newly arrived, they will undoubtedly look down upon you. Should you encounter any difficulties or be bullied by anyone, do not hesitate to inform me. Bai Yusin gazed at her, captivated by her bright eyes, beautiful teeth, and charming smile. Her expression was slightly entranced. After a while, she nodded with a smile. All right. Just as they were engaged in conversation, someone entered to deliver a message. Your Highness, the Yangxin Hall has sent someone to convey a message. Upon hearing it was from the Emperor's court, Meng Yan thought it likely pertained to the matter of Lin Yanrong's poisoning. And her smile faded instantly. Bai Yusin, perceptive and astute, immediately rose. Your Highness is busy with palace affairs. I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything in the future, please send someone to summon me. Meng Yan considered that Bai Yusin had only just entered the palace and did not wish to burden her with such matters, lest it frighten her. She nodded with a smile, allowing her to depart. Once Bai Yusin had left, the messenger from Yangxin Hall entered. It was a disciple of Rongyan named Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang bowed in reverence before Meng Yan, and then spoke. I report to the noble consort that regarding the matter of Lin Chongzai's poisoning, the Emperor has instructed the Internal Affairs Court to investigate. His Majesty assures you, Your Highness, that he is aware of your grievances. This matter has nothing to do with you, Meng Yan responded with a nasal sound, the corners of her crimson lips subtly curling. The Internal Affairs Court to investigate? What could they possibly uncover? The Internal Affairs Court was Liang Chengbi's domain, and she and Lin Yanrong were thick as thieves. What investigation would serve to cover her transgressions? This case that had seemingly arisen from nowhere, Meng Yan felt somewhat assured. The flaws were so glaring that Haozhi would not unjustly accuse her. After all, regardless of Lin Yanrong's position as the narrative's heroine, at present, she remained a neglected consort, and even with their previous encounter in the Imperial Garden, she held little weight in Haozhi's heart. Moreover, Haozhi was known as a capable and enlightened ruler, as described in the books, from what she had seen in her past life, aside from his occasional foolishness when encountering Lin Yanrong. He was mostly clear-headed. She had already clarified that the Leigong vine could not possibly have been in that bowl of ginger soup, with the Imperial Medical Bureau to corroborate that the matter of Lin Yanrong's poisoning could not be pinned on her. Xiao Tang's words brought her no surprise, that he continued. Additionally, His Majesty instructed me to convey to the noble consort that the maid Haozhi, who defied you, has been taken to the Shunxing office for punishment. We hope it will ease your displeasure. Chapter 37. Love and affection are but fleeting clouds in the sky. This matter caused Meng Yan to raise an eyebrow. Rarely did Lin Yanrong stumble. And this time, it was due to Haozhi's actions. Although Haozhi was merely a palace maid, she served as Lin Yanrong's dowry companion, representing her mistress's dignity. Haozhi's punishment of her showed a complete disregard for Lin Yanrong's standing. It was understandable, for Lin Yanrong had yet to gain favor, and Haozhi had openly contradicted him, disrupting the established hierarchy. As the Emperor, Haozhi could not afford to turn a blind eye. Otherwise, chaos would ensue in the imperial harem. His actions were merely a means to maintain order in the palace. Meng Yan was not so conceited as to believe that Haozhi's punishment of Haozhi was a personal vendetta on her behalf. The male protagonist's every possession belonged to the female protagonist, and she, as a mere supporting character, would have no claim to any of it. Even if there were occasional overlaps, they were solely for the purpose of allowing her to be humiliated later, serving as a foil to the female protagonist. This was something Meng Yan understood all too well. Whatever love or affection existed was nothing more than ephemeral clouds in the sky. She simply wished to live her life peacefully. Meng Yan's thoughts drifted, and below, Xiao Tang grew increasingly puzzled. What was the matter with the noble consort? The emperor had spoken up for her, yet she showed no signs of delight. Her nonchalant demeanor suggested that this incident was of no concern to her. Did the noble consort wish for the emperor to punish Lin Chongzai instead? Lin Chongzai was still bedridden, and, despite her servants overstepping, it was hardly just to punish the victim. What if the noble consort became unyielding and insisted on having the emperor back her up? That would be quite troublesome for a servant. When masters quarreled, it was inconvenient to confront them directly, and they often vented their frustrations on those beneath them. When the gods clash, the little devils suffer. Servants in such situations are like Zhu Beiji looking into a mirror, caught between a rock and a hard place. Just as Xiao Tang was in a cold sweat from anxiety, a gentle female voice broke through. Very well. You may return and inform His Majesty that I am aware of the situation. Xiao Tang could hardly believe his ears. Was the noble consort truly letting this matter go? How could that be? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he looked up, only to see Meng Yan's soft expression, her smile warm and enchanting. Now that the rain has ceased and the ground is muddy, it is commendable that you made this journey. Take some silver and enjoy a cup of warm wine to warm yourself. A.S. He accepted the reward from Reju and exited the Changchun Palace. Xiao Tang felt as if he were dreaming. In the past, encountering such a situation would have meant entering the palace without even the hope of a reward. Receiving silver would have been unthinkable. No wonder his master had recently remarked that the noble consort seemed to have changed her demeanor. He had been skeptical, but now he could not help but believe it. Today, his master had likely been afraid that the noble consort would unleash her wrath and had insisted that he go in her stead. Now, it seemed, this silver was all his. Xiao Tang felt the weight of the silver ingot in his sleeve and could not help but revel in the thought that if the noble consort continued to behave this way, running errands in Changchun Palace would be quite a lucrative endeavor. After dismissing Xiao Tang, Ruizhu watched as the young palace maids came to collect the teacups, then smiled at Meng Yan, saying, "Your Highness, Xiao Tang looks utterly stunned. He went out and keeps examining the silver, almost as if he cannot believe it." Meng Yan smiled faintly, offering no response. Her current demeanor was indeed a stark contrast to her former self. And it was no wonder Liang Qingbi had once lost his mind and accused her of being possessed. Seeing her in such good spirits, Ruizhu inferred that today's turmoil had not affected her and continued. That by daring is quite courteous in her speech and behavior. She seems to be a person of discernment. However, she hails from a humble background and holds a low position. If your Highness intends to cultivate some allies, why not consider those two noble ladies instead of choosing her? Such words would have been unthinkable from anyone else, but Ruizhu had grown up alongside Meng Yan and was one of her most trusted confidants. So she spoke without hesitation. Meng Yan fell silent for a moment. If it were merely for the sentiments shared during her last moments in her previous life with Bai Yusin, there would be no need for such grand gestures. A little care in the future would suffice. Yet, she was resolute in her desire to bring this girl under her wing. There was no profound or complicated reason for her decision. Bai Yusin had witnessed her at her most vulnerable, in the depths of despair. Through Bai Yusin, she merely wished to do something for her past self, who had felt utterly helpless. From now on, the talk of humble origins and low status should never be mentioned again. She commanded that no one else speak of it. Should anyone in Changchun Palace dare to gossip about Bai Daring, she would not show mercy. Meng Yan issued her instructions with a detached expression, her demeanor indifferent. After all, true heroes do not concern themselves with lineage. Who knows what her future may hold? Realizing she had misspoken, Ruizhu quickly covered her mouth and bowed her head, saying, "This servant acknowledges her mistake." Upon entering Let Sixuan, Bai Yusin was greeted by the intricately carved beams and exquisite furnishings. Though it could not compare to the noble consort's main hall, it was still far superior to her own home. Since her selection, she had witnessed many opulent scenes within the palace, yet stepping into Changchun Palace still elicited a sigh of awe from her, especially with the golden-edged black orchid displayed on the small round table made of fragrant wood. She found herself particularly enamored. Bai Yusin was not fond of vibrant flowers, but she had an affinity for orchids. Her maid, Hongdo, entered and remarked cheerfully, "The noble consort truly values you. my lady. I just overheard that this pot of orchids is quite precious. Rare, even within the palace, that it was a gift from the noble consort's family to celebrate your arrival. That it is not the price of the item that matters, but rather the sentiment behind it. Bayusin mused as she delicately caressed the thick leaves of the orchid. Was this truly a casual gift from the noble consort? She found it hard to believe that such a coincidence could occur. If it were indeed a deliberate gesture, that would be wonderful. My lady, could it be that the noble consort wishes to win you over? If you gain favor in the future, she would benefit as well. Hong Do speculated, her tone lowered. Upon hearing this, Bayusin felt a twinge of displeasure. If the noble consort were merely seeking to buy loyalty, she would have showered her with gold and silver in front of everyone, leaving her no choice but to accept that a single pot of orchids, delivered privately, was hardly a means of winning her over. She could feign ignorance, but how could that be construed as an attempt to cultivate goodwill? Casting a sidelong glance at Hong Do, she responded coolly, "Moreover, you know well that my ambitions do not lie in such matters." Though Bayusin was gentle and reserved, she had a contemplative nature. Recalling Meng Yan's carefree laughter and her radiant beauty, an unexpected warmth blossomed in her heart, as if the fears and uncertainties of entering the palace had been soothed. The noble consort seemed like a neighborly elder sister. Chapter 38. The actions of the brothel keeper. Hong Do felt slightly embarrassed by her mistress's gentle reprimand. Bayusin, realizing she had been too harsh, softened her tone. After all, Hong Do had accompanied her from her family home into the palace. The plate of honeyed osmanthus pastry that the noble consort sent over earlier. I have never been fond of sweets. You may take it, she offered, still young and childlike in spirit. Hong Do perked up at the prospect of a treat. Picking up a piece of pastry, she said, "Regardless, the noble consort treats you quite well. Before entering the palace, I often heard people say that she is formidable and tends to ostracize and bully other consorts. If the emperor favors someone, she would suppress them. She is also harsh with the servants, often resorting to punishment. When the decree came down for you to reside in Changchun Palace, I was quite anxious. Who would have thought that upon entering today, the noble consort would be so amiable? Such rumors should not be taken at face value," Bayusin replied as she settled onto a round stool made of chicken wing wood. Speaking softly, the noble consort has held her position for many years and has consistently enjoyed the emperor's favor. Surely, she cannot escape the envy and jealousy of petty individuals. Furthermore, she occupies a high position, overseeing the harem and managing numerous consorts and servants. With such authority, it is natural for her to appear formidable. It is not surprising that those who have erred might harbor grievances when punished. Hong Do tilted her head, gazing at her mistress. "My lady, do you truly respect the noble consort?" Bayusin lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied, "I cannot say for certain. The moment I laid eyes on her today, I felt an inexplicable urge to draw closer to her, as if there was some unspoken connection between us. However, with only the emperor as a man in the palace, and hearing that the noble consort is quite enamored with him, if you were to gain favor in the future, would that not lead to some awkwardness? That is of no concern to me. I have no intention of vying for favor. My willingness to enter the palace is already a concession to the Bai family. They cannot expect any more." Bayusin spoke coolly, stating that Meng Yan was currently accompanying Do Ko in the inner hall, where the young girl, despite her tender age, demonstrated remarkable patience as she diligently sat by the desk, carefully practicing her writing. Leaning against a lake green goose feather pillow on the heated bed, Meng Yan glanced occasionally at the ledger, her lips curving into a faint smile as she observed the child. The sunlight, filtering through the window after the rain, cast a gentle glow upon her porcelain-like, exquisite face, which shimmered subtly. On the table lay a pot of fresh, fragrant Rue Xiang flowers, recently delivered by the floral house, filling the air with a delightful aroma, creating a scene of serene beauty. Yun Xiang approached quietly, recounting the words she had overheard outside the Luji pavilion. Upon finishing, she scrutinized Meng Yan's expression. Realizing this, Meng Yan's mind first leaped to the thought that Bayusin did not seem to enter the palace willingly. There appeared to be some unresolved issues with her family. This might explain why she had remained inconspicuous in her previous life within the palace. From their first meeting today, Meng Yan sensed that this girl was meticulous and composed. Although her beauty was not striking, her disposition suggested that achieving success in the palace would not be an insurmountable challenge. Even if she chose to distance herself from the emperor, seeking refuge with a favored concubine, or paying respects to the empress dowager or the dowager consort, it was unlikely she would suffer the same indignities she faced in her past life, where even the winter charcoal was withheld from her. The maid observed that Bai Yusin was indeed a manageable individual. However, from her words, it seemed she had no interest in the emperor, leaving one to wonder if her sentiments were genuine. Noticing that Meng Yan remained silent, Yin Xiang could not help but add, "After all, with a new person entering the Changchun Palace, the mistress has recently altered her demeanor and has become much more amiable. We, as servants, cannot afford to be careless." The previous Meipin had relied on the mistress's protection, yet harbored ulterior motives. Attempting to slander the mistress before the emperor, the Changchun Palace could not tolerate a second Meipin. Meng Yan, returning to her thoughts, glanced at Yin Xiang and smiled softly, expressing that indifference toward the emperor was hardly surprising. Everyone has their own aspirations. Entering the palace does not necessitate vying for favor. As for Liu Haozhi, beneath the layers of his imperial identity, he is merely a man like any other, and not everyone is destined to adore him. Furthermore, I perceive Bai Yusin's demeanor as proper. She should not possess any shameful intentions that it was not a matter of logic. Meng Yan simply found Bai Yusin pleasing to the eye, instinctively believing she would not engage in any treacherous acts against her. Yin Xiang, somewhat puzzled, tentatively inquired, "So, does the mistress intend to support her?" In the palace, it was common for high-ranking concubines to nurture and ally with newly arrived ladies as a means of bolstering their own positions, especially when they could not serve the emperor directly or feared incurring his displeasure. Although the Guifei had once scorned such behavior, the recent shift in the mistress's character made this thought less surprising. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Yan fixed her gaze on Yin Xiang, her eyes cold as early winter frost, causing Yin Xiang to lower her head, a chill creeping into her heart. "Your words underestimate my position." After a moment, Meng Yan finally spoke. "If I wish to bestow favor, would I require someone else's assistance?" Yin Xiang hastily replied, "I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, mistress." Meng Yan regarded her intently and articulated, "You are clever and considerate of my interests, which pleases me. However, do not let your cleverness overreach, as actions beyond your station will not be tolerated." Yin Xiang promptly knelt, repeatedly bowing her head. "I know my mistake. Please forgive me, mistress." Meng Yan straightened her posture as the sunlight cast a shadow across her face, obscuring her expression. After a pause, she sighed. "Very well. Rise. I have no intention of punishing you. Did I understand that my recent actions differ greatly from the past, leading to your confusion and speculations? Just remember, I, Meng Yan, have not changed. I remain the legitimate daughter of the Yang Marquis. Such sordid and despicable dealings, akin to those of a pimp, I disdain." This reference to Ma Bailu pertains to the common folks term for those who broker illicit relationships for profit. In her previous life, Meng Yan had often scorned Liang Chengbi and Lin Yanrong for their mutual exploitation. Whether seeking favor or striving for prominence, she believed in fair play and merit, never once contemplating the path of a madam. Regardless of the plot's outcome, she had never entertained such thoughts. Bai Yusin, having lived in obscurity without favor in her past life, might experience changes in this one. Meng Yan could not say for certain. Yet, regardless of whether Bai Yusin harbored desires for favor, it would solely be her own will, and Meng Yan would neither intervene nor impose her influence. Yin Xiang, scolded and drenched in cold sweat, realized she had momentarily forgotten that the Guifei was the daughter of the Yang Marquis, known for her prideful demeanor. Such thoughts were unlikely to cross her mind. Just then, a palace servant entered, announcing, "Mistress, the emperor has bestowed a pot of danding jutimo on Bai Yusin, as the primary figure in Changchun Palace." Meng Yan was to be informed of any rewards given to the concubines beneath her. Yin Xiang's mouth fell open in surprise as she cautiously glanced at the Guifei. Meng Yan herself was somewhat taken aback, pondering where the narrative had gone awry. Why would Liu Haozhi arbitrarily reward Bai Yusin? Logically, she had yet to encounter him. After a brief moment of contemplation, she noticed the messenger kneeling before her. and with a clear voice, she commanded, "Understood, make sure to record this and deliver it to Bai Yusin." Once the servant was dismissed, Rui Zhu hurriedly entered. Upon entering, she exclaimed, "Mistress, it appears that Bai Yusin is not entirely compliant. That pot of Danding Zhu Mo is incredibly valuable, as it takes the floral house 3 to 4 years to cultivate even a single plant. And this year they have only managed to produce a limited number of pots. Previously, when you requested some from the emperor, he did not yield. Now, just like that, he has rewarded Bai Yusin. It is evident that she has captured the emperor's attention." Meng Yan observed Rui Zhu, who was covered in beads of sweat and appeared flustered, and could not help but chuckle. "You see, I am not particularly concerned about this matter, yet you seem more anxious than I. I wonder, who is truly the Gui Fei here?" The jest felt somewhat excessive. Yin Xiang wished to laugh but held back, stealing glances at Meng Yan and Rui Zhu. Doko finished her writing, placed down her brush, and climbed onto the bed, snuggling into Meng Yan's embrace. Meng Yan instantly wrapped her arms around the little girl, gently stroking her head while smiling faintly. "It is merely a pot of flowers. The emperor may bestow his favors upon whomever he pleases, even if Bai Yusin truly has caught his eye. What of it? She came to the palace to become a concubine. There's nothing amiss about that." Meng Yan had a vague recollection of the Danding Zhuem in her past life. She seemed to have pursued Lu Haozhi for the flower, though her interest in flowers was rather mundane. It was merely a means to validate Lu Haozhi's regard for her and her distinct status within the palace. Reflecting on it now felt almost comical. "Your Highness," Rui Zhu exclaimed anxiously, having initially noted the mistress's calm demeanor, which seemed to indicate a lack of competition for favor. However, seeing someone evidently attract the emperor's attention, she felt a surge of anxiety. "Come now, what is the big deal?" Meng Yan replied, somewhat impatiently. "It is only a pot of flowers. I may have liked it before, but now I do not. That not a natural change of heart. A person's opinions are not fixed. Nothing in this world is constant, and she was no exception." Observing her mistress's resolute disposition to withdraw from the fray, Rui Zhu had no choice but to remain silent. The messenger returned to the Yangxin Palace, reporting to Lu Haozhi, Bai Yusin, acknowledging the emperor's gift, found it inappropriate to face him directly and instead bowed in gratitude at the Luji pavilion. "Who cares for that?" Lu Haozhi, while practicing calligraphy, feigned indifference and casually asked, "And what did the Gui Fei say?" His long, sturdy fingers gripped the purple sandalwood brush, dancing across the paper with grace. The messenger gaped, aware that the usual protocol dictated that one should consider the recipient's response to the reward, not the opinions of unrelated parties. Noticing the chief steward Rong An's knowing smirk, the messenger quickly added, "The Gui Fei did not say anything. She merely recorded it and instructed me to deliver it to Bai Yusin without even glancing at her." He surmised that the Gui Fei, known for her jealousy, would be displeased by the emperor's attention toward Bai Yusin, hence the inquiry. Believing he had navigated the situation skillfully, he suddenly noticed Rong An's brows furrowed intensely, his expression resembling that of a bitter melon. "Is that all?" "What else?" Lu Haozhi huffed, his hands still poised, unperturbed. "What more could there be?" The young eunuch racked his brain for additional information, finally replying to the emperor. "Just before I left, while passing under the eaves of Changchun Palace, I heard the Gui Fei say, 'A pot of flowers I once liked. I no longer do. People's opinions are not fixed.'" Roman slapped his thigh and turned his head away. Lu Haozhi continued to scribble furiously, silence enveloping the Yangxin Palace. "Get out." After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the young eunuch, almost prostrated to the ground, finally heard a single sentence that lifted him as if granted a royal pardon. Allowing him to rise and scurry away, Lu Haozhi hurled his brush onto the inkstone, causing ink to splatter across the table. In a fit of frustration, he ripped the freshly filled rice paper from the table, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it onto the floor. Today's writing was exceptionally poor. With that lament, Lu Haozhi strode purposefully to the western window and gazed outside. Roman observed the emperor's broad and imposing back, inwardly muttering, "Isn't it ironic? This flower was bestowed upon you, and you still wish to hear what the imperial concubine has to say. You used to resent her for being noisy and overly jealous." Yet now that she refrains from competing for your affection, you appear displeased. Truly, you are the most difficult emperor to please since the founding of the Great Zhou. But wait, the Great Zhou has only seen 2 emperors in total. Rong startled, Rong and dashed over. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Haozhi summoned someone, but found himself at a loss for words. Turning around, he spotted Rong and with wide eyes, waiting for him to speak. Foolish servant, why not send someone to check on Lin Chongzai? If all is well, let them convey a message to Ning Shou Palace, so that Lady Xuanhe need not worry. Rong had felt a twinge of grievance at the reprimand, but as a eunuch he had to swallow his pride. Thus, he covered his backside and hurried off to fulfill his duties. Left alone, Haozhi stared at the potted plants in the courtyard, which were thriving and sprouting new shoots. Lost in thought. Human intentions, after all, are not immutable. He pondered this phrase repeatedly, and suddenly, memories surged forth. The night she first entered the palace as a secondary consort and received his affections. After their shared ecstasy, her small hand gently traced circles on his bare chest, disrupting his tranquility. Her watery eyes sought his gaze but shied away, a blend of shyness and allure. Once a consort to the emperor. Forever shall you accompany me. These were the words she had spoken on their wedding night. Perhaps it was this very promise that led him to indulge her thrice that night until she fell asleep, exhausted in his embrace. These are your own words. Are you now to change them? Alas, you are my imperial concubine, and you shall go nowhere I end this life. Your holy mind, Haozhi, clutched a string of emerald bracelets tightly, the polished beads showing signs of cracking. The day the new consort entered the palace, the emperor had gifted a rare flower to consort by, and this news spread like wildfire throughout the palace, overshadowing Lin Yanrong's recent misfortune. Chapter 40. The show begins with the new consort entering the palace. Countless eyes were upon her, especially since she was now connected to the emperor. First, there were rumors regarding Lin Yanrong and the emperor, followed by her fainting on the day of her entrance, which prompted the emperor to personally check on her. Then, consort by Yusin was suddenly favored, receiving a direct gift from the emperor. These events ignited a flurry of gossip within the palace, causing even the older courtiers to fidget restlessly. Haozhi had been diligent in his duties as emperor, rarely attending to the inner palace since his days as crown prince, visiting only a few days each month and always accompanied by Meng Yan. Those beyond her were already accustomed to neglect, and with the arrival of newcomers, their hopes dwindled further. Some consorts, long resigned to their fate, eagerly anticipated the downfall of Meng Yan, who was the primary consort of Changchun Palace and had previously enjoyed the emperor's favor. If the emperor truly favored by Yusin, it would surely stir up commotion in Changchun Palace. Although Meng Guifei's temperament had recently changed, the core of one's nature is difficult to alter. No one would believe Meng Guifei would cease to be jealous or resentful. The elder courtiers, seasoned by the trials of palace life, held their own thoughts but managed to maintain a composed facade. In contrast, the newly entered consorts were in a state of agitation. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. March 17th marked the day for all the consorts to pay their respects. With the position of empress currently vacant, the new consorts would only be greeting the imperial consorts, the noble consort Liang Qingbi, the favored consort Meng Yan, and the virtuous consort Ren Shui. Thus, the audience was set to take place in Yikeng Palace, where the noble consort resided. On that morning, Meng Yan rose early, finished her grooming, and instructed Yunxiang and Ruizhu to assist with her attire. When news arrived that Bai Yusin had come, Meng Yan was applying her eyebrow makeup before the mirror. She heard the announcement and smiled brightly. Please, let her in. With that, the sound of light footsteps echoed as Bai Yusin entered. After exchanging greetings, she stepped forward to assist Meng Yan with her makeup. Meng Yan smiled graciously, allowing her to attend to her, while Ruizhu, who had been combing Meng Yan's hair, quietly withdrew. Initially, Bai Yusin had sought to serve Meng Yan, but Meng Yan had insisted that as a consort in her own right, she need not be so humble. However, Bai Yusin remained resolute, claiming that as someone residing within the gates of Changchun Palace and receiving much care from the noble consort, she felt it inappropriate to simply idle away her days. Furthermore, She possessed unique insights into makeup and hairstyling that consistently rendered Meng Yan's appearance exceptionally beautiful, elegant, and refined, in stark contrast to the usual styles seen among the other courtiers. Ruizhu, who had served Meng Yan for nearly 10 years, felt somewhat inferior upon witnessing Bai Yusin's skills. Thus, Meng Yan willingly permitted Bai Yusin to dress her. Once adorned, Yunxiang brought forth the attire prepared the previous night, a light yellow brocade dress with floral motifs, a water-red gown with gold pomegranate embroidery, and a flowing skirt of pale blue crepe that swept the floor. Bai Yusin glanced at the ensemble and felt a twinge of admiration, exclaiming, "Your Highness, this attire is both dignified and graceful, yet retains a delicate charm. Truly, it is a masterpiece beyond my reach." Meng Yan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her flower-like visage shining even brighter in the splendid attire. A smile crept upon her lips as she mused, "Today, we shall meet the newly selected consorts. One cannot afford to be as casual as before. It is fortunate that you have such talent in styling. Otherwise, it would not suit me so well." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed her mind. Since Bai Yusin's arrival at Changchun Palace, she had consistently adhered to her position as a consort. Were it not for Meng Yan's intervention, Bai Yusin might have even insisted on attending to her every meal. While this cautious demeanor was indeed a virtue, it also created a distance between them. After all, there would be ample time ahead. Once everything was in order and the ceremonial retinue had gathered outside, Meng Yan prepared to head to Yikeng Palace alongside Bai Yusin, aware of the recent palace gossip, which had implicated Bai Yusin in numerous scandals due to Lu Haozhi's gift of the rare flower. Meng Yan was keen to ensure that everyone understood Bai Yusin was under her protection. Bai Yusin, however, fervently declined, stating, "Your Highness's kindness is overwhelming, yet I cannot accept such honor. I am but a mere consort, and dare not walk alongside you. It would be improper. Please, Your Highness, proceed ahead, and I shall follow closely behind." As she spoke, her eyes lowered, revealing her understanding of the noble consort's intentions. "I am merely a newcomer to the palace, and do not wish to draw attention." Meng Yan observed her demure demeanor and sighed softly. She recognized Bai Yusin's desire for discretion and her intention to keep a low profile. But being embroiled in palace affairs, one cannot simply avoid trouble. Very well, if she insists upon it, there is no need to force the matter. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to provoke the noble consort. With that, Meng Yan exited Changchun Palace, took her sedan chair, and proceeded towards Yikeng Palace. Once Bai Yusin saw the noble consort's procession depart, she entered her own modest carriage, accompanied by just 2 eunuchs and 2 palace maids, a stark contrast to the grandeur of Meng Yan's retinue. "Why did you not accompany the noble consort just now?" Red Bean, who followed closely, whispered, "It would have been more imposing to go together, making it clear to the other candidates that you are not to be trifled with." Bai Yusin had applied only a light layer of makeup today, donned simple attire, and wore just 2 hairpins that had been sent along with her selection. Her expression was calm as she replied, "The noble consort has my best interests at heart, but we must also exercise discretion. It is best to avoid unnecessary gossip and not burden her with every little matter." With words of assurance on her lips, her small hands twisted a plain handkerchief in a nervous grip. In the beginning, she had passed the preliminary selection and was learning the rules within the Shoshi Palace. Due to her humble origins and being an outsider, her speech inevitably bore a hint of an accent, which led to ridicule and bullying from those noble young ladies hailing from the capital. Everyone looked down upon her, certain that she would never catch the emperor's eye, and even if she were to enter the palace, it would be in vain. That on the day her title was announced, the capital was graced with a gentle rain. She lay on the bed of an inn, wrapped in a thin quilt, her body trembling with cold. After all, she was merely a candidate, and she was well aware of her mediocre talents. Her entry into the palace was a stroke of luck. She had no aspirations for the emperor's favor or for glory. Her agreement to participate in the selection was simply due to the White family's relentless pressure on her parents. Her father was a son of a concubine, lacking her grandfather's favor, and thus the family held no standing within the clan. In a bid to redeem his honor, he had joined the army in his youth, risking his life for military achievements. When he finally attained the title of cavalry general, The white family members came to curry favor. However, after he sustained a leg injury and could no longer fight, their demeanor changed once again. When the selection quotas were distributed, she had been reluctant to go. But the clan leader coerced her, threatening to confiscate her family's land if she did not comply to protect her parents. She reluctantly agreed to participate. She remembered the day of departure vividly. Her mother nearly fainting from tears while her younger siblings clung to her skirt, refusing to let go. With gritted teeth and a heavy heart, she broke free and climbed into the carriage. Her father, tears streaming down his face, came to see her off. Leaning on a cane, as the carriage rolled away, she turned her head to glance back, and through the swirling dust, she could still see her father's frail figure. This scene had haunted her dreams countless times, leaving her pillows soaked with tears by midnight. By the time she entered the palace, her heart had grown cold, weary of the faces of power and the depths of their ambitions. The grandeur of the royal city appeared dull and lifeless in her eyes until she entered the Changchun Palace and met the beloved concubine. The concubine's vibrant energy and candid warmth, along with her meticulous care, rekindled a warmth within her heart. Each time she witnessed the concubine smile, she couldn't help but feel a shared joy. Though she knew her status was unworthy, she secretly regarded the concubine as a sister. Meng Yan arrived in the Equine Palace, her palanquin gliding effortlessly as the palanquin touched the ground. The palace attendants bowed in respect, welcoming the concubine. Observing the seemingly respectful demeanor of the attendants, the corners of Meng Yan's crimson lips curled into a slight smirk. Today promised to be a splendid performance. Upon entering the Equine Palace and the main hall, the royal concubine, Liang Chengbi, sat regally at the head of the room. Meng Yan approached with a subtle smile, and Liang Chengbi rose to greet her, descending from the throne as they exchanged sisterly courtesies. Once the formalities were complete, they each took their seats. As the concubine, Meng Yan occupied the first chair on the lower side. In the past, Meng Yan had harbored resentment towards this chair, vexed at being ranked beneath Liang Chengbi. However, that was no longer the case. Although Liang Chengbi held the title of royal concubine, did sitting in such a lofty position come without its burdens? Governing the inner palace required immense diligence and care. When things went well, no one praised her, but when they went awry, the entire palace would murmur discontent, with the emperor himself occasionally delivering reprimands. No wonder she aged faster in her previous life. With a serene smile, Meng Yan settled comfortably into her chair, casting flirtatious glances at Liang Chengbi. Today, the royal concubine was adorned in extraordinary splendor, a crown of 9 phoenixes holding pearls, 12 emerald hairpins, and dangling gold and jade earrings. Around her neck hung a red gold necklace inlaid with treasures, and she wore a grand red robe decorated with golden peonies, her wrists adorned with delicate gold bracelets. The royal concubine, being of equal status to the empress, could indeed wear the crown of 9 phoenixes, albeit with slightly less grandeur than the empress's crown. It was appropriate for a formal occasion. However, the remaining adornments were undeniably ostentatious. It seemed she was feeling the pressure. This royal concubine had always prided herself on her refined elegance, eschewing the gaudiness of bright reds and golds. Meng Yan recalled that it had been written in a book that Liang Chengbi had privately expressed disdain for her extravagant tastes, questioning what the emperor saw in her. Yet here was the ethereal royal concubine, now adorned in finery. Perhaps she still bore the scars of a past misstep, fearing that the newly selected concubines might gossip about her behind her back, prompting her to present herself in such a grand fashion to assert her authority. Miss Meng Yan stifled a laugh internally. She maintained a facade of casual conversation with Liang Chengbi. During their dialogue, other concubines and noble ladies gradually arrived, greeting the two and taking their respective seats. Notably absent was the esteemed concubine Renshui, her chair remaining empty, a fact Meng Yan understood without inquiry. Before long, an attendant announced, "Your Highnesses, the newly selected ladies have arrived to pay their respects." Liang Chengbi pursed her lips slightly, nodding solemnly, embodying a dignified presence. Meng Yan, with a playful smile and sparkling eyes, turned her gaze towards the entrance. The new concubines filed in, with the highest ranking among them leading the procession, none other than Lin Yanrong, followed by Changzai and the rest, with Bai Yusin bringing up the rear. Meng Yan observed Lin Yanrong with a discerning eye. Her attire conformed to the descriptions in the text, revealing no deviation from her previous life. Clad in a flowing aquamarine robe, an embroidered skirt adorned with apricot blossoms. Her hair arranged in a simple bun with delicate hairpins, she exuded a gentle grace. It seemed the poisoning incident had left no visible mark on her, for she still appeared as delicate as a flower. Meng Yan smiled faintly. In her previous ignorance, she had failed to notice that Lin Yanrong's attire betrayed her ambitions. The apricot blossom skirt seemed to scream her desire for recognition of her fateful encounter with Lu Haozhi. Meng Yan clearly remembered the jealousy that had ignited within her upon seeing that very skirt, leading to an explosive confrontation that had embarrassed Lin Yanrong greatly, though it had been gratifying at the time. The impression left of her as an overbearing and petty royal had lingered in the minds of all. According to the text, this minor incident had even reached Lu Haozhi's ears, for while gossip spread like wildfire in the palace, the more significant matters remained hushed. In this life, she would not indulge in such childishness. The apricot blossom skirt was of no concern to her. Anyone who found it displeasing could confront her directly. Lin Yanrong, meanwhile, was casting furtive glances in her direction, and their eyes met, sparking an unexpected connection. Meng Yan offered a slight smile, while Lin Yanrong, still somewhat naive, felt a tremor of apprehension and hastily lowered her head, tugging at her skirt. What was happening? Lin Yanrong wondered, perplexed that, according to the narrative, Meng Yan should be furiously indignant at this moment, yet she showed no reaction at all. As everyone steadied themselves, the chief eunuch of Equine Palace called out, instructing the newcomers to pay their respects to the royal concubine and the other high-ranking ladies. Sitting comfortably in her chair, Meng Yan observed the newly selected concubines bowing before her, her heart as tranquil as a still lake. Dear sisters, since your arrival in the palace, have you all settled in well? Liang Qingbi's melodious voice resonated in everyone's ears. Such pleasantries seemed redundant. Who among them would dare to admit to discomfort? Meng Yan's mind wandered, teetering on the edge of drowsiness. Now that you have entered the palace, you must adhere to its rules and diligently serve the emperor, avoiding any jealousies that might disturb the peace within. This esteemed royal concubine has always enjoyed the emperor's favor and serves as a model for all the ladies in the palace. You should all learn well from her. Meng Yan, who had just raised her teacup to sip, nearly choked at this blatant declaration. Was Liang Qingbi truly cornered, resorting to such a direct mention of her? It was as though she were conspiring to cast Meng Yan as the palace's designated target, inviting everyone to unite against her. Setting down her teacup, Meng Yan surveyed the room. Indeed, the noble lady at the forefront displayed her displeasure openly, while Lin Yanrong's expression darkened slightly. Aside from Bai Yusin, no one else bore a pleasant countenance. Understandably so. After all, they were all here to vie for the emperor's affection, and why would they wear smiles? Not only the newcomers, but even some of the seasoned ladies in attendance exhibited discomfort. Meng Yan glanced around, then turned her gaze back, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Royal concubine sister, you truly flatter me. I have been unwell for many days, and my green plaque has long been hung. The emperor has not visited for quite some time. Perhaps he has forgotten there is still someone like me in the palace. Her words elicited a more favorable reaction from the crowd. With her enchanting eyes shimmering and a deeper smile forming, she shifted the conversation. Speaking of the esteemed model of the harem, I cannot help but recall the late empress, while she was alive. Her kindness and wisdom brought true harmony to the harem. The emperor once expressed that if the women of the harem could inherit even half of the late empress's virtues, they would be deemed virtuous. What merit do I possess to dare compare myself to her? Sister, is your comment a jest or a serious remark? As her words fell, Liang Qingbi's countenance changed dramatically. Although Lu Haozhi shared no romantic ties with the late empress, he held her in high regard. There had been instances where concubines spoke ill of her, only to be demoted to commoner status and cast into obscurity. Meng Yan's implication was a veiled accusation of Liang Qingbi's disrespect towards the late empress. Chapter 42. Mastering initiative upon the mention of the late Empress Dowager, a profound silence enveloped the room. The novices, still naive, were oblivious, while the elders understood the weight of the matter. in that moment. Every gaze fixated on Liang Qingbi, curious to see how she would navigate the tense atmosphere. Having served as the imperial concubine for many years, wielding substantial power within the palace, Liang Qingbi was accustomed to managing affairs of the inner court. She had often indulged in acts of tyranny, misappropriating resources, and even bullying those of higher rank. Yet her elevated status and illustrious lineage, coupled with the fact that most concubines in the harem were without favor, rendered her untouchable. No one dared to openly criticize her. Now, witnessing her momentarily at a loss for words due to Meng Yan's pointed remarks, a sense of schadenfreude spread among the onlookers. Liang Qingbi felt a surge of resentment, her teeth grinding as she cast a glance at Meng Yan, who appeared utterly unfazed, leisurely toying with a teacup in a seemingly indifferent manner. Before the assembly of new concubines, Liang Qingbi had to maintain an air of dignity and composure, lest she be perceived as faltering, which would invite ridicule in the future. Struggling to regain her poise, she forced a smile and remarked, "Dear sister, are you jesting with me? How could I ever dare to show disrespect to the late Empress Dowager? After all, she was the emperor's primary consort, held in the highest esteem, and often lauded for her virtues of prudence, sincerity, and filial piety. She was indeed a paragon for our generation. I recall the many lessons and kindnesses I received from her during her lifetime. And it brings me great sorrow to think of her now, that, as she spoke, she even took out a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. What a skilled actress!" Meng Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Not a single tear was shed, yet she managed to feign grief convincingly. She had no intention of persisting in troubling Liang Qingbi. It was merely a matter of tit for tat, seeing that Liang had managed to deflect the situation with her forced smile. Meng Yan chose to remain silent. Liang Qingbi continued to offer words of encouragement to the newly selected concubines before calling for the gathering to disperse. Meng Yan had initially intended to take her leave, but Liang Qingbi called out to her, "Sister, please stay, I have matters to discuss." Hearing this, Meng Yan had no choice but to return and sit down once more. Liang Qingbi's eyes sparkled with a feigned warmth as she addressed her. "Sister, now that the new concubines have settled in, it is time to arrange their attendance at the emperor's bedchamber. I wish to inquire about your thoughts on how this should be organized." Meng Yan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped her intentions. Haozhi had never shown much interest in the harem and rarely summoned the favored concubines. There had been an incident where, after a quarrel between them, he deliberately summoned a frequently favored concubine, and Meng Yan had intercepted the carriage en route. This caused quite a stir in the harem, even prompting inquiries from the Empress Dowager. However, as Meng Yan and Haozhi reconciled, the matter ultimately faded away. Liang Qingbi seemed eager to see Meng Yan's jealousy flare up, hoping she might act rashly. Was she truly so oblivious? Meng Yan had long ceased to concern herself with the emperor's affections and found it amusing that Liang Qingbi would use such trivial matters to provoke her. "Sister manages the harem adeptly. Surely such minor matters are beneath your consideration. Why seek my counsel?" Meng Yan responded with a radiant smile, her eyes clear, betraying no hint of displeasure. Liang Qingbi maintained her composed demeanor, still smiling as she continued, "Sister, you flatter me. While it is customary to arrange according to rank, the circumstances this year are particularly unique. That Lin Changzai had past connections with the emperor before entering the palace. He even visited her when she fell ill, indicating his favor. Moreover, I have heard that the emperor recently gifted Bai Dang a potted flower, suggesting that she too has caught his eye. Thus, I propose we consider adjusting the order of attendance for these two." As she gazed into Liang Qingbi's keen eyes, Meng Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile. This imperial concubine was indeed quite calculating, not undeserving of her reputation as a formidable rival from a past life. She sought to curry favor with the emperor while avoiding the stigma of being overly sycophantic and disregarding palace protocol. Should she agree, the responsibility would fall upon her shoulders, and the newly sidelined concubines would undoubtedly hold her accountable. Conversely, if she declined, it would cast her as petty and jealous, particularly in Lin Yinrong's eyes, who would surely resent her for obstructing her path. Haozhi might also develop a negative opinion of her. Additionally, there was the complication of Bai Yusin, who belonged to her faction in Changchun Palace. If Meng Yan acquiesced, it would suggest she was intentionally fostering alliances and engaging in favoritism, that if she refused, it would be seen as envy over by Yusin's favor, furthering the narrative of her attempts to suppress others. In her previous life, Meng Yan might have fallen into such a trap, and Liang Qingbi's maneuver would likely have succeeded. However, the current Meng Yan was different. She was indifferent to the emperor's whims. With a gentle, harmless smile, she replied, "What the emperor desires, he will surely determine for himself. His likes and dislikes are beyond the comprehension of us concubines. Are you attempting to gauge his intentions, sister?" Liang Qingbi's expression shifted dramatically, her fear palpable, even more so than when Meng Yan had previously chastised her for disrespecting the late Empress Dowager. To speculate on the emperor's what was a grave offense, tantamount to treason. This was a taboo in the harem. During the previous reign, 2 favored concubines had been cast into the cold palace for such transgressions, bringing ruin upon their families. Meng Yan's intellect had sharpened, and she was becoming increasingly formidable to contend with. Liang Qingbi gripped her handkerchief tightly, forcing a smile after a long pause. "Sister, you jest that I would never entertain such thoughts. As concubines, our duty is merely to remain dutiful and serve the emperor." Perceiving her retreat, Meng Yan lost interest in further contention, rising gracefully. "The princess is still waiting for me in Changchun Palace, so I must take my leave, given your esteemed position as imperial concubine. I trust you will manage the affairs of the harem with diligence." With this light remark, she took her leave, turning gracefully to exit. As she observed Meng Yan's graceful form depart, Liang Qingbi sank back against her chair, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. The breeze from the window chilled her, as she suddenly realized that she was drenched in cold sweat. When had she become so passive before Meng Yan? No matter how she provoked her, Meng Yan remained unfazed, effortlessly turning the tables on her. Was this truly the same naive and jealous Meng Yan she had known? Chun Qing, observing her mistress's dazed expression, stepped forward to offer comfort. "Your Highness, do not lose heart. Lin Changzai has already caught the emperor's eye, and she will undeniably be favored in the future. It is said that a person's nature is hard to change. Meng Guifei is merely biding her time today during the court's gathering. She wouldn't dare to create too much of a scene. Moreover, with 2 empresses present, it is unlikely that she will rise too high." Rubbing her temples, Liang Qingbi gently closed her eyes and mused. But over the years, the emperor has been excessively indulgent towards her, and her noble background cannot be overlooked. The future is uncertain. The position of empress has been vacant for 3 years. I have diligently managed the harem during this time, tirelessly serving as the imperial concubine, all for the hope of one day ascending to the throne of empress. If that crown were to be claimed by another, would I not be left to serve as a mere pawn? Your Highness, now that Lin Changzai and Bai Dang are in the palace, it is no longer solely your influence at play. Should she lose her composure, the emperor's affections towards her will naturally wane. Liang Qingbi, listening intently, lifted her gaze. "Do you have any suggestions?" Chun Qing smiled softly. "Lin Changzai's background is delicate, even if she has fallen from grace. She is still a member of the noble families, while Bai Dang is of common birth. As the imperial concubine, you will undoubtedly face challenges in Changchun Palace." Understanding her point, Liang Qingbi couldn't help but smile slightly. As Meng Yan exited the Yiquan Palace, noting the fine weather, she decided to take a stroll, instructing her palanquin to follow closely behind. However, upon reaching the corner of a long street, she heard raised voices ahead, resulting in a commotion. Unable to even perform a proper greeting, it's clear the rules learned were in vain. I truly wonder how individuals like you made it into the palace. Chapter 43. Overbearing presence. The voice was sweet and melodious, akin to a yellow oriole's song, yet it carried a hint of aggression and arrogance. Meng Yan halted and gazed ahead, where the noblewoman's Song Xia, accompanied by her maidservants, stood in the middle of the street, obstructing Lin Yanrong and Bai Yusin's path. Song Xia possessed a fair degree of beauty, with an elongated face that was slightly gaunt, her thin lips painted a striking crimson, and her slender eyebrows meticulously drawn. She wore a rose-red embroidered robe adorned with peony patterns, her head adorned with pearls and jewels, striking a proud pose with her hands on her hips and her chin raised in an air of superiority as she regarded the two before her. Meng Yan couldn't help but inwardly lament the absurdity of the situation. This scene was entirely uncharted territory, a stark deviation from the narratives of the past. In her previous life, Song Xia, though the highest-ranking concubine, had fallen gravely ill within the year of her entrance into the palace and had never received the emperor's favor before her untimely death. The book scarcely mentioned her. Aside from a few humorous mishaps in her attempts to vie for attention, she left no significant impression. Now, however, she had boldly stepped forward. The maidservant Reju, accompanying her, glanced at Meng Yan and remarked, "Your Highness, it seems that Song Guiran is acting quite overbearing. I wonder what she intends to do." "What does she intend? To nitpick over trifles, perhaps. Have we not seen such occurrences frequently in the palace?" Meng Yan replied coolly, finding the situation amusing. This Song Xia, clearly unaware of her own standing, seemed to be asserting herself based on her rank, oblivious to the fact that the emperor likely had no knowledge of her existence. How naive to believe that the imperial court was a place where one could easily dominate others. She harbored a modicum of concern for Bai Yusin, yet she was equally curious to observe how she intended to navigate the situation. After all, their acquaintance had been brief, and her understanding of Bai Yusin's intellect was quite limited. At worst, should she find herself at a disadvantage, she could always intervene later. "Come, let us pay our respects anew to my esteemed self. If you fail to perform adequately, I shall have you all sent to the Ministry of Justice to learn proper decorum." Song Xia's expression was harsh, her once sweet and melodious voice now taking on a sharp edge as she reprimanded Lin Bai and the others. Akin to a master scolding her servants, Lin Yanrong, true to her previous disposition, immediately reddened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In contrast, Bai Yusin remained calm, her demeanor as tranquil as still water. She bent slightly and executed a proper greeting. "This humble concubine pays her respects to Lady Song, wishing you longevity." Meng Yan observed this with keen interest, noting the steadiness of Bai Yusin in the face of adversity, her emotions well concealed, a promising trait, which endeared her to Meng Yan even further. Conversely, Lin Yanrong's display of naivete, despite being aware of the pretense, irked Meng Yan, leaving her perplexed as to what Lu Haozhi found appealing about Lin Yanrong. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yanrong followed suit in performing the greeting. However, Song Xia was relentless, her brows knitting in anger. "What kind of greeting is this? You're stumbling and fumbling, unsure where to place your hands and feet. It is clear you both disdain me. Do not think that just because the emperor has spoken to you, you can claim superiority. This is the palace where hierarchy and rank are paramount. One of you is a permanent attendant, and the other a mere concubine. Neither is worthy to hold my shoes. Do not dream of climbing over me." Upon hearing these words, Meng Yan grasped the situation swiftly. In her past life, Lin Yanrong had been relegated to the outskirts of the capital, residing in the Jingfu Palace, while Bai Yusin had been an inconsequential concubine, both of whom were beneath Song Xia's notice. In this lifetime, however, their entrance to the palace had been rather ostentatious, and it was no surprise that Song Xia, with her haughty disposition, would erupt in such a manner. Lin Yanrong maintained her feigned fragility, her eyes reddening as she choked out, "I do not know how I have offended my sister, and I beg for your forgiveness." Hoping for your magnanimity, Bai Yusin, however, grew slightly cold in demeanor and stood, declaring, "If the esteemed lady has no further business, this concubine shall take my leave." With that, she circumvented Song Xia and made to depart. The two palace maids flanking Song Xia promptly obstructed her path without a word from their mistress. "What's the hurry? Are you rushing back to play the lapdog for the imperial concubine? How shameless you are, wagging your tail to curry favor with her, hoping to gain the emperor's goodwill." The weight of these words drew Meng Yan into the fray. Bai Yusin, who had initially appeared unfazed, now revealed a hint of indignation upon hearing this. "Lady Song, I implore you to choose your words with care. The imperial concubine's status is exalted and not something you can casually invoke." Song Xia, brimming with self-satisfaction, scoffed. "Why the rush? The imperial concubine is not present at the moment, and even if you were to ingratiate yourself, she would not see it. Women of humble origins are inherently lowly, and their worth is trifling compared to that of others. Red Bean, following by Yusin, though young and impulsive, could no longer contain herself after witnessing her mistress being so brazenly insulted. Lady Song, our young mistress has not provoked you and has always treated you with utmost respect. Why must you speak such slanderous words? The palace is a place of rules and reason. Do you not fear the emperor and the concubines knowing of your outrageous behavior? Meng Yan inwardly lamented. This girl had unwittingly provided Song Xia with a weapon against them. True to form, Song Xia let out a cold laugh. Indeed, a lowly master commands lowly servants. Utterly ignorant of propriety, do you think you have the liberty to interrupt when your superiors are speaking? Lame, teach her a lesson. A slightly plump Pallas maid standing to her left stepped forward, raising her hand to strike Red Bean across her delicate cheek. Anticipating the confrontation, Meng Yan cast a glance back, and two eunuchs promptly stepped forward, swiftly restraining the maid before she could strike. As it appeared that Bai Yusin was about to suffer an injustice, Meng Yan advanced slowly, casting a cold gaze over the crowd, her eyes fixing on Song Xia. What is the meaning of this commotion? The teachings of the imperial concubines still linger in my ears. Why is Lady Song causing a ruckus in the palace? Her words effectively overshadowed Red Bean's defiance, placing the blame squarely on Song Xia. Outsiders, it would appear that she, as the master of the Changchun Palace, was merely protecting Bai Yusin, which pleased her greatly. Song Xia, taken aback by the unexpected intervention of the imperial concubine, paled, trembling as she stammered. I merely intended to return to Xixiang Palace. I happened upon Lady Lin and Bai, and thus decided to join them for a moment. I did not expect Bai, this maid, to challenge me. I thought to adhere to palace regulations and reprimand her. Meng Yan chuckled softly, her enchanting eyes narrowing slightly. As a lady of rank, you possess no authority to discipline the servants of others. Should a servant err, their master will handle it. If not, the Ministry of Justice is not without purpose. The palace is the most peaceful place in the realm. If you were to strike someone here, would it not disrupt that tranquility? As she spoke, her gaze sharpened, piercing through Song Xia. Once you enter the palace, you are all consorts of the emperor and within the grandeur of the Dezhou dynasty. There exists only rank, not worth. Bai Yusin lifted her gaze slightly to Meng Yan, her heart swelling with gratitude and emotion. There stood Meng Yan, resplendent in her opulent attire, radiant and noble, the sunlight cascading down upon her, as if she were aglow with light. What is the meaning of this ruckus? A clear and gentle male voice resonated, capturing the attention of all present. Meng Yan sighed softly, realizing her mischief had not gone unnoticed. She turned, gracefully bowing. This humble servant pays her respects to the emperor. May you live long. Chapter 44. There is nothing to discuss with him. From a distance, Haozhi observed the unfolding scene. Initially disinterested in the altercation among the women, he soon found himself intrigued as Meng Yan stepped forward, prompting him to hasten his pace without a second thought. The newly selected concubines, with the exception of Lin Yanrong, were encountering the emperor for the first time. Song Xia was visibly shaken, while Bai Yusin remained composed, and Lin Yanrong covertly gazed at the emperor. As everyone followed Meng Yan in greeting Haozhi, his gaze swept over them, landing on Meng Yan. With her head bowed, her expression concealed, today, attire rendered her particularly gentle and alluring. Observing the throng kneeling before him, he let out a soft huff. Her old habits had resurfaced. Meng Guifei, what is the meaning of this? In broad daylight, what are you doing here with these newly entered concubines? He found it hard to believe she had suddenly become gracious and magnanimous. She remained unchanged. Meng Yan sighed lightly, acutely aware that once the lead character had made her entrance, her own days would be far from pleasant. What trivial matter is this? Haozhi did not even inquire further, placing the blame squarely on her. His prejudice against her, deeply ingrained, was not something that could be easily altered, especially now that Lin Yanrong was present as well. Meng Yan respectfully replied, Your Majesty, today is the day for the palace audience that I encountered these new sisters, and upon seeing Lady Song conversing with Lin Changzai and Bai Danin on the main street, I came to take a look at Haozhi chuckled softly. It is still quite chilly. If you wish to converse, why not do so in your Changchun palace, standing on this street? Have you fully recovered? Meng Yan pressed her lips together, suddenly at a loss for words. He had already assumed she was bullying others. What more was there to say? She felt weary, realizing that no matter her actions, he would always harbor suspicions against her. She had long since recognized her role as merely a supporting character in someone else's life. Yet despite all her efforts, she could not alter his perception of her, leaving her feeling utterly drained. Lin Yanrong, however, grew impatient. This narrative did not unfold as it did in the book. Dressed in her embroidered dress adorned with apricot blossoms, she had expected Meng Guifei to cause a scene, as described in the text. Yet it appeared as if she were invisible. Now, confronted by the shrewish Song Xia, she finally laid eyes on the male protagonist, Lu Haozhi, and believed that the plot, while deviating, would still revolve around her. However, Lu Haozhi seemed oblivious to her presence, his gaze solely fixed on Meng Yan. In that moment, Lin Yanrong felt her carefully chosen attire was rendered meaningless, summoning her courage. She stepped forward, curtsying gracefully, and spoke softly. "This humble servant, Lin Yanrong, expresses her gratitude to your majesty for the medicinal herbs. The few pills sent by Lord Rong to Yongfu Palace were quite effective, allowing me to sleep soundly through the night." Lu Haozhi finally noticed that Lin Yanrong, who had caused quite a stir with her poisoning incident upon entering the palace, was also present here. To avoid complications arising from the situation, Lu Haozhi ordered that the matter not be publicized, and instead, it would be claimed that she was merely unwell. Thus, within the 6 palaces, apart from a few consorts like Meng Yan, no one else was aware of her poisoning, and they simply assumed she was ill. Upon hearing her words, Lu Haozhi furrowed his brow. He had intended to keep the matter discreet, yet she had chosen to bring it up publicly, indicating that this woman was quite scheming. Just as that thought crossed his mind, it seemed to be suppressed by some powerful force. Clearly, they had already exchanged rumors behind the scenes. Meng Yan observed silently, remaining mute, yet her heart was calm. This time, she had no intention of vying for anything. Her only desire was to live peacefully in Changchun Palace alongside Duku and Bai Yusin. The medicinal pills had also been sent by the Empress Dowager. "You are enjoying them well. I shall have someone bring the remainder later," Lu Haozhi said, raising his hand lightly, his tone indifferent. This was indeed the truth. Those nourishing pills had been brought by the Empress Dowager previously. As a young and vigorous ruler, Lu Haozhi hardly thought of consuming them himself. Given the incident involving Lin Yanrong, out of respect for the Empress Dowager, he felt it necessary to acknowledge the situation. Thus he sent these medicines over through Rong, and however, to Lin Yanrong's ears, this conversation took on a different flavor. Lu Haozhi evidently still held her in regard. She mused sweetly, relishing the moment when the emperor personally bestowed her with medicine before others, enhancing her own status. She stole a glance at Lu Haozhi, noting his deep blue dragon-patterned robe, his tall and handsome figure, and the aura of vigor he exuded, which only captivated her further. Lin Yanrong's heart stirred slightly, and she suddenly realized this was an opportune moment. Clearly, Lu Haozhi had begun to harbor suspicions about Meng Yan. With a demure demeanor, she smiled obediently. "Your Majesty, I was just listening to the teachings of the noble consort." Lu Haozhi frowned slightly and replied curtly, "Teachings?" "Yes," Lin Yanrong continued with an even more submissive smile. "Today is the day for the palace audience. After leaving Equine Palace, we encountered the noble consort, who guided us to uphold palace rules and cultivate feminine virtues. We were all genuinely grateful for her wisdom. Just as we were engaged in this conversation, Your Majesty arrived. Her words were a complete distortion of the truth, and she even spared the one who had just humiliated her. Song Xia. Yet according to the narrative, Song Xia was merely a nameless character destined to perish within a year, posing no threat to her. Meng Yan, however, was the one she aimed to overcome with all her might. Lu Haozhi listened, turning his gaze toward Meng. Is what she said true? What teachings for the consorts? Such matters are merely tricks to manipulate the harem. Meng Yan, however, turned her face slightly, her eyes drifting to the yellow glazed tiles of the street corner. Refusing to look at him again, she had no desire to speak or explain. He could think whatever he wished. Lu Haozhi was instantly incensed. What did she mean by this? Just then, Bai Yusin unexpectedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Meng Yan was taken aback, but quickly understood. Haozhi, somewhat surprised, glanced at her and nodded. "Speak." "Your Majesty, after leaving Yikuan Palace, I intended to return to Changchun Palace, but I was unexpectedly obstructed by Lady Song. She criticized me for my lack of proper etiquette, and I did not rebut her. However, she persisted in her accusations, even dragging the noble consort into it. The vile words she used to demean me, I dare not repeat in front of your Majesty. When the noble consort happened upon this matter, she intervened. I am but a lowly servant. Being scolded by a lady of higher rank is inconsequential. Yet the noble consort, with her esteemed status and character, cannot suffer such slander. I speak up on her behalf, hoping your Majesty will uphold justice for her." With that, she prostrated herself on the ground. "Oh, this foolish girl." Meng Yan sighed inwardly, realizing that Bai Yusin was trying to defend her. However, in Lin Yinrong's eyes, it was likely that she had deemed Bai Yusin as part of Meng Yan's faction. Very well, if that was the case, she would protect her. Song Xia's face paled with anxiety. She did not wait for the emperor to question her and began to defend herself. "Your Majesty, this lowly consort is merely speaking nonsense. I merely reprimanded her for her lack of courtesy. As a lady, it is only natural to admonish a servant. I have always held the noble consort in high regard. How could I ever slander her?" Meng Yan observed her flustered demeanor, pursing her lips. And oh wonder, the book stated she would perish within a year. With such qualities, she would not survive long in the tale. Before I even questioned you, you were already prattling on, showing a lack of decorum. Haozhi narrowed his eyes, glancing at her with disdain, finding her utterly vulgar and somewhat revolting. What sort of individuals have these two ladies chosen? Seeing Song Xia's irritable temperament, Haozhi naturally leaned more towards believing Bai Yusin's words, and he inquired of the palace maids and eunuchs present, soon grasping the full story that, I had no idea this election would be so tumultuous. It seems the palace is about to witness a full-blown brawl. Haozhi's tone was casual, yet it carried a hint of anger. Meng Yan understood that he was about to take action. Indeed, Haozhi continued, a fifth-rank lady is not of great importance. If your character is such, I fear you are unworthy of your rank. For now, consider yourself a commoner. Chapter 45. The most prominent woman in the Dazhou Palace. Everyone listened. Startled, the emperor's words meant that Song Xia had been demoted to a commoner. This newly selected consort, having never even been summoned to the emperor's bed, was now the first in the Dazhou Palace to suffer such a demotion. Song Xia was nearly dumbfounded. How could she have known that merely reprimanding two consorts of lower rank would lead to such dire consequences? Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Your Majesty, please spare me. I shall never do it again. I realize my mistakes. I will apologize to the noble consort." As she cried out, she crawled before Meng Yan, repeatedly bowing, "Noble consort, it is all my fault. I offer my apologies. Please, plead with the emperor to show mercy and spare me this time." Meng Yan felt nothing but disdain for such a cowardly, blustering person. Her gaze drifted past the palace walls, inadvertently landing on Haozhi's face, only to find him gazing at her as well. Upon being caught, Haozhi appeared somewhat awkward, while she maintained a calm expression and withdrew her gaze. This only heightened Haozhi's embarrassment. Lin Yinrong observed coldly, feeling rather uncomfortable. What was this? Was Haozhi defending Meng Yan? She lowered her gaze and softly suggested, "Your Majesty, I believe Sister Song has just entered the palace and is not yet familiar with the rules." She did not intend to offend the noble consort, merely speaking her mind. "Might your Majesty, are you questioning my decree?" That cold rebuke silenced Lin Yinrong. Her face flushed crimson, her lips twitched as she struggled to smile, yet found no joy. Stammering for a long while, Your Majesty, I do not dare." Meng Yan watched in astonishment, wondering how Lin Yinrong had grown so foolish. Haozhi was clearly angered, and at such a critical moment, she dared to provoke him. Yet upon reflection, her words were not entirely incorrect. The narrative often praised her for her gentleness and tolerance, portraying her as magnanimous. In her previous life, Lin Yanrong had indeed used this approach to win Lu Haozhi's favor. However, at that time, she had already been in favor, and thus, anything she said or did was deemed right in Lu Haozhi's eyes. Currently, Lin Yanrong had not even been summoned to the emperor's bed. As merely a newly arrived commoner, she dared to admonish a furious Lu Haozhi. Wasn't he that inviting trouble? Lu Haozhi cast a glance at the prostrate Songxia, his gaze filled with disdain, as if he were observing a filthy ant. Such noise truly disrupts the peace of the six palaces. Rongin, inform the Ministry of Internal Affairs to transfer this Song commoner to a place where I cannot see her. Also, have her issued a green card of confinement. She shall spend the next 2 months reflecting on her actions and cultivating her character. With those words, Songxia's prospects were effectively extinguished. He'll be sent to a place out of the emperor's sight. Coupled with a green card of confinement, who would remember her after 2 months? Songxia collapsed in despair, fainting on the spot. Meng Yan stood silently nearby, observing without comment, her attention focused inward. Songxia had brought this upon herself, and Lin Yanrong was not perceptive enough to connect their fates. She had no stake in the matter. Lu Haozhi surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on Meng Yan for a moment, his thin lips moving as if to speak, yet ultimately remaining silent. Meng Yan kept her head lowered, avoiding his gaze. He felt somewhat flustered and turned to Bai Yusin. "What is your name?" Bai Yusin, who had already stepped back, was startled by the emperor's sudden inquiry. Steadying herself, she replied, "Your Majesty, I am Bai." She only mentioned her surname, omitting her given name to avoid drawing the emperor's attention. Lu Haozhi did not mind this small detail, merely nodding slightly in approval. "You dare to speak candidly and express your thoughts clearly. You are indeed perceptive. While in the noble consort's palace, be sure to assist her more in the future. I have matters to attend to. So, I shall take my leave." Having spoken, she took her leave. Once the emperor had departed, Meng Yan cast a cool glance at Lin Yanrong, only to find her biting her lip, her gaze following Lu Haozhi's retreating figure. Her small face pale, her eyes red and filled with indignation, which elicited a certain amusement within Meng Yan. After this commotion, it seemed she had not made a favorable impression on the emperor. Instead, she had been reproached a few times, while Bai Yusin had garnered a few praises from the emperor. Today, clad in an apricot blossom skirt and enduring humiliation, her efforts had come to naught. Leaving her to be nothing more than a bride for another, the imperial entourage departed. Only Rong and remained to handle the matters entrusted by the emperor. He instructed the maidservants of Songxia to forcibly assist their mistress back to the palace. Then approached Meng Yan's side, bowing and smiling ingratiatingly. "Your Highness, the emperor mentioned relocating Song Changzai, but did not specify where. This humble servant dares not act on his own accord and humbly seeks your guidance." Meng Yan glanced at the old fellow, observing his slick demeanor, fully aware of his intentions. The emperor's words were ambiguous. Should a location be chosen at random, he might later be held accountable. He sought her approval to pass the buck, ensuring that any future troubles could be attributed to her wishes, absolving himself of responsibility. Those in the palace who lacked cunning had long since met their demise, while the survivors were predominantly shrewd. Rong Gonggong had been in service for many years, well acquainted with the emperor's inclinations. If he were to handle the matter, the emperor would undoubtedly feel assured. How could she dare to interject or criticize? In the imperial city, there were not many things, but there were plenty of houses, since the emperor had not specified a location. Selecting a secluded corner to place her would suffice, fearing that an uproar might ensue. She decided to return first. Having uttered these words, Meng Yan took her leave in a palanquin alongside Bai Yusin, leaving Rong behind, mired in worry. Lin Yanrong approached with a gentle smile, gracing her face. "Rong Gonggong, would you heed my counsel?" Rong promptly replied, "Oh, my lady, you are far too courteous. What is your command?" Lin Yanrong smiled. Given that Song Changzai has already incurred the emperor's ire and is utterly despised by him, does it truly matter where she resides? As long as she is out of sight, that suffices. Perhaps you might consider relocating her to the South Third residence. It is quite remote, distant from the Yangshin Hall, and would surely no longer trouble the emperor's eyes. Rong regarded her pure and graceful visage, his heart involuntarily quivering. This Lin Changzai was indeed ruthless. The South Third residence was situated at the southernmost end of the imperial city. Adjacent to the Yongxiang, merely a wall away from the cold palace, the buildings there had suffered years of neglect. In the sweltering summer, they were unbearable, and in winter, they were drafty. Even a robust individual would fall ill within a couple of months, let alone the delicate Song Changzai. Though Song Xia had displeased the emperor, he had not consigned her to the cold palace. Sending her to that desolate place would be tantamount to a death sentence. Rong hesitated, but Lin Yinrong perceived his apprehension and smiled gently. There is no need for concern, as she has already lost the emperor's favor. In time, the emperor may forget she exists altogether. Should you assign her elsewhere and she manages to reappear before the emperor, he might blame you for poor management. Rong found her words somewhat malicious. On the surface, they were advisory, yet beneath lay an implicit threat. He raised his gaze to examine Lin Yinrong. This Lin Changzai outwardly appeared delicate and pitiable, yet her actions were quite severe. Fine, as long as someone else was willing to shoulder the responsibility. He would not care about Song Xia's fate moving forward. With no monetary gain from the Song family entering the palace, Rong smiled ingratiatingly, clasping his hands in gratitude. This humble servant thanks Lin Changzai for your guidance, and shall attend to the matter immediately. Lin Yinrong nodded with a smile before turning toward the Yongshou Palace. As she walked toward the sun, the smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by an icy countenance. How dare Song Xia humiliate her so? She would repay this affront tenfold. Before her transmigration, her life had been utterly miserable. After her arrival in this world, she had been bullied and trampled upon. Would that not render her journey here futile? Yet, she had not anticipated that this empress, Meng Yan, would prove to be quite different from her portrayal in the novel, displaying an admirable composure and showing no reaction to her pleated skirt. Liang Chengbi had failed to bring up the matter of the night service as they had previously discussed, and she did not exhibit any signs of anger. Although Lu Haozhi's treatment of Meng Yan was not particularly good, it was hardly poor either. Today he had even reprimanded her in front of others, which surprised Lin Yinrong. As the heroine of this tale, he should have unconditionally sided with her. The inexplicable demotion, the change of residence. The personality of the supporting character Meng Yan differing from the text, the continuous deviations from the plot, and the unexpected emergence of Bai Yusin all stirred a sense of unease within her. Upon returning to Yongshou Palace, the head maid, Yin Xiao, approached her. My lady, having met with the entire court today must have been exhausting. Lin Yinrong responded lightly before stepping into the inner chamber and sitting on the calm. A small maidservant brought a cup of tea, and, after taking a sip, she contemplated for a moment before asking, as the night service approaches, you must procure some rose jade dew balm from the Tai hospital. It is essential to apply it that night. Yin Xiao hesitated slightly. My lady, that is not in accordance with the rules. Lin Yinrong cast a sidelong glance at her. Tea matters not. Such matters abound in the palace. Who would inquire about these trifles? The rose jade dew balm had been prepared for her by the imperial physician, Xiaoho, after she had garnered favor. Upon application, her skin would become radiant and fair, and the lingering fragrance of roses would captivate Lu Haozhi. Yin Xiao, however, felt uneasy. In her view, Lin Changzai had already attracted considerable attention upon entering the palace, and after the poisoning incident that had prompted the emperor to visit, she had already enjoyed too much glory. Moderation was key. Without a solid foundation in the palace, she ought not to act too ostentatiously before securing her position. My lady, the night service will be arranged by the head maid. You need not concern yourself too much. Just adhere to the rules. What does that matter? Everyone does so. What is so remarkable about it? Lin Yinrong scoffed. I intend to make the emperor smitten at first sight, leaving an indelible impression. Desperately yearning for Lu Haozhi's affection, she sought to quell her inner turmoil. However, Lin Yinrong lifted her gaze, her eyes cold as she regarded Yin Xiao. What is it? Am I unable to command you? What was this? The Yin Xiao in the novel was composed, cautious, and utterly devoted, a capable assistant to Lin Yinrong. Yet now, before her, she was reluctant even to assist with this trivial matter. Yin Xiao bit her lip, lowered her head in submission. As you command, my lady, I shall obey. Lin Yinrong, feeling a sense of accomplishment, smiled gently. Do not fret. Annie Yin. Once I gain the emperor's favor, all within Yongshou Palace shall enjoy a prosperous life. Is it truly that simple? Changzai does not understand that over the years, the emperor has only favored the empress. Yin Xiao mused silently upon Meng Yan's return to Changchun Palace as she stepped through the main hall's door. A small figure dashed out from the inner chamber, colliding with her waist. Oh my, such mischief! Clambering about, you hardly resemble a young lady, she chided, her face adorned with a loving smile as she tenderly ruffled the little girl's hair and took her hand, leading her inside. Having removed her adornments and changed into simple attire, Meng Yan settled onto the Kong, with Dooku climbing up beside her. Have you completed your homework? If not finished, you shall not have any snacks. Dooku nodded in reply, then scrambled down from the Kong, rushing into the inner chamber. Moments later, she returned, cradling a stack of written papers and beaming as she presented them to Meng Yan. Meng Yan accepted them. Flipping through the pages, since Dooku had begun her education, she had learned the 100 family surnames, recognizing a total of 20 characters thus far, and her daily writing consisted of those, though the large characters on the paper were still somewhat crooked. The formation of the strokes was gradually becoming evident. Given her brief time studying, such progress was indeed commendable. Meng Yan looked on, feeling both a sense of pride and a touch of accomplishment. Perhaps this was the feeling of motherhood. Observing Dooku's eager expression, she couldn't help but smile. Very well. Dooku writes beautifully. We shall have the kitchen prepare some amber cakes later. Upon hearing the words amber cake, Dooku clapped her hands in delight, overjoyed. Yunxiang brought in a bowl of milk tea and remarked, while the lady was away, the princess has been exceptionally well behaved, sitting at her desk writing without needing any coaxing. Once she finished, she perched on the windowsill, neither playing nor eating, simply waiting for you to return. Meng Yan, upon hearing this, felt a sweetness in her heart tinged with a hint of bitterness that a subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a trace of sadness. In her past life, had her child been born safely, would they not have waited eagerly for her return each day? With the attachment of motherhood, she would not have been so preoccupied with Liu Haozhi, and perhaps the subsequent calamities would not have occurred. Though it was all part of the narrative, she found it hard to let go, always haunted by the memory of the child lost too soon. In this life, perhaps she would not bear children. Dooku would be her daughter. I could see this moment. Someone outside announced, Bida Ing has arrived. Chapter 47. The unwilling concubine. Upon hearing her arrival, Meng Yan smiled faintly and invited her in. After the outer attendants announced her presence, Bai Yusin entered with light steps. Still outside, she had overheard the empress speaking with the princess and felt her arrival was rather ill-timed. Meng Yan smiled and replied, Were you saying, this child is quite fond of you? As she spoke, she instructed a palace maid to fetch a redwood round stool for Bai Yusin. This was not mere pleasantry. Ever since Bai Yusin had entered the Changchun Palace, she had not behaved like other newly selected concubines who flitted about seeking favors and connections. Instead, she spent her days in the palace, either conversing with Meng Yan or playing with the young princess. Dooku, hailing from Jiangnan, she excelled in crafting delicate pastries and shared tales of customs vastly different from those of the northern regions, which greatly endeared her to Dooku. Apart from Meng Yan, Dooku's affection for her was nearly equal. As Bai Yusin sat on the stool, she watched Dooku cling to Meng Yan, seeking her affection, and her thoughts drifted to her family back home, filling her with a sense of melancholy. Meng Yan noticed her demeanor and remarked gently, You've come all this way and yet remained silent. You must be missing home. Bai Yusin lowered her head with a smile, realizing that nothing could be concealed from the noble consort. Meng Yan selected a few pine nut candies from a fruit platter and handed them to her. Bai Yusin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted them. Have a sweet. It might just lift your spirits. Meng Yan said, embracing Dooku as she spoke. From now on, consider the Changchun Palace your home. Time is on your side, and when you flourish, there will be opportunities to reunite with your family. Seeing the warmth and gentleness in Meng Yan's smile, akin to a ray of sunshine streaming through the window, Bai Yusin felt a slight sting in her nose. Yet her heart brimmed with joy today. During the court assembly, she had observed how the empress had subtly placed the noble consort in a difficult position. After finally escaping that situation, she had encountered the troublesome Song Se, who had made matters even more challenging. Initially, Bai Yusin had thought that as a lowly concubine with no connections in the palace, she could endure such slights. However, she was taken aback by the malicious words of Song Se, who had even entangled the noble consort in her schemes. What surprised her even more was how the noble consort had stepped forward to defend her without hesitation. In her short time in the palace, Bai Yusin had experienced the kindness of the noble consort, but she was acutely aware of their differing statuses today. Meng Yan had stood up for her, driving away Song Se, allowing Bai Yusin to truly feel the warmth of being cared for, as if she were at home with her elders. Later, when the emperor arrived, he spoke coldly to the noble consort, leaving Bai Yusin puzzled. Was the noble consort truly as favored as the rumor suggested? Bai Yusin, being perceptive, had quickly grasped the intrigues among the concubines and understood that the noble consort must have faced her own share of hidden struggles. She wished to protect the noble consort, much like she would protect an elder sister. You jest, my lady. With my humble talents, what achievements could I possibly attain? If you seek further advancement, I shall implore you for a chance to see my family. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan smiled lightly and instructed Ruizhu to summon the wet nurse to take the princess away for her medicine. Following orders, Ruizhu took Duko by the hand and led her away. Meng Yan turned to Bai Yusin and inquired, I am curious to know your thoughts. You have only just entered the palace, yet the emperor has personally gifted you a basin of red-crowned ink and publicly praised you today. This indicates that you possess exceptional qualities that I in this palace. While looks and lineage matter, the most crucial aspect is character. If you are earnest, your future is boundless. Though she had not intended to speak so candidly, it was essential to clarify these matters now that Bai Yusin had entered the palace. Just because she had lived a life of obscurity in her previous existence did not mean she had to remain so in this life. Should she genuinely wish to pursue her ambitions, Meng Yan would not hinder her. Bai Yusin, being an innocent girl unacquainted with men, felt her cheeks heat at this discourse. After a long pause, she finally confessed, Your Highness, I do not seek favor. Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, surprised yet not entirely shocked by her admission. You need not concern yourself with me. You've been in the Changchun Palace long enough to discern that I am not as temperamental as the rumors suggest. No, that's not it. Bai Yusin hastily shook her head. Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. I truly do not wish to seek favor. Meng Yan chose to remain silent, listening attentively as Bai Yusin lowered her head, resting her hands on her knees, and began to share stories of her family. Near the end, she added, I understand that my family selected me to enter the palace with ulterior motives. If I fail, I am merely a daughter of a concubine destined for demise. Should I succeed, they would rise alongside me, claiming titles and prestige. I genuinely do not wish to fulfill their ambitions merely to elevate their status. After her heartfelt confession, Bai Yusin anxiously glanced at Meng Yan, acutely aware that her words might be deemed disrespectful or even contemptuous towards the imperial family. Yet, she trusted the noble consort enough to speak her mind. Meng Yan regarded her with a slight smile. Fortunately, you have expressed these thoughts within the Changchun Palace. Were you to utter them elsewhere, it could lead to dire consequences. But fret not. It is not a grave matter. The palace is filled with concubines who are unrecognized, and you are but one among many. Realizing that Bai Yusin harbored such a past, Meng Yan understood why her previous life had been one of anonymity and obscurity in the court. Each individual endured their own struggles, and she had no intention of pressuring Bai Yusin into pursuing a future that did not resonate with her desires. Ultimately, the true victor in this palace would be Lin Yanrong. While others merely toiled in vain, there was little point in such suffering. Moreover, this future was not even what Bai Yusin desired. As the time for the Emperor's nightly visit approached, a story needed to be concocted to help her evade this encounter. Illness had once been an excellent excuse. However, with two individuals from Changchun Palace falling ill at once, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Bai Yusin felt increasingly touched by the noble consort as earnest consideration of her predicament. Previously, while she had expressed such sentiments to Hong Do, she had secretly contemplated whether the noble consort would, like other concubines, seek to solidify her status through Bai Yusin's favor. Now, it was evident that she had misjudged the noble consort as character. Meng Yan pondered for a while, but could not devise a suitable plan, so she decided to set the matter aside for the moment. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they were interrupted by the loud announcement. The emperor has arrived. Meng Yan's demeanor shifted slightly as she placed her teacup down on the table. Observing her expression, Bai Yusin smiled gently. The emperor must still be thinking of you, my lady, coming here after attending to state affairs. Meng Yan replied, he likely only wishes to see the princess. As she spoke, she instructed Reju to bring Duca back and prepare to greet the emperor alongside Bai Yusin. Chapter 48. Heartache. As Lu Hao entered the Changchun Palace, he saw Meng Yan and Bai Yusin waiting respectfully in the corridor. He approached slowly and said, please rise. Meng Yan and Bai Yusin stood, following the emperor inside. Bai Yusin trailed behind Meng Yan. Her head bowed low, secretly observing their interactions. Lu Hao entered the main chamber and, following his usual habit, removed his boots and sat cross-legged on the Kong. Meng Yan noticed his posture and realized he intended to linger for a while, which irked her slightly. She had not yet forgotten the earlier incident and was unable to muster the energy to engage with him. Lu Hao had been favoring the Changchun Palace for quite some time, and the attendants, such as Yunxiang and Ruoju, promptly brought the tea he favored. Having been accustomed to his preferences, as Yunxiang approached with the tea tray, Meng Yan stood by the table, remaining motionless, seeing that her lady had no intention of receiving the tea. Yunxiang placed the teacup on the table herself. In the past, Meng Yan would have personally served the tea. The attendants were all loyal companions from Meng Yan's family, and she trusted them, knowing they had no designs on elevating their status. However, serving tea herself demonstrated both diligence and intimacy. Today, however, she stood like a wooden figure, allowing the attendants to serve him. Lu Hao was somewhat taken aback. He glanced at her and noticed her hair was styled simply with a few pearl flowers, without any extravagant ornaments. She wore a silver-red silk garment and a somewhat worn apricot-yellow cotton skirt, a far cry from her previous meticulous attire when she awaited him. He felt a sense of displeasure, but chose not to voice it. Instead, he picked up the teacup and took a small sip, then began to toy with the cup. The teacup was a rare piece of colorful porcelain from the official kiln, a style seldom seen in the palace. Tea had been personally ordered by him when he ascended the throne, instructing Rong and to procure it, declaring that he would use this particular teacup for his tea from then on. Meng Yan cherished it dearly, always ensuring to use this cup to brew tea for him whenever he visited. Time had flown by, and 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Meng Yan cast a glance at him, observing his silence as he fiddled with the teacup, and her suspicions began to rise. Was he intentionally seeking a reason to stir trouble? How has that teacup managed to provoke him? It seems that today's incident has left the emperor feeling rather unsettled, prompting him to seek an outlet for his frustrations. When a male and female protagonists are at odds, it is invariably the female supporting character who bears the brunt of it. She has encountered such situations far too often in her previous life. Despite her utmost caution, having not even stepped outside the gates of the Changchun Palace, she still managed to summon this male lead. It truly seems unfair. If Lin Yanrong has stirred your ire, why not confront her directly instead of repeatedly visiting this female supporting character's palace? Does he think of her Changchun Palace as a garden for leisurely strolls whenever he feels uncomfortable? Lu Haozhi, unaware of Meng Yan's inner theatrics, placed the teacup on the table, casting a glance at her gown. Clearing his throat, he remarked, this dress seems quite aged, perhaps crafted during your time in the hidden palace? It appears somewhat worn. Why do you still wear it? With Jiangnan consistently supplying new fabrics each year, if you favor this style, why not have the embroidery house create a new one for you? A dress? What is wrong with her gown? She no longer dresses for anyone's admiration and has grown indifferent to the nuances of grooming. This old garment, having been worn for so long, has become particularly comfortable. She hardly thinks to replace it. Meng Yan's casual excuse, however, carried a different nuance in Lu Haozhi's ears. Observing her despondent expression, lightly applied makeup, and the absence of her former vibrant demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a slight pang in his heart. Previously, regarding Lin Yanrong's poisoning incident, and today's chaos caused by Song Xie, he indeed misjudged her. She is, after all, the imperial concubine he has honored. Since she has been by his side, When has she ever endured such grievances? To think she harbors a fondness for the old. Nostalgia is commendable, for those who cherish the past are often more tender-hearted. I too believe that these well-worn items can feel more aligned with one's sentiments. Sometimes, the new trinkets sent by the Internal Affairs Office fail to bring satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan was nearly taken aback. It seems Haozhi has again taken a misstep today, engaging her in such trivial chatter. Initially, she presumed he had come to cause trouble, yet his demeanor suggested otherwise. Meng Yan's mind raced with strategies. But her gaze suddenly caught sight of Bai Yusin stealthily slipping to the entrance, offering her a smile and a wink. This girl had the audacity to abandon her, truly lacking in sisterly loyalty. Bai Yusin stepped into the courtyard, admiring the blooming begonia, her heart brimming with joy. Hong Do, observing her, inquired, "What has the master so delighted?" Bai Yusin shook her head, smiling gently. The Changchun Palace indeed thrives in spring's embrace. Initially, she had believed the emperor's treatment of the empress was not as favorable as the outside world claimed. However, seeing the current situation, it was evident that the empress still held significant weight in the emperor's heart. Resembling a long-established couple, it reminded her of her parents at home, when a fleeting quarrel would lead her father, reluctant to concede, to meander through trivial topics in an attempt to mend things. With no outsiders present, Meng Yan relaxed her formalities and seated herself casually across from him. Tilting her body slightly, she lowered her head, exposing a slender neck kissed by sunlight. "Your Majesty, amidst your busy state affairs, what brings you to the Changchun Palace?" Haozhi found himself at a loss for words. Why had he come? After meeting with several ministers and reviewing memorials in the Yangshan Palace, her demeanor from the street lingered in his mind, cold and seemingly aggrieved. Yet stubbornly silent, it stirred his unease, preventing him from focusing on anything else. "I merely wish to check on your well-being." This man seems perpetually preoccupied with such matters, doesn't he? Upon hearing his inquiry about her health, Meng Yan scoffed inwardly, suspecting he was merely questioning whether she could remove the green head plate. Lately, her health had not been as burdensome, still under the care of Dr. Xiao A.S. for when she might fully recover. That remained uncertain. Regardless, she was in her current state, and whether she feigned illness or not, Dr. Xiaoho could attest to it. Whether Haozhi chose to believe it was up to him. "Your Majesty, I assure you, I have not placed any difficulties upon Lin Changzai today, that if you are skeptical, feel free to inquire further of others." Being subjected to such persistent scrutiny had exhausted her. Thus, she decided to speak plainly. Hoping to clarify matters and prevent future complications, Haozhi was momentarily taken aback. He had not intended to discuss this with her. Without waiting for his response, Meng Yan continued, "The imperial concubine is currently troubled over the arrangements for the night service. If your Majesty has the time, it would be prudent to visit her and offer guidance, sparing everyone the anxiety of speculation." Haozhi was nearly amused to the point of laughter by her audacious remarks. In this palace, none dared speak to him with such impudence but her. After a couple of chuckles, his expression grew serious. "Yener, are these words truly from your heart? If they are not sincere, should they be insincere?" Meng Yan replied with a slight smirk. "Your Majesty, you jest that I have always been straightforward. I do not indulge in circumlocution, that I speak only the truth. After today's court audience, the imperial concubine enough." Haozhi interjected, his tone indifferent, losing interest entirely. Being the imperial concubine, managing the affairs of the harem is indeed her responsibility, and she ought to receive praise for her diligence. Yet, has her dedication perhaps become excessive of late? In the past, Haozhi relished Meng Yan's affections and her perfectly measured jealousy, but her current demeanor unsettled him. Even considering the recent poisoning incident involving Lin Yanrong and Song Xie's uproar, which had led to his misjudgment of her, she still seemed agitated. However, with others present, was it not evident what was expected of him? Must he, as the emperor, lower himself to apologize? The imperial concubine, being unwell, should focus on her recovery rather than meddling in these trivialities. He forced a cold smile, watching her graceful figure. Initially taken aback, Meng Yan quickly donned an appropriate smile. Rising to curtsy, "I thank your Majesty for your concern." I shall surely devote myself to recuperating in the Changchun Palace. It appeared Lu Haozhi intended to caution her against meddling unnecessarily, fearing that her interference might hinder Lin Yinrong's service. Although he had just reprimanded Lin Yinrong on the street, could her status in his heart truly be shaken? If it could be, it would have been long ago in her previous life. Ultimately, she resolved to submit and reassure him, allowing both him and Lin Yinrong to rest easy. Yet, Lu Haozhi found himself stunned. He had anticipated Meng Yan would come to apologize, providing him with an opportunity to step down gracefully. Instead, she had effectively kicked the ladder out from under him, leaving him with no way to retreat. Lu Haozhi cast her a glance before rising and sweeping out of the room. Meng Yan watched his retreating figure, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Rui Zhu hurriedly entered from outside, helping her to her feet and seating her on the bed, anxiously asking, "Your Highness, I just saw the Emperor leave with an angry expression. Did you say something to provoke him?" Meng Yan shook her head, letting out a soft sigh. It was nothing, merely a few words he wished to hear. Rui Zhu was bewildered. If those were indeed the words he longed for, why then did he display such anger? But seeing her mistress's confident demeanor, she could not find the words to question further and began to tidy up the teacup. Meng Yan gazed at the gilded, colorful porcelain teacup, instructing, "Please wash this teacup thoroughly. Wrap it carefully in silk and place it in a box for storage. Be cautious not to break it." Rui Zhu was somewhat surprised. "Your Highness, the Emperor came to the Changchun Palace intending to use this teacup. If it is stored away, the next time he visits, it may require considerable effort to rummage through boxes." Meng Yan shook her head. "That day shall not come again." Following this, the days of the newly selected maidens serving in the palace would commence. In this life, she would not interfere. Lin Yinrong would undoubtedly receive favor early on. Not even her wiles could compare to the female protagonist's inherent status, which would allow her to swiftly secure a place in Lu Haozhi's heart. When that time arrives, will Lu Haozhi still recall that there exists an imperial concubine named Meng Yan in this palace? She merely hopes that in this life, she will no longer obstruct Lin Yinrong, who must cease her schemes against her. That moment. Rong entered, bowing with a smile. "Imperial concubine, the Emperor has sent me to inform you that the matter concerning Lin Changzai has been clarified by the Internal Affairs Office. It turns out that on that day, Lin Changzai was feeling unwell and sent someone to the Imperial Medical College for medicine that a junior apothecary mistakenly provided her with lei gong tong. After consuming the ginger soup you instructed, combined with the incorrect medicine, the incident occurred. The Emperor has ordered that the apothecary's salary be docked for 3 months and received 30 strokes, with a strict admonition to exercise caution in the future to prevent similar occurrences." Meng Yan listened with a calm smile. "Very well. Please convey my gratitude to the Emperor. I understand." She was certain that nothing would be uncovered. The situation was merely coincidental. She had instructed the Imperial Medical College to prepare ginger soup, and Lin Yinrong had coincidentally fallen ill from an erroneous prescription of lei gong tong. This junior apothecary was likely just a scapegoat, fortunate to only face salary deductions and corporal punishment while retaining his life. She had seen enough of such disarray in her previous life and paid it no mind as she pondered. She noticed Rong hesitating and not taking his leave, prompting her to ask, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Rong wore a grin that nearly reached his ears. "I dare to ask. Does the Imperial concubine have any messages for the Emperor?" Meng Yan was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. No, Rong paused for a moment before bowing. "Understood." After bidding farewell, Rui Zhu remarked, "This Lin Changzai seems to possess an abundance of cunning. Her shrewdness was not merely ordinary." Meng Yan replied nonchalantly, her gaze lingering on the ruby-studded gold bracelet adorning her wrist, the blood-red gem accentuating her skin's velvety whiteness. Rong hurriedly exited the Changchun Palace, sprinting after the imperial carriage. Despite his hefty frame, he ran breathlessly, drenched in sweat, finally managing to catch up. Lu Haozhi, seated high upon the palanquin, looked down and inquired, "What did she say?" Rong replied, "The Empress said she is aware." Lu Haozhi snorted lightly. "Is that all?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Rong stammered, "Your Majesty, that's it. The Empress did not mention anything further." A shadow fell across the youthful emperor's face. Rong-in, I see your recent efforts are increasingly ineffective. Rong-in's expression turned pained, feeling utterly helpless. The noble consort had indeed said nothing else, and he could hardly fabricate words for her. This noble consort had ceased to scold, yet her actions still led to ruin. Summoning his courage, he ventured to say to Liu Haozhi, Your Majesty, I believe the Empress still harbors feelings for you. In the imperial palace, who does not care for the emperor? With the recent selection of new maidens, perhaps you might indulge another for a while, making the Empress feel the pangs of jealousy. Thus realizing her missteps. Over the years, Rong-in had witnessed numerous consorts. In his eyes, Meng Yan was merely being petulant, consumed by jealousy, engaging in the game of feigned indifference. This could easily be remedied. A few days of neglect would suffice. Soon as the words left his lips, Liu Haozhi's piercing gaze shot towards him, instilling in Rong-in the sense that his head might roll. Incompetent servant, have I been visiting frequently? Your Majesty, this is merely the beginning. Patience is required. Once the Empress's temper flares, all will be well. Chapter 50. The pink powder for the fair lady, Yin Xiao, walked briskly along the edge of the long street. Her head lowered, fearful of being seen by any watchful eyes. The little palace maid accompanying her struggled to keep pace. This Lin Xiaozhu truly seemed to lack clarity of mind since the outset of the recent court selection. Numerous incidents had unfolded. At a time when she ought to be biding her time, she chose to leap forward. Seeking rose-dew balm to adorn her skin was a pretext for servitude. In truth, it was a ploy to beguile the emperor. Such antics were typically reserved for favored consorts. If the emperor took a liking, no one dared to speak against it. Lin Xiaozhu appeared overly confident in her ability to win the emperor's heart. In recent days, Yin Xiao had tried to discreetly convey the palace's circumstances to her. Although the emperor had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards filled with numerous consorts, in truth, only the noble consort had enjoyed his favor over the years. This election was presided over by the Empress Dowager and the Imperial Dowager, with the emperor having no involvement whatsoever. Despite the influx of new candidates, it was uncertain whom the emperor would actually favor. Moreover, even if Lin Xiaozhu were to excel and be the first to serve the emperor, merely surviving the encounter would be a rare achievement, given the emperor's unpredictable temperament. Yet, she insisted on proceeding with this performance. Should it succeed, she would be celebrated. Should it fail, it could provoke the emperor's wrath. Such a risk was indeed extreme. Yin Xiao suddenly felt regret for having bribed the head of the service department to gain entry into the Yongshou Palace, believing she had found a favorable master. Now, it seemed that this was far from a simple affair, and she would have to tread carefully. Upon reaching the Imperial Hospital, Yin Xiao hesitated at the entrance, unsure whom to seek. Just then, a young physician emerged, greeting her with a smile. Which palace do you serve, and which master is unwell? The young physician, fair-skinned and with eyes that crinkled into crescents when he smiled, was quite amiable. She pulled him aside into a corner and discreetly retrieved a piece of silver from her sleeve. The young physician quickly declined, saying, If you have any requests, just let me know. Accepting gifts in secret will lead to severe punishment from my master. Yin Xiao smiled knowingly. I understand. As a mere apprentice in the Imperial Hospital, your pay is limited, and you must also honor your master. Take this silver. After all, we all follow our master's orders. Yin Xiao was skilled in navigating social situations, adept at reading the room. It was precisely this talent that had made her a valuable ally to Lin Yanrong, assisting her rise to prominence. Upon hearing her words, the young physician understood her intentions, smiling faintly. You are too kind. Feel free to speak your mind. I truly cannot accept this silver. Seeing his insistence, she relented and conveyed her request. I know your master is the emperor's exclusive physician and does not treat others. However, the rose-dew balm is not a medicinal concoction. It merely serves to nourish a woman's skin. Our young master is about to serve the emperor and wishes to procure a jar. Should she gain favor, she will certainly remember your kindness. This young physician was Liu Xianming, a direct disciple of Xiaohu. Liu Xianming blinked in surprise. The rose-dew balm had only recently been formulated by his master, and only the two of them were privy to this information. May I ask, how did you come to know of it? Which palace do you serve? Yongshou Palace. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xuanming's eyes glimmered, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. She was indeed the head maid of Lin Xiaozhu, and he felt a sense of respect. Previously, due to the matter of the Thunder Vine, the young master had been troubled for several days, and he had unwittingly caused her some offense. Yin Xiao, interpreting his politeness as a good omen, smiled even more brightly. What you say is merely a misunderstanding. Our young master is the most magnanimous, and has long since moved past the incident. However, with her impending service to the emperor, I hope the physician can lend a hand. Lu Xianming chuckled. This is a minor matter, nothing to fret over. Please wait here. I will fetch it for you. With that, Lu Xianming turned and entered the inner chamber. Due to Xia Hoyu's extraordinary standing in the imperial hospital, there was a separate room reserved solely for him. He often studied medical texts, composed medical records, and stored the prepared remedies within. Yin Xiao stood concealed in the shadows behind a large cluster of boxwood, unnoticed by the bustling crowd. Moments later, Lu Xianming re-emerged, presenting her with a small white porcelain jar. Please take care with this. Do not drop it. Though it may appear modest in quantity, it contains no less than several dozen precious ingredients, including pearl powder, shushui flowers, white sandalwood, and rose dew, among others. Even deer antler extract and processed Ishowu. There are only a few jars prepared, intended for the high-ranking ladies. Yin Xiao initially accepted it joyfully, but then grew skeptical upon hearing this. This balm is so precious. Are you not afraid of repercussions from Master Xiaohou? Lu Xianming smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. This jar of balm was not made by my master. When he instructed me on how to create rose dew balm, he also advised me to learn the craft for serving the masters in the future. This jar was made by me. Rest assured, though my skills may not match my master's, I have not compromised on quality. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao's doubts dissipated, and her face brightened with joy. You are indeed a masterful student of Master Xia. Your skills must be commendable. After exchanging pleasantries, she took the jar and left the imperial hospital. Lu Xianming stood on the porch, watching her depart, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Xianming, a deep voice called from behind. Lu Xianming quickly turned, bowing respectfully. Master, Xia Hoyu, holding a scroll of medical texts and draped in a crane cloak, descended the steps. He glanced at Yin Xiao's retreating figure and asked indifferently, which palace does she serve? What brings her here? Lu Xianming replied without a change in demeanor. She is the head maid of Yongshou Palace, here to request calming incense for her master, who has been restless at night. Xia Hoyu regarded him with his dark, inscrutable eyes. The intrigue of the harem is rife. It is best to remain uninvolved. Once ensnared, the consequences could be dire. I cannot save you. Lu Xianming bowed. Your teachings are well noted. Master, Xia Hoyu gave him a final glance before entering the room. Within the Changchun Palace, Meng Yan stared blankly at the blue and white porcelain plum blossom jar brought before her. What is this? Chapter 51. His unrequited affection. Xia Hoyu stood beside her, a tranquil smile gracing his features. This is rose dew balm, a little concoction I recently prepared, beneficial for a woman's complexion. Presented to you, Your Majesty. Meng Yan was well aware of what rose dew balm entailed. Lin Yanrong, though possessing a moderate beauty, truly lacked any striking features in the dazzling harem filled with enchanting women. Thus, she sought the Imperial Medical Bureau and obtained a jar of rose dew cream. After applying it, her skin indeed became delicate and fair as snow, enveloped in a radiant glow. The adage states, a fair complexion can conceal 3 flaws, and Lin Yanrong was certainly not unattractive with this remarkable product. As described in the books, her beauty instantly became resplendent, allowing her to stand shoulder to shoulder with others. Meng Yan still recalled this incident. In her past life, she had been exceedingly curious about the origins of this miraculous cream, which boasted such extraordinary efficacy. While she suspected it might have originated from Xia Hoyu, she imagined that his exceptional medical skills and lofty demeanor would render him disdainful of such trivial concoctions meant for women. Yet this rose dew cream was indeed crafted by Xia Hoyu. Moreover, in this life, he had presented it right before her. Surprised, Meng Yan couldn't help but mock him inwardly. After all, pleasing women seemed to be the same endeavor across 2 lifetimes. Xia Hoyu truly lacked originality. Nevertheless, it was something she had longed for in her previous life, and its presence before her now filled her with excitement. Meng Yan lifted the jar and gently removed the lid. A rich fragrance wafting towards her, deep and intoxicating. She meticulously discerned the ingredients, but found herself unable to identify them all. Peering inside, she saw a pool of snow-white ointment, its texture as delicate as goose fat. She took a small amount of the cream and rubbed it onto her hand, which instantly transformed into a smooth, lustrous surface. Astonishingly, despite the myriad ingredients, there was not a single grain to be found. The craftsmanship was indeed beyond her capabilities. Xiaoyu observed her astonishment, a subtle smile playing on his pale lips. After trying it, she closed the lid and returned the jar to the table, lifting her gaze to the man. "Let us speak plainly, Dr. Xiaohu. What motives lie behind your generous flattery towards me?" She could hardly believe that this cunning man had suddenly developed a sense of compassion for her plight, inspiring him to offer such assistance. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and one does not extend kindness without reason. She had long understood this truth. Xiaoyu met her gaze, smiling gently. How could a mere ointment, casually concocted by me, be deemed flattery? Furthermore, without the emperor's directive, I am not permitted to attend to other masters. This ointment is solely for your majesty. Casually concocted? Xiaoyu, have you forgotten that I too am well versed in pharmacology? I can identify at least 7 or 8 precious ingredients within this cream alone. Such an extraordinary item cannot simply be made without purpose. Surely your resources are not so scarce that you must resort to giving gifts to concubines. Meng Yan remarked, but suddenly recalled something. Did Xiaoyu truly have a woman? The books never mentioned this clearly, only hinting that he had once possessed a fiancée. Lin Yanrong had inquired about it, to which he had only replied nonchalantly that she was no longer present, although Ruizhu had claimed that he had no wife. It did not preclude him from taking concubines. In this era, men often delayed marriage, yet tended to keep several mistresses. Did Xiaoyu have this particular flaw? I have no concubines, he replied coldly, his expression shifting slightly, brows furrowing in what seemed to be mild anger. Since I became aware of my duties, I have devoted myself day and night to the study of medicine. After entering the Imperial Medical Bureau, I have been occupied with serving the emperor, leaving no time to maintain any concubines. As he spoke, he stepped forward. Additionally, I do not have favored maidservants. Then so be it. Why the anger? What more do you wish to say? Meng Yan was taken aback by his sudden ire, muttering to herself. But then she reconsidered. As a favored concubine, how could she allow herself to lose face before a physician? She regained her composure. If you refuse to be forthright, then I shall return this ointment. Such a precious item is not something I can accept lightly. Moreover, with the emperor absent from Changchun Palace, I have no use for it. Many new ladies have been selected for the palace, and surely they will find it of use. She smiled faintly, speaking cautiously. Meng Yan had not forgotten how Xiaoyu had strongly supported Lin Yanrong in her past life. With Lin Yanrong now officially making her entrance, why was Xiaoyu remaining silent, entangled in her affairs within Changchun Palace? Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotion welling up within him. He stepped forward to reclaim the jar. Bowing deeply to Meng Yan, I apologize for my rudeness. Your Majesty, it was my fault. I take my leave. Without waiting for Meng Yan to respond, he turned and strode out of Changchun Palace. Ruizhu, watching from the side, was left dumbfounded. How bold was Dr. Xiaohu to display such temper before the favored concubine? Meng Yan, resting her chin on her hand, felt a bit dazed. What had caused Xiaoyu to erupt in anger? And how had she provoked him? As Xiaoyu exited Changchun Palace, the spring breeze greeted him, soothing his troubled heart. He inhaled deeply, the air filled with a hint of floral fragrance, intoxicating him. She had done nothing wrong, said nothing amiss. It was he who had been overly sentimental. Yet, such beauty made it impossible for him to forget. Yin Mei, he murmured, recalling the name buried deep in his memory. He glanced back at the magnificent Changchun Palace before taking his leave down the long street. Days passed uneventfully in the palace, and soon it would be time for the newly selected concubines to serve the emperor. Liang Chengbi, within Yikeng Palace, instructed the head of the ceremonial office to carry out her orders. Chunqing refilled her tea and asked, Your Majesty, Will you truly allow Lin Chongzai to take the first turn? Liang Chengbi, caressing the jade bracelet on her arm, replied lazily, What other choice do I have? She has already caught the Emperor's eye and is backed by 2 senior consorts. Even if she does not take the first turn today, she is bound to rise swiftly in ranks. I am more than happy to grant this favor. However, I fear that Lin Chongzai may be rather scheming, which could make her difficult to control in the future. Liang Chengbi scoffed, and so what? The priority now is to strip Meng Yan of her favor. Once the Emperor's attention is diverted from her, I shall gradually undermine Meng Yan and bring her to heel. For now, she is merely a Chongzai. Even if the Emperor is infatuated with her and she bears him a child, she will only hold a concubine's rank, which cannot shake my position. Let her take the first turn, feeling satisfied so that she obediently submits to my will. Previously, Lin Yinrong had acted impulsively, poisoning Meng Yan and creating a mess for her to clean up, and now she was sending palace mates to insist on being the first to serve the Emperor. Both incidents left Liang Chengbi feeling displeased, yet her resentment towards Meng Yan allowed her to endure. Chunqing observed her eyes and tentatively suggested, However, the Emperor has not given any orders, and such arrangements may not align with palace regulations. It could lead to trouble. Indeed, Lu Hao has not mentioned the selection of concubines to serve the Emperor at all. Chapter 52. Lin Chongzai encounters trouble. Liang Chengbi, however, remained unconcerned. What trouble could arise? As you said, the Emperor has always shown little interest in the harem and will not care about the order of serving. He only cares about those he values. I end this selection. There are only 2 outstanding candidates, Lin Chongzai and Bai Dang. Lin Chongzai was favored by the Emperor even before entering the palace. Helping her is not a rare occurrence. Chunqing felt uneasy about the situation and attempted to advise, Your Majesty, while that may be true, it appears that the Emperor has shown more interest in Bai Dang in recent days. According to palace rules, this would not be a problem, but now that it has broken protocol by allowing Lin Chongzai to serve, it may lead to complications. Bai Dang is from Changchun Palace. If I elevate her, am I merely sewing clothes for Meng Fei? Liang Chengbi shot Chunqing a glare. If you were not my loyal confidant, I would suspect you were a spy sent from Changchun Palace with such words. Chunqing fell silent, realizing that she had overstepped her bounds. With a faint sigh, she felt weary serving such a headstrong master. As the two conversed, a representative from the Ministry of Internal Affairs suddenly requested an audience. Liang Chengbi granted entry, and the official informed her of Song Xie's demotion to Chongzai and relocation to the northern 5 courtyards. Liang Chengbi, who had not left Yikeng Palace, was taken aback by the news. Since the new concubines had entered the palace, none had angered the Emperor enough to be deposed before serving him. This was a precedent. Is this news credible? Did Song offend the Emperor? The eunuch replied, The news is indeed true. It was the Emperor's direct decree. Your Grace, Lin Chongzai, and Bai Dang were both present. Meng Yan again. Liang Chengbi closed her eyes briefly, inhaling deeply. Her hands clenched into fists within her sleeves point 2 newly entered concubines, who had yet to gain favor, and she could not believe the Emperor would depose a noblewoman for their sake. After all, Song Xie's father was the governor of Qizhou, a position of considerable power. Only Meng Yan must be behind this. After dismissing the eunuch, Liang Chengbi's expression turned cold. She was determined to elevate Lin Yinrong and divide Meng Yan's affections. In Yongshou Palace, Lin Yinrong eagerly opened the jar of rose dew cream she had received from Yinxiao, the rich fragrance of roses wafting towards her. After taking a light sniff, she smiled contentedly. Even while reading the novel, she had longed for this dew cream. This beauty balm is akin to divine nectar, more miraculous than the finest modern cosmetics. After using it, Lin Yinrong seemed to transform entirely, radiating vitality and surpassing all in beauty. Consequently, at this critical moment of her service, she instructed Yinxiao to procure this jade dew balm from the imperial hospital. Although she had not yet established a connection with Xiaoyu, it was only a matter of time before she would. So what harm was there in hastening the process? Lin Yinrong smiled gently, rising to order preparations for warm water to attend to her bathing. She was eager to apply it at once. After the court meeting, she could not help but concede, albeit reluctantly, that Meng Yan was an exceptionally rare beauty, Delicate, charming, and stunningly alluring, it was no wonder the book noted that prior to her, Haozhi had lavished all his affections upon Meng Yan. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Meng Yan had seemingly taken away her secret crush from her modern life, reminiscent of the jealousy felt by a female secretary. Given the current state of her appearance, Lin Yinrong felt utterly powerless to compete. In the bathing chamber, surrounded by fragrant steam, Lin Yinrong leaned against the tub's edge as the attending maid poured warm water over her. She could not allow herself to be outdone by a woman bearing the same face in both lives. Lin Yinrong narrowed her eyes, gritting her teeth in determination. As night fell, after her ablutions, Meng Yan sat before the vanity, evening out her complexion. Skillfully opening her box, she retrieved the nourishing balm she had concocted, taking a small amount with a silver spoon, warming it in her palm before applying it to her face. Such proficiency in medicine had its advantages. Ailments and beauty treatments could be managed by her own hand. Although this balm did not possess the miraculous effects of Haozhi's jade dew, it was clean and trustworthy, free from the fear of tampering or unfulfilled debts of gratitude. She admitted Haozhi's talents, but chose not to compete with him. Duku, enveloped in warmth and moisture, rushed in from the side chamber, burying her face in Meng Yan's embrace. Seeing the rosy-cheeked child, Meng Yan affectionately ruffled her hair. Duku, you've bathed, so it's time for bed soon. Duku, still unable to speak, gazed up at her with a broad smile, warming Meng Yan's heart. Yet, Duku pointed at the box of facial balm on the table, her eyes filled with longing. Meng Yan raised her eyebrows in surprise but soon laughed. Ah, you wish to apply some fragrance too? Very well, let mother do it for you. Saying this, she took a small portion of the balm and gently rubbed it onto Duku's face, prompting the child to giggle joyfully. This nourishing balm was designed solely for moisturizing skin, with simple ingredients safe for children to use. Such a little darling, already so vain. Meng Yan teased. The princess is now raised under the empress's care, surrounded by beauty. How could she not be influenced? At this rate, she will surely grow into a stunning beauty in the future. Ruizhu chimed in, watching the harmonious scene before her, filled with a mix of comfort and reflection. Tonight marked the first night of the newly selected concubine service, and the empress maintained her composure as if nothing were amiss. This was indeed preferable to her being anxious and furious within the palace, demanding strategies to obstruct or rectify the situation. Last time, in a fit of anger with the emperor, the empress had blocked the carriage of the concubine summoned for service, only to be called forth by the empress dowager for a severe scolding and punishment. Compelled to transcribe the rules of female virtue 100 times. Although the empress felt no remorse, she still faced the consequences in Ruizhu's heart. As long as the empress was happy, nothing else mattered. However, she could not help but look down upon the imperial noble consort. The emperor had never mentioned the selection of new concubines for service, yet she had eagerly taken it upon herself to choose candidates and hastily send them to the dragon bed. Such ostentatious displays of virtue seemed aimed at garnering the emperor's attention. Lacking the ability to compete with the empress, she resorted to such foolish schemes. If she could ascend to the dragon bed of the Yangshin palace herself, Ruizhu might have commended her. But in her current covert manner, how could anyone take her seriously? As both master and servant harbored their own thoughts, the chief eunuch, Dong Sanbao, suddenly rushed in, kneeling and exclaiming, "Your Highness, grave news! Lin Chongzai has encountered a mishap." Meng Yan furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at him. Isn't she meant to serve tonight? How could anything have gone awry? Did she anger the emperor and get thrown off the bed? Dong Sanbao wiped the sweat from his forehead. No, Your Highness. After dinner, Lin Chongzai suddenly experienced unbearable itching all over, her skin breaking out in large red rashes. She is now bedridden. Chapter 53. The Schemes of Palace Women Within the Halls of Changchun Palace. Astonishment spread like wildfire. Ruizhu could not help but exclaim, but Lin Chongzai was perfectly fine earlier this afternoon. How could this happen just as she is to serve? Meng Yan's expression darkened as she asked calmly, "Do you know the cause?" Dong Sanbao shook his head vigorously, responding, "I do not know the reason, Your Highness. However, it is rumored that after Lin Chongzai bathed and dressed, she was preparing to serve when suddenly She broke out in these rashes and fell ill with a high fever. I rushed to inform you as soon as I learned of it. Further details are still unclear. Meng Yan steadied her mind. Closing her eyes to ponder, to say that Lin Yanrong was truly unfortunate this lifetime would be an understatement. Before entering the palace, her noble status had already been compromised. After finally making her way in, she was poisoned, and just as she was about to serve, this calamity befell her. It seemed her path to favor was fraught with even more obstacles than in her previous life. Yet her concern was not for Lin Yanrong's plight, but rather whether this incident might entangle her with Changchun Palace. Whenever the main character faced even the slightest trouble, the narrative often shifted to deal with the secondary character. And now, with such a major issue arising for Lin Yanrong, Meng Yan believed this was not merely a ploy for sympathy. After all, the favor was within reach. Causing such a ruckus would yield no benefit. Moments later, she opened her eyes and spoke to Dong Sanbao in a low voice. Instruct our informants to remain vigilant tonight and gather information carefully. I care not about anything else, but if this is related to Changchun Palace, report it to me immediately. Dong Sanbao complied promptly, withdrawing to carry out her orders. Your Highness, Ruizhu ventured timidly. Meng Yan looked up at her, offering a gentle smile. It is but a minor skin ailment afflicting a mere Changzai. There is no need for me, as the noble consort, to trouble myself over such matters. With that, she took Duku's small hand. Come, Duku, let us go to sleep. Duku, sleepy, nestled into her embrace, nodding off. Observing her mistress's composed demeanor, Ruizhu felt her own heart settled. In Yongshou Palace, lights blazed and chaos ensued. Liang Chengbi, who had already retired for the night, was taken aback by the news and hurriedly dressed before rushing over. Upon entering Yongshou Palace, the palace maids quickly approached to pay their respects, but she waved them off, muttering, no need for formalities. As she made her way toward the inner chamber, upon entering, she found the head maid, Yin Xiao, weeping quietly by the bedside. Seeing her arrival, Yin Xiao began to bow, but Liang Chengbi gestured for her to stop and turned her gaze to the bed. What she saw sent a jolt of shock through her. Lin Yanrong lay in bed, clad only in a sheer white nightgown, her sleeves and pant legs rolled up to reveal large patches of red rashes on her skin, some areas even oozing. Her once delicate face was now swollen and crimson, glistening with sweat as she clearly suffered from high fever. How could you leave her in this state without even a blanket? Have you summoned a physician? Liang Chengbi demanded. Yin Xiao hastily replied, Your Highness, Lin Changzai is afflicted with a skin disease. I feared that covering her with blankets would worsen the condition that I have already sent a eunuch, Yu Baojiu, to fetch the physician. Liang Chengbi was frantic. Even so, we cannot leave her like this. Though it is March, the nights can still be quite chilly. We must bring a brazier. She has already fallen ill. We cannot let her catch a cold as well. That would be adding insult to injury. Has someone been sent to inform the emperor? If he lays the blame on us, who will bear the consequences? She felt no concern for Lin Yanrong's well-being. Rather, she relied on her to maintain favor and suppress Meng Yan. Lin Yanrong could not die at this juncture. Liang Chengbi felt utterly cursed, having recently stumbled in front of Meng Yan. Just as she had managed to elevate Lin Yanrong to the emperor's favor, this calamity struck. Yin Xiao shook her head, explaining, after bathing and dressing, Lin Changzai was eagerly awaiting her turn to serve. When suddenly, she fell ill. Liang Chengbi, in a state of panic, dispatched someone to convey the news to the emperor. Yin Xiao observed the imperial noble consort's retreating figure, feeling a chill in her heart. Clearly, the noble consort cared little for her mistress's life or death, viewing her merely as a useful pawn, fearing she might become a useless piece. But such was the way of the palace. They were not your blood relatives, so why would they genuinely care for you? Yin Xiao gritted her teeth, summoning a young maid, and whispered, Go to the back hall and tell Haozhi to plead with the empress. If we do not act soon, our mistress may lose her life. Present. Lu Haozhi is perusing military intelligence reports within the Yangxin Palace. The flames of war in the southwest are already raging. Yet the dispatch of troops remains far from comprehensive point. One of the generals he had previously favored has unexpectedly succumbed to malaria and is no longer able to take the field. The last-minute change in command is likely to severely dampen morale. Should the initial battle turn unfavorable and the conflict settle into a stalemate, the situation would become increasingly arduous as the second emperor of the Great Zhou. Liu Haozhi is diligent concerning matters of state and family. In light of the current circumstances, he has little inclination to concern himself with the affairs of the inner court. Thus, upon hearing the eunuch's report from Liang Qingbi, he dismissively uttered, "If she is ill, summon the imperial physician to attend to her. Why come to the Yangxin palace? Am I to play the role of a doctor? This imperial concubine is still in her youth. Yet her affairs have become increasingly chaotic, bringing trifles to my attention." The eunuch, taken aback by the emperor's reprimand, knelt on the ground, trembling like a leaf, unsure of how to respond. Rong Yin, casting a knowing glance at him, was about to take his leave when he suddenly noticed Liu Haozhi lifting his head, his eyes piercingly focused on him. "Are you referring to Lin Chongzai?" The eunuch, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain, replied, "Indeed, your majesty. It is Lin Chongzai, newly selected to the palace this year. Today, you have summoned her to Liu Haozhi. However, wore a bewildered expression, I summoned her. When did I do so?" As his words fell, his demeanor darkened. "Rong Yin, what is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct that, given the recent busyness of state affairs, all matters concerning the inner court should be postponed?" Rong Yin, startled, quickly bowed and replied, "Your majesty, today is the day for the newly selected concubine to serve you. While you did not issue specific instructions, it seems the imperial concubine has acted in accordance with palace regulations. She is indeed a capable one." Liu Haozhi scoffed coldly, fully aware of Liang Qingbi's intentions. Having been the crown prince for many years and raised within the inner court, he had seen through the schemes of these women that if their cunning aligned with his preferences, he could graciously indulge, as he had with Meng Yan's efforts to win his favor over the years. However, should they engage in foolishness, they must not blame him for unleashing his wrath. For now, let us disregard her. If Lin Chongzai were to perish by dawn, let them report it to me then. Just then, a eunuch guarding the door approached with a report, "Your Majesty, the Xuanhe Grand Princess requests an audience." Upon hearing this, Liu Haozhi's expression soured slightly. Though he is the emperor and the sovereign of the Great Zhou, the Xuanhe Grand Princess is nonetheless an elder, having once stood alongside the Empress Dowager through trials, and has shown him kindness. Even considering the Empress Dowager's sentiments, he could not refuse her. "Let her in." As the words left his lips, Liu Haozhi felt an increasing sense of displeasure. This Lin family member had just entered the palace. Yet the Xuanhe Grand Princess was already being summoned, as if the Nanjing Duke's residence was in such a hurry that it appeared that their feigned loyalty over the years was merely a matter of waiting for the right opportunity. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of his lips, revealing a cold smile on the handsome face of the emperor. Moments later, a middle-aged noblewoman gracefully entered. She possessed a round face, alluring peach blossom eyes, and a fair, delicate complexion, exuding charm. Although she was over 40, her careful maintenance allowed her figure to remain slender and youthful, hardly distinguishable from a woman in her 30s. However, when she smiled, faint lines appeared at the corners of her eyes, revealing the traces of time. Perhaps due to the lingering chill of spring nights, she donned a honey-colored satin jacket with a continuous diamond pattern, layered over a lilac skirt adorned with wave patterns. On her wrists, she wore jade bangles, and her hair was elegantly styled, with a single gold hairpin featuring a peony motif. Upon seeing this hairpin, Liu Haozhi squinted slightly. Back when he was still the crown prince, the Xuanhe Grand Princess was merely an inconspicuous noblewoman among the myriad of beauties in the palace. The Great Zhou dynasty was established through martial prowess, and the late emperor had a passion for archery, even setting up a shooting range within the palace gardens. One day, while practicing in the imperial gardens, a bowstring malfunctioned and an arrow shot straight towards him. Just as he was about to be struck, this Lin noblewoman leaped forward to shield him, taking the arrow in her shoulder and bleeding profusely. Though Liu Haozhi, as the crown prince, emerged unscathed, the incident sent shockwaves through the inner court. An investigation revealed that the bow had been tampered with the perpetrator being the crown prince, Liu Qingyuan. The late emperor was furious, stripping Liu Qingyuan of his title and confining him for life to the Baonan temple on the outskirts of the capital. As for the Lin noblewoman, she became the crown prince's savior, transforming from an unknown figure into a favored companion of the emperor. The late emperor showered her with favor, and the empress dowager also took a liking to her, allowing her to rise rapidly in status. Yet, no matter how favored she became, she maintained a respectful demeanor before the empress dowager, navigating the treacherous waters of the inner court alongside her until now. This golden hairpin was a gift from the empress dowager following that fateful event. Tonight, she had unearthed this old treasure and adorned herself with it, the implication unspoken yet unmistakable. However, Lu Haozhi felt a twinge of confusion. The Xuanhe Grand Princess had been cautious her entire life. Why was she so unable to restrain herself now that Lin Yanrong had entered the palace? Was her affection for her younger relatives so profound that it clouded her judgment? Was Liang Qingbi's unilateral decision to send Lin Yanrong to his bedchamber not enough? Did she now wish to compel him to dote upon her as well? Lu Haozhi scrutinized the Grand Princess for a moment before returning his gaze, offering a faint smile that, "It is late, and the dew is heavy. Why does the Grand Princess neglect her health and come to the Yangxin Palace at this hour? What brings you here?" The Xuanhe Grand Princess lowered her eyes, her intended smile evaporating into an expression of concern. She knew well that the emperor was burdened with the weight of the nation and should not be troubled. Yet, with unrest brewing in the inner court, she felt a profound sense of guilt over the empress dowager's entrustment to maintain order among the 6 palaces. Furthermore, she understood that if the inner court was unsettled, the emperor would also find no peace. However, as a grand princess, she ought not to interfere in the affairs of the 6 palaces. Thus she had come to seek an audience with the emperor, hoping he might find a moment to address the matter. "Now that I am here, what need is there for such words?" Lu Haozhi found the tricks of these women in the inner court tiresome. Having witnessed them from a young age, I had no desire to come. Yet here I am, and it is for your benefit. Such stale rhetoric was nothing new. It was always the same script. Lu Haozhi maintained his calm demeanor, smiling gently. What matters could possibly trouble the Grand Princess to such an extent that you cannot find rest? His ambiguous remark caused the Xuanhe Grand Princess's face to fluctuate between red and pale, but being a woman well-versed in courtly affairs, she managed to maintain her composure. "Your Majesty, I have heard you summoned Lin Chongzai tonight." Lu Haozhi lifted his eyelids and glanced at her, surprised by her keen interest in his private affairs. His neutral response, however, hinted at his displeasure. He was the emperor, and whom he summoned for his bedchamber was not for these people to gossip about. The Xuanhe Grand Princess felt a flush creep onto her face, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. This young man, whom she had watched grow up, was now the emperor of the Great Zhou, wielding the power over life and death of all subjects, including her. Though she had shown him kindness, could she still control the situation? A new emperor brings new courtiers. She belonged to a bygone era. I had intended to rest, but I suddenly heard that Lin Chongzai was to serve you tonight. However, she has been harmed, her body swollen and bruised, rendering her unable to rise from her bed. Since the time of the late emperor, the inner court's concubines have committed countless vile acts out of jealousy, leading to chaos over succession. Now that your majesty has no children, the Great Zhou lacks an heir. And this malevolent atmosphere is already brewing that if it is not curbed early, it may spell disaster for the future of the empire. The Xuanhe Grand Princess spoke with resolute determination, and no matter how much she might disapprove of Lin Yanrong's methods. Her lineage was from the Nanjing Duke's residence, sharing a bloodline with her. At this critical juncture, she had no choice but to step forward. Harmed, Lu Haozhi furrowed his brows, a name suddenly surfacing in his mind, Meng Yan. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Haozhi perceived a strange sensation. Why had she suddenly come to mind? There was no evidence to suggest any connection to this incident. Yet, it felt as if someone was softly whispering her name within the depths of his heart. He raised his gaze to regard the Xuanhe Grand Princess. "Your Highness, should a concubine be harmed, it is no trivial matter. Without evidence, one must not speak recklessly." The Xuanhe Grand Princess clenched her teeth. "Your Majesty, as the time for serving you approaches, Lin Chongzai would undoubtedly be exceedingly cautious regarding her food and clothing and would never expose herself to any filth. How could she suddenly develop a skin ailment? She is the first of the newly selected concubines to serve you. Having seen you in the palace before, it is not beyond reason that someone, envious and hot-tempered, might have taken action against her. There have been precedents for such acts against concubines in the past. She almost directly implied that it was Meng Yan who was responsible. Chapter 55. A step on her foot, Haozhi remained silent. The night wind outside the palace blowing gently, rustling the treetops. The flickering candlelight in the hall cast intermittent shadows across his face. The Empress Dowager, Xuanhe, felt a deep sense of unease within her. Cautiously observing the Emperor's expression, this move she made tonight was exceedingly perilous. Despite her status as the Empress Dowager and her past life-saving grace towards the Emperor, she had no sons of her own, rendering her as fragile as a withering autumn leaf in this vast imperial family, rootless and susceptible to being swept away by the winds at any moment. Should her words provoke the Emperor's ire, she, Lin Yanrong, and even the entire Nanjing Duke's residence, would face ruin in a single stroke, leaving them with no chance for redemption. Yet precisely because of this, she must compel the Emperor to personally visit the Yongshou Palace to see Lin Yanrong tonight, thereby declaring to the harem that Lin Yanrong held a unique place in the Emperor's heart. She was aging and needed to support the rise of a new favored consort for the Nanjing Duke's residence. Your Majesty, she attempted to speak again as Lu Haozhi remained unresponsive. Very well. I shall go take a look. Lu Haozhi set down his brush. With the commotion they had caused tonight, he could forget about attending to any other matters. Moreover, he was curious to see what tricks they were playing and whether this incident had any connection to Meng Yan. The fleeting joy on the Empress Dowager Xuanhe's face quickly gave way to a worried expression. As the imperial entourage arrived at Yongshou Palace, they found it brightly lit, bustling with activity, with palace attendants coming and going. The servants from Equine Palace were also gathered outside. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Haozhi's expression darkened further. It seemed the reports were accurate. Lin Yanrong was indeed gravely ill. And no matter how eccentric Liang Chengbi might be, she was nonetheless an elder at his side and would not create such a ruckus for a mere newly arrived consort. Upon hearing of the Emperor's arrival, Liang Chengbi felt a surge of joy. Though her face still wore an expression of sorrow and anxiety, she adjusted her gown and tidied her hairpin before stepping out to greet him. As expected, the attendants of Yongshou Palace sought out Empress Dowager Xuanhe, and with her presence, the Emperor would certainly come to take a look. Thus, it became evident that the Empress was tirelessly attending to her new sister in the palace. Contrasting sharply with the heartless, indifferent Meng Yan, who slept soundly in Changchun Palace, Lu Haozhi stepped down from his palanquin and glanced at Liang Chengbi, who knelt on the ground adorned in finery. Her hair adorned with jewels, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. The Empress truly was diligent and tireless. Even at such a late hour, she had yet to rest, given her appearance. It was clear she had not slept at all, anxiously awaiting good news about Lin Yanrong. However, instead of good news, chaos had ensued, rendering her efforts futile. Liang Chengbi misinterpreted the Emperor's words as praise, her heart swelling with delight. Your Majesty has mistakenly praised me. I was just about to rest when I heard that Lin Changzai was gravely ill. How could anyone not cherish such a beloved person as Lin Mimi? It pains me to see her in such distress, so I rushed here. With such a grave matter at hand, I feared chaos would ensue without someone to manage it. She hurriedly added, I also sent someone to Changchun Palace to relay the news. But the response I received was that the consort was already asleep. The people of Changchun Palace mentioned that the consort was unwell and required rest, and I thought it best to leave it at that. Truly, she never missed an opportunity to undermine Meng. Why, and Lu Haozhi, of course, picked up on her insinuations. He initially intended to retort with a few sarcastic remarks, but recalling Meng Yan's coldness towards him in recent days, he felt a swell of frustration and chose to remain silent. If she did not value his affection and concern, then so be it. Just as Roman had said, once she felt the fire of jealousy, she would come to him of her own accord. Rise, he said softly, making his way into Yongshou Palace. Upon reaching the main hall, he took a seat at the head of the table. What is going on? Speak. That he was not particularly eager to see Lin Yanrong. What was there to behold in a patient? The urgency with which they summoned him was not for a medical consultation. He was not a doctor. It was merely to discuss matters below. Liang Chengbi stepped forward, lowering her head and softly recounting the situation, which had already been mentioned twice, before finally adding something new. Upon my arrival at Yongshou Palace, I found it in utter disarray and hastily summoned the imperial physician. Physician Wang, please report to the emperor. Physician Wang, standing by, knelt and reported truthfully, Your Majesty, upon my diagnosis, the young mistress has contracted this sudden illness due to contact with some poisonous substance. The affected area is extensive, and the resulting fever suggests she has come into contact with this substance all over her body. I suspect it may have been during her bathing or from some ointment she applied. Hearing this, Yin Xiao, who stood at the doorway, turned pale. She had suspected from the onset of Lin Yinrong's illness that it was likely connected to the jar of Yulu ointment. However, this ointment had been insisted upon by the young mistress herself, which was against protocol. It could be construed as a private transaction. While the young mistress certainly bore some blame, as the responsible maid, she too could not escape culpability. Furthermore, since she had procured the ointment, any investigation would lead back to her. The yamen of punishments would surely come for her. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not evade responsibility. The mere thought of the tortures of the yamen of punishments made Yin Xiao's legs weaken, and she silently lamented her fate. After spending a significant amount of silver and following such a master, she had not enjoyed a single day of fortune or glory. Instead, she found herself mired in trouble. Now, it seemed she would have to suffer at the yamen of punishments for this unfortunate mistress. Yin Xiao, in the original text, was Lin Yinrong's loyal aide, devoted to her throughout her life, following her through thick and thin. However, at this moment, she felt a surge of intense dissatisfaction towards Lin Yinrong, even silently cursing her in her heart. That it was a simple matter. In the original narrative, Yin Xiao had developed a bond of master-servant affection while by Lin Yinrong's side. Yet, in this life, Lin Yinrong had not faced any oppression from Meng Yan, thus missing the opportunity to share tribulations with Yin Xiao. Moreover, as soon as she entered the palace, she took up residence in Yongshou Palace. Believing she had a clear path ahead, intending to sit back and reap the rewards without considering the need to cultivate any master-servant relationship, assuming that Yin Xiao, as a supporting character, was destined to serve her dutifully. However, even as a supporting character, Yin Xiao was not inherently obligated to serve her. With a thud, Yin Xiao knelt down, trembling as she spoke. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Chapter 56. The Divine Maiden Descends. Lu Haozhi looked up at her and found her familiar, taking a moment before saying, I recall now. You are the responsible maid beside Lin Changzai. What is your name again? My name is Yin Xiao. Upon hearing the emperor's words, it was evident that he had little regard for Lin Changzai. The last time Lin Xiaozhu had caused such a commotion with her poisoning, he had not even remembered the names of those around her. Liang Chengbi felt puzzled. This turn of events was not part of her plan. Did Lin Yinrong have some scheme of her own? A flicker of anger arose within her. Lin Yinrong's repeated self-assertion was truly irksome. Yet if this incident could serve to implicate Meng Yan, it would not be without merit. Having reached this conclusion, she adopted a calm demeanor and put on a friendly smile. Take your time, do not rush. Your young mistress has suffered such great injustice. The emperor is aware of it. Whether it is a natural disaster or human error, there will be a reckoning. These words almost explicitly encouraged Yin Xiao to speak out against others. The Empress Dowager was capable of speaking for herself and did not require coaching in how to articulate her grievances. Lu Haozhi, noticing her repeated restlessness, could not help but admonish her. Liang Chengbi was taken aback by the coldness in the emperor's words, causing her to tremble slightly. She quickly lowered her head, clasping her hands in front of her, once again adopting a gentle and respectful demeanor. The emperor was still defending Meng Yan. Yin Xiao, however, steeled herself, deciding to divulge everything. She recounted how Lin Yinrong had pressured her to go to the imperial hospital to obtain the rose Yulu ointment, how she had encountered the young physician, how she had acquired the jar of ointment, and how Lin Yinrong had applied it, detailing everything without omission. The young mistress, knowing she was to share the emperor's bed tonight, instructed me to prepare a fragrant bath and apply this Yulu ointment all over her body. I had advised the young mistress to adhere to the proper protocols, but she was insistent on her course of action. Less than an hour after application, The young mistress fell ill, Your Majesty. I truly acted solely on the young mistress's orders and know nothing else. I beseech the emperor for mercy. Silver Qiao's tears flowed endlessly, her kowtows echoing like the sound of money clinking. She mentally calculated her predicament, realizing that there was no escaping this situation, that it would be better to step forward and speak the truth, thus sparing herself from the torturous punishments of the Xinqing department, and perhaps even earning leniency for her candor. However, her words stunned the entire room. Aside from Emperor Lu Haozhi, nearly everyone turned pale. The onlookers remained calm, but the dowager consort Xuanhe nearly collapsed from anger. She had gone to great lengths to summon the emperor, hoping to place the blame squarely on Meng Yan's shoulders and to elicit a glance of pity from Lu Haozhi towards Lin Yanrong. Little did she expect such a turn of events. Not only was this calamity self-inflicted by Lin Yanrong, but she also had a treacherous maid who betrayed her. The charges of private dealings and seducing the sovereign were more than enough to ruin Lin Yanrong. A newcomer to the palace, Your Majesty, Lin Chongzai is indeed. Your Majesty, this Yulu ointment is rather suspicious. While it is common for the concubines in the palace to seek skincare product from the Imperial Medical Bureau, how could Lin Chongzai, being new to the palace, command such trust from a stranger, a junior physician no less? It is unlikely this Yulu ointment has a legitimate source. The dowager consort Xuanhe wished to defend Lin Yanrong, but Liang Chengbi quickly interjected. Sensing the layered meanings in her words, she chose to remain silent and watch the unfolding drama. Then, according to you, where might this Yulu ointment originate? Lu Haozhi toyed with his sandalwood prayer beads, his expression as inscrutable as water, leaving others guessing his thoughts. Liang Chengbi smiled gently, her eyes lowered in a demure manner. I believe there are others in the palace knowledgeable in medicine beyond those in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Among the concubines, there is one well-versed in this craft. Is there not? I have heard that the facial cream from Changchun Palace works wonders for the skin. Many sisters yearn for a jar or two. But alas, the favored consort cherishes it too much to share. Recently, it has come to my ears that the favored consort has suddenly changed her demeanor, becoming virtuous and generous, especially towards the newly arrived sisters. On the day of the selection, when it poured rain, she even informed the Imperial Medical Bureau to prepare ginger soup. Perhaps, upon learning that Lin Chongzai was to serve the emperor, she kindly gifted her some of this facial cream. At this point, she sighed softly, as if lamenting a great loss. Indeed, this facial cream is a remarkable product, yet it is not suitable for everyone. The favored consort's belongings are meant solely for her use. If others apply it and find any incompatible ingredients within, they may not receive the desired results. It is rather foolish of Lin Chongzai to apply it all over, resulting in her current predicament. Silver Qiao was left dumbfounded, her mouth agape for an extended moment. When did she ever claim that the Yulu ointment came from Changchun Palace? Just then, Liang Chengbi cast a sidelong glance at her and asked coolly, Silver Qiao, tell me, does this palace speak falsely? Where did this jar of Yulu ointment truly come from? Do not fear for your mistress's safety. The emperor is present. Silver Qiao involuntarily looked up, only to find that under the candlelight. The Empress Dowager bore a gentle smile, yet her eyes were as cold as daggers, piercing straight through her, sending a chill from her soles to the crown of her head. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager speaks the truth. How could I be unaware of any treasures I've gifted? A melodious voice pierced the air, invigorating everyone present. Lu Haozhi's eyes sparkled, and his fingers paused in their play with the beads. As he turned his gaze towards the entrance, indeed, Meng Yan entered, draped in a resplendent red cloak adorned with peony motifs, her silver-threaded lotus-patterned boots clicking softly on the floor as she strode confidently into the hall. She wore light makeup, her brows arched, lips touched with color. Under the flickering candlelight, her willow-like brows, bright eyes, and pearly teeth combined to create a captivating charm, as if a celestial being had descended. With a delicate smile, Meng Yan approached Lu Haozhi and performed a deep bow. Lu Haozhi regarded the cloak she wore and inquired, Is there a wind outside? Meng Yan replied, Your Majesty, the night wind is quite fierce. I felt chilled to the bone on my way here. Hearing her words laced with a hint of playful reproach, Lu Haozhi couldn't help but smile. That must have been quite uncomfortable for you. Please rise. Sister, you entered without announcing yourself. Liang Chengbi observed this seemingly flirtatious exchange with a growing sense of unease. These matters remained unresolved, and with Lin Yinrong still lying in bed like a swollen pig. Lu Haozhi's demeanor brightened upon Meng Yan's arrival. Otherwise, she would have missed out on the captivating tales her sister was recounting. Meng Yan removed her cloak, entrusting it to Reju, and fixed a sharp gaze on Liang Chengbi. The Empress Dowager's storytelling prowess was truly remarkable. It was a talent she had never encountered before. If she did not pursue a career in playwriting, it would be a great waste of her gifts. Chapter 57. The woman he had cherished for many years was now distancing herself from him. Meng Yan was nearly driven to laughter by her own anger. She had been peacefully sleeping in Changchun Palace. Yet her heart remained restless. When her informants returned, reporting that Dowager Consort Xuanhe had entered the Yangxin Hall at night and had summoned the emperor to Yongshou Palace, she sensed something was amiss. Quickly dressing and preparing to leave. This old dowager was Lin Yinrong's aunt, and naturally, they had a history of discord. According to the plot of the book, Dowager Consort Xuanhe had once saved the emperor's life, and Lu Haozhi treated her with utmost respect and filial piety. Among the elders in the harem, she was second only to the Empress Dowager herself. Lin Yinrong's predicament was to be expected. But one could not predict what slanderous words might be uttered before the emperor. Sure enough, as she approached the main hall of Yongshou Palace, she overheard Liang Chengbi weaving a captivating tale within. It appeared the plot was set on ensnaring her, with every filthy accusation aimed at her. Although she yearned for a peaceful life, she would not shrink back when trouble came knocking. Duku, by Yusin. Ruiju, Yunxiang, and a host of others from Changchun Palace all relied on her protection. Liang Chengbi, feeling the pressure of Meng Yan's gaze, could not help but avert her eyes. Before the emperor, sister still has this playful demeanor. This humble servant cannot compare to the Empress Dowager's wit. Such baseless tales are spun with great detail. I truly do not know what fine gifts I have given to Lin Changzai that could prevent her from serving his majesty. Meng Yan fixed her gaze on Liang Chengbi, relentlessly pursuing the matter. I genuinely do not know where I have offended the Empress Dowager to warrant such fabrications and wrongful accusations against me. Liang Chengbi's gentle facade began to twist under the pressure. Her usual tactic of feigning kindness in public while stirring trouble behind the scenes faltered under Meng Yan's direct confrontation, leaving her momentarily speechless. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager merely seeks to manage the affairs of the palace. The Empress Dowager. She must oversee the 6 palaces. The strange illness of Lin Changzai naturally requires clarity. To accuse the Empress Dowager of wrongdoing is rather unfair. Upon witnessing Liang Chengbi rendered speechless by Meng Yan's questioning, Dowager Consort Xuanhe could not refrain from intervening. That it appears the Empress Dowager is merely seeking the truth regarding Lin Changzai's ailment. Yet she may be accused of fabricating tales and wronging this humble servant. If I merely defend myself, I am deemed unfair to her. Consort Xuanhe's words were exceedingly biased. Meng Yan's retort was sharp, showing no regard for Dowager Consort Xuanhe's seniority. This evening, her temper was indeed ignited. To be implicated in matters so unrelated was utterly absurd. Even as a supporting character, did she deserve to bear such unjust accusations and endure bullying? What nonsense! Dowager Consort Xuanhe's face flushed red with anger as she reprimanded. Meng Guifei, are you speaking to me in such a manner? I am fully aware that you are the esteemed Dowager Consort Xuanhe, and I respectfully address you as your grace. However, as a senior, your words and actions ought to embody fairness. To rebuke me without discerning right from wrong, I find it exceedingly difficult to accept. Meng Yan's gaze shifted from Liang Chengbi to Dowager Consort Xuanhe. Observing the once alluring matron tremble with indignation, her body shaking like leaves in the wind, she knew full well that her words had offended the elderly dowager, but since they had initiated the attack, seeking to bring her to ruin, why should she hold back? Perhaps her recent restraint had led them to forget the true disposition of Meng Guifei, emboldening them to concoct such ludicrous tales. This evening, she would ensure that the entire palace knew she, Meng Yan, was not a fragile figure to be trifled with, and that Changchun Palace was not a place to be trampled upon at will. You dowager consort Xuanhe pointed at Meng Yan, her trembling finger shaking uncontrollably, her blood rushing to her head. Ever since she ascended to the position of dowager, no younger members of the harem had dared to speak to her in such a manner. Your Majesty, this is the result of your indulgence towards this concubine. Witnessing that Meng Yan could not be subdued, the noble consort Xuanhe boldly turned her ire towards Lu Haozhi, accusing her of being disrespectful to her elders and subverting the natural order. Lu Haozhi refrained from interjecting, his gaze fixed upon Meng Yan, his arched brows furrowing slightly, his Danfeng eyes clouded with a myriad of complicated emotions. This night, Meng Yan appeared markedly different from her usual self. Standing beneath the lantern light, her dark eyes gleamed like two pieces of burning black jade, radiating her indignation in the past. Though she could be willful and headstrong, she had never been so unabashedly confrontational. As if all the pent-up fury within her had erupted this evening. Though the events of the night were absurd, such trivial matters were common in the palace, and she was no naive girl. So how could her rage reach such heights? Moreover, since her entrance, she had exerted herself solely to defend her own position, not casting a single glance in his direction. It was as if he held no significance for her. Had it not been necessary, she would not have wished to see him at all. The thought, emerging from the depths of his heart, made Lu Haozhi feel a twinge of unease. The radiant beauty before him, the woman he had cherished for many years, seemed to be gradually distancing herself from him. Consort, he attempted to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately only managing to call her name in a detached tone. Those simple two syllables already hinting at the emperor's displeasure. Meng Yan's gaze fell slightly, her ruby lips curling into a thin, frosty smile. Her blatant defiance of the noble consort would undoubtedly provoke the emperor's ire. Yet she found herself indifferent to it. He could accuse her of filial impiety and rebellion, but Meng Yan had always acted with courage. However, she would not be unjustly blamed for something she had not done. Your Majesty, do not hastily seek to punish your servant. First, clarify the events of this night. Whether I am to be confined or demoted, I shall willingly accept my fate. Her voice rang clear and resolute. Leaving consort Xuanhe and the others momentarily speechless, Lu Haozhi remained silent for a moment before finally responding. You may ask. With those words, he provided her with the validation she sought, though she had not dared to hope that this royal figure would believe her outright. Meng Yan approached Ying Xiao, looking down at her from her elevated position, her tone cool as she inquired, You just stated that this ointment was obtained from the Imperial Medical Bureau at the behest of your master? How did she come to know of such a thing, to specify and demand it by name? Ying Xiao knelt on the ground, her head bowed low, too fearful to meet her gaze, yet her eyes darted around, evidently concocting some scheme. This servant acted on the instructions of my master, but my master also heard that the ointment used by the ladies in the palace was of superior quality, thus dispatching me to procure it. Such a critical statement. Why did you not mention it earlier? Chapter 58. Seizing the initiative, Ying Xiao broke into a cold sweat, steeling herself to respond, My master. Given the gravity of the situation, I momentarily lost my wits and forgot. You forgot something so crucial, yet you remember all the trivial details clearly. Meng Yan scoffed, then asked, What did the imperial consort inquire of you just now? Were you planning to implicate me, claiming that the ointment came from Changchun Palace? Yet I heard clearly that you stated it was obtained from an official in the Imperial Medical Bureau. What is that official's name? I know not. It was merely a chance encounter for you. So how could it be connected to me? Though Ying Xiao was clever, the situation had unfolded so unexpectedly, and the imperial consort had coerced her into falsely accusing Meng Yan. How could she craft a flawless scheme? She found herself at a loss for words, her eyes fixated on the large beads of sweat falling to the ground. That being said, the palace is rife with gossip. Lin Changzai may have heard some idle chatter about this ointment from elsewhere. Liang Qingbi could not help but interject, only to be met with a cold glare from Lu Haozhi, causing her to retreat in silence. Meng Yan smiled gently, stating plainly, Enough, allow me to articulate this matter so that the imperial consort need not guide this maidservant word by word. Presumably, The next part will entail Lin Changzai hearing that the ointment I use is exceptional, thus sending someone to the Imperial Medical Bureau to procure it. This is a rumor I deliberately spread, and I have even placed my own people within the Bureau, preparing a jar of tampered ointment in advance, so that when Lin Changzai comes to claim it, she falls into my trap. The reason I devised such a scheme is out of jealousy for Lin's favor with the Emperor, seeking to undermine her. Imperial Consort, do you believe my tale holds water? Without waiting for Liang Qingbi's response, she continued, next, we must ask His Majesty to take charge and send people to Changchun Palace for a thorough investigation, digging 3 feet into the ground to uncover evidence. If nothing is found, it matters not. We can always plant some during the search. Her words caused the crowd to collectively change their expressions. Consort Xuanhe reprimanded sternly, such talk is absurd. How can there be such nonsense within the palace? Indeed, the situation was outrageous, but to wrongfully accuse a concubine based on mere conjecture, was that not absurd? Meng Yan fixed her gaze on Consort Xuanhe, her brows knitting together. These words were not hastily conjured. In truth, she had witnessed such farcical dramas unfold countless times in the palace during her past life. And she was well versed in these ploys. Now, as history repeated itself, though she felt no fear, a sense of disgust washed over her. She turned once more to Ying Xiao, declaring, to falsely accuse me is unfounded. However, one matter does bear tangible evidence. Ying Xiao, I recall you. You entered the palace as a maid 7 years ago, residing in Sweetwater Lane in the capital. Both your parents and brothers have passed away, leaving only a beloved nephew. Recently, your nephew has secured a lucrative position in the minister's household, and your family has acquired several acres of fertile land in the countryside, building 3 new tiled houses. With such fortune falling upon you, it is only natural that you would act like a lapdog, showing your loyalty. Ying Xiao's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Liang Qingbi's face turned pale, biting her lip as she took a step back. This matter was highly confidential within her maternal family. How could Meng Yan possibly know? Lin Yanrong had the backing of the Prince of Nanping and had garnered the Emperor's favor before entering the palace. So she naturally sought to place her own people by Lin's side. Ying Xiao was her chosen pawn. Yet, all these affairs occurred beyond the palace. Ying Xiao's nephew was a mere nobody. How could Meng Yan know so much? Sister, your words truly astonish me. You have long resided within the depths of the palace. How could you be aware of affairs outside? Perhaps you have misheard some idle gossip, leading to this misunderstanding. Whether or not it is true can easily be verified by sending someone out of the palace to investigate. After all, those involved here are well aware, and the land will not grow legs and run away. Meng Yan regarded Liang Qingbi with a dismissive glance, casting out a single sentence that left her utterly speechless. In truth, this matter could be considered a boon of her rebirth. Liang Qingbi had indeed bribed Ying Xiao's family early on, coercing her to act as her informant. However, in her previous life, Ying Xiao had followed Lin Yanrong for a time, completely devoted to her, and had disclosed all these matters. Lin Yanrong had indeed been magnanimous, forgiving Ying Xiao and even engaging in private discussions with Liang Qingbi. From that point on, Ying Xiao became her right-hand woman, while Lin Yanrong and Liang Qingbi forged a sisterly bond that in this life. She had seized the initiative. Enough. Lu Haozhi's cold voice cut through the commotion, his frigid gaze sweeping over the assembly. At this juncture, if he could not discern the unfolding drama, he would be unworthy of his position. Yet, once again, Meng Yan had exceeded his expectations, deftly unraveling the chaotic situation. Much like the incident with the ginger soup, she had not relied on him. Throughout the ordeal, she had not cast a single glance in his direction, nor sought his counsel. Was he truly so unworthy of her trust? Suppressing his discontent, Lu Haozhi addressed the crowd, stating, Lin's illness is severe. She must be given ample time to recuperate. Once she is well, a tutor will be appointed to instruct her in proper etiquette and decorum. Though this pronouncement did not heavily penalize Lin Yanrong, it effectively curtailed her prospects. The implication that she would have to relearn the rules and etiquette indicated her standing in the Emperor's eyes. Consort Xuanhe nearly choked on her indignation. Yet constrained by the presence of others, she managed to maintain her composure as a noble consort. Liang Qingbi's countenance also darkened. She understood that with the emperor's lack of favor towards Lin Yanrong, her own fate would not be any more favorable. As expected, Lu Haozhi's cold, watery gaze fell upon her, laced with undisguised disdain. The palace should be a place of tranquility. How can it be so tumultuous? You, as the imperial consort, seem rather inept. It would be prudent for you to temporarily relinquish your power and return to Ikoan Palace to cultivate your character and gather your thoughts. Liang Qingbi's face fell, and 2 tears slipped from the corners of her eyes as she covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, thanking the emperor for his grace. This maidservant is disobedient and unworthy of serving the masters. She is unfit to be a supervising matron, truly laughable. She is to be punished and sent to the laundry department as a servant, never to be employed again. She watched Ying Xiao being dragged away by the eunuchs. Meng Yan raised an eyebrow. This maidservant, in her previous life, had been a significant figure in the harem of the great Zhou. Once Lin Yanrong rose to prominence, she too enjoyed the benefits of her favor. Surrounded by a throng of little maidservants and young eunuchs, wherever she went, Lin Yanrong's rise to favor had not been without her assistance. After experiencing her own downfall, she once reveled in her power before herself. In this life, an important character from the book has unexpectedly met such a dismal end. Meng Yan was reflecting on the unpredictability of fate when she suddenly felt an ambiguous gaze directed at her. She raised her head and indeed saw Lu Haozhi staring at her. Chapter 59, Rejection of Favor. What is it? Hasn't everything been made clear? Why does he still seek to trouble her? Meng Yan averted her gaze, lowering her eyes to her skirt, fearing that if she didn't restrain herself, he might perceive the irritation simmering within her with Lu Haozhi's handling of the situation. It seemed this farce would conclude in such a manner. Preserve her own well-being was already a stroke of luck. How Lu Haozhi regarded her no longer mattered, and she was indifferent to it. As for her earlier confrontation with the Xuanhe Grand Princess, should Lu Haozhi wish to punish her with house arrest, she would welcome it, as it would provide her with a justified excuse to avoid him. As the emperor's gaze seemed almost glued to Meng Yan, Xuanhe Grand Princess, Liang Qingbi, and others were practically seething with rage, realizing that after a long night of effort, they had merely dressed someone else in fine garments. Lin Yanrong had swollen to the size of a pig's head. No one had fared well, yet the emperor perceived Meng Yan as pure and innocent. After a prolonged silence without a response, Lu Haozhi felt somewhat awkward and had to withdraw his gaze, clearing his throat. It is late at night. Let us disperse. Meng Yan could not have wished for anything more and quickly bowed along with the others to respectfully bid farewell to the emperor. Lu Haozhi glanced at her for a moment longer before finally sweeping his sleeves and exiting the hall. Meng Yan rose, casting not a single glance at the remaining crowd, and proceeded to leave as well. Upon stepping outside the palace, Lu Haozhi was met with a gust of night wind, which indeed felt quite cold. Looking up, he saw the vast expanse of stars and the high, cold moon, and for some inexplicable reason, he was suddenly reminded of Meng Yan's words upon her arrival. The night wind is fierce, and as I journeyed, I felt a chill that penetrated to the bone. Did she truly feel nothing more than a chill on her body? Observing the atmosphere within the Yongshou Palace tonight, it was evident that she had made numerous enemies in the palace, significantly outnumbered. Lu Haozhi recalled the night he first took her into his residence, promising to treat her well for a lifetime after their first encounter. Over the years, he had indeed bestowed upon her unparalleled honor, and she had always seemed joyous in his presence, yet he remained utterly unaware of her true self when he was not looking. This was the first time that the heart of the emperor of the great Zhou felt weighed down by the presence of a woman. "Your Majesty," a deep voice called out, as Xuanhe Grand Princess emerged from the hall and walked to his side. Lu Haozhi felt a twinge of impatience. At his age, he should be content to enjoy his later years and refrain from meddling in the chaotic affairs of the harem. "Your Highness, it is late. You should retire early." Sensing the coldness in his words, Xuanhe Grand Princess's heart sank further. Yet she steeled herself to speak. "It is not that I wish to impose tiresome words upon you, but for the harmony of the 6 palaces, it is essential to ensure that everyone is treated equally. Only then can the Garden of Blossoms flourish." Those who have become arrogant due to favor have already strayed from the right path countless times during the late emperor's reign. Now, the concubines in the palace are all young and prone to impulsive behavior. They must be nurtured in temperament for their own good. I shall favor whom I please. There is no need for others to critique. Lu Haozhi replied, his agitation rising, lacking the patience to engage in further pleasantries. Your Highness, you should spend your days in Ningxiu Palace, free from worry and concern. That is the way to maintain one's health. Xuanhe Grand Princess's face paled slightly, her lips pressed into a thin line. This child, whom she had watched grow, had spoken to her in such a manner for the first time. Lu Haozhi had intended to say more, but suddenly noticed Meng Yan emerging from a side door, donning a cloak and descending the steps, preparing to board her carriage. Your Highness, please return. When I have leisure, I shall visit Ningxiu Palace to pay my respects, he declared, leaving those words behind as he strode purposefully towards Meng Yan. Xuanhe Grand Princess stood under the eaves, watching the scene unfold, letting out a soft sigh before leaving in silence. Meng Yan approached the carriage, ready to give orders, when she heard someone call from behind. Noble consort, please hold. It was Rongyan, which meant Lu Haozhi had arrived. She had no choice but to pause and turn, indeed seeing that imposing figure striding through the night towards her. Meng Yan lowered her gaze, curtsied, and greeted, I pay my respects to your majesty. Yet she still avoided looking at him. Lu Haozhi gazed at her. Beneath the enveloping crimson cloak, her oval face appeared even more exquisite and delicate. A few strands of hair danced in the night breeze, her eyes like water, yet they did not fall upon him. Tonight, Meng Yan stood alone, exuding a hint of desolation. Come with me back to the Yangxin Palace, he said, extending his arm to embrace her waist. In his arms, she felt soft and delicate, even more so than he remembered, as though she had lost even more weight. The implication in Lu Haozhi's words could not have been clearer. He wished to take her back to the Yangxin Palace, to shower her with affection and comfort. If this were the Meng Yan from her past life, she might have been overjoyed and followed him without hesitation. However, the current Meng Yan found it all rather tasteless. She gently extricated herself, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, I am grateful for your kindness, but I am weary tonight and fear I cannot attend to you. Rong and Rui Zhu and all present widened their eyes in disbelief. The noble consort had actually declined such affection offered so readily. Not to mention Meng Guifei, even any concubine in the harem would never dare commit such folly. Are you vexed with me? Lu Haozhi asked bitterly, wondering what he had done to provoke her displeasure. Was it because he had not severely punished those individuals tonight? As emperor, he had his own constraints and could not act purely on impulse. Moreover, her indifference towards him was not a recent development. Meng Yan smiled lightly. How could I dare? The princess is still waiting for my return to the palace. You. Lu Haozhi felt a knot in his chest. He had lowered himself to seek her out, yet she still rebuffed him. The pride of being emperor made it difficult for him to concede. Then have it your way. Meng Yan boarded the carriage, heading towards Changchun Palace. Listening to the soft footsteps of the palace attendants outside, her heart felt heavy. Liang Qingbi, Xuanhe Grand Princess, Yin Xiao, and Lu Haozhi. These people and events all revolved around Lin Yanrong. She had already distanced herself from Lin Yanrong, so why did conflicts continue to collide with her? Was this her fate as a supporting character? Meng Yan smiled faintly, yet in a concealed place. A trace of weariness finally surfaced on her face. The emperor, too, should be aware that these individuals were clearly gnashing their teeth at the noble consort, yet he allowed it to pass. Rui Zhu's dissatisfied voice drifted in from outside. With war looming, the emperor cannot afford any complications, she replied lightly, her heart also somewhat understanding. With the outbreak of war in the southwest, the Central Plains must remain stable and calm. Liang Qingbi's father was a prominent civil minister. As long as she did not commit treason, the emperor would not impose severe punishment upon her. Having been able to imprison Yin Xiao in the Ministry of Justice was already quite surprising. Moreover, this matter, when examined closely, was merely a trivial dispute among women. Regardless of anything else, Lu Haozhi was a competent emperor. He understood his responsibilities and would not allow small matters to disrupt his judgment. Yet, Despite her resolve to no longer expect his affection in this life, she could not help but want to blame him for tonight's affair. If she had not arrived in time, if she had not defended herself, if she had not seized on Yin Xiao and Liang Chengbi's weaknesses, would he have believed those individuals' slander against her? Chapter 60. Not completely empty-handed after a long moment, Meng Yan let out a slight sigh. She ought not to harbor any expectations towards him. To dwell on these matters was merely to trouble herself unnecessarily, having resolved not to entangle herself as she did in her previous life. It was futile to ponder further. Meng Yan exhaled deeply, choosing to set her thoughts aside. Do not be disheartened. Your Highness, from the Emperor's demeanor tonight, it is clear that his heart still lies with you. Ruizhu said, having overheard her sigh and assuming it was due to sadness over the Emperor. I am merely fatigued, Meng Yan replied with a gentle smile. The icy chill that has settled and has not come about overnight. Who could blame me for being steadfastly in love with the persona of Lu Haozhi all these years? Those around me find it difficult to change their minds. Speaking of which, Lin Chongzai was truly a vixen. The moment she stepped into the palace, she devised countless schemes to seduce the Emperor, seeking the coveted rose jade dew balm to apply to her skin. Now, look where that had led her, truly a case of losing the chicken while trying to steal the rice. She deserved it. As if to cheer her up and vent her frustrations, Ruizhu began to chatter away outside. Rose jade dew balm. Rose jade dew balm. Just now, she had been too caught up in her fervent defense to pay attention to the item that had caused such havoc. Hearing Ruizhu's words, she suddenly regained her focus. The very thing that had caused Lin Yanrong's entire body to swell and prevented her from attending to the Emperor was the rose jade dew balm that had once aided her in gaining favor. The same item had resulted in entirely opposite outcomes in their 2 lifetimes. What had gone awry in this situation? Meng Yan narrowed her enchanting phoenix eyes, meticulously reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, and was suddenly overcome by a chilling sensation at her fingertips. Xiaoyu, the crux of this matter likely rests upon this, and no wonder he had whimsically decided to bestow upon her that exceptionally precious ointment. Had she accepted it then, and tonight followed the scheme laid out by Liang Chengbi and others to conduct a grand search of Changchun Palace, retrieving that jar of ointment, she would find herself at a loss for words. Xiaoyu, being a confidant of Lu Haozhi, would certainly not harbor suspicions based solely on her word. It turned out that this elaborate ruse was merely a trap set for her to fall into. She had foolishly believed that Xiaoyu, being a benevolent healer, would not seek to trouble her, especially since she had never wronged him in her life, even entrusting him with the care of Duku. How naive she had been to forget that both Lu Haozhi and Xiaoyu were enmeshed in the affairs surrounding Lin Yanrong. How could they possibly extend any goodwill towards her? A mere supporting character? The long street stretched endlessly, seemingly devoid of an endpoint. Meng Yan was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of solitude, her body trembling involuntarily as a cold smile involuntarily graced her lips. It appeared she had not hidden far enough. The soft sedan chair carried Meng Yan directly into the inner courtyard of Changchun Palace before coming to a halt. Upon disembarking, she noticed a faint yellow glow emanating from the inner hall's windows. What? Duku had not yet gone to sleep. She felt a hint of confusion as she approached. The little maid was clearly in a deep slumber. Yunxiang emerged from within the hall and approached her. Your Highness, you may not be aware, but just as you left, the princess awoke, crying and insisting on finding you. Fortunately, Bai Daming was listening from the adjacent room and hurried over, which is why the princess calmed down. Meng Yan nodded slightly, her steps carrying her into the inner chamber. Upon entering, she was greeted by the dim glow that filled the room. Bai Yusin, her hair cascading down her back, was dressed only in a pale lotus-colored undergarment. Seated by the bed with the little princess cradled in her arms, gently soothing her. Seeing her return, Bai Yusin smiled warmly. Sister has come back. Duku, alerted by the commotion, opened her eyes, and upon seeing her, reached out her delicate arms, calling out, Mother! In that instant, the sight before her flowed through her heart like a warm stream, dissipating the lingering chill within. Meng Yan could not help but smile. She was not entirely without her treasures. After removing her hairpins and changing her attire, she approached and embraced Duku. The little girl clung to her like a piece of sticky candy, her small face pressed closely against her own. "It must be hard on my sister, coming over in the dead of night and disturbing your sweet dreams." Bayusin smiled gently. "Sister, why be so polite with me?" Hearing Dooku cry for mother, I felt a pang of sorrow as well. They exchanged a few pleasantries when Reiju entered to announce, "It is past the midnight hour. The two mistresses should retire early." Bayusin then rose to leave. Returning to her chamber in Let Sixuan, Bayusin lay beneath the silken quilt, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. She was already aware of the events that transpired after Yan Jie went to Yongshou Palace. Such a scheme was indeed too much to bear. Everything unsavory was being laid at Yan Jie's feet. And to think she was the Empress Dowager, capable of engaging in such sordid dealings. As for Lin Yanrong, although she had not mocked her background during the selection process, the subtle bullying and trampling she had endured, coupled with that feigned superiority, were truly displeasing. Bayusin originally wished not to concern herself with such gossip. She had not entered the palace to seek the favor of a beloved consort or to bring glory to her family. Yet, these individuals conspired against her sister, igniting her righteous anger. Her. Yan Jie was as honorable and resplendent as the moonlight. How could she allow these people to poison her? And what of His Majesty the Emperor? Everyone claimed that her sister was his favored consort. Yet she could not perceive any genuine affection he held for her. Initially, the grandeur of Changchun Palace had impressed her. Her sister, as a favored consort, was adorned with riches and honors. Little did she realize the hardships that lay beneath. Bayusin turned over on her pillow, resolving that she could no longer rely solely on her sister's protection to live a leisurely life. She must be vigilant to ensure her sister's safety. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind, she finally drifted into a vague slumber as dawn broke on the horizon. The following day, the palace was enveloped in tranquility, as if the chaos of the previous night at Yongshou Palace had never occurred. For Meng Yan, this scenario was all too familiar. Regardless of calamity, the Forbidden City could swiftly return to calm in the blink of an eye, having slept late due to the previous night's events. She naturally rose later, only emerging from her warm bed when the sun was high in the sky, as the Emperor currently held no interest in her, and Changchun Palace was devoid of visitors. No one would witness her indulgence in a leisurely slumber, and she delighted in her freedom to sleep unbothered. She overheard from the people of Yangxin Hall that the Emperor had spent the better part of the night in his study, neither speaking nor sleeping, which had alarmed those beneath him. As Yunxiang styled her hair, she recounted the gossip circulating outside, seeking to amuse her mistress. What new stories could possibly emerge from the palace? It was no more than the Emperor's affairs or the trivialities of other consorts. In the past, Meng Yan had enjoyed listening to such tales, whether about Lu Haozhi or the other consorts languishing in neglect. However, today, she found it all rather dull. Observing Yunxiang's anxious expression, she understood her maid's unease. The previous night, the Empress had openly rejected the Emperor's invitation to stay over at Yongshou Palace. And this rumor had spread like wildfire, leading to whispers behind her back. Those in Yangxin Hall suggested that the Emperor was unable to sleep due to the Empress's rebuff, which implied that the favored consort of Changchun Palace was destined to lose her standing. Yunxiang deemed these rumors to be nonsensical, believing that since they had been by the Emperor's side, he could hardly notice anyone else over the years, during their time at the Qianting. The Crown Prince had spent many nights in their mistress's chamber. Once in the palace, the Emperor summoned her for his nightly indulgences, always choosing her, even during the reign of the late Empress. He had not visited her on the 1st and 15th days of the month. A newly entered concubine could hardly cause him to grow distant from their mistress, gazing into the nearby mirror. Meng Yan noticed Yunxiang's apprehensive demeanor reflected back, and her lips curled into a slight smile. After years of servitude, she was well aware of what her maid was pondering. It was precisely this understanding that had led her to foolishly regard Lu Haozhi as a husband in her past life. Assuming the role of a devoted wife. In retrospect, it was all but a farce. Meng Yan did not respond, instead picking up her usual face cream, taking a bit in her palm to rub it in before applying it to her face. Noticing that the two peonies in the courtyard were not faring well, she planned to send someone to the flower house to inform the gardener to take a look, lest this year's blooms be compromised. After casually issuing commands for daily chores, she did not utter a word regarding the emperor. She was uncertain how the previous night's legal matter had resolved, whether a scapegoat would be produced, or if Lin Yanrong would unfairly escape unscathed. Such concerns were best left to Liang Qingbi and the others to ponder. In any case, the repercussions would not fall upon her shoulders. Meng Yan was keenly aware that Lu Haozhi was far too occupied with pressing matters to concern himself with the inner palace. After all, that war, which had raged for over half a year, was now looming ever closer. The victory in this war had secured nearly 50 years of peace along the borders for the Great Zhou, laying the groundwork for the upcoming prosperous era of Qingyuan as a capable sovereign. Lu Haozhi fully understood the stakes involved, and thus he was undoubtedly devoting all his thoughts and energy to this conflict. As long as he did not seek to trouble her, she had no cause for fear. What had she been doing during this time in her past life? Meng Yan pondered for a moment, recalling that Lin Yanrong was still languishing in Jingfu Palace, while she had been wholly devoted to Lu Haozhi, expending her every effort to serve him, personally preparing medicinal dishes to alleviate the fatigue and pressure brought on by his burdensome political duties. Looking back, all that tenderness had merely been wasted in this life. Whoever wished to undertake such duties could feel free. She relished the prospect of her newfound freedom. With this time freed up, she could finally attend to a pressing matter that had long weighed on her heart. Her biological brother, Meng Chuanyuan, heir to the Yang Marquisate, would also be leading troops in a battle that in this conflict. Her brother had performed valiantly, but had suffered grave injuries, leaving him unable to walk for the rest of his life. Though he had received significant rewards from the court and was conferred the title of first-class protector of the nation by the emperor, she knew full well that her brother, ever proud and unyielding, would find it difficult to accept that he, once a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, had become a lifelong cripple incapable of standing to make matters worse. Her brother had been betrothed to the third young lady of the Anghua Duke's residence, whose name was Zheng Fangchu. When her brother was in good health, he had been a striking figure, renowned throughout the capital for his martial and literary talents. Miss Zheng Fangchu, a delicate flower of exquisite beauty, shared a bond of childhood affection with him. Initially, it seemed a fitting match of equal social standing. However, after his brother sustained an injury to his leg, Miss Zheng, who had once visited the manor to offer her concern, gradually faded from view upon realizing the hopelessness of his condition. Subsequently, rumors of her romantic involvement with the heir of the Anyang Marquis began to circulate. In her previous life, upon hearing this news, Meng Yan could scarcely contain her fury. In a fit of righteous indignation, she dispatched someone from the palace to return the tokens of affection exchanged between their families, casting them at the doorstep of the Duke of Anghua's residence, and subjected Miss Zheng to public humiliation, compelling her to withdraw from the engagement. Following this incident, her brother grew increasingly despondent, his temperament becoming ever more unruly and uncontrollable, leaving her powerless to intervene from within the confines of the palace. Reflecting on her brother's fate, Meng Yan felt her eyes moisten with unshed tears. If there was anyone in this world who could offer her warmth of kinship, it was her elder brother, Meng Chuanyuan. Their mother had passed away when she was but 6 years old, and their father, preoccupied with state affairs and being a man, entrusted the care of his 2 children to the nurses. The siblings relied on each other, supporting one another through their upbringing. The strict discipline of the Yang Marquis' household often resulted in Meng Yan facing reprimands from her female tutor. After enduring punishment, she would wipe her tears as her brother led her to the backyard to pick mulberries on a midsummer afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the mulberry trees, casting golden specks. She looked up at her brother's athletic figure as he leapt to climb the tree and plucked the dark purple fruits to toss to her. The memory of her brother's radiant smile and the sweet taste of mulberries lingered in her heart, vivid as ever. This bond of sibling affection was irreplaceable. Thus, when her brother fell into misfortune, she unleashed her wrath, disregarding all decorum to avenge him. Though it was gratifying at the moment, she became known in the court as a haughty and favored concubine. She harbored no regrets. Yet, did her brother truly find relief? Following that, Meng Chuanyuan became increasingly withdrawn, ultimately remaining unmarried and passing away in prison that I end this life, she vowed never to allow her brother to tread such a path again. Of late, myriad matters had inundated her, leaving her no respite. In the still of the night, she pondered the possibility that her brother's leg injury might be the root of all misfortunes. He had always been a distinguished talent in the capital, a coveted match for noble ladies. How could he endure becoming a cripple? Furthermore, Meng Yan believed that if it was for the sake of the nation and its people, then it was indeed worthwhile. However, for the likes of Lu Hao to guard the realm, that was hardly justifiable. Yet, she was merely a woman of the inner palace. Once she entered those crimson walls, she could not step back. The southwestern frontier lay 1,000 miles away, and she knew nothing of military affairs. Perhaps, while others could not, she could concoct a medicinal remedy based on the symptoms of her brother's leg injury, to bring to him. In her previous life, after her brother became disabled, she had devoted countless efforts and consulted numerous medical texts. Yet, despite her maternal grandfather's teachings, by the time her brother returned to the capital, his injury had lingered too long, rendering all miraculous remedies ineffective. In this life, she would prepare in advance, combining her unique healing abilities to enhance the efficacy of the medicine, ensuring her brother carried it with him, to be used immediately should he sustain another injury. There remained some time before Meng Changyuan's expedition. She had the opportunity. Meng Yan resolved to spend the next few days in the palace concocting the remedy, disregarding everything else and keeping her distance from those who revolved around Lin Yanrong. Thus, when Xiaoyu visited the Changchun Palace once more, he was met with a closed door. Dr. Xiaoho, our empress has instructed that her spirits are gradually improving. Though she still experiences some fatigue, it appears there is no cause for concern. Xiaoyu, a physician serving the emperor, prioritized the emperor's health above all else. The empress, mindful of this, dared not delay the physician's time. Henceforth, there would be no need for him to come to Changchun Palace for consultations. Yunxiang stood at the palace's entrance, her doe-like eyes gazing at Xiaoyu with a hint of admiration. It was puzzling that the empress suddenly decreed that Dr. Xia was no longer allowed to step foot inside the Changchun Palace, nor should any servants of Changchun Palace have any private dealings with him. It was indeed a pity that they were confined within the depths of the palace, their only male company being the emperor and the guards, while the eunuchs hardly counted as men. The emperor, though charming and handsome, belonged to the empress, making it inappropriate to gaze upon him. As for the guards, the maids were not permitted to interact casually, and opportunities for connection were scarce, when a handsome man finally graced their presence. It was regrettable that before they had the chance to see him often, the empress forbade his return. As the head maid of Changchun Palace, Yunxiang would not be so shallow as to fall for any man who merely looked the part. However, the lives of palace maids were inherently dull, and any opportunity for diversion was welcomed. Does the empress not wish to see him? Xiaoyu's brows furrowed slightly as he replied coolly, the beloved concubine's health is still precarious. How can she cease medical treatment? Furthermore, I was summoned by the emperor to attend to her if she remains unwell, and I do not come. The emperor may hold me accountable for shirking my duties. What could this mean? Why did Meng Yan suddenly refuse to see him? Her green badge still hung in the respect office, and she was still feigning illness to avoid the emperor's favor. Why would she deny him treatment? Moreover, there was still the matter of princess, and Yunxiang smiled faintly. I am merely following orders. The rest is unknown to me. The empress has stated that she will inform the emperor of the circumstances and request another physician from the Imperial Medical Bureau. Dr. Xiao's skills are unparalleled, but the empress does not wish to trouble you further. Though this was merely a maid's relay of information, Xiaoyu discerned the underlying cold sarcasm in Meng Yan's words. His handsome face darkened slightly as he stepped forward. I kindly ask you to convey my request to the beloved concubine, for Xiaoyu wishes to see her. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease washed over him, and he felt an urgent desire to meet her, to hear her explain herself. Xiaoyu was deeply trusted by Lu Hao, and thus held a significant position in the palace. Had he been a subordinate of another concubine, he might have yielded. However, Yunxiang was the beloved concubine's trusted aide and would not allow herself to undermine the authority of Changchun Palace. She inclined her head slightly, her demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. At this moment, the empress does not wish to see anyone. Please do not make things difficult for me. I must ask you to return, faced with the petite yet unyielding maid before him. Xiahou Yu found himself at a loss. Regardless of his high standing, he was still but a physician and could not force his way into a concubine's quarters. Very well, if the empress does not wish to see me, please hand this bottle of pills to her. This medicine. Before he could finish, Yunxiang interjected, our empress has also instructed that this is not part of the regular offerings and should not be passed within the palace, lest it disrupt the rules and invite gossip. The bottle of medicine he intended to present remained frozen in his hand. Xiahou Yu abruptly withdrew his hand, concealing the bottle within his sleeve, his fingers tightening around it, turning pale. After a moment, he clasped his hands in resignation, voicelessly turning to leave. What was the reason behind this? He could not fathom what had angered her, though he might have acted somewhat impolitely before. It had not been egregious, and she had not seemed particularly upset at the time. Why, then, was he now barred from entering Changchun Palace? Moreover, even the matter concerning Princess N's illness was no longer his concern. In recent days, he had remained secluded in the Imperial Medical Bureau, concocting medicines without stepping outside, much less provoking her. The pills in that bottle were the result of his tireless efforts over the past few years. Having consulted countless medical texts and undergone numerous experiments before finally producing this batch, he had hoped to personally deliver it to her, to assist in her recovery, yet today, he could not even catch a glimpse of her. As he returned to the Imperial Medical Bureau and stepped through the door, the previously buzzing discussions within fell silent. Countless gazes fell upon Xiahou Yu, some filled with fear, others with curiosity, and yet more with malicious glee. Xiahou Yu felt a flicker of doubt rise within him, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, ignoring their stares as he made his way back to his quarters. The emperor treated him differently than others. At a young age, he had attained the position of a high-ranking official within the bureau, and jealousy naturally brewed among his peers. Upon entering his small courtyard, he saw two supervisors from the Ministry of Justice standing at the steps. With his disciple, Lu Xianming, standing nearby, his expression cold. What do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Xiahou Yu spoke in a faint tone, not concealing his disdain in the slightest. There are few good people among the eunuchs, and the Xinqing division has caused no shortage of turmoil under the hand of the imperial concubine Liang Qingbi. Previously, that little medical officer from the Imperial Medical Office who was made to take the blame was their doing. However, Xiahou Yu has always refrained from involving himself in the palace's power struggles, maintaining a strict separation from them. The head of the Xinqing division was a middle-aged, rotund man, who cupped his hands towards Xiahou Yu and, with a belly protruding, said, Dr. Xiahou, your esteemed disciple has some connection to the case concerning the assassination of Lin Changzai in the harem. Now, we have received the imperial command from the imperial concubine, and we request him to come to the Xinqing division for some inquiries that I hope you will bear with us for any offense this may cause. Xiahou Yu cast a glance at Lu Xianming, suddenly recalling the scene he witnessed in the courtyard, where Lu was deep in conversation with the palace maid Y disciple has always worked in the Imperial Medical Office, never stepping outside its doors. How could he possibly be involved with the harem? There must be some misunderstanding here. The rotund man grinned broadly, his demeanor arrogant. Dr. Xiahou, you jest. Our Xinqing division operates with evidence. Currently, the maid in charge, Yin Xiao, has testified against your disciple, claiming he handed her something. Thus, we must ask him to come with us for a visit. Rest assured, it is merely a matter of questioning. For your sake, we shall not harm a hair on his head. Typically, these court physicians and guards hold them in contempt, secretly deriding them as eunuchs. Yet today, they find themselves at the mercy of these very eunuchs. And what if I refuse? Xiahou Yu did not believe his words. The Xinqing division was a place that devoured men without leaving a trace. Once inside, escaping unscathed was a near impossibility. Although he sensed something was amiss that day, no master in this world would fail to protect his own. Chapter 63. What kind of man is useful? You truly put us in a difficult position, the rotund man continued. We are aware of your esteemed status before the emperor, and we, mere servants, cannot afford to offend you. Nevertheless, we have received the imperial command and must act accordingly. How about this? Let us each take a step back, and your disciple can accompany us today, that I, Chief Chui, assure you that he will not be touched once he enters the Xinqing division. Once we clarify matters, We will return him to you. What does that sound? Chief Chui's smile was thin and insincere, though he dared not offend Xiaoyu too much. After all, the emperor treated Xiaoyu quite differently. Even if he were in the right, should he whisper a few ill words to the emperor later, he would find himself in deep trouble. Xiaoyu remained silent, weighing the situation in his heart. Master, I will go with them, Liu Xianming, unwilling for his master to be put in a difficult position, spoke first and then turned to the two men, saying, "This matter has nothing to do with my master. Do not involve others." Chief Chui eagerly seized on this, saying, as expected of a disciple nurtured by Dr. Xiaohu, "You are indeed sensible. Very well, Dr. Xiaohu. We shall take your disciple with us for the time being. He will be returned once we have clarified the situation." With that, Liu Xianming left the imperial medical office with the two eunuchs, leaving Xiaoyu alone in the courtyard, gazing at the fading sunlight. After a moment, he returned to his chamber, opened his writing box, and retrieved a letter. This was a missive from an old friend in the southwest, detailing the arrival of the Lin family's daughter, Yinrong, in the capital for the selection of consorts. She was praised for her beauty and grace, drawing admiration, and due to her pitiable background, she requested Xiaoyu to look after her during her time in the palace. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu cast the letter into the medicinal furnace. Watching as the thin pages were swiftly reduced to ashes, he was inherently a free spirit, and had it not been for his family's expectations, he would not have willingly entered the palace to serve the emperor. But of course, he did not deny that a sliver of selfishness lingered within him. After entering the palace, numerous concubines had sought to curry favor with him. Yet he had always shunned the intrigues of power and the petty squabbles of the harem. His old friend, with whom he shared a close bond, had initially hoped that if Lin Yinrong faced adversity in the palace, he might extend a helping hand. However, having observed her behavior since her arrival, he felt no obligation to intervene further. The Mei Xiang ointment, which he had concocted on a whim, was something Liu Xianming had been learning to prepare under his guidance. Yet he had not anticipated that despite his repeated admonitions, his young disciple would still succumb to temptation. This matter, in truth, was merely a case of retribution during the poisoning incident involving the Lin family. The little medical officer who had been sacrificed was none other than Liu Xuanming's cousin. With the lives of insignificant characters not lives, to be casually trampled upon as scapegoats, Xiaoyu did not share that sentiment. Yet in this palace, such was the prevailing rationale d'être for Lin Yinrong, she appeared to be far from the virtuous and gentle figure described in his friend's letter. After years apart, it seemed his old friend's vision had grown dim. Standing tall, the firelight illuminated Xiaoyu's face, revealing a chilling resolve. As Yin Xiang watched Xiaoyu depart down the long street, she wiped the sweat from her brow, sighed deeply, and turned back towards the palace. Upon entering the inner hall of the Changchun Palace, she was greeted by a strong medicinal scent, causing her to sneeze several times. Rui Zhu emerged from the storeroom, her face covered in dust. And upon seeing Yun Xiang, she complained, "You're finally back. It's been a frenzy around here. One person wishes they had 8 hands to manage everything." Yun Xiang made a face. "Isn't it that Lord Xiaohu is particularly difficult to deal with? It took quite an effort to see him off. No amount of persuasion would work. He insisted on meeting the empress. What do I need to see him for? He's not particularly pleasing to behold." Meng Yan sat beside a large round table made of embedded redwood and brass, clad in a simple silk robe, her hair tied up neatly with a single hairpin, not even adorned with a flower. She was meticulously weighing various medicinal ingredients on a brass scale. Upon hearing this, Rui Zhu and Yun Xiang exchanged glances, both thinking that Xiaoyu could be considered a rare beauty, compared to our emperor. He was certainly on par. If the empress finds him unappealing, then there are likely very few men in the world who could catch her eye. Sister has such high standards. I think Mr. Xiaohu is quite handsome. Bai Yusin, sitting on a small stool, was grinding something on the floor with a pestle, smiling as she said, "This morning, Meng Yan ordered that all the medicinal materials collected over the years be brought out to prepare medicine for our brother. Externally, we simply say that he is unwell and resting in the palace, closed off from the world. Everyone capable in the Changchun Palace was enlisted to assist." Upon hearing this, Bai Yusin hurried over to lend a hand. Even little Do Ko, despite her silence, was bustling about, running to fetch medicinal materials with her chubby little legs, looking quite adorable as she did so. Having been nurtured during this time, the little girl had gained quite a bit of weight, her round figure adding to her charm. Humph, little girl, you can even appreciate men now. Sister, are you trying to coax me into revealing something? Meng Yan teased, her tone light-hearted. The two of them, as concubines in the palace, found such discussions ultimately fruitless, merely indulging in idle chatter to pass the time. And the emperor, by Yusin emboldened, ventured to ask, eager to learn what Meng Yan truly thought of the emperor during the selection process. She had often heard rumors that the imperial concubine was jealous and possessive, monopolizing the emperor for years and not allowing any other concubines to approach. However, to her ears, this merely spoke of the empress's deep affections for the emperor. It was only natural for one who cherished a man to not want other women near him, to express one's feelings openly, despite the scorn of being labeled unfaithful, was the mark of a person of genuine character, far superior to those who were pretentious and affected. Yet, having spent some time in the palace, she had not observed a hint of her sister's affection for the emperor, while she sympathized with her sister regarding past events. She pondered what her true feelings were. Chapter 64. Love whom? Who is it? The emperor. The emperor is quite well in the Yangxin palace. Meng Yan was wholly engrossed in weighing the medicinal ingredients, paying little heed to Bai Yusin's words. Sister, do you consider the emperor to be a useful man? What a foolish question. Meng Yan shot Bai Yusin a glance, only to find her smiling brightly, her eyes sparkling as they looked back at her. The emperor is the sovereign of the great Zhou, so of course he is useful. Extremely so. Upon the mention of Lu Haozhi, Meng Yan felt a twinge of annoyance and casually dismissed the subject with a remark. At present, she had pressing matters to attend to and was disinclined to ponder over him, especially since there was little worth contemplating. Bai Yusin, with her kind heart and perceptive nature, noticed Meng Yan's discontent but refrained from probing further. She shifted the conversation, remarking on how Lin Changzai had managed to secure the lead, only for such unforeseen events to transpire, rendering the effort a futile endeavor, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. The question lingered, however, as to who would subsequently fill the void. Meng Yan did not engage with this line of thought, nor did she concern herself with such matters in her previous life. At this juncture, Lu Haozhi was preoccupied with military and national affairs, entirely neglectful of the inner court, having not set foot in the palace for an entire month until that time. Lin Yanrong was still relegated to Jingfu Palace, and the other concubines were merely decorative, never having caught Lu Haozhi's eye, nor had they come close to him. More importantly, she had remained vigilantly by the Yangxin Hall, where even those with intent did not dare to approach. In this life, she was determined not to seek his disfavor again. Although Lin Yanrong was bettered, the emergence of figures like Zhang Yanrong or Li Yanrong was always a possibility among the newly selected concubines. Apart from the unfortunate Song Xie, who had been dismissed shortly after entering the palace, and her own companion Bai Yusin, who seemed to be living like a deity, there were also Changzai Han Xiaomei, Lu Miaoyi, and Shen Jiaowei. As Meng Yan rummaged through her memories, it appeared that none of them were to be underestimated. Along with the existing concubines in the palace, in this lifetime, she was content to observe the unfolding drama from a distance. For the Yangxin Hall was likely to witness numerous captivating performances. The two ladies discussed the matter of nightly attendance, and it was then that a maidservant, Hong Do, returned from the Hall of Respectful Affairs. Having overheard their conversation, Meng Yan was somewhat surprised, for such a decree had never been issued before. Although Lu Haozhi had never been one to indulge in the pleasures of the inner court, he had seldom favored anyone else during these years, largely due to her interference. Now that she had relinquished control, why had he taken such a course of action? Meng Yan's thoughts shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, she discerned the truth. From infancy, Lu Haozhi had been designated as the crown prince, receiving the utmost affection from the late emperor. But a prodigy amongst men, he had been exalted since his earliest memories. And upon ascending the throne, he had vanquished the regent and pacified internal strife, seizing power firmly in his grasp. At this moment, the young emperor was brimming with vigor, believing that everything lay within his control, and would not tolerate anyone attempting to maneuver beneath his notice. Liang Chengbi's previous actions had evidently struck a nerve, Meng Yan found herself amused. Liang Chengbi and Lin Yanrong were both formidable figures who had previously stirred chaos within the palace. How curious that without her interference, they seemed to have made little progress. Ruizhu, observing her expression, remarked, "Well, it seems that the instigator has found their rest. The emperor will not be favoring anyone during this period." Indeed, with state affairs demanding his attention, it was only natural. With a calm demeanor, Meng Yan resumed her task of sorting through medicinal herbs. From this day forth, the gates of Changchun Palace were firmly shut. With only occasional messengers dispatched to the Imperial Medical Institute in search of medicinal supplies, the palace staff, witnessing the steady stream of precious herbs being delivered to Changchun Palace, could not help but express their astonishment. It was widely known that the favored consort possessed exceptional medical knowledge. Sometimes, when ailments arose within Changchun Palace, there was no need to summon physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute, leading to private speculations that the favored consort's condition was perhaps more grave than publicly acknowledged. Meng Yan paid no heed to the gossip outside. Her sole focus was on preparing healing salves for her brother. Following the trajectory of her past life narrative, it would not be long, approximately 10 days, before Lu Haozhi would arrive at Changchun Palace to inform her of the situation. She needed to complete the salves before his arrival point 2 days later. Ruizhu returned with news that the Shunqing division had clarified the matter concerning the rose jade dew ointment. Liu Xianming confessed to the Shunqing division that the jar of ointment was indeed his creation. When Yin Xiao came to inquire, motivated by the prospect of wealth, he had handed over the item to her. Beyond that, he claimed to know nothing further. He asserted that he bore no animosity towards Lin Yanrong, acting solely out of a desire for profit. The ointment was merely a mimicry of his master's work, and he had miscalculated the proportions of the ingredients. He had not anticipated that Lin Yanrong would apply it all over her body, resulting in such a significant uproar. Despite thorough investigations, the Shunqing division could not uncover any additional motives. Originally, by Liang Chengbi's orders, they were to devise a means to connect this incident to Changchun Palace. Yet after several days of effort, the eunuchs had found no evidence. Liu Xianming, being a disciple of Xiaoyu, was treated with caution in consideration of his mentor's reputation, and thus the case was hastily concluded. Although Liu Xianming had violated palace regulations, Lin Yanrong had also erred. The Shunqing division dared not punish them equally, but instead presented the matter to Liang Chengbi. Liang Chengbi was greatly vexed and distressed. For Lin Yanrong had entered the palace without achieving anything and had instead stirred up a multitude of troubles, leaving her to clean up the mess. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, they were all in the same boat. The pressing issue was still to displace Meng Yan. Reluctantly, she felt compelled to clean up Lin Yanrong's mess once more. Fortunately, during this time, Lu Haozhi was entirely preoccupied with state affairs and had no time to attend to the inner court. She took it upon herself to penalize Liu Xianming by deducting 3 months' salary and sending him back to the Imperial Medical Institute under Xiaoyu's strict supervision to AS for Lin Yanrong. She merely imposed a month-long confinement, which was inconsequential as she was already bedridden. This course of action not only placated the surface-level concerns, but also considered Xiaoyu's reputation, while importantly providing Lin Yanrong with a veil of protection for her past missteps. Liang Chengbi believed herself quite adept at maneuvering through such matters. Once the case was resolved, she instructed Chunqing to select several nourishing supplements and made her way to Yongshou Palace in a palanquin. Although Lu Haozhi had commanded her to reflect in Yikeng Palace, the emperor's absence from the inner court and the lack of strict oversight meant that no one pursued the matter further. Upon arriving at Yongshou Palace, after the palace maid announced her arrival, Haozhi invited her in. With Yin Xiao subjected to hard labor in the Shunqing division and Lin Yanrong lacking support, she had no choice but to summon Haozhi once more. Having endured a punishment, Haozhi now limped as she led Liang Chengbi inside. Upon entering the inner chamber, Liang Chengbi was immediately struck by the pungent smell of medicine. Approaching the bedside, Haozhi lifted the curtain and whispered, "My lady, the imperial consort has come to see you." Liang Chengbi glanced over, only to find Lin Yanrong covered in herbal poultices, her face swathed in bandages, and her lips swollen to an alarming degree, resembling a steamed cake atop a bamboo steamer. Chapter 65. She indeed bore a striking resemblance to the one from Changchun Palace. Though she had braced herself for this sight, Liang Chengbi could not suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth upon witnessing Lin Yanrong's disheveled appearance. In her current state, Lin Yanrong would be of little use for the time being. Liang Chengbi had initially contemplated how to win over the palace attendants to speak favorably of Lin Yanrong in front of the emperor, hoping that he might visit and be moved by her frail condition, eliciting his compassion. However, upon seeing her in such disarray, she realized that sick beauty was an overstatement. Sickly dog would be more fitting. Internally seething with annoyance towards Lin Yanrong, Liang Chengbi felt increasingly that she was nothing but a burden. Sister cannot rise. I hope you will forgive me. Lin Yanrong's feeble voice broke the silence. After days of treatment, her condition had improved enough for her to utter a few coherent words. Do not be so courteous, dear sister. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. Though Liang Chengbi felt impatience rising within, she maintained a facade of cordiality, exchanging a few pleasantries before deftly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Today, I have come not only to visit you, but also to inform you of an important matter. Your case has been resolved, and it appears to have been a misunderstanding that Dr. Xia Ho's skills are renowned, yet it is surprising that his disciple could be so careless. The ointment was mistakenly delivered to you, and you, regrettably, applied it all over your body, resulting in this unfortunate incident that I have already penalized that young physician by deducting 3 months' salary and instructed that the finest medicinal herbs be provided for your treatment. Do not fret. This is merely a fleeting calamity. With a few succinct words, Liang Chengbi laid out the situation, adding with a smile, "It is indeed a pity that you are unwell. Otherwise, you would have already won the emperor's favor, and your status would surely have risen as it stands. We must wait once more." Noticing the flicker of resentment in Lin Yanrong's eyes, Liang Chengbi quickly interjected, "Sister, you must remember that while you were resting, you undoubtedly overheard the happenings outside. The emperor holds Meng Guifei in high regard, even disregarding the words of the empress dowager, clearly not wishing to pursue the matter further. If you cling to this issue, it may lead the emperor to perceive you as lacking in understanding that it would be wise to let it go. This way, you can maintain an image of magnanimity in his eyes, for there is always a tomorrow." Listening to Liang Chengbi's persuasive words, the hatred in Lin Yanrong's gaze gradually dimmed. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, "Thank you, sister, for your guidance. I shall keep it in mind in my current condition. I am unable to serve the emperor, so I must rely on you to speak well of me before him. Speak well of you, though I may harbor grievances in my heart, lamenting that I cannot even catch a glimpse of the emperor. I still maintain a gentle and soothing smile on my face," Liang Chengbi said, offering a few words of comfort before rising to take her leave. After Liang Chengbi departed, Lin Yanrong lay on her bed, her teeth clenched in frustration, filled with doubt. This matter, if it were to be said that it had no connection to Meng Yan, even killing her would not convince her otherwise. Meng Yan is the greatest antagonist in the story, and as the protagonist who has usurped the emperor's affections, she is someone Lin Yanrong wishes she could devour whole. She had never suffered from any skin ailments. How could it be that at the most critical moment of her time with the emperor, after applying that wretched jade cream, she ended up in such a state? What kind of cursed novel is this? The miraculous elixir that was supposed to enhance the protagonist's beauty has now turned into a poison that threatens to ruin her. The book states that Meng Yan is well-versed in medicine and pharmacology, and if she were to meddle in this matter, it would be as easy as pie. However, the jade cream was crafted by Lu Xianming, who is a disciple of Xia Hou. This is precisely why she had applied it without hesitation, only to discover that things had gone awry. After all, Xia Hou is one of Lin Yanrong's most capable aides. Perhaps this turn of events was due to her being overly hasty. She should have first brought Xia Hou under her command before taking action. With Meng Yan's exceptional medical skills, if she lacks a skilled physician to protect her, her life in the palace would be fraught with trepidation. Now that the male protagonist, Lu Haozhi, is too preoccupied to attend to the harem, it is in fact a fortuitous situation for her. She can take her time to consolidate her position with Xia Hou and gradually deal with Meng Yan, ultimately winning over Lu Haozhi's heart. Lin Yanrong plotted her mind, her face dark with concern, as Liang Chengbi left the Yongshou Palace, she rode her sedan chair down the long street, the gentle spring breeze caressing her face, bringing a sense of contentment that it is springtime, yet the harem remains as desolate as in winter. Liang Chengbi's casual remark revealed her current state of mind. Without the emperor's presence, the harem would perpetually feel like an ice house, with only the Changchun Palace enjoying eternal spring. Lin Changzai truly is a figure who appears commendable but is utterly ineffectual. Before entering the palace, she was a comet blazing through the sky. Yet now she is reduced to this pitiful state, and it remains unclear who is to blame. That it is a pity that this palace had previously expended great effort to spread rumors on her behalf. Now even Taifei Xuanhe avoids her, leaving her with dwindling hope. The previous claims that she had won the emperor's favor before entering the palace were, in fact, rumors spread by the Yiquan Palace. Initially intended to provoke Meng Yan, it unexpectedly came close to being the cause of her being caught by the emperor. Do not lose heart, your highness. Although Lin Changzai is ineffectual, there are still others. Chunqing, who had been standing by, whispered, what pathways could I possibly provide for them? Liang Chengbi scoffed coldly. Have you seen them? They are no better than Lin, all show without substance. Chunqing replied, I have seen them. Han Changzai is gentle and mild, while Lu Danying is remarkably beautiful, particularly her eyes and brows, which bear some resemblance to the one from Changchun Palace. Very well. Liang Chengbi narrowed her eyes, a smirk playing on her lips. I shall pave the way for them at the emperor's court. As for the rest, I will simply wait to watch the drama unfold. Men, after all, are merely drawn to novelty. Even if Lu Haozhi is a dragon among men and a youthful talent, he is still just a man who has lavished affection on Meng Yan for so many years. He should have grown weary of her by now. In the Qingjin Hall, Lu Haozhi sat solemnly upon his dragon throne, gazing down at several ministers gathered below. That I believe that the choice of the commander for the Western expedition can only be Meng Shitzi. One minister proposed. The Yang Marquis family has long been loyal, and the old Marquis is valiant in battle, having contributed significantly to the former emperor. Shitzi Meng Chanyuan is both scholarly and martial, a pillar of the court. The imperial concubine is also deeply favored by the emperor, making Meng Shitzi an unparalleled choice. I concur. Another minister added. Lu Haozhi's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze heavy, remaining silent. These old foxes, do they think he is unaware of their schemes? The Yang Marquis family is deeply intertwined with the Dazhou royal family. The old Marquis Meng Xiang had followed the previous emperor in his endeavors since his youth, demonstrating exceptional valor in numerous battles. Meng Yan's maternal grandfather, Ning Zhonghuai, had cared for the former emperor's health for many years and even saved him during an assassination attempt. The Meng family is known for their loyalty, and the Zhou royal family places great trust in them. The Yang Marquis family was also a strong supporter when Lu Haozhi eliminated the regent and took control of the court. At that time, the situation in the court was precarious. Several loyal generals were stationed at the borders, unable to assist in the immediate crisis, while the leader of the imperial guards, Qin Heng, exhibited an ambiguous stance. Though there were loyal ministers, they could only protest verbally. Taking up arms was out of the question. In this dire moment, the old Marquis of Meng drew his sword and entered the palace, slaying Qin Heng before seizing control of the imperial guards, thus stabilizing the situation. Consequently, regardless of Lu Haozhi's relationship with Meng Yan, the Yang Marquis family remains his right-hand ally. However, it is precisely because of this that the Meng family has become a thorn in the side of the powerful, especially among the literati. With the Western expedition looming, the journey will be long and perilous, and the Zhou army lacks the advantage of time and terrain, putting them in a precarious position. Though Meng Changwei is a young talent, he lacks experience in military campaigns, and sending him in a battle could harbor malicious intent. Yet at this moment, Lu Haozhi cannot find another suitable candidate, with the flames of war igniting in the southwest. All factions are poised to pounce, and any misstep could lead to chaos. The generals he can utilize have all been dispatched to various locations, while the imperial guards remain stationed in the capital and cannot be easily moved. Previously, he had selected a commander, only for that individual to suddenly fall ill with malaria, bedridden and unable to fight. If Meng Chongwei performs well, it would be a significant achievement, making him a valuable asset in the future. If he fails, it would be akin to losing a limb. Beyond these considerations regarding the court situation, there's another matter weighing on his mind. Meng Chongwei is, after all, Meng Yan's brother. Meng Yan had mentioned to him that her mother had passed away early, leaving her with only her father and brother as family. If anything were to happen to Meng Chongwei, how would she cope? As the saying goes, compassion cannot govern the military, and benevolence has no place in political affairs. As the Emperor of Dezhou, Liu Haozhi, of course, understands this principle. Military and political matters cannot be swayed by emotions, nor should he act out of consideration for a woman of the harem. However, this matter shall be discussed later. After careful deliberation, Liu Haozhi finally spoke slowly. Your Majesty, the military situation is urgent and cannot be delayed any longer. A young man, clad in a purple robe with a dragon belt, hurriedly stepped forward and knelt on the ground. Liang Benwu, are you trying to force the emperor's hand? The tone was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of the young sovereign's displeasure. The emperor's authority was formidable, and Liang Benwu immediately broke into a cold sweat, burying his head to the ground, repeatedly stating he dared not. Dismiss the court. Liu Haozhi snorted coldly, rising and sweeping his sleeves as he strode away. The Liang family's legacy truly is one of continuity, with both father and daughter intent on making things difficult for him. As the court disbanded, Liang Binwu rose from the ground. A colleague whispered to him, "You know the emperor favors the Meng family. Why must you clash with him, bringing upon yourself such displeasure?" A cryptic smile appeared on Liang Binwu's pig-like face. Since the emperor cannot be persuaded, I shall pay a visit to the Yang Marquis family. Does the Meng family not always proclaim their loyalty to the Zhou and the emperor? At this moment, they should not shrink back. In the imperial garden, Bai Yusin, accompanied by several palace maids, was collecting morning dew from a flower bed. Such tasks can be entrusted to the servants. Why must the young master exert herself? She inquired. Moreover, what could the imperial concubine possibly lack? As Hong Do busily worked, she chattered away. Bai Yusin held a white porcelain goose-necked vase, collecting dew from the rose petals. She smiled slightly, saying, I heard from Riju that my elder sister has been overworked lately, struggling to sleep at night, yet refuses to take those calming medicines. This remedy is something we learned back home. Our mother used it for many years. That it is excellent for nurturing the spirit and ensuring restful sleep. And it is not a medicine. Indeed, the palace is filled with treasures, yet it lacks this. That I also heard that in the West, there exists a contraption that can distill floral dew, fragrant and effective. When the opportunity arises, we shall learn to make it for my sister. As the two chatted, a soft yet somewhat sharp voice interrupted. Oh, is that not Bai Dannying? What are you doing here so early? Toiling away. Upon hearing this, Bai Yusin's heart sank, and glancing over, she indeed saw two lovely figures standing by the flower bed, one tall and one short. The taller one wore a lake green satin robe with flowing sleeves, adorned with silk flowers in her hair and a golden peony hairpin. Her oval face was charming, exuding an air of arrogance. The shorter one, dressed in plain attire, had a small face and lively eyes. Standing beside the taller woman, she appeared calm, a slight smile playing on her lips. Bai Yusin recognized these two as the newly selected concubines who had entered the palace with her, Changzai Han Xiao Mei and Dannying Lu Miaoi. The one who had just spoken was the taller Lu Miaoi. Bai Yusin found it peculiar. During their time in the Shuxiu Palace learning the rules, Lu had not displayed such arrogance. How had she transformed in just 2 days? There had been no news of her receiving the emperor's favor. Suppressing her thoughts, Bai Yusin remained composed, rising to greet the two with a faint smile. Lu Dannying, I am merely here to collect some floral due to present to the imperial concubine. Upon hearing the 4 words noble consort, Lu Miaoi's expression turned somewhat awkward, yet she quickly dismissed it with a scornful smile, nodding as she remarked, Bai Daring has indeed entered the Changchun Palace. It seems this lapdog has performed her role admirably. However, with such sycophancy towards the noble consort, why is she yet to elevate you from your current position as merely a daring? At this point, the emperor may not even remember who you are. Listening to this impudent remark, Bai Yusin felt no anger. After entering the palace, she had been assigned to the Changchun Palace, which had sparked envy among her peers. a fact she was well aware of. Yet, she had not given it much thought until now, having spent considerable time by the side of the noble consort. Only now did she realize the distinct elegance and grace of Lu Miaoyi. The noble consort holds a prestigious position, her demeanor refined. Being in her presence has greatly benefited me. As for the future, it lies solely in the emperor's hands. It is not within the noble consort's power to dictate. Since we have entered the palace, we must adhere to the palace rules and remain compliant. Lu Daring's words likely stem from ambitious aspirations. Daring must possess remarkable skills to leave a lasting impression on the emperor. We cannot hope to compare. However, I have heard from the eunuchs in the respectful affairs room that the emperor has ordered all green head plates in the harem to be hung up. I wonder from where Lu Daring's favor truly originates. Bai Yusin smiled brightly, yet did not look at Lu Miaoyi, instead fixing her gaze on the golden hairpin atop her head. You. Lu Miaoyi perceived the mockery directed at her lack of favor and blushed with anger. Yet she quickly retorted with a cold laugh. I may not possess your silver tongue, but you are left with naught but verbal sparring at present. Chapter 67. Embroidering a fragrant pouch for my sister, Bai Yusin merely smiled in silence before suddenly addressing Hong Do beside her. Recently, I have heard the noble consort mention that whenever the emperor is vexed with state affairs, she always personally prepares a soup of lotus leaves and lotus hearts to soothe his spirit. Unfortunately, at this moment, it is spring, and fresh lotus leaves and lotus hearts are nowhere to be found. Hong Do's mouth fell slightly agape. What was her master speaking of? When had the noble consort mentioned the emperor recently? These words were merely gossip from a wan in the small kitchen, but a wan had also lamented that during such times, the small kitchen in Changchun Palace would be bustling, as the noble consort would personally cook and brew various nourishing dishes to send to Yangxing Palace. Now, however, it was exceedingly idle. Bai Yusin did not wait for her to respond, and continued with a smile. Speaking of it, the emperor and the noble consort have shared many delightful anecdotes in the past. The noble consort used to enjoy the mermaid makeup, adorning herself with gold leaf and the bones of bluefish, a sight both elegant and alluring. The emperor was quite fond of it and encouraged her to often don such a guise. Yet, it was the noble consort herself who grew weary of it and ceased. I have implored her to adorn herself once more, but she steadfastly refuses. It is truly regrettable not to witness her former beauty firsthand. Indeed, the noble consort's beauty must have been exquisite, Hong Do murmured. Though her mind was somewhat muddled, she still echoed her master's sentiments. These tales were also shared with them by Ruizhu in private conversations. Her master had not requested the noble consort to dress up for her. What was her master planning? Bai Yusin cast a glance at Lu Miaoyi and, noticing her slightly shifting expression and her eyes darting about, smiled. The emperor has been exceedingly busy of late and has even ordered all green head plates in the harem to be hung up. I suspect he does not wish to be disturbed. I believe it is best not to intrude and risk incurring his displeasure, that if one is not careful, one might find themselves in dire straits. Having said this, she bid farewell to the two and departed with Hong Do. Lu Miaoyi stood in place, silent and contemplative. Beside her, Han Xiaomei observed and whispered, Lu Mimi, do not let your thoughts stray. It is quite possible that Bai Daring is deliberately saying these things for your ears. Do not fall into her trap and allow Changchun Palace to revel in triumph. Lu Miaoyi, lost in thought, casually replied, Sister, do not worry. I am not foolish, before turning away from Han Xiaomei and hastily leaving. Han Xiaomei gazed after her, sighing softly. After leaving the imperial garden, Hong Do glanced back and, seeing no one around, gently remarked, Little master, that golden hairpin on Lu Daring's head is quite dazzling. Bai Yusin chuckled softly. A Daring of her rank cannot wear such ornaments by regulation. I wonder where she acquired that hairpin. Upon our return, do make inquiries into Lu Daring's recent associations. Having instructed Hong Do, she fell silent, her lips curling into a smile as they made their way back. She was indeed curious to discern her sister's standing in the emperor's heart. Upon returning to her quarters, Lu Miaoyi settled before her vanity, gazing into the copper mirror at her reflection. She had been praised for her beauty since childhood, particularly for her striking eyes, which are the most captivating feature of her visage. Little did she expect that her eyes would resemble those of a noble lady in the palace. According to the Empress Dowager, this was her fortune bestowed by fate. Yet, Lu Miaoi felt deeply dissatisfied. Why should she rely on the shadow of another woman to curry favor with the emperor? She could not believe she was inferior to Meng Guifei in any way. Nevertheless, it seemed there was no other course of action. Since entering the palace, she had not even laid eyes on the emperor. Huaixiang, go to Yiquan Palace and request some accessories from the Empress Dowager, Lu Miaoi commanded somberly. Previously, Liang Qingbi had informed her that she could ask for anything she lacked from Yiquan Palace, as long as she could garner favor. The maid Huaixiang complied and soon returned with a bundle of items, placing them on the vanity. Lu Miaoi glanced at it and, as expected, found it filled with mica sheets. Mother of pearl, gold leaf, coral, and even gold pieces adorned with emeralds and beaded tassels, an abundance of splendid trinkets. Huaixiang hesitated slightly and said, "Little master, these items are only fit for those of rank higher than a concubine. This may breach protocol. Today, when the little master wore that gold peony hairpin out, I felt it was inappropriate. Though it was a gift from the Empress Dowager, it still did not conform to the rules. That is of no concern. As long as the emperor finds it pleasing, who cares about the rules?" Lu Miaoi said, picking up a mica sheet to try it on her forehead, instantly illuminating her entire face. When Bai Yusin returned to Changchun Palace, she heard from the attendants that Meng Yan had yet to rise. She knew that Meng Yan had been tirelessly concocting medicinal ointments these past few days, pouring countless efforts into it. She must be utterly exhausted. Now that the medicine was finally ready, she could afford herself a moment of rest. After handing a white porcelain goose-necked vase filled with rose due to the palace maid, Bai Yusin took a seat and let Sixuan for a while and picked up an unfinished fragrant pouch to resume her embroidery. The pouch was adorned with clusters of daffodils, arranged artfully in a clean, elegant fashion that complemented her sister's recent attire. This was intended as a gift for Meng Yan, who had a fondness for fragrance and often carried scented pouches with her. Yet they were all items produced by the Needlework Bureau. Though the items from a needlework bureau were generally satisfactory, and those sent to Changchun Palace were crafted from good materials, they remained conventional and lacked a personal touch. Thus, the concubines in the palace often preferred to make their own items, embroidering beloved patterns to feel a sense of comfort. Bai Yusin had previously inquired with Reiju and Yunxiang about this. The two maids had exchanged knowing glances, taking a long while before mysteriously revealing the reason. The explanation was simple. Meng Yan could not embroider. The old marquis was strict in his upbringing of his children, yet he had overlooked this particular skill as a result, while Meng Guifei excelled in many areas. She faltered in needlework. Previously, she had attempted to embroider a handkerchief for Liu Haozhi, stitching a good fortune symbol, but when presented to him, he remarked it resembled a turtle. After that, she never touched a needle again. As Bai Yusin embroidered her fragrant pouch, she smiled softly, relieved that her sister had at least one flaw. Otherwise, she would truly be of no use. After half an hour of stitching, Hong Do returned and whispered something in Bai Yusin's ear. Upon hearing it, Bai Yusin did not respond immediately, merely saying softly, "Let us wait and see." Meng Yan slept deeply, not awakening until noon. Upon hearing this, Reiju lifted the curtain and assisted her in rising. "Your Highness, you have truly slept long." Bai Daring has come by several times. Meng Yan rubbed her forehead and asked, "Is there anything of importance?" Reiju replied, "Not particularly. She merely sent a cup of rose dew, suggesting you drink it at night to calm the mind and aid sleep." Upon hearing this, Meng Yan smiled slightly. She was thoughtful. Accepting such a gesture required rising before dawn, which was quite a sacrifice on her part. The noble consort's care for her reflected her grateful disposition. Reiju knelt to help her with her shoes. She mentioned, "Dr. Xiaohou has come again, saying he has something of utmost importance to deliver to your Highness. Without your command, we dare not accept it." Chapter 68. Does Xiaohou dislike women? Once again, it is Xiaohou is he unwell? Is he not a doctor? If he is ill, he should prescribe himself some medicine. Upon hearing Reiju's report, the first thoughts that sprang to Meng Yan's mind were these three sentences. Previously, the emperor had summoned him to treat her, but now she had sent someone to Yangxin Palace to inform him that he need not come again. What business did he have to come back? She recalls vividly that the book once depicted Dr. Xiaoho's deep disdain for the conduct of concubine Meng. Meng Yan is well aware that since the author intends to portray her as an obnoxious villainess, any character resembling a decent person will undoubtedly not stand by her side. Moreover, someone as accomplished as Xiaoho would necessarily be tied to Lin Yanrong. In short, Meng Yan is portrayed in the book as someone universally loathed. A figure that even dogs would bark at. As her thoughts shifted, Meng Yan's face, which bore a hint of languid allure, suddenly grew somber. Does Xiaoho intend to take another shot after missing the first? Seeing Lin Yanrong suffer a significant setback, does he wish to redeem himself on her behalf? Meng Yan is utterly bewildered. She has never wronged him in this lifetime, nor has she offended Lin Yanrong. Why then does he refuse to let her be? If one were to speak frankly, it is these individuals who have persistently sought to trouble her. Where is he now? The maid reported that the empress had not given any orders, and he has already left. Rui Zhu, observing her mistress's foul mood, cautiously remarked, I do not know how Dr. Xiaoho has offended the empress. Previously, things were perfectly fine, yet suddenly he has turned hostile. Though the empress has had her moments of unpredictability in the past, she has been much improved lately. Meng Yan nodded slightly, responding coolly, from now on, without my command, do not allow him to set foot within the gates of Changchun Palace. When you visit the imperial medical office, be cautious and refrain from entangling yourselves with his people. Rui Zhu quickly agreed, but, after a moment's reflection, could not help but interject, Your Highness, I believe Dr. Xiaoho harbors no ill intentions. He genuinely cares for your health. He has requested several audiences, speaking earnestly as if there were pressing matters at hand. What? Do you fancy him? Meng Yan shot a sidelong glance at the maid on the floor, half jokingly and half seriously saying, Let me warn you, he is not easy to deal with. There are many handsome men in this world. When the time comes for you to marry, I shall send someone to our estate to convey a message, and we shall line up 3 suitors for you to choose from. How does that sound? Rui Zhu's face flushed with embarrassment. Flustered, she replied, Your Highness, you jest. Such matters do not occur in this world. Besides, I do not even wish to marry yet. Feigning seriousness, Meng Yan retorted, How could this be a jest? You and Yunxiang, both distinguished palace maids under concubine Meng, must certainly select only the finest men when the time comes. What is Xiaoho anyway? Who knows how many concubines and favored servants he keeps in his household? Whosoever marries him may well find herself driven to despair. Rui Zhu, struck by her mistress's words, found herself caught between laughter and tears and continued to utter a few harsh remarks. Meng Yan discerned that she truly held no other feelings for Xiaoho, and thus let the matter rest. From her previous life, spent within the pages of a book to this rebirth, Xiaoho had always been the object of admiration among the women of the palace. The maids, without exception, were eager to become his concubines, and even the imperial consorts spoke of him with a hint of longing. Having frequented Changchun Palace for some time, it was inevitable that these young maids, in the bloom of youth, would develop some fanciful affections. Meng Yan wished to prevent any such entanglement from arising among those close to her, especially Rui Zhu and Yunxiang, who were practically by her side. As the two of them bantered, word came that Bai Da Ying had arrived. Just then, Bai Yusin entered, smiling as she inquired, Sister, what has brought you such joy? Rui Zhu, seeing her as a savior, eagerly said, You have come at the perfect time, Bai Xiaozhu. Please mediate for me. The empress just awoke and has taken to teasing me. She recounted the earlier events. Bai Yusin listened quietly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. This Mr. Xiaoho, I have indeed heard of his illustrious name outside the palace. His reputation among the common folk is quite exceptional, though he serves as a royal physician, attending to the emperor his clinic. Yinchi Hall regularly offers free consultations, and his apprentices must treat 100 impoverished patients without charge. Thus, the destitute citizens of the capital hold him in high regard. Such matters had not been mentioned in the book, nor had Meng Yan heard of them in her previous life. In fact, her interactions with Xiaoho had been minimal. Her memories merely comprised of the book's descriptions of his disdain for her character. She had not expected that he possessed such a commendable side. Humph, a facade for fame, Meng Yan mused internally. She would not be swayed by a few flattering words. Those good deeds had nothing to do with her. as he still plotted against her on behalf of Lin Yanrong. However, there was an amusing tidbit. Despite being over 20, Mr. Xiao had yet to marry, having turned down numerous marriage proposals from his family. Moreover, the servants surrounding him were all male attendants, with not a single attractive young maid in sight, let alone any concubines. Thus, rumors circulated that Mr. Xiao had no interest in women. Really? Xiao Yu has no interest in women. Does he prefer men? Or perhaps eunuchs? Surely not. Surely not. What, then, of Lin Yanrong? Meng Yan chuckled at her whimsical thoughts. Although the Zhou dynasty occasionally entertained such notions, she could not recall anyone she knew who favored such inclinations. Observing Meng Yan's contemplative smile, Bai Yusin too smiled softly, likely understanding her sister's concerns and saying these things to reassure her. After Rui, Zhu helped Meng Yan into her garments and refreshed her. She guided her to the dressing table. Bai Yusin followed suit, naturally picking up the ruby-inlaid ivory comb that Meng Yan typically used for her hair, asking, "Sister, what hairstyle would you like today?" since she entered Changchun Palace. The task of Meng Yan's daily grooming had fallen to her. Today, there was no need to meet any guests, so a simple style would suffice. With a slight smile, Bai Yusin's nimble hands flew gracefully, skillfully arranging Meng Yan's hair into a flowing cloud bun. Her long, lustrous hair slipped through her fingers like fine silk. As Bai Yusin gazed at Meng Yan in the mirror, she engraved the image of her beautiful eyes and enchanting features into her heart. Sister's eyes are extraordinarily beautiful, alluring and spirited, sparkling like stars, captivating one's very soul. That Lu's family thinks to win favor with such eyes. Does she truly deserve it? Behind her, there are those who wish to seize this moment to push someone before the emperor, hoping to monopolize his affection for my sister. Those with such enchanting eyes, not content to merely steal favor, would stab my sister in the heart. How malicious their intentions! Bai Yusin's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. And the outcome, whether fortune or calamity, would depend on Lu Miaoi's own choices. Of course, it also hinged on the emperor's disposition. Should the emperor indeed prove to be heartless, she would accompany her sister to grow old within Changchun Palace. Disregarding any such matters. Chapter 69. Dong Shi imitates Pan. The recent days of engaging in debates with the officials had nearly drained Lu Haozhi of all his energy. This time, even officials from the pro-royalist faction were urging him to issue an edict. Not everyone harbored ill intentions, yet the undeniable fact remained that there were no capable generals available for deployment. Lu Haozhi understood that the time had come for him to make a decision. Further delays would not only be detrimental to the war effort, but would also undermine the authority of the imperial power. Rumors were beginning to circulate within the court, with everyone privately speculating that the emperor was reluctant to allow his beloved concubine's brother to go to battle. Upon hearing this, Lu Haozhi felt a surge of anger, but also a twinge of guilt. If he claimed that his indecision had nothing to do with Meng Yan, even he could not bring himself to believe it. Lu Haozhi knew very well that as the ruler of a nation, in such critical moments, he ought to sacrifice not only the brother-in-law of a concubine, but even the emperor's own maternal family, if necessary. However, that night before the Yongshou Palace, when she had left his embrace, her sorrowful dark eyes lingered in his heart. This was not good. Not good at all. Setting down the wolf-hair brush made of rosewood on the blue and white porcelain pen rest, Lu Haozhi straightened his somewhat stiff back, his handsome visage tinged with fatigue. The weighty and tedious affairs of state had worn him down, and after several days of this, even the most vigorous of individuals would find it exhausting. At this hour, Meng Yan would undoubtedly be by his side, always knowing how to make him feel comfortable and at ease. Yet Lu Haozhi remained puzzled as to why Meng Yan was upset with him. Was it about Lin Yanrong? He had not even laid a finger on her. Overthinking, he found himself unable to contain his anger. He was the emperor, and Meng Yan was his consort, who was meant to serve whom? On this warm spring day, Lu Haozhi had dealt with official matters for half the day and felt parched. Lifting the teacup to his lips, he was dismayed to find the tea had grown cold. Rongin, Lu Haozhi frowned. That scoundrel had grown increasingly lazy, daring even to neglect the tea served before him. With a thud, he called out, yet no one appeared. Is anyone there? This is outrageous. Tomorrow, I shall have your heads for this. As no one answered, Lu Haozhi contemplated rising to fetch the tea himself when a soft, sultry voice rang out from outside. "Your Majesty, allow this humble servant to come in," as the words fell. A radiant figure stepped across the threshold, gracefully approaching. Who dares to intrude upon the Yangxin palace without prior announcement? Lu Haozhi's heart brimmed with suspicion as he caught sight of those familiar, enchanting brows and eyes, adorned with a makeup of gold leaf and fishbone, forming a mesmerizing siren look. In that fleeting moment, his heart swelled with elation. "You still remember who you are?" Upon discerning the visage of the newcomer, he finally realized that she was an unfamiliar woman. Her pair of eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Meng Yan's, and her demeanor seemed to mimic the grace of the imperial concubine at every turn. Most importantly, the intricate makeup upon her forehead, reminiscent of a fish maiden, had not been seen by him for quite some time. All these factors led him to make a hasty judgment. Lu Miaoyi felt a mix of trepidation and secret delight. With a smile adorning her face, she approached Lu Haozhi and performed a grand courtesy. "This humble servant, Lu Miaoyi, pays her respects to your Majesty." Observing this scene, Lu Haozhi's heart was unclouded. His handsome countenance bore an air of indifference. "Is this not the newly selected concubine of this year?" "Indeed, your Majesty," Lu Miaoyi replied, her gaze lowered in a demure smile, unable to resist stealing glances at the emperor. The youthful sovereign, clad in a dark robe adorned with golden dragons playing with pearls, stood tall and graceful, his features strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that surpassed all men she had ever encountered. Lu Miaoyi's heart blossomed with joy. To dedicate her life to such a figure was indeed a worthy commitment. Given this, why not remain in the inner palace? And what business did she have in the Yangxin hall? Lu Haozhi absent-mindedly touched the jade porcelain cup on the table and inquired nonchalantly. Lu Miaoyi, gauging the emperor's mood, assumed he bore no anger and boldly continued, "This humble servant has heard that your Majesty has been preoccupied with state affairs and exceedingly busy of late. Thus I have specially prepared lotus leaf and lotus heart soup to humbly present to you, and I offer myself to serve you at your side." Akati must be said, she owed a debt of gratitude to Bai Yusin. Had she not heard such crucial information from her, she would have found herself at a loss for action. Meng Guifei could hardly have imagined that the very person she had elevated would soon turn around and betray her. The lotus leaf and lotus heart soup, a summer delicacy, would have been quite a feat for her to concoct. Lu Haozhi let out a cold laugh. "Lu, have you received any education?" "This humble servant knows a few characters," Lu Miaoyi replied, bewildered, wondering if the emperor intended to test her scholarly abilities. "Then you should be familiar with the tale of Dongshi's imitation of Shishir." With that remark, Lu Haozhi strode directly to the door and called out, "Where are the guards?" The guards, unlike the eunuchs, were solely responsible for security, which is why they had not entered when the emperor summoned them. Once, a group of guards arrived and knelt before him. "Your Majesty commands." Lu Haozhi clasped his hands behind his back and declared loudly, "Seize this woman and take her to the Ministry of Justice for punishment." Lu Miaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the tall figure of the man at the door. Unable to process the sudden turn of events, the man to whom she had entrusted her life, her wealth and status, how could it all vanish in an instant? "No, your Majesty, please spare me," she pleaded. "I was merely confused for a moment. My heart has always been devoted to you." The guards moved to restrain Lu Miaoyi, who struggled fiercely, refusing to submit. Being a palace concubine, the guards dared not use excessive force and looked to the emperor for guidance. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Lu Haozhi's face twisted in disgust. He had no desire to cast another glance at the woman on the ground. "You imitate the imperial concubine at every turn. Do you think I cannot see through your intentions? You entered the Yangxin hall without summons. What were your true motives? Drag her away." The initial joy had swiftly transformed into a deep-seated fury. Furthermore, her intrusion was a blatant violation of protocol. This woman and those behind her treated the imperial palace as if it were a mere playground. These women had repeatedly schemed against him, truly believing that he, the emperor, was but a figure of paper. Lu Haozhi looked skyward, feeling a slight pang at his temples. In Changchun Palace, Meng Yan and Bai Yusin sat around a table, peeling walnuts in preparation for a dish of amber walnuts. Little Dooku, mimicking their actions, ended up consuming most of the walnut kernels, which drew laughter from the two adults when they caught sight of her. Just as this cheerful scene unfolded, the chief eunuch, Dong Sanbao, hurriedly entered, kneeling to report, "Your Highness, an incident has occurred in the Yangxin Hall." Meng Yan was taken aback, but Bai Yusin seemed to grasp the situation, setting down the walnut cracker. "What has happened?" "Do not rush. Speak slowly." Dong Sanbao caught his breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. Lu answered, having prepared food for the Yangxin Hall. Coincidentally, today, the chief steward Rongan fell ill and did not come on duty. The substitute eunuch, unaware of the situation, allowed Lu to enter without notification. The emperor was enraged and decreed that Lu be taken to the Ministry of Justice to face charges of conspiracy. Today, all 20 maids and eunuchs serving at the court were also taken into custody. Outside, chaos reigns. This plot was not as it should be. Meng Yan blinked, pondering. Chapter 70. He still detests her, does he not? Meng Yan recalled Lu Miaoi, a character who had been somewhat unfortunate in her previous life. This Lu was among the newly selected concubines alongside Lin Yanrong and Bai Yusin, her rank merely that of a concubine. A minor role in the grand scheme. Yet perhaps the author of the tale wished to emphasize just how much Lu Haozhi despised her, devoting considerable ink to this minor character. Lu Miaoi possessed a fair degree of beauty, particularly her eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to her Haute in her past life, due to Lu Haozhi spending a night in Changchun Palace. Lin Yanrong had quarreled with him. Lu seized this opportunity to sing little tunes in the path the emperor traversed daily, aiming to win his favor. The outcome was as one might predict. Lu Haozhi flew into a rage and relegated Lu to a remote corner of the northwest. The narrative had intentionally described how her eyes resembled her own. Now reborn in this time, the events leading to this plot seemed far off, yet how had Lu already fallen into misfortune? At this moment, Lu Haozhi could not possibly harbor such disdain for her. Could he? Moreover, the charge against Lu had escalated to one of conspiracy. Such a grave accusation, if substantiated, could implicate her entire family. Lu was merely a shallow figure, a petty concubine aspiring to rise in status. This could not be the case. The plot appeared to be spiraling further into chaos. Meng Yan rested her chin on her hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Yusin glanced at her, noticing her silence, and spoke. "This Lu indeed possesses audacity. How dared she intrude upon the Yangxin Hall without summons? If pursued seriously, her intentions are certainly suspect. Yet, whose boldness has she borrowed? Who else but Liang Qingbi?" Meng Yan could guess without hesitation who had orchestrated this scheme. It's the imperial noble consort. Liang Qingbi had wielded power in the palace for many years. Manipulating the eunuchs to her advantage was a matter of ease. That Lu Miaoi could so easily gain entry without proper arrangements was simply impossible. However, one thing puzzled her. According to the story, Liang Qingbi and Lin Yanrong were as close as sisters, and Liang had gone to great lengths to ensure Lin's favor. From her previous life's observations, the two had indeed been inseparable. Yet in this life, things seemed amiss. Lin Yanrong, ill and unable to attend to the emperor, would Liang not be expected to guard his dragon couch, preventing any intruders? Why then had she allowed another to ascend? Bai Yusin inquired further, "Have you discerned the full circumstances? Is Lu merely facing charges for her intrusion into the Yangxin Hall?" Dong Sanbao replied, "Initially, we were unaware, but later, a maidservant in the study, Luching, relayed that Lu presented a bowl of lotus leaf and lotus heart soup, adorned with a red gold peony hairpin, her forehead embellished with gold foil, and her face painted with a fish maiden's makeup. Therefore, Bai Yusin smiled gently and cast a knowing glance at Meng. "Oh, that is it." Meng Yan understood. This Lu Miaoi had gone to such lengths to imitate her. No wonder her demise was swift. These individuals likely believed she was the foremost favored concubine of the harem, thinking that by mimicking her appearance and attire, they could draw Lu Haozhi's attention. Little did they know, it was precisely this resemblance that irked him. Lu Miaoi had truly stumbled into the same pitfall in both lives. Yet this time, the fall was particularly severe. She had intruded without permission into the Yangxin Hall, intending to harm the emperor. Coupled with the gold hairpin and gold foil, she had violated protocol. It was hardly surprising for the emperor to impose punishment. Meng Yan remarked indifferently, not regarding the matter with much weight. As she picked up a handkerchief to wipe the walnut remnants from Dooku's mouth, Lu's father must be lamenting the loss of his daughter, having sent her to the palace with hopes of elevating their family status. Now, it seems, those aspirations have crumbled, and her family may yet suffer from her actions. How unfortunate that Lu chose to emulate their lady. Ruizhu swept the walnut shells from the table and chimed in. Bai Yusin smiled slightly and said to Meng Yan, "Sister, what has likely enraged the emperor the most is her blatant disregard for the rules that is only natural. What irks Lu Haozhi the most is that he is reminded of her once again." Meng Yan, however, does not take it to heart. Lu Miaoyi is merely a fleeting disturbance from the pages of a book, and the current turmoil only serves to remind her of how much Lu Haozhi vexes her. Bai Yusin remains oblivious to the vast chasm of thoughts in Meng Yan's heart. She can discern, however, that the emperor holds her sister in considerable esteem, if it were merely a matter of superficial beauty. There are plenty of exquisite women at his disposal to indulge in. If he truly disregarded her, he would simply dismiss Lu Miaoyi without such fury. His explosive rage suggests that Lu Miaoyi has encroached upon a sanctum he deems untouchable, tarnishing Meng Yan's image in his eyes. This incident did not stir any significant waves in Changchun Palace. It passed like ripples on a spring pond, simple and unremarkable. Yet, in Ikuan Palace, when Liang Chengbi received the news, she felt as though half of her composure had evaporated. What could be the reason for this? It should have been foolproof. Was it not Lu Haozhi who cherished Meng Yan's visage, seizing the opportunity while Meng Yan ignored him? He sent a fresher and more succulent beauty his way, and yet trouble ensued. Previously, witnessing Meng Yan's rejection of the emperor's favor outside the Yongshou Palace, it seemed she had offended him gravely. Considering the time that had elapsed, it was reasonable to assume the emperor had been harboring a great deal of pent-up frustration since he had not summoned her for quite some time. All the talk of intruding upon Yangxin Palace with intentions of treachery, as well as violations of attire and accessories, seemed to Liang Chengbi nothing more than Lu Haozhi deliberately seeking fault. After all, Meng Yan had engaged in similar antics before, even more audaciously. Last year's Double Ninth Festival, for reasons now forgotten, Meng Yan had a fierce quarrel with Lu Haozhi. He had vented his anger, ignoring her for several consecutive days and never again spending the night at Changchun Palace. Then, one night past the midnight hour, Meng Yan astonishingly disguised herself as a palace maid, bribed Rongyan, and stealthily slipped into the sleeping quarters of Yangxin Palace, climbing onto the dragon bed. After a night of shameless escapades, the next day, the two resumed their relationship as if nothing had ever happened. In the dead of night, without summons, she had audaciously found herself beside the emperor's pillow. By all accounts, Meng Yan deserved far greater punishment. Why did Lu Miaoyi find herself burdened with a series of increasingly severe charges? The emperor was certainly being unjust. What sort of intoxicating elixir had this cunning vixen Meng Yan poured into the emperor's cup? Liang Chengbi, unable to contain her anger, erupted in a tirade. "Your Highness, silence! Be wary of ears lurking behind the walls." The noblewoman Zhao Chunfeng, seated nearby, was already a nervous bird. Upon hearing the empress's furious condemnation of Meng Yan, her face turned ashen. She rose and approached the door to take a glance, then returned, saying, "Your Highness, given the circumstances, we must swiftly devise a strategy that losing competence will surely allow the emperor to uncover the truth in no time." Zhao Chunfeng had never fully supported this course of action. And indeed, the chaos had now erupted. Chapter 71. The Emperor's Trap. Your Highness, this time you have truly gone too far. The emperor has never been one to indulge in the pleasures of women, especially during these times of heavy governance. He abhors disturbances. Have you not noticed in recent days? Even Meng Guofei, who enjoys great favor, has remained dutifully compliant. At this critical juncture, you have sent Lu to confront him. Are you not inviting the emperor's ire upon yourself? Zhao Chunfeng reproached. She harbored considerable dissatisfaction with Liang Chengbi's recent actions. For years, she had followed her loyally, offering counsel in dealing with Meng Guofei in pursuit of the emperor's favor. Although their endeavors had all ended in failure, surely there had been some measure of toil in her efforts. Now, With the selection of new court ladies, the empress had immediately elevated the newcomers. And it seemed she would soon be cast aside. Zhao Chunfang felt a surge of indignation, but was constrained from expressing it, forced to endure in silence. When the empress and Lu Miaoi had conspired, she had discerned the potential hazards, yet said nothing, waiting for Lu to face the consequences, knowing that Liang Chengbi would be left without allies and would need to depend on her. "Why did you not speak up sooner? What use are your words now?" Liang Chengbi fumed, her grip tightening on the armrest of her chair, trembling with agitation. The crime of treason is not one that just anyone can bear. Lu's demise would be inconsequential. Yet if she were to implicate herself, how would she explain herself to the emperor? What punishment might he impose? Recalling Lu Haozhi's past ruthless measures, Liang Chengbi felt a chill run down her spine. In the past, when the regent sought to usurp power, Lu Haozhi had swiftly seized control of the situation, executing the regent's entire male lineage and exiling the women and children to the frontier to serve as slaves to the military. This case had ensnared many within the capital, resulting in a month of bloodshed at Kaishiku, with bodies strewn about. Liang Chengbi was somewhat familiar with the regent's youngest daughter, a pampered young lady accustomed to luxury, who was reduced to a disheveled figure in gray rags, shackled and weeping as she was led out of the capital. Could this indeed be Liang Chengbi's fate? Your Highness need not panic. The emperor will indeed punish you this time, Zhao Chunfang remarked, observing Liang Chengbi's unease. Your Highness has erred and must face the consequences. Yet, these must align with the gravity of your offense. The emperor will not impose unjust penalties. While Lu Miaoi has yet to divulge anything, it would be prudent for you to first approach Yangxin Palace and admit your faults, claiming that you bestowed inappropriate ornaments upon Liu.as for the other matters. They should not concern you. After all, you did not clarify matters with Lu, and thus you will bear the brunt of the blame, portraying it as your unilateral decision. Considering your standing, the emperor is unlikely to impose excessive punishment upon you. With her lips tightly pressed together, Liang Chengbi felt the sting of blood as she bit down. While it may be easy to extricate herself from this mess, how to handle the eunuchs currently on duty in Yangxin Palace? Although Deputy Supervisor Li Lan had aligned himself with her to replace Rong Un, she could not guarantee he would withstand torture without implicating her. Yet, at this moment, she seemed to have no other recourse. With a deep sigh, Liang Chengbi rose and returned to her quarters, instructing a palace maid to assist her in removing her hairpins. In Yangxin Palace, Lu Haozhi sat upon the dragon throne, feigning rest with his eyes closed. His sturdy fingers lightly tapping on the table, that a new cohort of palace maids and eunuchs had been summoned, and the atmosphere was palpably tense. Rongin, still suffering from an upset stomach, was called back to deliver a cup of tea to the desk. Your Majesty, the weather is dry. Please partake of this ginseng and yuzu tea to cool your temper. Rongin mused, reflecting on how his own discomfort had not afforded him a moment's peace. As in less than half a day, such a significant event had transpired. Who says I am angry? Lu Haozhi narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice calm, devoid of the earlier thunderous rage. Yes, yes, your Majesty speaks truly. It is entirely the fault of this lowly servant for speaking out of turn. I shall discipline myself. Rongin quickly offered, not daring to retort, as he raised his chubby hand and lightly slapped it down. The sound echoed throughout the hall, and Lu Haozhi cast him a sidelong glance. Non-committal. Much noise, yet no rain. This old fellow had been with him for many years and had learned to be quite oily in manner. Although Rong and had previously accepted some monetary favors from the palace ladies and sold small bits of gossip, he had never crossed the line. Water that is too clear has no fish. Lu Haozhi often turned a blind eye to such matters. However, Liang Chengbi's manipulations had truly struck a nerve. In truth, there was no need to interrogate that foolish woman or the palace maids and eunuchs. Lu Haozhi could easily deduce who had orchestrated today's farce. The charges of treason were merely a fade, as he awaited Liang Chengbi to ensnare herself. Currently, the situation was at a stalemate. If Liang Chengbi were to admit guilt, it would suit him perfectly, and the civil officials of the previous dynasty would have no grounds to protest. Your Majesty, the Empress is kneeling outside the hall, pleading for leniency. Rongin reported. Having received word from the lower ranks, a slight smile graced Lu Haozhi's lips. Let her remain there. Upon receiving the command, Rongin hurried to relay the message, inwardly astonished. This empress had truly offended the emperor gravely. As a high-ranking figure, how could she be so oblivious to the gravity of her actions? Take, for instance, the lady in Changchun Palace, who occasionally quarreled with the emperor but never acted so foolishly. She was adept at maintaining her balance, and it was no wonder the emperor had favored her for so many years. This one, however, dared to tug at the tiger's whiskers. Hearing Rong An's relayed words, Liang Qingbi's face flushed with humiliation. She had never endured such disgrace. Kneeling outside the hall, she felt as though countless piercing gazes were stabbing at her back. Time passed, and she became increasingly aware of the cold sweat soaking through her white robe. Her knees swollen and nearly numb at long last. Rong An emerged once more. Liang Qingbi managed a weak smile, but he said, "The emperor commands that you, Empress Liang, loudly confess your misdeeds," with a sardonic smile. He added, "Your Highness must raise your voice. Otherwise, the emperor within may not hear you and will not allow you to rise. That dog Lilan thinks he can usurp my position simply by aligning with the empress? What a daydream. This empress is utterly lacking in self-awareness. She holds the internal authority, yet is still unsatisfied, reaching into Yangxin Palace. Look at Meng Fei. She has never meddled in such trivial matters." Liang Qingbi felt a rush of heat to her face. Was Lu Haozhi truly intent on humiliating her to such an extent? Gritting her silver teeth, she steeled herself and cried out, "I, Liang, have bestowed inappropriate ornaments upon lower-ranked concubines, violating palace regulations that I humbly request the emperor to impose punishment." Rangan, with a knowing glance, remarked, "Ah, Your Highness, this is quite unjust. Today, it is not merely a trivial matter. If you fail to articulate clearly, the emperor may very well not release you. Would that not render your kneeling in vain?" Liang Qingbi felt a sudden constriction in her chest, realizing that Lu Haozhi had long been aware of her intentions. She felt as if she had fallen into the clutches of a ferocious beast, utterly at its mercy. Chapter 72. The collapse of persona. Liang Qingbi's complexion turned ashen, her body swaying precariously. This moment, she grasped that she had indeed fallen into Lu Haozhi's trap. However, having reached this juncture, she found herself unable to retreat. Should she acknowledge her instigation of Lu Miaoyi as a high-ranking consort entrusted with palace affairs, she would be guilty of a grievous breach of palace protocol, incurring even greater punishment. Conversely, to deny it now would be futile. She could not simply declare, "I am innocent," and walk away without consequence. Furthermore, she was uncertain of just how much Lu Haozhi truly knew. In a whirlwind of anxiety, Liang Qingbi felt her heart racing as if 1,000 claws were scratching at her insides. Rangan made no effort to hasten her, standing at the entrance of the Yangxin Hall, holding a whisk and gazing upward at the sky. Kneeling on the ground, beads of sweat dripped from her brow onto the floor. In but a short span of time, she felt as if she had endured the passage of 3 autumns. The cold wind incessantly chilled her back, penetrating through her thin garments, leaving her shivering. The 2 carved dragons under the eaves appeared almost alive, baring their fangs and claws as if poised to devour her whole. Perhaps it was the biting cold or the overwhelming dread that caused Liang Qingbi to feel dizzy. I, a mere servant, incited Lu to trespass into the Yangxin Hall. I beseech the emperor to impose punishment. Ultimately, she could no longer withstand the immense pressure and uttered the confession. Her hoarse voice, carried by the wind, reached the ears of Lu Haozhi within the hall. This Liang Qingbi truly could not withstand intimidation. Lu Haozhi toyed with a sweet white porcelain ewer, his thin lips curling slightly. With but a hint of pressure, she crumbled under the weight of her own guilt and confessed. In reality, Lu was merely detained at the Shenqing division, yet to be summoned for interrogation. The rumors were merely intended to throw Liang Qingbi into disarray. Having admitted her guilt, the remaining matters could be easily managed. Her father, Liang Binwu, had recently been quite restless in court, with his faction causing quite the stir. It was time for some reprimanding. Although the current ministers had all once contributed to the emperor's rise, their intentions varied greatly. Rangan, just as Liu Haozhi was about to issue a decree for action, he heard a commotion outside, accompanied by the cries of palace maids. Frowning slightly, Rangan hurriedly entered, reporting, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has suddenly fainted outside the hall." Liang Chengbi's fainting was, indeed, timely, but Liu Haozhi was unfazed, declaring, "Convey my decree. The Empress Dowager, Lady Liang, has committed acts unbecoming, violating palace regulations. Though she has benefited greatly from the emperor's grace, she has failed to offer due gratitude, inciting disorder among the consorts. Given her admission of guilt and signs of remorse, she shall be demoted to the rank of consort." What? The emperor has demoted the Empress Dowager with such casual words? Rangan marveled silently, reflecting on the emperor's swift decisiveness and cunning depth. He had detained Liu yet refrained from passing sentence, allowing Liang Chengbi to confess of her own accord. This was akin to playing her for a fool. As Rangan sighed inwardly, she suddenly heard Liu Haozhi's cold and detached voice once more, urging, "Then have a few attendants escort her back to Yikeng Palace and summon a physician to attend to her." Liu Haozhi spoke in a tone devoid of concern. Rangan complied, inquiring, "Your Majesty, shall this decree be conveyed once she awakens?" Liu Haozhi did not look up, insisting that it be delivered immediately to avoid further chaos should she regain consciousness. Observing the emperor once more buried in his documents, Rangan could not help but feel a profound sense of reflection. What was Liang Chengbi's motive in causing such a scene? The emperor had never held her in high regard. She had brought this calamity upon herself. And for what purpose? Liang Chengbi was swiftly returned to Yikeng Palace. And shortly thereafter, the decree of her demotion arrived. The atmosphere within Yikeng Palace was initially one of stunned disbelief, soon erupting into wails of despair. Rangan, having served before the emperor for many years and weathered numerous storms, paid little heed to their lamentations. She directed the palace servants to remove the furnishings associated with the Empress Dowager's rank and compelled the head maid, Chunqing, to surrender the golden tablet and treasures of the Empress Dowager. Chunqing's eyes were red, her face pallid. Although she was reluctant, she understood that she could not oppose the greater authority, and thus relinquished the two precious items. After Rangan left, the noble woman, Zhao Chunfang, arrived. Having heard the news, she entered to find the hall in disarray, filled with uncertainty, and asked, "What is this? Could the rumors be true? Is the Empress Dowager well?" Chunqing, brimming with indignation, replied through gritted teeth, "It was your brilliant idea for the Empress Dowager to visit the Yangxin Hall. And now she has been demoted to the rank of consort." Zhao Chunfang was taken aback. Logically, the emperor should have shown leniency after Liang Chengbi's admission, at most relegating her to house arrest or fining her. Why had the emperor acted so unpredictably? Seeing Zhao's dazed expression, Chunqing's frustration boiled over, and she pushed her, disregarding her status. "Zhao, the Empress Dowager acted upon your advice. Now that she is in trouble, what will you do to rectify this? If you do not provide an explanation, we may find ourselves at odds with your Zhao family." How audacious for a mere palace maid to confront her! Zhao Chunfang felt a surge of anger rise within her, but managed to suppress it. After all, she was an uncherished noblewoman, and her family, a mere fifth-rank official, relied on Liang Chengbi's favor within the court for their standing. Beneath another's roof, how could she dare to lift her head? Thus, she swallowed her rage and forced a smile. "Chunqing, do not be alarmed. Now that matters have reached this point, we should send a message to the Empress Dowager's family, so that Lord Liang may be informed and devise a strategy." The intertwining of the inner palace and outer court was a grave taboo for a monarch. However, a mere woman of the inner palace like Zhao Chunfang could hardly comprehend such matters. Chunqing, already disoriented, found some merit in Zhao's words and hurriedly sought someone to relay the message. The news of Liang Chengbi's demotion from Empress Dowager to consort sent shockwaves through the inner palace. Liang's reputation as a virtuous consort had been well established since her service to the crown prince, earning her the emperor's trust. This was the prevailing impression among the palace residents. Now, she bore the weight of accusations for violating palace regulations and instigating disorder among the consorts, resulting in her demotion by the emperor, which sent ripples of shock throughout the 6 palaces. There were whispers that the previous month, the noble consort had fainted in the Yangxin Hall, and now the Empress Dowager had suffered the same fate. In the span of a month, 2 consorts had collapsed in the same hall. Despite the noble consort's fainting, the emperor's affections had not diminished. Yet after the Empress Dowager's collapse, she was demoted. How could there be such a stark contrast in outcomes? When this news reached Meng Yan's ears, she was equally astonished. Liang Chengbi's virtuous image had indeed crumbled completely. Chapter 73. A desire for her child Meng Yan found herself no longer pondering the storyline of the book. It seemed that everything in this life was steering toward a direction starkly different from the last. Liang Chengbi had been the one to laugh last in her previous life, yet in this one, she had been demoted to consort by Lu Haozhi in the Great Zhou Palace. There were a total of 7 consorts, with the first 4 holding titles, Gui Fei, Shu Fei, Xian Fei, and De Fei, while the rest were nameless consorts. Liang Chengbi had plummeted from the esteemed position of Empress Dowager to one with no title, now ranked below even herself. Such a thing had never happened in her past life. Momentarily, Meng Yan was at a loss whether to consider this a fortunate turn or an ominous portent. Fortune may indeed lie in misfortune. The tale of the old man of the frontier was still fresh in her mind. "Sister, do you think this style of clothing looks lovely on Duku?" Bai Yusin held up a piece of fabric, measuring it against Duku, as if the matter were entirely unrelated to her. Meng Yan snapped back to reality and glanced over, observing the water-red silk adorned with embroidered flowers gleaming on the young girl, which only accentuated her delicate and charming features. Bai Yusin smiled gently, her fingers caressing the satin like tender spring onions. The warm spring sunlight flooded the room, casting a cozy and harmonious glow, prompting Meng Yan to smile faintly. These matters were not one she needed to dwell upon excessively. Safeguarding the present was sufficient. Indeed, it is lovely, but alas, this servant girl cannot afford to wear it. And I must trouble my sister. Perhaps it was due to her southern upbringing, but Bai Yusin excelled at needlework, and the exquisite pouch she crafted was to Meng Yan's liking as soon as the pouch was presented. Meng Yan cherished it dearly, promptly filling it with a fragrant powder and adorning herself with it. What is there to fret about? Sister should not be so polite with me. Bai Yusin gazed at Meng Yan's lovely countenance, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Who would have thought that the emperor would demote Liang Chengbi from her esteemed position? This was truly unexpected. Yet with this turn of events, the Liang family could no longer wield their influence in the palace under the guise of the Empress Dowager. Nor could they bully her sister any longer. She lowered her gaze, her expression cold. "Yusin, there is something I must entrust to you." Meng Yan's melodious voice interrupted Bai Yusin's thoughts. Bai Yusin looked up, meeting Meng Yan's gaze. "What is it, sister?" Meng Yan smiled serenely. "In 3 days, the emperor will come to Changchun Palace for dinner. I would like for you to assist me in some matters." Bai Yusin was somewhat taken aback. Though she felt a hint of confusion, she still acquiesced without hesitation. Were it another esteemed consort, she would surely assume that this was an attempt to coerce her into vying for affection, thereby solidifying her position. However, her sister would never engage in such machinations. Yet, how could she know that the emperor would arrive in 3 days? Recently, the emperor had been preoccupied with state affairs. Just today, Lu had encountered trouble while delivering soup to the Yangxin Palace, suggesting that he was reluctant to enter the inner palace. Meng Yan smiled gently, her gaze distant, and softly declared, "I know that the emperor will certainly come." Indeed, in 3 days, Lu Haozhi would grace the Changchun Palace with his presence. This date was firmly etched in her memory, for it was during this evening meal that Lu Haozhi had mentioned sending her brother, Meng Changyuan, off to war. Subsequently, in an unprecedented turn of events, Lu Haozhi had stayed overnight at the Changchun Palace, which to her signified both favor and a reward for the loyalty of the Meng family. As a consort and a subject, there were certain duties to uphold. Although she harbored no desire to entangle herself further with Lu Haozhi as the daughter of the Yang Marquis family, she could not afford to be overly willful. She could share this meal with him, yet by nightfall, she wished to refrain from serving him in bed, despite the possibility that Lu Haozhi had long since lost interest in her. Bai Yusin gazed at her, a flicker of puzzlement in her heart. For some reason, although her sister appeared carefree and unrestrained, a trace of subtle sorrow would occasionally mar her resplendent visage. This moment. Her lightly furrowed brows hinted at an inexplicable melancholy that others could not comprehend. She was not happy. Not at all. Bai Yusin instinctively sensed that all this must be connected to the emperor. As the day slipped away, dusk descended upon the palace, and the gates were locked. After finishing the last memorial, Haozhi, served by the palace attendants for his ablutions, proceeded to his quarters to prepare for sleep. The candlelight flickered dimly in the chamber, and he sat alone by the bedside, the solitary lamp casting shadows that accentuated his solitude. The nights within the palace were perpetually tranquil, particularly in the Yangxin Palace. Haozhi cast a glance at the bed, which he had seldom regarded before. But lately, he felt it seemed rather too spacious. Ever since Meng Yan entered his life, he rarely slept alone. Even neglecting the inner palace, she would find various excuses to visit him. The man's hand brushed against the soft bedding, as if he sought the lingering warmth of past moments. Realizing what he was doing, Haozhi abruptly withdrew his hand, resting his forehead against his palm, a bittersweet smile emerging amidst his tousled hair. She was his consort, his rightful woman. If he desired her, he ought to summon her. Rangan. With his heart still uncertain, he called for the eunuch. Upon hearing, Rangan hurriedly entered. "Your Majesty, did you call for me?" Yet, the young emperor, clad in a resplendent yellow, sleeping robe, sat at the bedside, lost in silence for a long while before eventually waving his hand. Rangan, confused, bowed and retreated. Outside, the crescent moon hung like a bow, and the night sky glimmered with a few scattered stars. Rangan slapped his forehead, suddenly understanding. The emperor had not summoned the favored consort for some time. Perhaps he could no longer restrain himself. With this thought, Rangan couldn't help but glance back, seeing the tall figure of the man silhouetted against the papered window. Appearing rather solitary, it was no surprise. The emperor was in the prime of his youth, full of vigor, and having gone days without a woman to attend to him, it was only natural that his temper had been fraying. Rangan clicked his tongue, thinking, "You are the emperor. If that is truly your wish, simply send someone to bring her here. Why suffer in silence?" His demeanor resembled that of a forsaken commoner. Haozhi sat by the bedside for a considerable time, until the wax of the candle had dripped into pools, and only then did Rangan return to urge him to retire, at which point he realized that it was already past the midnight hour. He chuckled to himself, pondering what he had been waiting for. She would not come to Haozhi lay down, gazing at the cloud-patterned canopy above him, oblivious to how long it took him to drift into a troubled slumber. In this restless sleep, he found himself half awake, half asleep, hearing a faint sound of weeping. "Haozhi, our child is gone. I am so sorry. I cannot keep him." A pair of tear-filled, ebony eyes gazed at him, filled with sorrow. Gripping his heart tightly, a sharp pain surged through him, awakening Haozhi. Yenner. The chamber remained dim, clearly still far from dawn. Haozhi wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly sat up. The eyes from his dream belonged to Meng Yan. She seemed to be mourning the loss of a child, crying out to him in grief. Yet, since she had come to his side, she had never been with child. How strange was this dream? Was he truly yearning for a child of their own so intensely? Chapter 74, A Night Visit to the Changchun Palace, Your Majesty. Is it that the dragon body is unwell? Rongan's voice drifted in from beyond the curtains. "It is nothing that," Haozhi replied, lifting the curtain and rising from the bed. Rangan stood by the bedside, startled as Haozhi unexpectedly approached the table, quickly following him. "Your Majesty, do you have any orders?" Haozhi shook his head, reached for the golden chicken-shaped teapot, and poured himself a cup of cold tea, draining it in one go. "Oh, Your Majesty, this cold tea is bad for your stomach. Please put it down." "I shall fetch hot water from the tea room at once." Rangan, seeing the situation, hurriedly urged him and began to move towards the door. "There is no need. The cold tea quenches my thirst. You may leave now." Haozhi waved his hand and walked toward the window. Uncertain of his mood, Rangan could see that the emperor was displeased, and considering the events of the day, he did not dare to linger. Bowing and retreating, the cold tea settled in his stomach, dispelling the remnants of sleep. Haozhi pushed open the window, allowing the warm night breeze to caress his face like the gentle touch of a woman's soft hand. In the darkness, numerous palace structures cast their shadows, while the stars twinkled faintly in the sky, a reminder that the night was still long. He gazed into the distance, staring in the direction of Changchun Palace. On such a serene and gentle spring night, he wondered what Meng Yan was doing. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Haozhi smirked slightly. At this hour, she was certainly asleep. Yet, he mused, without me by your side. Yenner, can you truly find peace in sleep? Only in my embrace can you rest soundly. Have you not said this to me before? Did those sweet words represent nothing more than a ruse to deceive him? Reflecting on the bizarre dream he had just experienced, Haozhi's chest ached anew, and his dark brows instinctively knitted together. It was merely a dream. How could it evoke such visceral pain? Haozhi felt a sharp twinge at his temples and sighed deeply. Perhaps it was due to his years without a child. Since the selection of the crown prince, and now 5 years into his reign, the emperor, the great Zhou, had no children, neither a prince nor a princess. The courtiers had long voiced their discontent over his favoritism toward consort Meng, and in recent years, their grievances had grown louder, accusing the consort of lacking virtue and bearing. Memorials urging the emperor to prioritize the state over personal affections poured into the Yangxing Palace, piling high upon the imperial desk. Though he suppressed them all, as an emperor, he had to balance various factions, a burden that was beyond the imagination of ordinary men. He could not simply repress dissent. However, these officials believed they could manipulate him. The emperor, such a thought was truly whimsical. The moonlight poured like water upon the youthful emperor's face, once handsome and refined, now revealing a hint of cold severity. As the hour passed midnight, a sedan chair emerged silently from the Yangxing Palace, gliding along the long street. Rangan trailed beside the sedan, muttering complaints. The emperor certainly has a knack for causing trouble. Why not simply summon the favored consort to his bed before retiring? He would be content, lying beside her in a peaceful slumber. For us servants, it would mean a leisurely night shift. Now, we must head to Changchun Palace in the dead of night. The consort is likely already asleep and will have to be roused. That it will be a scene of chaos. Upon reaching the gates of Changchun Palace, Rangan stepped forward to knock gently. The doorkeeper, bleary-eyed, approached to open the door, initially wearing an expression of annoyance. However, upon seeing who it was, his eyes widened in shock, and he prepared to announce, "You're." Rangan's large hand swiftly covered the eunuch's mouth, silencing him. "Hush, do not alert anyone." With that, he opened the door and ushered the emperor inside. The eunuch stood dumbfounded, bewildered by the unfolding scenario. The emperor had never intruded upon the Changchun Palace at such an hour. The sedan came to a halt at the steps of the inner hall before Haozhi disembarked and ascended the stairs. The maidservant, Yun Xiang, hurriedly knelt. "This servant greets your majesty. The consort has already retired." "I shall fetch her at once," Haozhi replied coolly. "There is no need. I will go in and take a look." With that, he strode directly into the hall. Yun Xiang was taken aback, but, upon seeing Rangan's knowing expressions, remained silent and stood aside. This night held uncertain fortune, but what could a mere maidservant comprehend? Upon entering the room, a sweet fragrance reminiscent of a maiden's essence filled his nostrils, soothing and refreshing. This was the calming aroma that Meng Yan often used at night to aid her sleep, a concoction she prepared herself, known to promote tranquility and restful slumber. Every night, when she visits the Yangxing Palace to attend to her lord, she carries with her the same fragrance. Merely a single scent of incense, Haozhi is suddenly overcome with a rush of blood, a simmering heat rising within him, as the memories of their intertwined past awaken in their entirety. In the outer hall, 2 bronze lady lamps flicker softly, while the inner chamber remains unlit, a habit of Meng Yan when she retires for the night. Haozhi steps gracefully into the inner room, approaching the bedside, and gently lifts the canopy. There lie 2 sleeping beauties nestled beneath the brocade quilt. Meng Yan cradles Duku in her arms, lost in a deep and sweet slumber, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall over the pillow. An elegant arm draped protectively over Duku, while her fair, delicate skin peeks out from beneath the crimson silk quilt, radiating a porcelain-like glow, soft and fragrant. Haozhi's throat constricts slightly, and he cannot help but swallow hard. He is acutely aware of just how alluring the soft body beneath that silk quilt truly is. Meng Yan sleeps soundly, a delicate smile gracing her porcelain face, as if the dreams she experiences bring her immense satisfaction. Haozhi reaches out, intending to caress her cheek, but at that moment, Duku, sleeping nearby, seems to sense something amiss and suddenly awakens, her bright, round eyes gazing up at him. Haozhi feels as though struck by lightning, hastily retracting his hand. Yet as he does, an unsettling thought crosses his mind. Meng Yan is his concubine. What harm is there in a mere touch? The way Duku stares at him seems to imply he is committing some wrongdoing. A twinge of embarrassment washes over Haozhi. Although he had no intention of behaving inappropriately in front of a child, this little one has thwarted his intentions twice now. Duku abruptly sits up, her chubby little arms wrapping around Meng Yan's neck, her small frame shielding her mother as she glares at Haozhi with a watchful expression. Though she cannot articulate her thoughts, her demeanor seems to convey a clear message. Are you here to bully my mother again? We do not want you here. Please leave. Under the scrutinizing gaze of a child, his beloved niece, Haozhi feels an overwhelming sense of awkwardness and discomfort. To depart feels utterly unsatisfactory. Yet what else can he do? After a moment of indecision, Haozhi suddenly raises a finger to his lips, signaling Duku to be silent, before leaning down to place a gentle kiss upon Meng Yan's forehead. Duku, bewildered, simply stares at him with her big watery eyes. Haozhi straightens up, unfastening a fragrant pouch from his waist and tucking it beneath Meng Yan's pillow before turning to leave. Once outside, he cannot help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. As a sovereign of a nation, he has entered the chamber of his beloved concubine only to exit in such a pitiful manner. What is he truly doing? Chapter 75. Thunder and Rain. Is this divine grace? Perhaps due to the exhausting days spent concocting medicinal remedies for her brother, and having recently stimulated his spiritual vein, Meng Yan is utterly fatigued, falling into a particularly deep slumber at night. Consequently, she remains blissfully unaware of the events transpiring around her. When she awakens the following day, the inner palace is abuzz with gossip and speculation. The emperor has not visited the inner palace for several days. Although he did not stay overnight, his late-night entrance into the Changchun Palace leaves little room for misinterpretation. That, in contrast, Lu's attempts to curry favor in the Yangxin Palace resulted in disaster, with the scheming Liang being demoted to Liang Fei, further underscoring the emperor's affection for Changchun Palace. The earlier rumors circulating in the palace regarding Meng Guifei's waning favor have been effortlessly dispelled. Changchun Palace has once again become the center of attention, with both the established residents and newly selected concubines flocking there in droves. What does the beloved concubine enjoy eating? I can't provide it. Does the beloved concubine fancy fragrant pouches? I can craft them. Changchun Palace is bustling from dawn until dusk, never experiencing a moment of tranquility. Meng Yan, worn out from the incessant attention, begins to suspect that Haozhi has concocted yet another scheme to trouble her. After finally securing a moment of leisure in the afternoon, she sits in the corridor, holding a fragrant pouch. Lost in thought, the royal blue silk base is adorned with a golden dragon, while a plum blossom intricate knot dangles below.